Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Are they crazy? Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liangdi are absolutely crazy? Wang Ziquan looked confused, and then he couldn't help but yelled, "How dare you!" Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liangdi just ignored them. In their opinion, the emperor hadn't said anything yet, so there was no room for a servant like them to make a comment. See, this trick really works. However, Emperor Jingguan was not so moved by the scene of loving father and filial son that he was speechless. He was clearly so angry that he was speechless. Emperor Jingguan lived a long life, and no matter how incompetent the previous emperor was, he never pointed at his nose and scolded him. But now, he was pointed at in the nose by his own son. In an instant, an endless storm brewed in Emperor Jingguan's eyes. When people are extremely angry, they tend to become unusually calm. The child's keen sense made the 10th prince flinch for a moment, but then, thinking of his mother's instructions last night, the 10th prince quickly regained his arrogance. "Why are you watching me do this? Don't you want to play with me?" Then the 10th prince puffed out his chest again. "If you play with me, I can consider calling you father." Since when did it become something to consider for the prince to call himself father? Emperor Jingguan smiled as he fiddled with the beads in his hand. His Majesty smiled? This scene had different meanings to the people present. For example, what Wang Ziquan saw was the emperor's wrath, while what Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liangdi saw was excitement and joy. They both thought their plan worked. Emperor Jingguan closed his eyes, then looked at the younger one. "What about you? Do you also want me to play with you before you call me father?" Maybe it was because he was born timid, or maybe it was because his sixth sense was sharper. The younger one failed at the critical moment. "Father, father." The younger one, with a big clown face, met his father's eyes. He didn't know why he suddenly became extremely scared and forgot everything his mother had told him. Wu Liangdi immediately became anxious when she saw this. She had taught her son the whole night, but it was all in vain. This is a useless thing? Is it true that a half-year age difference is such a big difference? Or is it that my son is born stupid? When she thought about how she was trembling with fear and walking on thin ice when she was pregnant with him, and how she finally gave birth to him, she thought she could have a happy mother and a son relation. But it turned out that the emperor did not have this son in his heart at all. In 3 whole years, the emperor came to see her and the child less than twice. Another thing is that her son seems to be born with a very small courage, not generous at all, and is always hesitant in doing everything. The more Wu Liangdi expected before, the more disappointed she is now. Thinking of the past and looking at her son again, Wu Liangdi couldn't help but feel a hint of resentment in her eyes. Emperor Jingguan took a deep breath. Wang Liangyuan next to her was somewhat proud. Although it was something they had discussed together, the other person's son was so disappointing that it made her own son seem smarter all of a sudden, which was not a bad thing. Wang Liangyuan had already prepared to receive the reward, but the next moment, she heard the emperor's chilling voice, which made Wang Liangyuan feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. "Come here, demote Wang Liangyuan to the position of a dresser, drag her out, and banish her to the cold palace. As for the mother of my younger son." Emperor Jingguan turned his head, his eyes becoming more and more stern. "Wu Liangdi, you harbor hatred towards the prince, and you are sentenced to death." Wu Liangdi hadn't recovered from the aftermath of what had just happened yet, and when she heard the tragic news, she felt like she was struck by lightning. After they realized what was happening, the two began to desperately beg for mercy. "Your Majesty, please spare my life. Please spare my life, Your Majesty." However, how could the eunuchs and guards around allow them to get close? Just as the two of them were about to move, they were firmly controlled. Not to mention the timid 11th prince, even the usually brave 10th prince was now frightened to death. He dared not utter the slightest sound, and his eyes were full of fear, which looked particularly funny against the mud marks on their faces. Although 3 years old or older is not the normal age for children to remember things, there are special cases, such as when the impression is particularly deep and can be remembered for a lifetime. It would take the two children many years to recover from the shock of seeing each other again. Completely unaware and not thinking she had done anything wrong, Wu Liangdi could no longer control herself after struggling and thinking that she would soon die. She said, Your Majesty, how can you be so partial? Why can the 9th prince do the same thing but my son and I can't? Could it be that he is the imperial concubine's son? Your Majesty, I refuse to accept this. I will not rest in peace until I die." Hearing this, Wang Ziquan couldn't help but smack his lips. Oh my god, no wonder, it turns out he was imitating the 9th prince. But you can imitate just fine, but what about reality? Don't you pay any attention to it at all? Just like the 9th prince, you are just like him. Don't you have any sense of propriety at all? But strictly speaking, it is not the fault of the two little princes. After all, they heard that they just needed to be spoiled, but what is spoiled? The two mothers did not teach them, because they did not know the correct way for children to get along with their father. In such an environment, people only know awe and respect, but not intimacy. The two princes were still young and could not tell the difference between pampering and tsundere, so they subconsciously used the words and attitude they usually used to treat servants. In their opinion, this should be pampering, but in reality, it became domineering and bossy, which are completely different things. No wonder Emperor Jingwen felt humiliated and then became furious. Seeing that the two were still arguing from a distance, Wang Ziquan quickly asked the guards to shut them up. Soon, the imperial garden finally became quiet. Emperor Jingwen recovered and barely suppressed his anger, squatting down to comfort the two princes. But because the princes were already scared, when they saw him reaching out his hand, the two princes not only did not dare to reach out to take it, but were frightened and stepped back, looking at him not as if they were looking at their father, but as if they were looking at a man-eating monster. Emperor Jingwen froze for a moment, but finally stood up again. He then told the palace maids and the wet nurse to take good care of the two princes, and left. Wang Ziquan couldn't help but sigh and shake his head in his heart. Because of Emperor Jingwen's rage, everyone in the palace got the news soon and was shocked. It turns out that it wasn't that the emperor had a special taste. This trick wouldn't work if it were someone else. The concubines who had originally had some thoughts about this, when they saw the two concubines' tragic end, suddenly felt sympathetic and dared not act recklessly anymore. The other side. After school, Ye Shuo was dragged by the little grandson of the emperor and walked towards the East Palace. It was almost time for dinner, and he was almost starving. Ye Shuo found that practicing internal skills consumed a lot of food. His appetite was almost 3 or 4 times that of his peers, and it was also increasing. In this situation, Ye Shuo just wanted to eat something to fill his stomach, but Ye Sun didn't give him this opportunity at all. "Ninth uncle, just come with me." Relying on his young age, the little grandson began to pester the old man. Ye Shuo said weakly, "Haven't I already taught you everything I should have taught you? You can't judge a boy by his appearance." Ye Shuo had no idea that he had such lofty ambitions. He saw his stepfather carrying him to school and was very jealous. He also wanted his father to carry him. Tisk tisk, the prince is probably in trouble. Seeing that he was not giving in, Ye Shuo couldn't help but sigh. "Didn't I tell you that the prince is your father, your biological father? As long as you don't go too far and pester him for a while, you will succeed sooner or later." Children nowadays have almost mastered this skill by themselves. They can buy whatever they want by just asking. It's nothing like here, where you have to be hesitant and cautious when picking up and dropping off students. The little grandson understood the reason, but he had no idea how to proceed. But I don't know how to pester my father." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ye Shuo reached out and knocked on his head. "What do you think you are doing now? Why don't you just torment him the same way you tormented me? The energy you used to pester me, go and pester your father. If you had chosen the right person from the beginning, you would have gotten it by now." The little grandson was stunned for a moment, then he realized belatedly that this was called pestering. "I understand. Thank you, Uncle Nine. I will definitely succeed." Ye Shuo, that sounds nice, but don't let yourself become mute when you see your father's face. The little grandson of the emperor patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, I definitely won't do that, Uncle Nine." "I hope so," Ye Shuo sighed in his heart. On the other side, the Kinzen Hall. In the afternoon, Emperor Jingwen visited a garden, and after being annoyed by the atmosphere, he came back. Then he continued to sit there and review memorials. He gave up the idea of taking a rest. The crown prince was with him, and he did not leave the whole afternoon. The father and son were not far apart. Because the prince's eldest son had already entered the study and the second son was about to be born, Emperor Jingwen ordered someone to add another table at the bottom. Seeing that Emperor Jingwen came back with a bad look on his face, the prince asked an extra question, but seeing that Emperor Jingwen's face became even uglier, the prince tactfully did not ask another question. Now that all the miscellaneous matters had been dealt with, Emperor Jingwen's mood had calmed down, so he suddenly opened his mouth and narrated exactly what had happened in the imperial garden. The prince didn't know that there were actually people in the harem who dared to imitate Ziju. What Ziju did was not something that others could easily imitate. Not being beheaded was considered a light punishment. Otherwise, are the princes who serve at the study room stupid? Even the crown prince found it miraculous, and he didn't understand how Ye Shuo did it, but he just could do it. But since this was brought up, the prince hesitated for a while, then tentatively asked, "Father, is it that you carried Ziju to school?" A little inappropriate. The prince originally thought that yesterday's incident was just a game between the two of them, but when Emperor Jingwen appeared at the door of the upper study for the second time this morning, the prince had to believe that it was true. "You don't really take this seriously. It's not that the crown prince is jealous. Well, a little bit, but not much, and it is completely controllable. It's just that he is concerned about his other brothers and is afraid that they won't be able to accept it. I am worried about the fifth prince and his men." "What do they have to worry about?" Before the prince could finish, Emperor Jingwen blurted out, "How can you compare Xiao and other princes with Ziju? No, completely different. They are two completely different situations. What does father mean by this?" The prince was stunned. 1ju equals 9th, Wu equals 5th. References. Upward arrow 1ju equals 9th, Wu equals 5th. The prince was extremely conflicted. He wanted to ask, but he felt too sensitive to ask. Fortunately, just before the prince repeated the words in his mind for the umpteenth time and almost fell into a trance, Emperor Jingguan finally gave him an answer. Your brothers are the future backbone of the Great Zhou and the cornerstone of the Great Zhou. As for you, you are the one chosen by the emperor to establish the family in the future. But Zaiju, Emperor Jingguan felt a headache when mentioning his son. After all, he had beaten and scolded him, but it was of no use. Emperor Jingguan did not doubt that it was the instigation of the Duke of Zhen or the imperial concubine. The two parties worked together to deliberately create this effect. After all, this effect is really not something that ordinary people can create. If you are not careful, the child will really be disabled. Wang Liangyuan and Wu Liangdi are a lesson for the past. Who would use this method to compete for favor? The Duke of Zhen and the imperial concubine really don't have such a brain. So after thinking about it, it can only be a problem with the child himself. The emperor was in a lot of trouble and felt helpless. Zaiju, I just hope he can behave himself in the future and stop causing troubles. I will be thankful. To put it bluntly, it means that your ninth brother is useless, so why are you competing with him? Prince. The prince felt relieved when he heard this, but he was also speechless. It seems that my father has indeed been tortured by my ninth brother a lot, so much so that he has been asked to surrender again and again, and now it has become that he just wants to avoid trouble. It is said that a child's future can be predicted at the age of 3, and his character can be predicted at the age of 7. In this case, my father will probably not assign any important tasks to little 9 in the future, let alone give him any substantial power. After all, my father has already branded him as unreliable. In this case, how could my father dare to give him the position? Unless, Zaiju suddenly gets it one day. But thinking about what his younger brother had done, even the prince felt that it was indeed unlikely. This child had been particularly greedy for enjoyment since he was young and ignorant. If the ninth brother knew what he had missed out on because of his mischief, he would probably regret it. But this world has always been like this, there is never anything perfect, and you must pay for what you get. Poor ninth brother was so young that he had no idea that he had lost the watermelon and picked up sesame seeds. Thinking of this, the prince couldn't help but show more pity in his eyes. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I plan to visit the imperial concubine tonight. Perhaps today's events stimulated Emperor Jingguan. He suddenly felt that although the imperial concubine was equally stupid, she was much cuter after all. She never taught the children nonsense, and never used the children as a tool to win favor. Although Zaiju was a bit naughty, Emperor Jingguan miraculously found that he liked him much better. The most important thing is that both mother and son have simple minds. There is no need to beat around the bush when talking to them. They hardly ever ask for anything from you. You don't have to worry about ruining the fun while chatting. Except for a little noise, everything else is comfortable, especially suitable for relaxation. After hearing what Emperor Jingguan said, the crown prince was ready to leave. It just so happens that this son's crown princess is also waiting for me. In this way, the father and son walked out of the Kinzen Palace together, and then one went to Kiowa Palace and the other returned to the East Palace. The result was that Emperor Jingguan did not find his son when he went to Kiowa Palace, and the crown prince saw his younger brother at first sight when he returned to the East Palace. Why is he so willing to go to the Eastern Palace? Emperor Jingguan couldn't figure it out. The imperial concubine next to him couldn't help but interrupt. Your Majesty, you forgot that Shuo and the little grandson have always had a good relationship. The ninth uncle and his nephew hang out together all day long. This combination is really amazing. Doesn't he, as an uncle, feel ashamed at all? Alas, I forgot that my son has always been shameless. Emperor Jingguan finally set his sights on the sixth prince who was sitting on the other side of the table. By the way, Master Sen told me that you have made progress in your studies recently. Tell me, what have you learned recently? The sixth prince's heart tightened, and he quickly put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands, exhaled and inhaled secretly, then he slowly spoke. The other side. Seeing the prince taking time out from his meal to test his son's homework, Ye Shuo couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was worthy of being the heir chosen by his cheap father. He was simply of the same bloodline as his cheap father. He couldn't even let his son have a meal in peace. Didn't you see that your little son was so nervous that he almost vomited out what he had eaten? He is just a child less than 4 years old. However, when educating children, the most annoying thing is other people's interference, so Ye Shuo, as an uncle, can only watch from the side and really can't do anything to help. Hey, by the way, has the East Palace changed its chef recently? The food here is getting more and more delicious. While stumbling and trying hard to recall what he had learned, the little grandson of the emperor almost cried when he heard the sound of the eunuch picking up food next to him. Oh my god, the ninth prince is so heartless. It would be fine if he didn't give any hints, but he was actually eating so happily by himself. Looking at the crown princess who was nervous and worried, and then at his son who couldn't remember and wanted to cry but couldn't, and then at his ninth prince who seemed like an outsider and was eating deliciously, the crown prince endured it for a while, and finally held his forehead helplessly. Little nine, don't you think your behavior is particularly inappropriate? When he was young, the crown prince knew that his younger brother was different from others. After a few years, he became more and more certain of his original guess. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Ye Shuo couldn't help but be stunned. Wait, third brother, what are you looking at me for? In the dull eyes of the child, Ye Shuo pointed his finger at him mercilessly and said, "Go ahead and ask my lovely nephew. It's him who can't answer, not me." In an instant, the little grandson of the emperor almost vomited blood. Ninth prince, how could he do this? The little grandson of the emperor couldn't help but jump up and down. The prince looked at his brother, then at his son, and was silent for a moment. He felt that his brother's problem was more serious, so he immediately changed his target. "I have already asked all the questions from Sunar. Since you are here, I will ask you questions as well." The crown prince was personally taught by the world-famous crown prince's tutor, so his knowledge would naturally not be bad. Moreover, as an elder brother, he was fully qualified. Humph. It would have been fine if the ninth prince didn't help just now, but he also made trouble. Now it's his turn. Ye Sun felt relieved and soon regained his former energy. However, the crown princess glanced at her brother-in-law and her heart moved slightly. Seeing the prince's insistence, Ye Shuo sighed and had no choice but to put down his bowl and chopsticks. Okay, go ahead and ask, but I have to tell you in advance that my knowledge is not that good. In that case, I'll just ask something simpler. The prince was not trying to make things difficult for him. He just kept his word. Soon, the prince discovered that his brother seemed to be too modest. His academic performance was not only mediocre, but extremely poor. If it happened to his own son, the prince didn't even dare to think about it, and suddenly felt that Sunar was smart enough. But Ye Shuo was too shameless. When he couldn't answer a question, he just said so directly. He didn't feel embarrassed at all, which stunned the little grandson of the emperor next to him. The young grandson didn't understand how his ninth uncle could be so self-righteous. Didn't he have any shame at all? Ye Sun recalled that whenever he was asked questions, he would feel sad for a long time if he failed to answer any question. If Ye Shuo knew what he was thinking, he would think, isn't it just that he didn't answer the question? What's the big deal? There are many things in the world that he doesn't know. No one can guarantee to be omniscient, so what is there to be ashamed of? The prince soon lost his temper. How can you not even answer such a simple question? Ye Shuo also looked innocent, because what you asked is beyond the ability of me to answer at my age. The questions asked by the prince were beyond the scope. Why don't you say that I answered the first two questions? The prince frowned. A 3-year-old child can answer that kind of question. Ye Shuo, fart? Only a 3-year-old child in the royal family could answer this question, so he put it outside and tried again. Ye Shuo is not stupid, so does he have no idea whether he can answer it? Third brother, your requirements are too strict. The prince thought for a moment and said, it's obvious that you are too indulgent on yourself. Then the prince sighed, Xiaoju, you can't go on like this, you will really regret it if you continue like this. The prince really couldn't help but revealed Emperor Jingguan's intention in a particularly tactful way. Perhaps people are so contradictory. When the other person poses a threat to them, they hope that he is not good. But when the other person becomes particularly bad, they can't help but want him to become better. The prince hoped that the child in front of him could understand the deeper meaning behind his father's words. Ye Shuo understood, but he did not behave as the prince expected. His first reaction was, is there such a good thing? Even when I grow up, I don't have to work. I can only get some leisurely jobs, or even no jobs at all. Isn't this getting closer to my goal? It turns out that I am on the right track. I must keep up the good work in the future. Noticing the visible light suddenly flashing from his brother's eyes, the prince's heart skipped a beat and he immediately had a bad premonition. The next moment, Ye Shuo couldn't help but hold the prince's hand. Thank you for your reminder, third brother. I understand. Prince. Did he really understand or was he just pretending to understand? The prince always felt that the other party's understanding was completely different from what he thought. Third brother, I'm done eating. I'm leaving first. Finally, this day has come. The future is bright. Ye Shuo just feels relaxed all over, and even his mood has improved a bit. Before leaving, Ye Shuo suddenly thought of something and said, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that Ye Sun is so envious of me that he wants you to carry him to school. You see, the child is still so young and so pitiful, so just let him do it. Ye Shuo had discovered that his nephew was like a mouse seeing a cat when he saw his father. His father asked him several questions which made him very nervous. He thought he could not count on him, so Ye Shuo chose to speak up for him directly. The prince was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then looked at his son. Caught off guard, the little grandson of the emperor opened his eyes wide with horror on his face. Wivu, Uncle Nine is harming me? Ye Shuo soon disappeared, leaving the father and son staring at each other. Finally, the prince spoke first, is what your ninth uncle said true? No, really not. Ye Sun waved his hands without even thinking. After a long silence, the prince said softly, you are my first child, and also my legitimate son. But if he really wants, then it's not a bad idea. But Ye Sun misunderstood, and felt disappointed. He then raised his head and said quickly, son, remember this and won't act like this again. The prince opened his mouth. That was not what he meant. But in the end, neither the father nor the son said anything else. For some reason, the atmosphere during the following dinner was much quieter than before. Returning to Kiowa Palace, Ye Shuo noticed that Cheap Dad seemed to be particularly kind today, as if he had been stimulated by something. I guess something happened that I didn't know about. Shrugging his shoulders, Ye Shuo shouted at the top of his voice, Father, Mother, I'm back. He looked no different from a child coming home from playing outside. Let me see what delicious food you two are eating without my knowledge tonight. You bastard, what nonsense are you talking about again? Emperor Jingwen felt that he was happy too early. Before he had relaxed for long, he was angered by his own son again. However, Ye Shuo was basically immune to it. After seeing that there were just ordinary cakes on the table, Ye Shuo couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Upon seeing this, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but wonder, didn't you eat in the East Palace? The prince wouldn't treat him harshly in this regard, right? Without waiting for the maid to make a move, Ye Shuo poured himself a cup of tea, but the East Palace is a long way from here. After all, there is still a certain distance between the East Palace and the harem. It would take more than half an hour to walk there if you walk slowly, and at least 10 minutes if you walk fast. In addition, Ye Shuo usually only eats until he is 70% to 80% full, so he would habitually eat 1 or 2 snacks when he comes back. Of course, it is also possible that his internal strength has entered a period of rapid growth recently. After 5 years of accumulation, Ye Shuo's internal strength may have reached a certain level of quantitative change, so the growth rate is much faster than before. Father, mother, please take a quick look at me. Have I grown taller recently? Emperor Jingwen was just about to ask how it was possible that he could digest everything after walking such a short distance, but then he heard this. Emperor Jingwen spoke almost at the same time as concubine Rong. It still looks the same to me. Yes, he has grown a little taller. Ye Shuo, tisk. Ye Shuo silently looked at Emperor Jingwen with a condemning look. What kind of father is this? He doesn't even know whether his son has grown taller or not. Being annoyed by Ye Shuo's gaze, Emperor Jingwen was a little embarrassed. What's that look in your eyes? Are you blaming me? After being an emperor for a long time, he would not allow others to have even the slightest dissatisfaction. In his eyes, the slightest dissatisfaction would become an offense, even if the object was his own children or wife. In the eyes of the emperor, there are no children or wives, they are all subjects and servants. Don't you feel cold standing so high? Ye Shuo sighed helplessly. It's not that I'm surprised, I just think, Dad, you should at least pay more attention to your son. Isn't it enough for me? Before Emperor Jingwen finished speaking, he saw his son standing in front of a wall of pepper. This wall was specially cleared out by concubine Rong to measure her son's height. I saw that the mark on Ye Shuo's head was almost 2 inches away from the last mark, about 6 or 7 centimeters. Such a big difference was quite obvious in his childhood. Emperor Jingwen was speechless for a moment. Emperor Jingwen began to wonder if he really didn't care enough about his son. Wang Ziquan on the side was hesitant to speak. In fact, Wang Ziquan felt that the emperor cared enough about the 9th prince. To some extent, he was even more concerned about the crown prince. But this was the emperor's family affair after all, and it was not appropriate for him, a servant, to interrupt, right? Concubine Rong next to him was completely unaware and seemed quite happy. Yes, you have grown taller. Tomorrow, I will ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to make you 2 new sets of clothes. I see that the one you are wearing is old. It is really old, not because concubine Rong is extravagant and feels old. After all, Ye Shuo is now 7 or 8 years old, which is the age when clothes and shoes are worn out. He is lively and active, so naturally his clothes and shoes will be worn out faster. Ye Shuo smiled happily. Okay, mother, remember to pick some good ones for me. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but said, you are a prince, not a princess, why do you care so much about beauty? Why do you have to choose patterns when making clothes? Ye Shuo thought that this was just a love of beauty. In his previous life, he had to specially match his clothes when he went out. Isn't this normal? Ye Shuo's mind moved, as if he discovered something, and he said, Dad, I suddenly noticed that there is another fine line behind your eye. What's the matter? A real man never cares about these external things. Come on, then every time you choose the 3rd place, you have to choose the best looking one. Ye Shuo took his mother's bronze mirror and immediately saw the difference after looking through it. Among them, concubine Rong has the best skin. She is 28 years old now and still very young, with skin like that of a young girl. The second is Ye Shuo. As a child, his skin is good before he reaches puberty. Only Emperor Jingwen is left, and whether in terms of skin color or the smoothness of his facial skin, he is definitely not as good as Ye Shuo and his mother. Emperor Jingwen frowned subconsciously. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed that his son was laughing in the bronze mirror. Emperor Jingwen immediately reacted, asshole. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ye Shuo immediately ran away. So, Dad, appearance is still important for a man. It's getting late, this son will take his leave first. Remember to go to bed early, stay up late less, and exercise more. Looking at the little bastard's anxious back, Emperor Jingwen's slightly dark face finally brightened up. The other side. Ye Shuo returned to the side hall, and from Xiao Lizi's words, he quickly found out what had happened in the Imperial Garden that afternoon. Xiao Lizi originally thought that this matter had nothing to do with their master. It was Wu Liangdi and Wang Liangyuan who acted on their own initiative and used the prince as a tool to win favor, which would naturally arouse the emperor's wrath. As a result, when he looked up, Xiao Lizi saw that his master seemed to be silent. He was puzzled for a long while. Just when Xiao Lizi was about to say something, he heard his master suddenly say, it's better to marry only one wife. If you have only one wife, you don't need to compete for her favor, because all your love and attention belong to her alone. Xiao Lizi was stunned. He didn't understand why His Highness suddenly expressed such emotion. But, except for the poor common people who cannot get concubines, they only have one wife. As for the rest of the men who have a bit of ability, who doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? You don't understand. Ye Shuo waved his hands. Just because other people do this doesn't mean he has to do the same. Before going to sleep, Ye Shuo was still thinking about what Xiao Lizi said. It was hard to describe how he felt, and in the end he could only sigh softly. The next morning, when carrying Ye Shuo to school, Emperor Jingguan soon found out that his son had used his grandson to harass his other son. Emperor Jingguan's face immediately turned dark. What kind of nonsense are you teaching your little nephew? Well, son, isn't this also about nurturing their father-son relationship? They soon arrived at the upper study. Not seeing the prince along the way, Ye Shuo immediately understood that the boy seemed to have failed. This can fail. Ye Shuo was stunned. When Emperor Jingguan heard this, the veins on his forehead jumped violently, and then he warned solemnly, the crown prince and the emperor's grandson are different from you. If you teach him recklessly again, I will definitely have someone break your legs. Do you hear me? Yes, son understands, Ye Shuo replied weakly. Upon seeing this, Emperor Jingguan left with satisfaction. Ye Shuo walked into the study room. Meeting his gaze that seemed to be looking at a loser, the little prince couldn't help but lower his head even lower. He really didn't mean it. But my father said that I am the legitimate son and cannot. If he says no, then no. Tell me, did he yell at you at that time? No, right? No means we can still discuss it. If we can't discuss it, he will just get angry and won't argue with you for so long. The more he talks, the greater the chance. Oh, you are so stupid. Ye Shuo was at a loss. How could a kid like Ye Sun, who didn't dare to say it again after being rejected once, succeed? Wait, that's not right. Why are you so clingy when you're with me? Upon hearing this, Ye Sun couldn't help but chuckle and said, because the 9th prince really makes people feel close to him. He is the most easygoing person I have ever met. The other princes are also his uncles, but they don't have the feeling that they can say whatever they want. Just being close to him made Ye Sun feel very relaxed. The 9th prince never seems to get angry, and he never has a stern face. He smiles all day long. This is probably one of the reasons why I feel relaxed. Ye Shuo accepted the other party's compliment with an expressionless face. If you could be half as eloquent to your father as you are to me, it would be fine. Ye Sun froze for a moment, then burst into tears. While the two were chatting, the 6th prince seemed to be hesitant to speak. Obviously everyone now knew that it was because his father's expectations for his 9th prince were different from others, which was why he was particularly good to him. Poor 9th prince, he still thought he had gotten such a great bargain. He is young and doesn't know what power means. Sooner or later he will pay the price for indulging himself like this. The 6th prince wanted to remind him, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. After all, only when the 9th prince was indulgent and unruly would he, who was also in Kiowa Palace, be remembered and valued by his father. The 6th prince had no way to resist this temptation. If the 9th prince rose a little, his own glory would be immediately buried, and he would not get any support from the imperial concubine at all. Therefore, he had no choice but to step on him and climb up. Therefore, the 6th prince finally said, don't worry, 6th brother will definitely treat you well in the future and will not ignore you. If he really won the favor of his father and officially entered the center of power, the 6th prince swore that he would not be left out. Although I don't know why he suddenly said this, but Ye Shuo touched his chin and laughed nonchalantly. In that case, this younger brother's future will depend entirely on you, my brother. What a humiliation it is for the son of a noble concubine to be inferior to others for a long time, neither high nor low. The 6th prince remained silent and nodded. Okay. Another 3 days passed in a flash, and the 5th prince, who had been sick in bed, finally recovered. When he was sick, the 5th prince became furious when he thought about how so many people thought he fainted because of that bastard Ye Shuo. It's shameful, really shameful. Rather than being embarrassed, the 5th prince was more worried about him asking him for those 3 conditions. When he came today, the 5th prince had already thought of how to shirk those conditions. There is no way, promises are too important, and the 5th prince really doesn't want to make them so easily. Result. Just when the 5th prince was gathering all his energy and preparing to confront that bastard Ye Shuo, he saw that the bastard Ye Shuo just glanced at him and had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. He even deliberately took a detour when passing by him. This guy is quite fragile and fainted at the drop of a hat. Ye Shuo doesn't dare to get close to him again. What if he gets blamed again? As for those 3 conditions, well, if they're gone, then they're gone. It's not a big deal. At first the 5th prince thought it was his illusion, until during the break, the other party was playing with the little grandson of the emperor, and when they saw him coming, they suddenly stopped, and resumed playing after he left. Vaguely realizing something, the 5th prince's face turned red with anger. He really couldn't help it, so he took the initiative to look for her after school in the afternoon. With a bang, the 5th prince punched Ye Shuo's desk, gritted his teeth, and stared at him intently. What on earth do you mean? Hearing this noise, Ye Shuo instinctively wanted to hide. However, even such a small action caused great harm to the 5th prince. The 5th prince looked at him and immediately began to retreat after seeing him. His face turned green. What do I mean? 5th brother, what are you talking about? Ye Shuo was still pretending to be stupid. The 5th prince was immediately furious. Ye Shuo, Do you think I'm blind? Ye Shuo was surprised. How could it be? Fifth brother, how could you think like that? Fifth brother, you are really wronging me. By the way, fifth brother, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll leave first. My mother is calling me back for dinner. See you later. Seeing the poor acting skills of old 9, the fifth prince suddenly felt unsteady. Seeing that he was trying to slip away, the fifth prince didn't even think twice and immediately winked at his attendants and companions. The attendants and companions understood and responded immediately. Looking at the two people blocking the door, Ye Shuo was helpless. Fifth brother, what do you want to do? Just tell me. I see you don't look very well. How about, you sit down and talk slowly. I'm sure your brother is listening. Ye Shuo was really afraid that he would not pay attention and lie back on the bed, and then he would be unable to explain himself. The child's cautious attitude finally hurt the boy's sensitive heart. After all, as a prince, no one wants to be mistaken for a porcelain doll by his brother, right? What's more, he is a younger brother who is so much younger than me. You don't have to be so nervous. I'm doing this for your own good. The fifth prince felt that the other party didn't say anything, but it was more humiliating than if he had said something or even ridiculed him. In order to clear his name, the fifth prince gritted his teeth and said, "Let me ask you, why did you suddenly stop mentioning those 3 agreements?" Ye Shuo was puzzled when he heard this. Why did he become unhappy when he didn't mention it? Wouldn't it be a good thing not to mention it? How come there are still people like this? The 3 agreements and the like were just a joke. We are brothers, why should we care so much about them? Ye Shuo's magnanimity made the fifth prince's previous intention to default on his debt seem shameful. You try your best to avoid something, but others don't even take it seriously. This feeling is a completely different level of humiliation. The fifth prince's face flushed red, and he could not help but yell, "Your Highness does not need to give me away." The fifth prince couldn't afford to lose the title of a 7-year-old to a 14-year-old. Listen carefully, you have to accept these 3 agreements whether you want them or not. Gaixi, Jiangnan, let's go. Unable to stay any longer, the fifth prince glared at Ye Shuo and left angrily. Looking at the other person's back, Ye Shuo couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Wow, there really are people in this world who try hard to force things into other people's hands even though others don't want them. After a while, Ye Shuo burst into laughter. There is no way. As a thick-skinned and black-hearted person, he likes to deal with those who are thin-skinned and can't save face. Because the other party can't save face, they can only lie down and be taken advantage of by him. Coincidentally, the entire palace is almost full of such people, including his stepfather. Ye Shuo is so happy staying there, like a fish in water. Take the small road, seeing Yuchen, let's go back to the palace. Being in a good mood, Ye Shuo couldn't help but hum a little tune. Xiao Lizi and Seeing Yuchen looked at each other and suddenly didn't know what to say. On the other side, King Ai Palace. When the fifth prince returned, it was almost time for dinner. The second prince was there today. After seeing his younger brother, the second prince asked casually, how did things go? Obviously, the second prince also knew that his younger brother had made a bet with the imperial concubine's son, and he was even the one who came up with the idea of defaulting on the debt. In the second prince's opinion, it is best not to give out such a promise casually. The second prince gave him many instructions and thought it was a sure thing, but when his own brother heard this, he opened his mouth and said to him, "I'm sorry, brother. I've already promised him." Puff caught off guard, the second prince, who was sipping his tea, was nearly choked to death. Ahem. What's going on? Did he really ask you for it? The second prince was puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. The reason he gave to his brother should be perfect. How could it be that? The fifth prince, no, he didn't want it, so I forced it on him. For a moment, the second prince suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. What did you say? What you mean is that the ninth prince didn't ask you for it, but you insisted on giving it to him, right? Brother, you don't know how infuriating the situation was. When the fifth prince mentioned this, he was furious. You know, he actually looked down on me. He's just a 7-year-old kid, looking down on me. Because of his anger, the fifth prince's voice was very loud at the beginning. However, he gradually realized that there was something wrong with his brother's eyes, and his voice gradually became lower. Feeling a little uneasy when being looked at by his brother, the fifth prince finally shut his mouth completely. He should have continued speaking in accordance with what his ninth brother said. But it's too late to say anything now. For a moment, the second prince felt that this ninth prince did it on purpose, and considering his ninth prince's previous deeds, the second prince was almost certain that he did it on purpose. But there was nothing he could do. Even so, his brother still foolishly fell into the trap. If this happened to any prince with a little shame, he would probably fall into the trap. Although the ninth prince is absurd, he is not stupid. The second prince said, skimming off the foam with the lid and taking a sip of tea. Apart from anything else, the fact that he can coax his father around shows that he is not a fool. Although the second prince had never seen him, he was very sure of this. Remember to be more careful when dealing with him next time. After learning from his mistakes, the second prince could only warn his brother again, don't be fooled again. Yes, the fifth prince replied weakly. On the other side, inside Kiowa Palace, Ye Shuo was thinking that since he had made these 3 agreements, the fifth prince was probably pretty much doomed. Oh, I don't mean that he is useless, but I mean that he probably won't be able to play any role in my life from now on. During dinner, seeing that his son seemed to be in a particularly good mood, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but ask a question. Seeing his son's face full of being forced into a corner and I don't want to do it either, and then listening to what he said, the corners of Emperor Jingwen's mouth twitched slightly. I swear, I really didn't mean to take it on my own. It was fifth brother who forced it upon me, and I couldn't refuse it. Emperor Jingwen. Today he probably experienced what it meant to get something for nothing. Your fifth brother has just recovered from his illness. Please stop torturing him. Ye Shuo was immediately unhappy when he heard this. What do you mean I'm torturing him? My fifth brother has good character and is honest. He doesn't even deny his debts to his own brothers. I'm sure he's very happy to be able to fulfill his promise. Father, please don't slander him. It seems like my fifth brother is very unhappy that he agreed to my promise. Emperor Jingwen fell silent upon hearing this. If Xiao Wu had the thick skin of Xiaoju, he wouldn't have been trapped by him. Ziyaju will soon say that the black is white. It seems that Xiao Wu has to agree to these 3 agreements even if he doesn't want to. Emperor Jingwen always thought that as long as he could trick the little bastard into going to the study, everything would be fine. Little did he know that raising a child is only the first step in a long journey. There are 99 difficulties, and this is only the first one. One refers to parental problems. Emperor Jingwen once thought that with his son's intelligence, he could lie and play mahjong at the age of 2, so studying would be no problem at all. Emperor Jingwen was even deeply worried about this for a long time, fearing that his son's excessive behavior would cause the Duke of Zhen to have second thoughts. At that time, Emperor Jingwen didn't know that there was a word in this world called not doing one's job properly. There are so many smart kids in this world, but not every smart kid can use his or her intelligence in the right way. In addition, Ye Shuo did it deliberately, and under the double attack, Emperor Jingwen was soon called for a meeting with Master Zhen as parent. When he saw Master Zhen, Emperor Jingwen didn't think too much about it. After all, he had never been asked by a teacher to ask his parents for audience in his life. Emperor Jingwen even had the leisure to ask about the recent situation in the study, but he didn't notice that Master Zhen's expression was becoming more and more entangled, as if he had something to hide. At that time, the Crown Prince and several important ministers were present, and Emperor Jingwen was discussing recent state affairs with them when Junior Master Zhen happened to come over. At that time, Junior Master Zhen was thinking about reporting to Emperor Jingwen alone after these important ministers left. Unexpectedly, Emperor Jingwen did not think so much at that time. When he heard that Junior Master Zhen had arrived, he directly asked Wang Ziquan to call him in as well, making it difficult for Junior Master Zhen to speak or not. Lord Zhen, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Finally noticing the other party's dilemma, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but speak. Exactly 2 hours had passed, and he and the ministers were all tired. In addition, the prince would have to work in the court in the future, so it would not be a bad idea to let the ministers familiarize themselves with the situation in advance. What you fear is bound to come true. However, since the emperor has asked, Master Zhen has no choice but to speak. Master Zhen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, lowered his voice, and reminded quietly, Your Majesty, it's about the 9th prince. When Emperor Jingwen heard the word 9, he immediately understood. Even though he had never been called as a parent before, his sixth sense reminded him that asking Master Zhen to make the trip in person was probably not a good thing. Family disgrace should not be made public. Emperor Jingwen regretted it. Just as he was about to go back on his word, he saw Prime Minister He who was sitting below him suddenly became energetic. His original fatigue was swept away instantly. Then he saw the Duke of Zhen who was sitting opposite him, who was the same. His tiger eyes immediately widened. The Duke of Zhen didn't expect that after being summoned to the palace by the Emperor with great difficulty, he would actually hear news about his grandson here for the first time. As the chief civil official in the empire, He Xiang had always been at odds with the military general, the Duke of Zhen, and disliked him for being crude, mediocre, and barbaric. He Xiang had heard of the title of the 9th prince, and he didn't think that there could be any good news from Master Zhen from the upper study coming over specially. It was ridiculous that the Duke of Zhen seemed to be particularly expectant. He just wondered if the old man would be able to sit still after listening to it. Although Prime Minister He wanted to see the Duke of Zhen embarrassed, he knew that the 9th prince was the Emperor's son, and this matter was not so easy to bring up. Prime Minister He did not act rashly, but just sat there and stared at Master Zhen. The other adults were equally curious, and they also wanted to see the 9th prince who was so favored by the Emperor. Just like that, almost everyone's eyes fell on Master Zhen, including the Duke of Zhen. Master Zhen immediately felt a surge of pressure. Emperor Jingwen had already made his announcement, and now he wanted Master Zhen to stay and report alone, but he really couldn't bring himself to do so. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to wave his hand at Master Zhen and said, Forget it, go on. References. Upward arrow 1 refers to parental problems. There were 8 people in total present, all of them were of the 2nd rank or above, and there was not a single one below the 2nd rank, and all of them were important ministers of the country. And now, this group of people are quietly waiting to hear how the teacher complains to the students' parents. The Shangshuling even urged him a little, Lord Zhen, since His Majesty has spoken, don't keep us in suspense. 1 Shangshu equals post in Ministry of Work. The Shangshuling is a genuine 2nd rank official, and I didn't expect that he would be interested in such trivial matters. Master Zhen saw that he couldn't avoid it anymore, so he had no choice but to speak. Your Majesty, please take a look at this first. As he spoke, Master Zhen took out a book from his sleeve. This book belongs to none other than Ye Shuo's textbook. It was confiscated by Master Zhen today and was specially given to Emperor Jingguan to read. Soon, the book was presented to Emperor Jingguan. Emperor Jingguan opened it and saw, there didn't seem to be anything special. Seeing that it was still clean, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the emperor was still the emperor after all, and he soon discovered something was wrong. Why is this book so clean? Master Zhen couldn't hold back when he heard this, because His Royal Highness the 9th Prince has never seen it. According to Master Zhen's observation, the 9th Prince could read for half an hour at most every day. Half an hour? Compared with other princes who often spent 4 to 5 hours studying a day, half an hour was simply below the bottom line for the other princes. The 9th Prince didn't even write his name. In order to prevent being misled, princes would usually write their own names in the books. Emperor Jingguan closed the book and saw that it was indeed empty, cleaner than his face. Prime Minister, he looked meaningfully at the Duke of Zhen who was sitting opposite him, and couldn't help but smiled. The Duke of Zhen felt that he should defend his grandson at this time. Your Majesty, I think that studying should not be rushed. What's so good about reading that book? It's hard to remember and understand. Even if you remember it, you won't know what it means. It's full of twists and turns and not fun at all. Moreover, in the eyes of the Duke of Zhen, half an hour was already good. None of his grandchildren, except the eldest grandson, could sit for so long. Half an hour today, and another half an hour tomorrow, won't it be enough if it accumulates over time? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingguan resisted the urge to curse, and returned the book expressionlessly. He said he didn't want to read it, so he didn't read it? How could Master Zhen let him do this? I really have no choice. Lord Zhen was also helpless. The 9th Prince said that he gets a headache when he studies for a long time, and half an hour is the limit. If he was forced to watch for a while longer, the 9th Prince would cover his chest and support his head. He pretended so convincingly that for a moment Lord Zhen didn't know whether it was true or not. If it was true, and if something really happened to the prince, he would not be able to bear the consequences. When the Duke of Zhen heard this, he nodded repeatedly and agreed with his grandson's words. That's right. Reading is a headache? Now the other ministers also started laughing. Duke of Zhen, shut up. Emperor Jingguan couldn't hold it in any longer this time, and turned to glare at the Duke of Zhen. Then he took a deep breath, feeling that things were far from being that simple. Lord Zhen, what else? And Your Majesty, please look at these. Lord Zhen came prepared today, and everything that needed to be prepared had been prepared. When the young eunuch outside the door came in holding a wooden box, Ye Shuo and the others were all stunned. If I remember correctly, it hasn't been long since the 9th Prince went to the study? How come he couldn't have made all of these? The next moment, Lord Zhen confirmed the minister's guesses. Your Majesty, these are some small items that I confiscated from the 9th Prince during my recent classes. When Emperor Jingguan opened it, he saw a mess of all kinds of things inside. Emperor Jingguan picked up a square piece of jade and took a look at it in his hand. It turned out to be a small seal. Perhaps because he was a beginner, the seal was carved crookedly and one could only vaguely make out it was a human face. Curiosity kills the cat, and this is no exception for the emperor. Driven by curiosity, Emperor Jingguan dipped his seal in his own ink and then stamped it on a blank piece of rice paper. After seeing clearly what was engraved on it, Emperor Jingguan's face immediately turned dark. Long hair, a woman? But in fact, as an ancient person, Emperor Jingguan didn't know anything about animation. In addition, Ye Shuo's carving was rather messy, which made Emperor Jingguan mistakenly recognize it. Emperor Jingguan suddenly remembered the rouge and belly band he had caught at his 1-year-old birthday banquet. Now that the old matter was brought up again, it immediately became a thorn in the side of Emperor Jingguan. Ye Shuo and the others watched helplessly as the emperor crumpled up a piece of rice paper and threw it away. Emperor Jingguan then put the seal aside, deciding to have someone grind it off later. Emperor Jingguan quickly fished out the second thing from the box. It was a small wooden stick. The small wooden sticks were half as long as a chopstick. 5 or 6 of them were about as thick as a chopstick and were polished to be very smooth. They were all tied with red silk. There were about 100 sticks in a bundle. What is this for? Emperor Jingguan was puzzled. Lord Zhen stepped forward, took the wooden stick, untied the red silk, and then personally demonstrated to the emperor and the ministers how to play. It is to use one of the small wooden sticks to push out the other wooden sticks little by little. During this period, the other wooden sticks cannot move. If they move, you lose. Emperor Jingguan. It sounds like it's quite interesting. Well, what about this? With a light cough, Emperor Jingguan pointed to a stack of chessboards hand-painted by his son. There is one black and one white on the chessboard, which looks like Go, but if you look closely, it is not Go. Lord Zhen took a look and said, this was invented by His Highness. It's called Go Bang. His Highness the 9th Prince said that when the 5 pieces are in a line, you win. What the hell is this? In addition to the hand-painted chessboard, there are also trap games, which can be played with paper and a pen. Soon, Emperor Jingguan took out a book that was half the size of his palm and had been bound with thread. There is a little man holding a sword on every page of the book. The little man is drawn very simply. Although it is called a little man, it is actually just a few lines and circles put together. Why did he draw so many of the same thing? Emperor Jingwen asked again. His Majesty doesn't know either. It was only after listening to Ye Shuo that Lord Zhen knew how to look at this thing. So Lord Zhen reminded, Your Majesty, you will understand if you turn the pages faster. Emperor Jingwen did as he was told, and then he discovered, the little guy moved. Chopping, hacking, and picking are just some simple movements, but they are quite interesting. There were also bookmarks made of leaves, sandbags made of rags, etc. The most outrageous thing was that Emperor Jingwen found 5 things at the bottom that were almost identical in shape and size, and he didn't know whether they were pig bones or sheep bones. What about this? What is it used for? Emperor Jingwen didn't want to ask so many questions, but he had no choice because he had never seen it before. Lord Zhen helped demonstrate again. It's just that his hands were not that flexible, and could not be compared with Ye Shuo's dexterous posture when catching stones. Basically, when this bone was thrown up, the sheep bone below had not been caught yet, and the one thrown out had already fallen. The ministers were stunned by the flustered Lord Zhen in front of them. After being stunned for a moment, Ye Xiang and the others could not help but be speechless. From the box full of messy things in front of them, they could tell that the 9th prince was definitely a man who did not do his job properly. Fortunately, the emperor only favors him, and fortunately, the person chosen by the emperor to inherit the throne was not him. A child's character can be judged by his age at the age of 7. It seems that the 9th prince will never have any real power in his lifetime. Ye Xiang and the others looked at each other and shook their heads in their hearts. The prince standing by was silent. He had no idea where his younger brother got so many frivolous ideas from. The Duke of Zhen didn't think so much. He thought that playful children were good and playful children were healthy. Okay, let it go. I almost understand it. Emperor Jingwen didn't know what to say anymore. He wished he could put some of his attention away from having fun and focus on reading. Thinking of this, Emperor Jingwen hurriedly asked, What about his homework? How is his homework? Lord Zhen shook his head, his expression unable to hide his grief. Your Majesty, in such a long time, the 9th prince has only completed his homework on time twice. Every time he was asked to recite something, he almost never recited it completely. When I passed by His Highness the 9th Prince during morning reading today, this servant just realized that His Highness the 9th Prince only opened his mouth but did not make any sound. When Lord Zhen saw this, his plan was finally completely ruined. He got so excited that he came to the Kinzen Hall with his box to file a complaint. Lord Zhen was so angry at that time that he couldn't care less. I have tried slapping him on the hand, scolding him, and even making him stand in the corner as punishment. When the class was over, I went out to take a look, and only the bowl of water on the 9th Prince's head was still there. The 9th Prince had disappeared long ago. Lord Zhen knelt down with a plop, accusing him word by word, tears streaming down his face. He has never taught such a difficult student in his life. Every new gadget he found was confiscated, but new ones would pop up the next day, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, with no end in sight. No one knew what was in his little head, and he would have enough for 2 toys a day. Looking at the articles written by His Highness the 9th Prince, he may not be able to write one in 10 days. Lord Zhen's grief was genuine. Your Majesty, I really can't teach His Majesty well. I am guilty. As confident as Lord Zhen was before, he is now as discouraged as ever, and was even angered to tears by a student like Ye Shuo. Ye Xiang and others standing by were also stunned by this scene. As colleagues, they knew how stubborn Lord Zhen was. Being able to force him into this state, everyone had a further understanding of the 9th Prince's stubbornness. Seeing the miserable state of his old rival, who was still crying at such an old age, the Crown Prince's tutor tried to hold back his expression, but finally failed and slightly raised the corners of his lips. Although he had known that this day would come, when it finally came, the Grand Tutor was still very happy. He just kept silent because of his old rival's face. However, perhaps it was due to telepathy or something else, but just when the Grand Tutor's expression had only lasted for 2 breaths, Lord Zhen, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head as if he had sensed something. As luck would have it, Lord Zhen happened to meet the eyes of the Crown Prince's tutor, and saw the faint gloating in them, which made Lord Zhen even more sad and angry. Laugh, 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 what's so funny? He just met a student as good as the prince, so he had the time to laugh at himself. If their identities were reversed, this person might be worse than... Wait. Identity swap? Lord Zhen was stunned for a moment, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If you don't have the skills, you shouldn't take on this job. If you don't have the ability, you should let someone more capable teach you. Didn't this old guy always boast that his teaching students were better than his own? The sudden change in Mr. Zhen did not escape the eyes of the Teifu. He did not say anything at this time, but for some reason, the Teifu suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Wait, what does this old guy want to do? As expected, the two of them had known each other for a long time. The moment Master Zhen was stunned, the Crown Prince's tutor had already seen the clue. However, before the Crown Prince's tutor could continue to explore, Master Zhen suddenly lowered his head again. The Prince's tutor's anxiety suddenly reached its peak. At this moment, Emperor Jingwen spoke up, "This matter has nothing to do with you, Lord Zhen, you should get up first." Even though he was an emperor who never felt that he had done anything wrong, he could not say that it was the fault of the master when he encountered this situation. After all, Emperor Jingwen had also experienced the skills of his son. However, Master Zhen was so excited that he refused to stand up. I failed to help His Majesty teach the 9th prince, and I failed in my duty. As Master Zhen spoke, he was about to cry again. The Duke of Zhen, who was standing next to him, was immediately displeased when he heard this. The 9th prince just played around a bit. He didn't do anything else. Emperor Jingguan ignored him and was thinking about how to appease the young master. After all, there were so many princes besides Ziyaju. Soon, Master Zhen spoke again. Your Majesty, don't worry. The 9th prince is very talented. This has nothing to do with him. It's me. I am not well educated and cannot take on such an important task. Before entering the officialdom, Master Zhen was considered a great scholar of the time. Wow, to be able to force him to utter the words not well educated shows how powerful the 9th prince is. He Xiang and others looked at each other and couldn't help sighing. How come there was a 9th prince among the princes? However, the crown prince's tutor did not think so. After all, based on his understanding of Master Zhen, he was not such a humble person. Master Zhen always boasted that his knowledge was no worse than his own, especially in front of him. How could he say such a thing? There is definitely something wrong here. So the prince's tutor stood up without thinking and said, Master Zhen, you are too modest. Everyone in this world knows that you have many students all over the world and even taught a top scholar. If you, Master Zhen, think that you are not capable, who else in this world can do it? No, let's not talk about the past. I am old, and my eyesight is dim now. I am no longer as strong as I used to be. I am far less young and energetic than you, Master. Lord Zhen is 60 years old this year, and the prince's tutor is 59 this year. The two are only 1 year apart in age. How can they be young and strong? Seeing the grand tutor and junior tutor suddenly becoming modest, He Xiang and the others subconsciously picked up the tea at hand, enjoying it very much. Master Zhen, no, Master, you are the crown prince's teacher, how can I compare with you? The prince's tutor, no, it's just that the emperor favored me. If we talk about real talent and knowledge, you are still better, Master Cen. The prince was confused as he listened to what his teacher was saying. Finally, the Duke of Zhen couldn't hold it anymore and slammed the table beside him. What do you two mean? Can you just say it directly? Junior tutor Zhen bowed to Emperor Jingguan and said, I know that my ability is limited. I am far inferior to the great tutor who is full of knowledge and profound understanding. I am afraid that it will delay the 9th prince's studies, so I propose that we ask the great tutor to teach the 9th prince. What do you think? I knew that this old guy would suddenly start praising me for no good reason, but I didn't expect that he had this in mind. The prince's tutor knelt down without a second thought. Your Majesty, this is against the rules. I am the prince's teacher, how can I teach the 9th prince instead? Master Zhen opened his mouth to argue. Why not? The 9th prince is still young, Master Tefo is worrying too much. The 9th prince is only 7 years old, the crown prince is already in his 20s, and the legitimate son has been born safely. His position is already secure. In this situation, there is really no need to worry so much. It's just a matter of taking care of one more child. But that is not an ordinary child? When the crown prince's tutor thought of the 9th prince's previous behavior, he immediately became furious. No, absolutely not. But when the crown prince's tutor looked up and saw that Emperor Jingguan was frowning and seemed to be thinking about this matter seriously, his heart sank immediately. No, that won't happen. In fact, Emperor Jingguan didn't want to do that, but Master Zhen really couldn't teach him. He couldn't let the child stay like this forever, right? Even Master Zhen couldn't teach me anymore. In this palace, there weren't many teachers better than Master Zhen. Emperor Jingguan's gaze slowly shifted downwards. In fact, in terms of knowledge alone, Prime Minister He and the others were not bad either, and they were more than capable of teaching Shuo. However, they were all powerful officials, and it was really inappropriate for them to have any involvement with the prince, so this was absolutely not allowed. When Emperor Jingguan's gaze swept over, Prime Minister He and the others felt their hearts tighten suddenly, and their smiles disappeared instantly. They lowered their heads silently and began to study the pattern on the teacup at the same time. So let's ask the tutor to give it a try. The grand tutor is the prince's teacher, and they have a very close teacher-student relationship. Ziyaju is just a latecomer after all, so he is not afraid of what the grand tutor's future will be like. Just like Master Zhen said, it's just one more thing to teach the children, and it can be done easily. Emperor Jingguan then said, in this case, I will trouble you, grand tutor. The crown prince's tutor was so excited that he could hardly maintain his expression. He couldn't imagine what it would be like if the 9th prince became his student. The prince's tutor wanted to make another last-ditch effort, but he saw that He Xiang and the others who had been pretending to be dead had resurrected one after another, and then they congratulated him one after another. Congratulations, Master Tutor, you have another student. Congratulations, Master Tefo, congratulations. Master Tefo, it is a great blessing to have a student like the 9th prince. Once they become officials, and are all high-ranking officials of the 1st or 2nd rank, how can there not be some conflicts among them? Seeing that Prime Minister He and the others were just looking for fun, the crown prince's tutor almost vomited blood. However, he could not say anything bad about the 9th prince. After all, the 9th prince was the Majesty's son. If he dared to show a look of disdain, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the Majesty? The prince's tutor finally couldn't help himself, and while accepting these ill-intentioned congratulations, he also said with a fake smile, "My lords, don't be anxious, and don't be greedy. You never know when this blessing will come to your family. Didn't I also look at the jokes of my old rival in the same way? As a result, the situation changed, and it ended up in my family. When the 9th prince starts to enter the imperial court in a few years, and is accidentally assigned to work under them, we will see if they can still smile." Prime Minister he was not worried about this at all. Not to mention that it would take many years for the 9th prince to participate in politics. Even if he did, it would be unlikely for him to be assigned to the powerful departments under their control. So, it was estimated that there was no hope in this lifetime. It was impossible for the 9th prince to have any intersection with them. He Xiang and the others looked relaxed, not taking the threat from the Grand Tutor seriously at all. Master Zhen, who was standing by, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw this. In a blink of an eye, he happened to meet the smile on Master Zhen's face. The Crown Prince's master was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. If he had known this would happen, he shouldn't have smiled that time before. The prince's tutor really regretted his decision. After finally leaving the Kinzen Hall, the prince saw that his teacher was still silent and looked unhappy. He could not help but persuade him, "Teacher, don't worry too much. Although my 9th brother is a little naughty, he is not a bad person after all, and his mind is pure. Apart from this, my brother doesn't seem to have any other advantages." The prince recalled it carefully, and then fell silent. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing we can do. After all, the Grand Tutor had experienced many ups and downs, and after being depressed for a while, he quickly adjusted himself, and by the way, he found the advantages of this matter for the Crown Prince. "Don't worry, Your Highness. I will never let the 9th prince become a threat to you. Since the 9th prince is like this, let him keep it this way. The Crown Prince does not lack this helper. When the 9th prince grows up, he will not need to help His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in anything. He can just be a rich and idle prince in the future. If he not only wins the Emperor's favor, but also learns real skills from me, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with him." Because of the relationship with the Crown Prince, the Grand Tutor would certainly not be able to teach him everything he knows. If so, it would be unfair to the 9th prince. The prince was stunned for a moment, then said, "Teacher, you don't have to." The Grand Tutor shook his head and said, "Your Highness, I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Being able to keep the 9th prince under his nose is actually a good thing if you think about it carefully. Strictly speaking, Master Zhen's incident today was a blessing in disguise." The prince opened his mouth, and finally sighed helplessly. The other side, Ye Shuo lay on the newly tied hammock, basking in the afterglow of the sunset comfortably. Looking at Xiao Lize and seeing Yechen beside him, they were like ants on a hot pot, running around in a panic. If you didn't know better, you would have thought the sky was going to fall. For Xiao Lize and seeing Yechen, wasn't it like the sky was falling? Everyone in the upper study room saw that Master Zhen was furious when he left with the box. After asking around, it turned out that Master Zhen had never been so angry before. There is no doubt that Master Zhen must have gone to the Emperor to complain. That box is full of confiscated gadgets made by the 9th prince. Seeing the 9th prince still so leisurely and not worried at all, seeing Yechen was so desperate that he couldn't even describe it. If I had known earlier, I should not have accepted the money from the 9th prince. If I hadn't, they wouldn't have become so deeply involved. What would Master Zhen do if he knew that the only 2 articles submitted by His Highness the 9th Prince were all written by him, and that the 9th Prince did not change a single word? Seeing Yechen was so anxious that he almost cried. Listening to the increasingly chaotic footsteps, Ye Shuo had no choice but to speak helplessly. "Why are you so anxious? Don't worry, nothing serious will happen. That box of toys is not so ordinary. Modern teachers would not bother to take care of it. They are nothing like Master Zhen, whose tolerance is too poor. How can it be okay, Your Highness? The Emperor will definitely be angry." Ye Shuo closed his eyes and scratched his ears. Oh, he would be angry, and then what? At worst, he can just scold him. What else can happen? Seeing Yechen was speechless. Okay, that seems to be the reason. Ye Shuo couldn't help but look at him. How come after so much time had passed, he still hadn't gotten used to his cheap father scolding him? Seeing Yechen opened his mouth and uttered, "Or, maybe, there might be some other punishment this time." Ye Shuo yawned. "He can stop me from studying." Just at this moment, Wang Ziquan walked over here, and after seeing Ye Shuo, he couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. How come the little prince went to such a remote place without any palace servants to serve him? It really made it difficult for me to find him. After Ye Shuo jumped down from the hammock, Wang Ziquan said, "Pass on the Emperor's order. From now on, Your Highness the 9th Prince does not need to go to the study." A prophecy? Seeing Yechen turned around suddenly, and not only him, but also Ye Shuo was stunned. No way, it's not a big deal. How could my stepfather be so mad that he doesn't even let him go to school? Later, when he heard that the Crown Prince's tutor was the new teacher, Ye Shuo was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. It is known that he is the prince who poses the greatest threat to his third brother so far, and the Crown Prince's tutor is his third brother's teacher. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for the tutor to teach him well. Good thing, I can continue to have fun without having to hide anymore. Ignoring seeing Yechen who was hestant to speak, Ye Shuo kowtowed solemnly and said, "Thank you, father." The other side. Everyone had left, but the Duke of Zhen was still lingering there, and the young eunuch next to him couldn't help but look at him several times. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to ask proactively, otherwise he felt that the Duke of Zhen could stay here for the whole day. Tell me, Lord Zhen, what else do you want to say? Upon hearing this, the Duke of Zhen's eyes lit up immediately. Your Majesty, I, your servant, just want to meet the imperial concubine and the 9th prince. I wonder if it is possible. There is no way. After hearing them talking about the 9th prince all the time today, the Duke of Zhen was really envious. Emperor Jingwen was silent after hearing this. Most of the ministers knew what was going on without his orders, and only the Duke of Zhen dared to bring it up on his own initiative. But Emperor Jingwen would definitely not agree to it. Even before Ziyaju entered the court, at least before he was a teenager, he was not allowed to meet the Duke of Zhen. Emperor Jingwen was afraid that the Duke of Zhen would lead his son astray. The child is still young and so playful that he has no ability to distinguish right from wrong. We must be careful not to let him go astray. Therefore, Emperor Jingwen did not give a direct answer and quickly changed the subject. Let's not talk about this for now. By the way, how are things going at the border? How could the Duke of Zhen be a match for Emperor Jingwen? After a while, his attention was diverted. When he left, he felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something. Oh, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. After the Duke of Zhen had completely left, Emperor Jingwen subconsciously reached out to touch the memorial beside him, but accidentally saw the wooden box again. When Master Zhen left, he did not take the box with him. Is this thing really that fun? Emperor Jingwen scattered the small wooden sticks on the table, and then according to the rules, he picked out one stick first and then used the small wooden stick to pick out the rest one by one. By the time Emperor Jingwen came to his senses, it was already evening, and he had not yet finished reviewing the memorials. After a moment's silence, Emperor Jingwen tied the small wooden stick with red silk again. When Wang Ziquan was thinking about how to deal with them, he knew that throwing them away was not an option, and he didn't know where to put them. The next moment, he heard Emperor Jingwen say, "Put these things in my private vault." Wang Ziquan was startled and quickly responded. "By the way, have you told Ziyaju about the tutor's matter?" "What did Ziyaju say?" The prince's tutor was notoriously strict. Emperor Jingwen was afraid that he would not be able to accept it for a while and worried that he would make a fuss again. Wang Ziquan couldn't help but smile when he heard this and replied, "It seems that the 9th prince likes the grand tutor very much. When I said this, His Highness immediately accepted the order and thanked me. That's good. Presumably because Ziyaju often hangs out in the Eastern Palace, he is no stranger to the grand tutor." After hearing what Wang Ziquan said, Emperor Jingwen immediately felt relieved. The next day, Ye Shuo had already started packing his things, preparing to go to the East Palace to study. The princes felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to say. The crown prince's tutor is the highest official in the dynasty and also the prince's teacher. Wouldn't being his student mean that you would be treated the same as the prince? But when they thought about the fact that the 9th prince was sent to the Eastern Palace for discipline because he was too naughty and uncontrollable, the other princes really couldn't feel jealous. If it were them, they would definitely feel extremely ashamed. Looking at Ye Shuo again, he seemed fine and even had time to say goodbye to them. "I'll be leaving soon, everyone, don't miss me too much." The 5th prince couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. "Who would miss you? I wish you would leave." Ye Shuo raised his eyebrows. "Huh? Really? I remember you said the same thing last time." Thinking of the 3 agreements, the 5th prince immediately shut his mouth. He suddenly began to doubt himself. Would he really miss him by then? No, definitely not. The 6th prince was speechless upon seeing this. Although he went to the Eastern Palace, he still had to return to Kiowa Palace at night, so it didn't have any impact at all. Looking at the 7th prince and the 8th prince, especially the 7th prince, as soon as Ye Shuo left, no one could control the 5th prince. The 7th prince was probably the only one who sincerely hoped that he would not leave. "Don't worry. If he dares to bully you again, just tell me and I will help you deal with him." While everyone was not paying attention, Ye Shuo lowered his voice and spoke in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear. The 7th prince was stunned, then looked up suddenly. "Just consider it as a thank you for reminding me last time." Although the note was of no use, Ye Shuo still kept it in mind. Ye Shuo didn't care whether the other party's motives were pure or not. The 7th prince was stunned. "I'm obviously, okay." Seeing the 5th prince immediately turned his head away, Ye Shuo patted his shoulder and turned back again. The 7th prince looked at his back, wondering what he was thinking. Ye Shuo didn't have much stuff, just a few books, an inkstone and a writing brush. The inkstone looked new, and the writing brush didn't show many signs of use. Most of the stuff was made from chessboards, and Master Zhen got a headache just thinking about it. And now that this hot potato has finally been thrown away, Master Zhen feels refreshed when he thinks that his old rival will become as miserable as himself. He deserves it for letting him laugh at him. Ye Shuo left very quickly. Originally, Master Zhen and the other princes thought that with his departure, the upper study would finally return to its former tranquility, which was a good thing. But gradually, everyone felt that something was missing. No one is arguing or rolling up their sleeves with the 5th prince anymore. No one is pestering the 6th prince anymore. The 7th prince has to start dealing with the 5th prince again. No one is playing sandbags with the 8th prince anymore. And no one is making Master Zhen angry every day. During the break, the little grandson didn't know who to go play with, and everyone became quiet and distant as they were at the beginning, polite and courteous. Finally, Ye Shuo's seat in the upper study room also became empty. Asterisk. Halfway through the walk, Ye Shuo suddenly sneezed for some unknown reason. It's over, it's over. They must be missing me. Hearing this, Xing Yuchen's eyes suddenly became a little strange. Come on, after he left, Lord Zhen and the princes were so happy that they didn't have time to miss him. You don't understand this. Although he didn't say anything, Ye Shuo was not stupid, so how could he not know what he was thinking? I have such good relationships with people, it's normal for them to miss me. Ye Shuo had a lot of experience in this matter. When he was in school in his previous life, there were always a few naughty students in his class. If they were just being naughty, they were actually quite likable. Xing Yuchen still didn't believe it, but since this matter was not very important after all, he didn't continue to dwell on it. Seeing that the Eastern Palace was within sight, Xing Yuchen finally spoke out what he had been holding back all night. Your Highness, I think that studying with the Grand Tutor is actually not a good thing. Wow, this guy has become smarter recently. Ye Shuo was a little surprised. If an old man, who had served in the government for many years, found this, he would not find it strange at all. But after all, Xing Yuchen was only 12 years old. A normal 12-year-old would not be able to see that deeply. Although the Grand Tutor has always hated evil and was upright, that was in the past after all. Now that the daughter of the Grand Tutor has married the Crown Prince and become the Crown Princess, she has also given birth to a little grandson. The nature of the situation has changed all of a sudden. On the surface, the Grand Tutor is still a minister of his stepfather, but in fact, he is completely the prince's man. Even if he wants to stop working for the prince, he can't. Besides, the Crown Prince, his third elder brother, is helpless in the world. Others, like him, can still hide and avoid them. If he doesn't want to work hard, then he doesn't have to. As long as he doesn't get involved in the power struggle, he can be guaranteed to be a prince, and then there will be no big problem in living his life smoothly. 1T/L equals he is referring that the chosen one would have to bear the burden, while other princes can live a free life, if they don't get involved in the power struggle. Ye Shuo didn't have that idea originally, but after seeing the fifth prince and the others, he became even more determined in his original choice. Firstly, he really didn't think there was anything good about being an emperor. He had already enjoyed everything he should have in his previous life. Secondly, as the old saying goes, wealth and glory cannot be brought into this world and cannot be taken away from this world either. In the end, being an emperor is nothing but empty talk. Finally, Ye Shuo really couldn't guarantee that he could win against the 8 brothers above him. These 8 people were not easy to deal with. If anything went wrong, it would be all over. In the fight for the throne, even a slight mistake can be fatal. Fight for 1 life and 9 deaths, or don't fight for 9 lives and 1 death. Even a fool knows which one to choose. As the son of his cheap father, he doesn't have to worry about anything as long as his cheap father is around. It's simply wonderful. So even though Ye Shuo's feelings for his stepfather aren't as deep as his feelings for his father, deep down he still hopes that he can live a long life. The longer, the better. Looking at the Crown Prince again, since he has been appointed as the heir to the throne, he has to fight for it even if he doesn't want to, because other princes may not necessarily die if they fail, but he will definitely die if he fails. Not to mention himself, his whole family might be implicated. If he meets a ruthless person, all the flower buds in the East Palace will be pinched out. So under this circumstance, the Crown Prince certainly didn't hope that he could learn anything real. Ye Shuo could understand the Crown Prince's difficulties, so he didn't think it was a big deal. Since no one, including Xiao Ming, wants him to be better, then he should never be better. This way everyone can be happy, which is also good. So when Ye Shuo heard what Xing Yuchen said, he immediately frowned and said in feigned anger, "What do you mean? Third brother is so good to me, I won't allow you to slander him. It was my father's order that I study with the Grand Tutor. How can the Grand Tutor disobey my father's order? If you say that again, I will be angry." Completely unaware of the smile in Ye Shuo's eyes, Xing Yuchen was scolded and felt bitter in his heart. This is indeed the case on the surface, but it is not the case inside. The 9th prince has a reputation for being naughty, so it is understandable even if the Grand Tutor is not able to teach him well. If it is delayed for a few more years, then wouldn't the 9th prince be completely ruined? Oh my god, what should I do if I follow a prince who is playful, naive, and gullible? Ever since he discovered that the 9th prince was unreliable, Xing Yuchen had been forcing himself to step in. After all, they were all in the same boat, and if the 9th prince was not well, he would not be well either. Xing Yuchen has been working harder recently than before, but he discovered today that it might not be enough, far from enough. Xing Yuchen felt that he had to work harder and be by the 9th prince's side all the time to remind him, lest he be tricked to death one day. In the end, Xing Yuchen, with a sad face, followed Ye Shuo into the East Palace. References. Upward arrow 1T/L equals he is referring that the chosen one would have to bear the burden, while other princes can live a free life, if they don't get involved in the power struggle. At first, the Grand Tutor thought that Emperor Jingguan was mocking him and was ready to kneel down and apologize, but I never expected that Emperor Jingguan really thought so in his heart. After a little more inquiry, it turned out that it was the 9th prince who admitted it himself. The Teifu felt mixed emotions and suddenly didn't know what to say. Only the 9th prince would think this was a good thing. If it were any other prince, when he said the word Zhuangzi, he would probably make a scene. Although Zhuangzi is good, it is not suitable for the royal family. Unaware of this, Emperor Jingguan was still praising him. It turns out that the Grand Tutor has a good way of teaching. He has helped Xiaju settle down. Thank you for your hard work. Isn't it true? After 5 days of rest, the 9th prince must feel good about himself. The more Emperor Jingguan praised him, the more uncomfortable the Grand Tutor felt. I still have some memorials to deal with, so I'll go ahead. Finally, Emperor Jingguan left, and the Grand Tutor breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to go back to the East Palace, but halfway through, he finally changed direction. Let's go and take a look at the library. Since the Grand Tutor is the prince's teacher and often walks around the palace, and since he is old, there is not much to be shy about. Holding the prince's token and under the guidance of the young eunuch, the tutor came all the way to the library. At that time, Ye Shuo was catching up on his sleep. There is no way, I got up too early in the morning. My child is still growing, how can he not get enough sleep? Besides, the library is quiet. It is such a pleasure to sleep in a place filled with the fragrance of books and ink. Today, Ye Shuo even specifically told Xiao Luzi to secretly put a small pillow in his pocket before leaving Kaiwa Palace. Now, Ye Shuo can lie on the table without even worrying about his hands getting numb. When the tutor arrived, what he saw was Ye Shuo sleeping soundly. Looking at his attendants and study companions beside him, each one was studying more enthusiastically than the other. Because of Ye Shuo's previous reputation, the Grand Tutor had already been prepared, but when he suddenly saw this scene, he still felt excited for a moment. After all, as a teacher, you have some occupational diseases. It seems that the suspicion that the 9th prince was hiding his abilities and pretending to be naughty can be completely cleared. The 9th prince really doesn't like studying at all. The Grand Tutor knew very well in his heart that he came here on a whim, and there was absolutely no possibility that the 9th prince had prepared in advance and put on a show for him. And looking at the indentations on the 9th prince's face, it doesn't look like they were just made. His face has even turned red. Seeing Yuchen noticed that the palace maids who were sorting books nearby knelt down one after another. He looked up belatedly. The moment he saw the Grand Tutor, he was suddenly startled and hurriedly pulled the clothes of the 9th prince next to him. Your Highness, wake up, the master is here. What nonsense are you talking about? How could the master come here? Ye Shuo was woken up in a daze. He was feeling dissatisfied, but when he looked up, he happened to meet the dark old face of the tutor. He was stunned for a moment. No, didn't we agree not to care? Teacher. It's okay, it's good like this. Comforting himself in this way, the Grand Master tried his best to calm himself down. After a long time, the Grand Master calmed down and asked, have you finished copying the 10 copies of Xiao Yaoyu? Seeing Yuchen subconsciously prepared to show him the bound book, but was held down by Ye Shuo the next moment. Is this guy stupid? It was agreed to be 5 days, and it's only the 2nd day. If he hands it in now, won't there be new homework in the next 3 days? We agreed on a 5-day holiday, and not a single day can be lost. So Ye Shuo started to play dumb, and even acted a little nervous. Reply master, it hasn't started yet. The Grand Tutor had expected this, so he didn't find it strange. The Grand Tutor wanted to say something several times but finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, don't eat until you are full all day, and don't waste a moment of your time. You take care of yourself. So what on earth did the Grand Tutor come here for this time? Could it be that he came here just to take a look at him? Looking at the back of the tutor, Ye Shuo looked confused. Then Ye Shuo sighed. Logically, there wouldn't be such a change, unless the Grand Tutor had been stimulated by something. Fortunately, I hope there won't be any problems later. You guys continue studying and don't worry about me. Just remember to call me at lunchtime. After saying that, Ye Shuo lay down again. Seeing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi's expressions suddenly became even more confused than the Taifas just now, and they studied even harder afterward. The other side. After leaving the library, the Grand Tutor felt a little confused. He always felt that things were a little different from what he had initially imagined. It is true that the tutor knew that the 9th prince was playful, but he had never really seen him. In the tutor's opinion, no matter how naughty a child could be, how naughty could he be? The Taifu is surrounded by very ambitious young people, including the Crown Prince, who are also working very hard despite being in a high position. The Grand Tutor had never known before that there were people who had no sense of urgency at all. Could it be that the 9th prince really had no sense of urgency at all? How could he sleep in such an environment? For a moment, the Taifu even wanted to yell at him and scold him for his laziness. After he came to his senses, he broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps because he had never seen someone retreat so completely like Ye Shuo, the Taifu took a long time to recover. After that, along the way, the Taifu kept comforting himself that this was exactly what he wanted, with only benefits and no disadvantages, so he should just keep doing it this way. The Grand Tutor couldn't help but calm himself down. 3 days passed in a flash, and Ye Shuo slowly handed in the discounted copy of Xiao Yaoyu. Seeing the tutor take it, Seeing Yuchen's heart almost jumped into his throat. He always felt that this matter could not be concealed. Think about it, this person is the Grand Tutor. How could His Highness the 9th Prince do it so obviously? Okay, I understand. After turning 2 or 3 pages, the tutor found that the book was covered with tiny handwriting that looked like dog crawling. His eyes hurt, so he closed the book immediately. Seeing Yuchen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ye Shuo was not panicked at all. Think about it, the Grand Tutor had no intention of asking him to learn anything real, so how could he really check it carefully? Even if he saw it later, he would pretend not to see it. Ye Shuo just knew it, that's why he is so brave. After resting for 5 days in a row, Ye Shuo originally thought that the tutor would just ask him a few random questions and then assign him a bunch of homework, and that would be all. Unexpectedly, the Grand Tutor kept him for a whole morning before letting him go. Compared with the previous cup of tea, the difference of this half-day's effort is simply too great. Ye Shuo's first reaction was that this tutor was no good, not cruel enough at all. Since he was going to do it, why didn't he do it to the end? If he was cruel enough, wouldn't things be much better for me? The Grand Tutor is worthy of being the Grand Tutor. The series of questions made Ye Shuo dizzy and extremely sleepy. He asked questions about literature, history, geography, classics, etc. It was obvious that the Grand Tutor was very knowledgeable, understood everything, and could explain everything. If I had known earlier, I would have come a little later today, and come back after dawn. Ye Shuo thought that he would be done quickly, but in the end, what a mistake. What a mistake. In the end, the tutor didn't even talk to him about Zhuangzi anymore, and the content of the book he was copying today was changed to the Analects of Confucius, which scared Ye Shuo so much that he trembled violently. Why are you starting to teach the real thing? Ye Shuo began to reflect on himself, wondering if he had answered too many questions just now. In the future, he must answer a few more questions. Don't worry, Master. Shuo will hand in all these articles in 7 days. About half a cup of tea later, Ye Shuo left with his companion and attendants. After the East Palace became completely quiet, the Grand Tutor gasped for air, feeling a blackness in front of his eyes and a sharp pain in his heart. Apparently, today's investigation has made the Grand Tutor feel a little overwhelmed. The 9th Prince's ignorance was completely beyond the Grand Tutor's tolerance. Not to mention what happened earlier, the 9th Prince didn't even know how the founding emperor of the Ye family gained control of the world, and that was the 9th Prince's own great-grandfather? Also, when he mentioned that there was not only one country, Great Zhou, on this land, but there were 2 other countries around it that stood opposite to Great Zhou, the 9th Prince's expression of disbelief deeply hurt the Taifu's heart. The first 2 questions above would have been fine, but it was the third and final question that completely broke down the Taifu's psychological defenses. The 9th Prince actually felt that the sky above his head and the land under his feet were round. This is not just ignorance, he doesn't even have common sense. But to be honest, this matter is not Ye Shuo's fault. After all, the time and space he is in is obviously different from his previous life. He dare not answer questions about history randomly. Also, the country he lived in his previous life had already completed unification more than 2,000 years ago. He thought so purely as a subconscious reaction. How could he have known that his cheap father was like that, and as a result, he couldn't even achieve the most basic unification, so Ye Shuo never asked about it for all these years. As for the third question, the sky above my head and the earth under my feet are no different from my previous life. Every day still has 12 hours, the solar terms are still the same, and the sun still rises in the east and sets in the west. It can be basically confirmed that the sky and the earth are still round. So is he wrong to say that? No? However, Taifu did not think so. Shocked in his heart, these 3 questions and Ye Shuo's reactions when answering the questions became Taifu's thorns. It was like they were branded in Taifu's heart, and Taifu would think of them from time to time. How could this happen? How could something so simple go wrong? Of course, the Grand Tutor pretended to be very calm on the surface, and it was hard to tell that he was so troubled that he almost vomited blood. 7 days later, when Ye Shuo came to hand in his homework on time, he didn't even notice it. He just felt that the tutor was staying late more and more. After learning from the previous experience, Ye Shuo dared not just say he didn't know the next 2 times. Gradually, he was able to answer some questions. But it was no use now, the initial impression was so deep that it was too late for him to express it now. Every time he saw him, Taifu's sanity was on the verge of collapse. Ye Shuo over there still doesn't know anything. After resting back and forth for about a month, Ye Shuo finally felt a little bored staying in the palace. He was 7 years old this year and could run and jump. He felt that it was time for him to go out and try his luck again. That day in the library, Ye Shuo opened his eyes after practicing, looked out at the fiery red sky, and suddenly said, "Why don't we go play outside the palace?" Seeing Yechen's hand trembled, and the piece of paper he was writing on was completely ruined. Xiao Lize had never been out since he entered the palace at the age of 7. Now that he was 14, he instinctively felt that this idea was too horrifying. "Your Highness, this is inappropriate. The imperial concubine and the emperor will not agree. Could it be that His Highness is planning to make trouble again?" Xiao Lize accidentally revealed his true thoughts. "What are you thinking about?" Ye Shuo felt that the 2 people around him were too unimaginative. Isn't it possible to find a ready-made reason just by looking for it? The Grand Tutor can't be the only one satisfied, he has to do something when necessary, right? Ye Shuo decided that when the time comes, he would say that it was the Grand Tutor who asked him to go home to teach. As long as it was related to learning about the common usage of ancient and modern times, how could his mother and stepfather not agree? Besides, the Grand Tutor doesn't pay much attention to him, so won't he be allowed to play around as he pleases? It happened that the 3rd day was the time for a new round of homework submission. Ye Shuo handed in his homework in the morning, and when the Grand Tutor was about to leave the palace, he took Xiao Lizi and hid in the carriage in advance, quietly waiting for the carriage to take them out of the palace. Oh, I forgot to say that he had already given Xing Yuchen a holiday in advance and asked him to wait outside the palace. As for whether I told the tutor, of course I didn't. Fearing that he would not agree, Ye Shuo simply acted first and reported to him later, without any ambiguity. Just like that, the carriage slowly drove out of the palace gate, finally ending a day's hard work. The Grand Tutor was drinking tea happily in the carriage, but after passing the palace gate, he suddenly heard a movement under his butt. When the Grand Tutor saw the 9th prince opening the storage box and coming out, he couldn't help but spit out all the tea he had drunk with a puff. Your Highness. Forced to ascend the throne after transmigrating. Forced to ascend the throne after transmigrating. Your Highness, why are you here? The master's face was filled with shock. Ye Shuo nimbly climbed out of the storage box under the Teifu's buttocks. Seeing that Xiao Lizi was still standing there in embarrassment, he opened the locker opposite without saying anything. The master then discovered that there was someone in the locker opposite. As for the things originally placed inside, no one knows when they disappeared without a trace. There are still a lot of tea leaves in there that he has collected and never wanted to drink. As if sensing the master's heartache, Ye Shuo pulled Xiao Lizi out and said, "Don't worry, master. I have already asked someone to move the things in your storage compartment to Shu Lanzai in advance. You can take them back anytime. 2 sets of tea sets, a small charcoal stove for boiling tea, a basket of high-quality smokeless charcoal, a blanket, 2 tea cakes, 2 clay pots of tea leaves and other miscellaneous things had been secretly taken away by Ye Shuo. The Grand Tutor felt that this had nothing to do with whether it was a piece of property or not. The most important thing now was to find a way to send the little prince back. This is the son of the imperial concubine, the most beloved prince of his majesty. What will happen if something goes wrong when he is away from home? After the two came out, most of the seats in the carriage were occupied by them. The tutor was forced to stand there with his back hunched, and subconsciously lifted the curtain next to him to take a look. Seeing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but pour a basin of cold water on him. It's too late, master. We are already out of the city gate. Are you kidding? How dare he make any noise if he doesn't even know this? Want to return the product? No way. The Grand Tutor saw that this was indeed the case. The gate of the palace was getting farther and farther away. He loosened his grip on the curtain and felt that the situation was hopeless. The Emperor and the Imperial concubine will not allow you to come out alone. How could it be? How could I be alone? Ye Shuo first pointed at himself, then pointed at him. The master understood what he meant almost instantly. You? Great, the other party is leaving the palace under his own name. Ye Shuo's subsequent words also confirmed the master's guess. Don't worry, master. I've already told my mother in advance that you have something to teach me, so she let me go out of the palace with you and come back after I've learned it. After a while, the master's eyes widened. Your Highness, are you not going back tomorrow? Upon hearing that, Ye Shuo immediately waved his hand and said, of course. It was not easy for him to come out, so he must have a good time. I have to stay outside for at least 10 days or half a month, right? Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Although in Xiaoliz's opinion, his master didn't put in any effort at all. The master couldn't help but took a deep breath, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Your Highness, I'm sorry I can't agree to this. It will be dark soon, and the palace gates will be locked. I can take you in for 1 night. If it was just to let the 9th prince sleep in his house for 1 night, it wouldn't be a big deal, but if your Highness insists on not returning, then I am sorry that I can do nothing about it. What he meant was, if I didn't agree to leave immediately tomorrow, he would completely ignore me. Is there such a good thing? Just like that, the Grand Tutor watched the little prince in front of him and suddenly became excited. Stop the car. Ye Shuo asked the driver in front to stop without thinking. Thank you for your consideration, master. Xiao Lizi, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you leave quickly? Ye Shuo had already decided to experience the ancient version of the yin first. Although he didn't know how strong he was now, he thought that protecting himself should be no problem. After all, Ye Shuo had experimented in the palace. He hid somewhere, and the guards and secret guards could not find him, but on the other hand, he could find the other party. Although this cannot completely prove that he is stronger than the secret guards and bodyguards, it at least shows that his ability to hide is not bad. If you can't win, you can hide. If that doesn't work, you can run. Ye Shuo had also tried it. If he now poured his internal energy into his feet and only used it to run, it would take more than an hour for his internal energy to be exhausted. Running for 3 hours was enough for him to run from the palace gate to the outside of Shangjing. Besides, Shangjing was under the rule of the emperor, and the public security was much better than outside. If there were so many criminals in Shangjing, then his cheap father would be too incompetent. Taking all factors into consideration, it would be completely fine for him to play outside alone for 10 days or half a month. Ye Shuo even prepared the money for going out for fun. He deliberately discarded the silver and gold melon seeds and large denomination silver bills used as rewards in the palace, and exchanged them for loose change. He had made sufficient preparations in advance. As soon as the carriage stopped, Ye Shuo jumped off immediately. The Teifu people were all dumbfounded. After all, generally speaking, if you tell a 7 or 8-year-old child that you would ignore him, he will definitely be scared and cry loudly, and will definitely do whatever you say afterward. Coincidentally, the Grand Tutor thought so too. As a result, the 9th prince's reaction far exceeded his expectations. The Teifu's scalp immediately felt numb. He said he didn't care, but how could he really not care? After all, the 9th prince left the palace in his carriage. If something unexpected happened, how could he escape the consequences? Seeing that the person had already gone down, the Teifu was in a panic and could only cling to Xiaoluzi, who was also preparing to leave. There's no way. The smaller one is gone, and the larger one can't be let go. Xiaoluzi had never seen the Grand Tutor lose his composure like this before, and his voice became stammering. Grand Tutor, Grand Tutor. Master Teifu, you have stepped on my foot. The Grand Tutor turned a deaf ear and felt his heart suddenly hanging in his throat. Sure enough, after walking forward about 10 meters, he found that the small path had not caught up with him, so Ye Shuo could only look back to see what was going on. But after lifting the door curtain, Ye Shuo was immediately stunned. Master, what are you doing? Didn't you say you don't care? Now it doesn't look like that. The Teifu is just like his father. It is difficult to guess what an old man is thinking, and he often goes back on his words. Seeing him turn back, the Grand Tutor finally breathed a sigh of relief, his expression slightly distorted, and after a long while, his voice finally softened. Your Highness, it's not very convenient outside. Why don't you stay at my house for the next 10 days? Wow, what's the point of hanging out with an old guy? Ye Shuo shook his head repeatedly. No, I won't bother you with this matter, Master. It's not a bother, it's not a bother. The Grand Tutor almost gritted his teeth and said, Your Highness has come to my house. I am so happy that I can't wait to see you. How can I feel that it is a bother? Just wait, when he returns, he will send someone to inform the Emperor immediately that the 9th prince has escaped without permission. This time, he must file a complaint with the Emperor? Having said that, your expression doesn't say that. Ye Shuo touched his chin and felt that the Grand Tutor definitely did not think so. So Ye Shuo thought about it and said, Then when you go back, send someone to tell my father and my mother that you want me to stay in your house for a while. His own words alone might be able to fool his mother, but he certainly couldn't fool his cheap father. But it would be different if there was testimony from the Grand Tutor. Even if the matter of leaving the palace to study was not true, it would become true after getting the Grand Tutor's confirmation. The master refused without hesitation. This is impossible. Wanting him to help you lie is impossible. Ye Shuo also had some understanding of the Grand Tutor's personality. He was very old-fashioned and stubborn. He had heard this from the Crown Princess more than once, so Ye Shuo didn't hold out much hope. In that case, I'll trouble you to take care of Xiaoluzi. The master was stunned for a moment. What does he mean? Are you not going to bring even a personal attendant with you? Looking at the figure of the 7-year-old child walking away, the two people in the carriage were completely panicked. Xiaoluzi was about to cry, Master, don't you want your servant anymore? The master was also shouting, Come back, I'll help you. Really. Ye Shuo thought for a while, and finally decided to jump back into the carriage. After all, leaving the palace is a big deal, and the Grand Tutor certainly wouldn't dare to hide it. If his father knew about it, the whole of Upper Kyoto would be shaken to look for me, and that would be bad. So this is good for now. After Ye Shuo sat firmly, the Grand Tutor blocked the door of the carriage with his old bones and stared at him intently, fearing that this prince with a naughty nature would do something naughty again. Your Highness, you really scared me to death just now. Xiaoluzi almost didn't know what to do. Ye Shuo couldn't help but smile at the two of them. The tutor reacted quickly and felt that things shouldn't be like this. It was the 9th prince who acted first and reported later. It was clearly him who was in the wrong, so why did I have to beg him in the end? After Teifu came to his senses, his face suddenly turned dark. The situation was urgent, and he couldn't react quickly enough, but now it's okay. He has figured it all out. But it was too late. Just like that, under the stare of the Grand Tutor, Ye Shuo staggered along the carriage to the Grand Tutor's residence. The prince's tutor is a top-ranking official in the current dynasty, so his residence should be very large. However, when he got closer, Ye Shuo found that the house in front of him was pitifully shabby. Of course, this is only relative. Compared with ordinary people, it is definitely much better, but if compared with the residences of other officials, it is not worth mentioning. On this street, the house of the Teifu has the most ordinary facade, except for the pair of brand new big lions at the door which make it look more luxurious. Withdrawing his gaze, Ye Shuo followed the tutor into the room. Later, Ye Shuo discovered that the inside of the Teifu's mansion was not as good as the outside. At least the paint on the pillars outside was not peeling, and the basic color was still there. As for the inside of the mansion, Ye Shuo seriously suspected that the Teifu only renovated the outside. Just as he was daydreaming about something, he walked through the screen wall and came to the hanging flower gate. He heard some noise in the main room and a woman in her 50s came towards him. Although the woman had taken good care of herself, she was old after all, and her face was beginning to show signs of aging, but her movements were appropriate, and it could be seen that she was a person who had read a lot. There was a hint of calmness between her brows and her eyes were peaceful. From her still bright eyes, it could be seen that she was also a very talented and gentle woman in her time. Ye Shuo finally knew who the crown princess took after. Given the Grand Tutor's temperament of getting angry at the slightest provocation, Ye Shuo had thought that the crown princess was adopted. Madame Zhen first saw her husband in the lead, and subconsciously said, "The master is back." Who is this? Ye Shuo came out from behind the tutor without saying a word. After seeing the face of the child clearly, Madame Zhen was stunned for a moment, then blurted out in surprise, "What a beautiful child. A person with beautiful appearance and figure is called handsome. Although the child in front of me is very young, his facial features are so stunning that people can't help but marvel at him. As expected, in another 10 years, I wonder how many girls in Shangjing City will be fascinated by him." The Grand Tutor's face turned a little unhappy when he heard this. After all, in his opinion, a man should be upright, well-read, and have a sharp look between his brows. It's ridiculous for the 9th prince to only rely on his face but be empty inside. Ye Shuo next to him didn't care. He thought that he was good-looking because he had good genes. Was it a crime to be good-looking? Therefore, Ye Shuo didn't care at all, and quickly shouted to Madame Zhen in front of him, "Hello, master's wife." The Teifu is now his teacher, and Teifu's wife is naturally his teacher's wife. The Grand Tutor couldn't help but frown upon seeing this. Why was the 9th prince acting so pretentiously? However, when Mrs. Zhen heard that he was her husband's new student, she couldn't help herself and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. "At such a young age, you are very polite. You must be tired after walking all this way with your teacher. Don't just stand there. Come in and sit down. It's time for dinner. Let's have some together. See, why is having good looks useless?" Ye Shuo turned around and winked at the tutor. The master's eyelids twitched suddenly. Ye Shuo turned around and said softly, "Master's wife, Shuo has nowhere to go recently. Can you take Shuo in for a few days?" "Oh, how pitiful." Madame Zhen said without hesitation, "Of course, there are so many rooms in the house, I will just clean up one for you." "Then, what if the teacher doesn't allow it?" Ye Shuo hesitated. Mrs. Zhen was stunned. If her husband didn't allow it? Seeing her hesitation, Ye Shuo slowly lowered his head. Madame Zhen couldn't help but say, "It's just one room. I think I can still make the decision." The hopeful Teifu followed closely behind. Just when the tutor lost control and wanted to expose Ye Shuo, a young girl, no more than 15 or 16 years old, came out of the yard with 2 maids, crossed the corridor and came to the main house. The girl was in her prime, with a slender figure and a luxuriant appearance, like a flower bud about to bloom, and she was extremely beautiful. However, there was a hint of sadness between her brows, which made her look like she was forcing a smile. She seemed to want to smile, and her mouth moved, but the corners of her eyes were still slightly drooping. People who are not born with this type of eyes will behave like this. It means they are really in a bad mood and are just pretending. Ye Shuo's first reaction when he saw her was that this girl was worried. As for Xiao Lizi standing next to him, he was thinking, the Grand Tutor is indeed a hidden talent. His daughters are all prettier than the other, and you can't tell from the Grand Tutor's appearance? I thought the Crown Princess was beautiful enough, but I didn't expect that her sister was even more beautiful. She was less dignified and graceful than the Crown Princess, but her appearance was better. Because Xiao Lizi knew that the Grand Tutor had 2 daughters, he subconsciously thought the girl in front of him was the Grand Tutor's youngest daughter, and the Crown Princess's younger sister. But Ye Shuo didn't think so. First, the age didn't match. The Grand Tutor looked to be in his 50s or 60s, so how old was this girl? Giving birth at an advanced age was a very dangerous thing in modern times, not to mention in ancient times. Even if the Crown Princess is the daughter of the Grand Tutor, she is too young. The Crown Princess is only in her early 20s this year. That is to say, the Grand Tutor was in his 30s when he gave birth to the Crown Princess. It is not easy for her to give birth to another daughter a few years later. It would be fine if the Teifu was shameless enough to take a concubine at such an old age, but the key point was that along the way, Ye Shuo discovered that the Teifu seemed to have only married this one wife, who was of the same age as the Teifu, and the girl was so young, she really didn't look like a little daughter. It's more like she's a granddaughter. It's just that granddaughters of this era basically never appear in their grandfather's house. Even if they do, they usually just stay for a short time. But looking at the clothes of the 2 maids next to them, they are all the style of ordinary maids in the Teifu mansion, and they don't look like they are just staying for a short time. It's as if they have always lived here, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to say that all the personal maids are from the Teifu mansion. Plus, the Crown Princess never mentioned anything about her sisters. Ye Shuo couldn't help but sigh, then shook his head gently at Xiao Lizi, signaling him not to say more or ask more questions later. Xiao Lizi was confused and a little puzzled. Soon, the girl walked straight towards this side and said, "Grandfather, grandmother." Xiao Lizi was startled, and subconsciously began to guess the identity, appearance, and age of the eldest lady. Only then did he realize what His Highness had meant. Completely unaware of the little movements of the master and servant, the girl bowed to the Grand Tutor and the madam, then shifted her gaze to the strange child in front of her. The girl's first reaction was similar to the madam's. She thought the child in front of her was very cute. However, she was young after all, so her reaction was not as obvious as the madam's. But obviously, she was still interested in Ye Shuo. This young master is. Upon hearing this, Ye Shuo immediately put on his signature smile. Seeing that he was about to use the same old trick again, the Grand Tutor interrupted him without waiting for him to say anything, and spoke for him. "This is the 9th prince. Wen Yin, come here and meet the 9th prince. This child is actually a prince." Not to mention the girl, even the madam next to her was shocked. There was no way, because Ye Shuo had specially changed out of the prince's clothes and put on ordinary clothes. Therefore, the madam just thought that he was a young man from some family and did not think of him as a prince. Seeing that she had just been talking to him in a condescending manner, Liang Wenyan hurriedly walked down the steps and saluted towards Ye Shuo, saying, "This subject greets the 9th prince. I pay my respects to the 9th prince." Ye Shuo glanced at the grand tutor and said helplessly, "No need to be polite, get up." Ye Shuo didn't go forward, but asked Xiao Liza to help. "Grand Master, you are really something. We are all family, why bother with all this?" Ye Shuo didn't like people bowing to him, and basically avoided it whenever possible. It was probably a habit brought from his previous life, and it would be difficult to change in this life. Who is his family? I've never seen anyone so familiar. The Grand Tutor glared at Ye Shuo and said slowly, "Your Highness, etiquette cannot be abolished." To be honest, Ye Shuo did not consider the tutor as his own, but he did not want to kneel down to him. Seeing that the Grand Tutor insisted, Ye Shuo had no choice. It was already dark when they came out of the palace. The Grand Tutor first held his nose and asked the people in the mansion to pass the message to the palace. After he finished explaining, the 9th prince showed a satisfied look, and the Grand Tutor became even more furious. The madam was still puzzled. Her husband had clearly supported the crown prince, so why would he bring other princes to his home to spend the night, and stay for such a long time? Fortunately, the housekeeper came over to inform that dinner was ready, which invisibly resolved a possible conflict. The dinner at the tutor's house was just as simple as the house where the tutor lived. It was in no way comparable to the imperial palace. There were 4 people in total, so 4 dishes and 1 soup were enough. Finally, because Ye Shuo was there, a dish of roasted ham was specially added today. It is certainly much better than the food in ordinary people's homes, but as I said, it doesn't look like what a first-rank official eats at all. The Grand Tutor had predicted that the 9th prince, who had been living a life of luxury since childhood, would not be able to stand this, and he had already prepared to make a few sarcastic remarks to him when the time came. However, the 9th prince not only did not complain, but ate with relish, looking as if he was adapting well, which made the Grand Tutor a little confused. How so? But in fact, Ye Shuo is still very easy to feed. If there is good food, he will definitely eat the good ones. If there is nothing good, he will eat other things as well. It's all fine with him. He is not very picky about food. Ye Shuo eats a lot, but not fast. He chews every mouthful of rice thoroughly before swallowing it. This minimizes the burden on his stomach and intestines, and doesn't make the food spilled everywhere. Then, when the madam saw this scene, it seemed like he was eating non-stop. The madam was old, and her appetite was not very good. Her granddaughter had been weak since childhood and ate little. The madam had hardly seen this scene, and unknowingly followed suit and ate half a bowl more. Liang Wenyan next to him was even more surprised. She thought that the 9th prince seemed to have a big appetite and ate with relish. It seemed that ordinary meals became delicious. The master didn't understand. How could a child be so attractive when he was just eating? Why were the 2 people in the family so interested as if they had never seen it before? Please forgive me, Master, for not having seen the world and not knowing that the people who watch the most food broadcasts among modern children are their mothers, grandmothers, and college students. Of course, it's cute when a child's cheeks puff up. The madam was the first to put down her bowl and chopsticks. She just remembered the important matter at this moment. She had planned to discuss it with her husband when he came back today, but who would have thought that a prince would come with them today? For a moment, the madam didn't know whether she should mention it or not. After all, they were an old married couple for many years, so the Grand Tutor could naturally see what his wife was thinking at the moment. In addition, he already had an idea about the matter and really didn't want to discuss it anymore, so he said, "Don't talk while eating, and don't talk while sleeping." As expected, the madam stopped talking immediately. Ye Shuo, who was watching the excitement, did not hesitate at all and decisively put down his chopsticks. "Master's wife, don't listen to my teacher. I am the prince and I have the final say. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Isn't it said that etiquette cannot be abolished? Heaven, earth, the emperor, parents, and teachers should step back a little." The madam was visibly stunned as she never expected that he would speak suddenly. The Grand Tutor couldn't help but grit his teeth and looked over to see what the little prince was going to do. Liang Wenyan looked at this, then looked at that, and couldn't help but tugged at the madam's sleeve nervously. "Grandma, forget it. What if they started quarreling in front of the 9th prince?" The Grand Tutor also exhaled heavily. "Your Highness, this is my family affair, so please don't worry about it." What a coincidence, the more the Grand Tutor doesn't want him to do something, the more he wants to do it. Ye Shuo turned a deaf ear to him and stroked his chin. "How about letting me guess?" Since it was clearly stated that it was a family matter, coupled with the girl's sad face when they met, combined with her age, Ye Shuo suddenly had an idea. Could it be about the young lady's marriage? The Grand Tutor's breathing suddenly stagnated. He was puzzled. This 9th prince was not good at studying, but how come his brain worked so quickly in other aspects? Could it be that he is only smart in other areas? Ye Shuo asked again, but the young lady and the madam think it is inappropriate, but the old master disagrees. Based on the old man's personality, this is the most likely thing to happen. The old man is stubborn and won't listen to other people's opinions at all. Liang Wenyan was so shocked that she covered her mouth with a handkerchief. "How did you know?" Ye Shuo spread his hands. "Guess. But it seems that I guessed right." The old face of the master has now become as black as the bottom of a pot. However, the madam's psychological defenses were collapsing little by little. Seeing this, Ye Shuo thought about it. According to common sense, he should not interfere in other people's family affairs, especially other people's daughters' marriages. How could he, an outsider, ask about these things? But the situation is different now. The Teifu obviously has no intention of listening to the opinions of the two women in the family. He probably thinks that they are just women in the inner house and don't know as much as he, a great scholar who is the prince's teacher. Besides, in this day and age, it is popular to have parents' orders and matchmakers' words. If the Teifu likes the other party, his granddaughter has no right to intervene at all. But the Teifu didn't know that it was the young couple's life, and just because he thought it was good didn't mean it was really good. Just because he read a lot of books, would he never make mistakes in his life? When it comes to marriage, the opinions of the parties involved are the most important. Ye Shuo is small and weak, and he cannot help everyone in such an era, but at least if he sees something, he will help if he can. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you should take care of yourself, if you are rich, you should help the world. His status as a prince is not given for nothing, right? The crown princess has already married into the Eastern Palace and is now the daughter-in-law of the royal family. Her behavior is restricted in every way. I guess this is why the madam didn't tell her. In addition, the grand tutor insisted on doing so the madam and Liang Wenyan really had nowhere to turn to. What if he really is a bad guy? We can't just watch the little girl jump into the fire, right? In this case, it's not wrong to interfere in other people's family affairs. Thinking of this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but smile and said, since the Grand Master doesn't want to listen, then Master's wife and niece Wenyin should tell me. I have plenty of time, and I don't mind being annoyed. Liang Wenyan is the niece of the Crown Princess, and he and the Crown Prince are brothers. Is it not too much for Liang Wenyan to call him little uncle? The madam hesitated for a while, but finally spoke out. Although the ninth prince is still young, he is willing to listen. As for whether he can help, what if he can? This is what happened. After hearing this, Teifu finally lost all control and threw his chopsticks in anger. The sound of bang startled both the madam and Liang Wenyan. They have never seen their husband/grandfather so angry. For a moment, even the madam began to hesitate. Ye Shuo turned a deaf ear to it and didn't take it to heart at all. He didn't care even if his father was angry, let alone a mere tutor. Don't pay attention to him, master's wife, please continue talking. Perhaps it was the ninth prince's calmness that gave the madam confidence. The madam was not the kind of person who could not distinguish the important from the unimportant. Compared with her husband's momentary anger and her granddaughter's lifelong happiness, the latter was obviously more important. So the madam settled down again. The grand tutor was fuming and glaring for a long time, and found that no one paid any attention to him. Only his granddaughter looked at him hesitantly and worriedly from time to time. But his granddaughter was obviously not the one who made the decision, which meant that his anger was in vain and had no effect at all. But the grand tutor really didn't dare to leave. At least he could keep an eye on things here. Once he left, who knows what shocking words the ninth prince might say. What if his wife and granddaughter were really led astray by him? The master had never felt so aggrieved in his life. There was nothing he could do, no one listened to him, and in the end he could only sit down again feeling frustrated. The madam paused for a moment, as if she had discovered some new world. An idea crossed her mind unconsciously. It turns out that my husband also has times when he is helpless. The grand tutor didn't understand why someone would be interested in the affairs of a girl. What man would have such a hobby? Looking at the ninth prince who moved a stool and sat there, listening with relish, occasionally interrupting and expressing his opinions, the grand tutor couldn't help but take a deep breath. Tisk, he won't leave even though I told him to. He's really used to it. Ye Shuo couldn't help but curl his lips. Soon, the madam told the whole story. It turns out that Miss Wenyin's marriage was arranged by the tutor. Upon hearing this, Ye Shuo could no longer hold back and started to complain. There are 2 children, and we can't tell anything yet. Why is it decided so early? What if the children grow up to be bad? With Teifu's personality, he would probably keep his promise even if the children grow up to be bad. Isn't this just pushing his own children into the fire pit in vain? It is really not advisable to arrange a marriage or make a marriage contract at a young age. The grand tutor was immediately unhappy. There are countless people in the world who act like this. Are they all wrong? Ye Shuo didn't even think about it. When does having more people mean it's right? The two looked at each other, neither of them giving in, and soon turned their heads away. The madam continued. The boy was a few years older than Liang Wenyan. At that time, the two families agreed to wait until the young master of the Cao family came of age. Coincidentally, Liang Wenyan also came of age, and then the two families would immediately fulfill the marriage contract. Now the agreed date is almost here, and the young master of the Cao family is about to come of age, but something happened in the meantime that has bothered the madam to this day. It wasn't a big deal. It was just 2 years ago, when Wenyin was 14 years old, the young master of the Cao family gave Wenyin a hairpin on her birthday. After all, they are an engaged couple, and nowadays, the separation between men and women is not as strict as imagined. As long as young men and women do not give or receive things privately and their parents are present, it is not a big deal for them to give each other gifts. But the bad thing was that when the madam went to visit Cao's house later, she accidentally saw that Mr. Cao's cousin, who was staying at the house, had a hairpin in her hair that was almost exactly the same as the one on her granddaughter's head. After a little inquiry, the madam found out that it was also sent by the young master of the Cao family. Since that day, the madam couldn't help but grumble in her heart. At first, she always felt that there was something going on between her future granddaughter's husband and her cousin, but there was no substantial evidence, and there were not even any rumors. Gradually, the madam couldn't help but become suspicious. Could it be that I really misunderstood? Seeing his wife bring this up again, the grand tutor couldn't help but say, "It's just a hairpin, why are you ladies so particular about it?" Ye Shuo had a different opinion. "Taifu, what you said is wrong. Hairpins are women's personal belongings. If close sisters borrow them from each other, it's fine. But who wants others to have the same things as themselves? It would be fine if they didn't know each other, and it would be awkward at best if they met. But it happened to be a birthday gift for niece Wenyin, and it was given by the same person. This young master of the Cao family is really too rude. The key point is that it was made by one person, and it is a birthday gift. Who wouldn't be disgusted? Does he think that niece Wenyin can share everything with others? Can she just give anything away?" The grand tutor couldn't help but frown when he heard this. "You are just taking advantage of the situation, how can it be so serious?" The madam beside her had her eyes slightly lit up. Yes, that's what I mean. Every time she told her husband about this, he would say she was narrow-minded. Today, finally someone agreed with her. The madam previously thought that she was being pretentious, but now it seems that it is not the case. Seeing that Liang Wenyan next to him hadn't said anything, Ye Shuo couldn't help but turn around and ask, "What about you? After hearing about this, do you feel uncomfortable?" Liang Wenyan hesitated for a moment and nodded. "I am a little, not very happy." "It's right that you're unhappy. You did nothing wrong in this matter." Ye Shuo made the final decision, which made the tutor next to him very angry. Ye Shuo didn't even look at him, and then asked, "What happened next? Did you go to ask that Master Cao?" Although Liang Wenyan looked weak, she was, after all, a delicate young lady raised in the Taifu's mansion since she was a child, so she would naturally speak out if she was unhappy. So she said, "Yes," he asked, but he said I was unreasonable, and said that I was jealous." When she finished speaking, Liang Wenyan obviously hesitated for a moment. It was obvious that she had reflected on herself, and the shame in her eyes proved that she also felt that it was her own problem. In the eyes of the Taifu, it was just unreasonable, but the word jealous was too strong, and the Taifu was not very happy to hear it. Ye Shuo has basically confirmed that this Cao is most likely a scumbag. He couldn't argue or felt guilty, so he just put the blame on the woman. This is what the old scumbag did. Was he very angry at the time? Was he very loud? Was he also a little angry out of shame? Liang Wenyan recalled it and nodded hurriedly. Yes. Ye Shuo. This familiar operation was too familiar to Ye Shuo, a veteran who had been in the business for many years. When a man feels guilty, he tends to use anger to cover up himself. There's nothing you can do about it. Who made you hit his sore spot? Of course, this alone is not enough. Ye Shuo continued to ask, "What else? Is there anything else? Otherwise?" The madam thought for a moment and continued, "I didn't hear anything about it afterward, except that Yin'er saw the young master of the Cao family punishing the servants in his yard a few times. I heard that he was quite harsh and the servants even bled." The Taifu next to him couldn't help but snorted coldly. Women's kindness. The grand tutor felt that women were not good enough, they were soft-hearted and confused. But why couldn't he be beaten because the servant had dirty hands and feet? The statements of the grand tutor and the madam were almost completely opposite, but Ye Shuo could hear something different, so he asked, "Grand tutor, how did you know that the servant made a mistake? You were not there at the time, and you didn't see it." The grand tutor answered casually, "Of course, the young master of the Cao family told me." Ye Shuo couldn't help but sigh. "Look, one is what niece Wenyin saw with her own eyes, and the other is what Cao explained to you. Between the two, even a fool knows which one is more reliable, right?" Upon hearing this, the grand tutor was stunned for a moment. But the grand tutor still didn't believe these things were true. Liang Wenyan was his granddaughter. His eldest daughter died early, leaving behind this daughter. How could he not love her? Therefore, when choosing a husband for her, the grand tutor carefully selected the Cao family. The Cao family has a clean and upright family tradition for generations. There is a family motto that a man can take a concubine only when he is 40 and has no children. Ye Shuo shook his head. "Don't believe all rumors. Bad bamboo can produce good bamboo shoots, so how can good bamboo shoots not produce bad bamboo? This can only prove that the Cao family is good, not that Mr. Cao is good. If he really took a concubine, could the Cao family still kick him out of the house because of this? Think about it. Mr. Cao is the Cao family's biological son." The grand tutor added, "I have met Master Cao many times. He is truly a gentleman, well-mannered and polite, and a child who knows when to advance and when to retreat." The grand tutor has been watching over him all these years, as he is also afraid that his grandson-in-law will grow up to be a bad person. Ye Shuo shook his head again. "You can't know a person's heart by his appearance. You are the current imperial tutor, a first-rank official. Except for me, everyone in the younger generation is polite when they see you. Doesn't my third brother have to bow to you when he sees you? He is the crown prince. Ye Shuo has been a man for 2 lifetimes, and he knows very well that if you want to understand a man's character, you can't just look at how he behaves when he is in glory. When he is in glory, everyone can pretend, and it is really not difficult. The real way to understand a man's character is to look at his bottom line when he is down and out. If the other person can maintain his status quo, or has not fallen too far, then even if he is bad, he is not that bad. So it's not enough to just hear about it, you have to try it yourself. After all, it's someone's lifelong happiness, how can you treat it so lightly? However, the grand tutor beside him was almost mad at him. It turned out that the 9th prince himself knew that he had no manners at all around him. Ye Shuo pondered for a long time and felt that these alone were not enough, far from enough. In this era, the madam and Liang Wenyan were talking about minor issues that might not even be considered problems in the eyes of others. There must be more to it than just this, as they both opposed it and even asked the imperial tutor to cancel the engagement. Thinking of this, Ye Shuo asked, "The 9th prince is really sharp?" The madam and Liang Wenyan were both surprised and even shocked by his question. There were indeed more reasons for breaking off the engagement. The madam did not even tell her husband because she and her granddaughter found it absurd, even ridiculous. The madam never dared to tell it out loud, because if she did, her husband would get very angry. But now that the 9th prince has brought it up, the madam finally decided to speak out. "You can't keep it a secret forever, right?" After a long while, she hesitated and said, "Actually, the reason why Yinner and I are so opposed is because we both feel uncomfortable when we see the young master of the Cao family. It's hard to describe what kind of feeling it is, it's just annoyance and dislike. The other person hasn't done anything wrong, but he is just so unlikable." Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, the grand tutor became furious. After all, this reason seemed like a joke to him. The marriage had been arranged for so many years, but in the end his wife told his granddaughter that she objected for such inexplicable reasons. How could the Taifu accept this? The grand tutor felt that even the 9th prince would be angry this time, and would think that the two of them were not getting along, right? But when he turned around, he found that the 9th prince's expression was more serious than before. The Taifu's eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't even breathe. Ye Shuo was not pretending, he really felt that the situation described by the madam and his cheap niece at the end was more serious than the previous ones. Think about it, if the cheap niece is rejecting the young master of the Cao family from the bottom of her heart, then the young master of the Cao family is useless no matter whether he is good or bad. How can the two of them live on? It would have been fine if she was the only one feeling this way, but the madam actually had the same feeling. Ye Shuo was once a modern man, and he still believed in the concept of chemistry. If he didn't like someone, then he didn't like them. And women's sixth sense can be quite scary sometimes. Ye Shuo nodded and said, "I understand, but this is not a solution. The wedding is coming soon and we can't delay it. How about we think of a way and give it a try first?" The 9th prince actually believed it. He didn't even have any perfunctory intentions. Not to mention the young Liang Wenyan, even the madam was unable to come back to her senses for a long time. The Taifu looked at this, then looked at that, and suddenly everything in front of his eyes went dark. The master held his chest tightly, unable to hold back anymore, and flew into a rage. "You three, are you listening to me?" I'm listening. "Master, are you tired? Why don't you sit down and take a rest?" Although Ye Shuo kept saying that he was listening, anyone who was not deaf could tell that he was being perfunctory. This was the first time in Taifu's life that he was ignored so thoroughly. After all, her granddaughter's marriage is more important at the moment. Although the madam is usually very obedient to her husband, she is in no mood to pay attention to him now. Looking at the old, the young, and the child gathered together, whispering to each other about something, the Taifu inexplicably felt like he was left out by the three of them. In the past, no matter the big or small things in the family, everyone would ask for his opinion. Only when he nodded, the matter was settled. Look at it now, has anyone ever asked him even a single question? Am I still the head of this family? The master suddenly felt a sense of loss. But the grand tutor really couldn't bring himself to get involved. After all, it was his daughter's private matter. What was the point of an old man like him asking about it every day? The grand tutor was puzzled. Why was the 9th prince so shameless, and how could he talk about this so confidently? If Ye Shuo could realize what the grand tutor was thinking at this moment, he would definitely reply to him that he deserved it. Since he is impatient to listen to his wife nagging about the children and thinks that their matters are trivial, naturally there will be others willing to listen, and he just needs to not feel uncomfortable at that time. Ye Shuo was quite willing to listen and was not annoyed at all. He was even more willing to give his own opinions. The madam's performance was indeed a bit excited. After all, she finally met someone who was willing to listen. Although he was a little younger, he was not perfunctory at all. He also did not push all the blame onto the two of them, thinking that they were stingy. The 9th prince was often able to point out problems immediately and perfectly summed up the issues that the madam and Liang Wenyan were struggling with. Later, there were even tears in the madam's eyes. After all, for a woman like her who lives in a deep house, she has no money and no power, so what's the point of studying? She still has to rely on her husband. If her husband doesn't listen to her opinions, then she will be helpless. And just at this moment, the 9th prince appeared. It was like a life-saving straw. How could the madam not feel grateful? "Thank you, 9th prince. But will this be unfair to the 9th prince?" Thinking of the method he just mentioned, the madam couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. The man in front of her was a descendant of the emperor. Asking him to come forward and do such a thing made the madam feel uneasy. Ye Shuo waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry, it won't happen. He was just pretending to be a beggar. He had never played a role-playing game before, but just thinking about it was exciting. Although it is not a good idea to test a person in this way, special cases should be treated specially. In modern times, men and women are free people, and if they can't live together after marriage, they can just get divorced. In this case, testing each other is indeed a bit excessive. But this was in ancient times. Once married, a woman was basically tied to her husband for life and could not easily break free. Shouldn't she be more cautious in this situation? You can't just say that no matter whether the young master of the Cao family is good or bad, your cheap niece has to accept it with a pinch of her nose, right? It is better to find out in advance while things are still not finalized and there is still a chance to regret than to cry your eyes out later. So if the means are dishonorable, then it's better to be dishonorable. Ye Shuo is not the kind of person who only sticks to formalities. How to solve the problem is the most important thing. For the time being, we have set 3 small goals. First, to see if he is two-faced, arrogant at first and respectful later. Second, to see if he really has violent tendencies. Third, if possible, to see if he and his cousin really have an improper relationship between men and women. Based on his previous conversation with the madam, Ye Shuo's goal was very clear. Now that we have noticed such signs in the young master of the Cao family, let's start with these 3 aspects to verify their authenticity. By the way, I forgot to ask, how is the cousin from the Cao family doing recently? Isn't she not much younger than the young master of the Cao family? If we calculate by age, she should have reached the age of marriage for a long time, right? The young master of the Cao family has reached the age of coming of age this year, so the cousin should be about 18 or 19 years old, a little older than my cheap niece. The madam said hurriedly. When the cousin of the Cao family was in the Cao family, she was already waiting to get married. Her family was not very wealthy, so she thought it would be better to marry out of the Cao family. She got married last year. In a nutshell, the cousin from the Cao family came here just to gild herself. If you've already left, it'll be difficult to deal with. However, it is enough to just grasp the first 2 points. Being smooth is not a big problem, at most it may annoy people. However, it is enough to prove this point. At least it can make the young master of Cao family less perfect in the heart of the Teifu. With this premise, if the cheap niece is too unlucky and ends up getting married unfortunately, when she goes home and cries, she will not say that the Teifu will not listen at all. Of course, it would be better not to marry. Since she was already tired of him, Ye Shuo felt that this marriage was almost a failure. You don't have to do anything then, just watch the whole process. Don't worry, if you still don't want to get married at that time, your uncle, will never let you put your trust in the wrong person. He couldn't do that for the sake of the crown princess. It was really funny for a 7-year-old child to say such things, but Liang Wenyan not only did not find it funny, but she choked up instead. In the past year, as the wedding date approached, she hadn't felt so relaxed for a long time. After she realized what was happening, Liang Wenyan quickly wiped her eyes with a handkerchief and knelt down jokingly. Wenyan would like to thank you, little uncle, in advance. It can be seen that she was in great distress before. Things were not settled yet, but her spirit was already different. The Teifu standing by was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are you still crying? Looking at his wife next to him, she didn't seem to be much better. As for the discussion process, everyone lowered their voices at the same time, so the master didn't hear a single word. He was completely excluded. Later, the Grand Tutor knew what the highest level of VIP treatment was. When the madam ordered the servants to decorate the room, the Grand Tutor watched helplessly as his wife took out all the best things in the house. That roll of horn curtain was extremely finely crafted. It was originally intended to be used as a dowry for the granddaughter, but now it was also spread on the 9th prince's bed. Although the weather has been a little hot recently, it is not summer yet. Fearing that he would feel cold in the middle of the night, the madam asked someone to put a thin mattress on top of the cot. The mattress was so silky and soft that the Grand Tutor had never used it in his life, let alone put it under his body. See, this is what happens when you refuse to listen to your wife. Giving the tutor a smug look, Ye Shuo walked leisurely into the room specially prepared for him by the madam, leaving the tutor standing there with a frozen face. Can you tell me what you discussed behind my back? When he was about to go to bed at night, the master couldn't hold it in any longer and asked. But it's too late now. Fearing that he might sabotage her, the madam pretended to be asleep and didn't hear anything. The Grand Tutor stared at the ceiling of the bed, unable to understand why everything had changed so much when the 9th prince had only been here for less than 1 night. The other side. When Emperor Jingguan heard the imperial concubine say that her son had left the palace to study with the imperial tutor, his first reaction was disbelief. How could he not know what kind of temper that little bastard has? It would be strange if it was really about studying. Only the imperial concubine was deceived by him every time. In the eyes of Emperor Jingguan, a dog can never change its own nature. His son's recent performance has been a little better than before, but he would never believe that he could be so motivated. Seeing Emperor Jingguan's face full of suspicion, concubine Rong immediately became unhappy. Your Majesty, you look down on Shuo'er too much. Why can't Shuo'er suddenly come to his senses? He, come to his senses? Emperor Jingwen would not have had such a beautiful dream. In this case, Your Majesty, how about you make a bet with me? Seeing the imperial concubine's eyes flickering and her face full of expectation, Emperor Jingwen immediately knew that she must have something to ask for. Emperor Jingwen raised his eyebrows, showing no fear at all. Tell me, what are you betting on? How about we bet on the batch of materials that were newly tribute this year? The imperial concubine said without hesitation, almost blurting out the answer. It was obvious that she had planned this for a long time. There was no other way. Summer was coming, and it was the time to wear beautiful clothes. Although the Duke of Zhen's mansion had also sent a batch of good fabrics, they were certainly not as good as those presented to the emperor. The imperial concubine overheard it by accident a few days ago, and now she is almost dying of greed. Emperor Jingwen made a straight hook and concubine Rong immediately started to jump down. Emperor Jingwen thought it was something else, but it turned out to be just this. He couldn't help but laugh. It's just a small matter. I allow you to do it, but... Seeing the imperial concubine looking at him eagerly, he had whetted her appetite. It took a long time for Emperor Jingwen to finish his next words, but if you lose, what will you give me as compensation? What could she have to pay? She was already in the palace. Concubine Rong was trying to get something for nothing. Just wait and see, I will not lose. God bless you, the little bastard must keep his word this time. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but admire his imperial concubine. She actually dared to place her trust in her son. What kind of person was their son? Could it be that she still... As he was talking, Wang Ziquan walked in and said, Your Majesty, someone from the Grand Tutor's mansion just came over to deliver a message. After a dozen breaths, Emperor Jingwen was stunned after hearing the message. It's actually true? The sun rises from the west? Emperor Jingwen once again felt heartfelt joy, but no matter what, even if he was the emperor, he could not have imagined that the Taifa, who was so old-fashioned on weekdays, would actually collude with his son. His son did not turn over a new leaf, but quietly stepped onto a new level. Emperor Jingwen didn't know, so he is very happy now. Concubine Rong was also very happy to have obtained several rolls of high-quality cloth for free. The next morning, Ye Shuo looked at the tattered clothes that the madam had specially prepared for him, and no matter how he looked at them, they didn't look like those worn by a beggar. Perhaps considering his status as a prince, the madam was still too conservative. Ye Shuo didn't say anything at first. After washing up and eating, Ye Shuo asked, Did the young master of the Cao family respond to you? Liang Wenyan nodded. He has agreed to accompany me to the parade this morning. The customs of the people in the Great Zhou were relatively open, and there was no such thing as women being confined to their homes. If women wanted to do some small business, that was still possible. After all, it was allowed by both parents, and there was nothing wrong with a man and a woman who were engaged going shopping together. Ye Shuo never imagined that his adopted niece would be rejected by the young master of the Cao family. After all, his adopted niece was the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, and now she was the niece of the crown princess. No matter what the young master of the Cao family thought, he was unlikely to refuse. After Ye Shuo had eaten and drunk his fill, he always felt that the surroundings seemed too quiet, as if something was missing. Then he patted his head and remembered that at this time, the tutor was probably going to court. It's really hard for him to concentrate on work at this time. But in fact, Ye Shuo overestimated the master by thinking this way. With such a devil in the family, how could the master concentrate on his work? The prince had seen his teacher distracted more than once or twice. What's wrong with the teacher today? The prince looked puzzled. Teacher, father is calling you. He suddenly came back to his senses and met Emperor Jingwen's approving gaze, and the Taifa felt even more pressured. I really hope the time will pass sooner. The Grand Tutor had never felt that attending court was so torturous. After finally waiting until the end of the court session, the prince came forward with a concerned look on his face. Teacher, are you okay? By the way, I heard that Ziyaju is with you? Ziyaju. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I can't say much to you. I have to go home early today. Without even bothering to greet his favorite student, the tutor left in a hurry after saying this. If it's any later, my house will probably be demolished by the 9th prince. Looking at his teacher's anxious back, and then at his father who was obviously in a good mood, the prince couldn't help but took a breath. The other side. After Ye Shuo had eaten and drunk his fill, he rolled on the ground several times in front of everyone, and in the process painted his face, neck, and hands, which were most easily exposed, black. After looking at the bronze mirror, he felt that it would be difficult to fool a real beggar, but if he wanted to fool a rich young master, it should be no problem. Ye Shuo put the mirror down with satisfaction. The madam beside him seemed to be hesitant to speak, as if she wanted to persuade him. Looking at the little Luzi next to him, he had already knelt down with a plop. Your Highness, if you have anything to do, just let me do it. Why do you have to waste yourself like this, Your Highness? If the imperial concubine knew about this, I would be in big trouble. It's just pretending to be a beggar, he can do it. But, how could Ye Shuo possibly hand over such an interesting thing to Xiao Lizi? What fun would that be? Although Ye Shuo is more playful, he does not neglect this operation. Wouldn't it be better if he could take both into account? So how could Ye Shuo let Xiao Lizi ruin his gaming experience? In order to make it more realistic, he even asked the kitchen of Taifa Mansion for some stale water from the previous night and sprinkled it on himself. Taking a bath is a luxury for beggars. It is impossible for a real beggar to have no smell at all. Soon, Ye Shuo's whole body became smelly, which was somewhat similar to the feeling of sweating too much and not washing. The ninth prince in front of him performed his entire set of movements smoothly, which stunned Liang Wenyan, who was a little nervous on the side. The movements were so smooth, it didn't feel like it was my first time at all. Just when Liang Wenyan was stunned, Xing Yuchen also arrived. After all, Xing Yuchen was also the son of an official, so he must have known more rumors about the young master of the Cao family than a girl like Liang Wenyan who never left her house, so Ye Shuo called him over as well. Xing Yuchen was not prepared at all. He was shocked when he saw a beggar standing in the main room of the Grand Tutor's mansion. Seeing this, Ye Shuo immediately felt relieved. It seems that my disguise skills are pretty good. If he could even fool his own study partner, the young master of the Cao family should be no problem at all. Hearing the familiar voice, Xing Yuchen finally reacted, "Your Highness. Hey, why are you shouting? Don't be so excited, calm down." Ye Shuo rubbed his ears and didn't care. Xing Yuchen felt dizzy. Not surprisingly, the ninth prince was going to do something weird again. Xing Yuchen found that he was no longer surprised and became particularly calm. How long had he been with the ninth prince? He had already successfully trained himself. After the SI hour, Ye Shuo heard some noise at the door and guessed it must be the young master of the Cao family. If I really want to cancel the engagement, wouldn't it be a bit too willful? Would it implicate Aunt Wan? The Aunt Wan that Liang Wenyan mentioned was none other than the crown princess. Women of this era have always been like this. The first thing they consider is not themselves, but the family behind them. What if Aunt Wan's reputation is affected? Aunt Wan had finally secured her position as the crown princess. If she was implicated because of something like this, she would be blamed for her death. Liang Wenyan tossed and turned all night last night, and the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Ye Shuo could understand that when a person takes the first step, it always seems extra difficult. You only think about whether it will affect your Aunt Wan's reputation. Why don't you think about it the other way around? Does the Cao family dare to involve your Aunt Wan's reputation? Will my royal family allow the Cao family to involve the reputation of the crown princess? Ye Shuo had some understanding of his adoptive father. As for the crown prince, although he looked easy to talk to, he was actually not a soft person. Liang Wenyan was stunned. Ye Shuo immediately made the final decision, so, go forward boldly and don't waste such a good status of yours. Liang Wenyan finally came to her senses. They had agreed to act out a play later, so Ye Shuo definitely couldn't expose himself so early. When Liang Wenyan followed the young master of the Cao family out, Ye Shuo hid behind the screen wall. After the two of them left, Ye Shuo took advantage of the young master of the Cao family not paying attention and secretly glanced at him from behind. Judging from his dress and even his appearance, this man does look like a decent human being, but one cannot judge a book by its cover. Ye Shuo has seen many people who look good on the outside but are actually beasts in human clothing. Knowing that the two of them would go to Beiyu Pavilion later, Ye Shuo hurried towards the Beiyu Pavilion while asking his study partner about the details. Soon Ye Shuo learned that although the Cao family was not a family of aristocracy, they were also noble for generations, and most importantly, they had a good family tradition. They were indeed a rare good family in Shangjing City. The head of Cao family now is Cao Liuyi, the father of the young master of Cao family. Cao Liuyi is over 50 years old. Although he is only a third-rank Sinong, the post of Sinong is related to food and people's livelihood, so he is not treated as an ordinary person. The youngest son of the Cao family is named Cao Rui. He has 3 older brothers, all of whom only married one wife. With his 3 older brothers in the lead, Cao Rui's marriage will naturally attract a lot of attention, especially those families who love their daughters. They are all eager to find a son-in-law from the Cao family. However, when they heard that Cao Rui had been betrothed by the imperial tutor when he was young, those families gave up. Hearing this, Ye Shuo felt something was wrong, so he interrupted Xing Yuchen who was talking freely and asked, "How do you know so much about the Cao family? Although we are in the same circle, it doesn't mean that we know everything about them, right?" At first Ye Shuo just wanted to get a general idea, but he didn't expect that as he listened, he almost understood the situation of the other person's past 3 generations. The most important thing is that Xing Yuchen is only 12 years old now. He is not yet old enough to join the circle, but he is so clear about it. It feels a bit wrong. Xing Yuchen didn't think too much about it. After all, the Cao family had a good reputation and was well known in Shangjing City. After hearing what he said, Ye Shuo felt even more weird. Since the other party is known for his upright family tradition, he should not care about false reputation as much as others do. But now it seems that this is not the case. It seems more like an advertisement that is deliberately put out, as if it is attracting and recruiting something. Ye Shuo then asked, "Are the daughters-in-law of the Cao family of higher birth than the Cao family itself?" This was the first time Xing Yuchen heard this question. After thinking about it carefully, he found that it seemed to be true. It's not that Xing Yuchen is gossipy, it's mainly because the Cao family is too famous, and he can't help but know about it. Ye Shuo couldn't help but smack his lips after hearing this. "Okay, go on. What is Cao Rui's reputation?" Xing Yuchen barely hesitated. "Cao Rui has always had a good reputation. My mother even praised him before. What about the people around him? Especially his friends, what about their reputation?" Ye Shuo still believed in the saying of like-minded people, because people with different values basically can't get along well. This question stumped Xing Yuchen. I don't know about this. No, wait, I suddenly remembered that Xiao Rui seemed to have two playmates who grew up together. I heard that the two playmates were not very good, but because they grew up together, Xiao Rui did not alienate them. Many people around me think he is kind and righteous. Ye Shuo nodded, indicating that he understood, and then he asked, what about Xiao Rui himself? Is he considered outstanding among the children of officials? I don't think so. Xing Yuchen hesitated. I feel he is not as good as me. Ye Shuo was somewhat aware of his study partner's abilities, and he immediately said, I understand. You are excellent. Xing Yuchen was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed when he came to his senses. The ninth prince is bragging about himself. Don't be too happy yet. One last question. How is he, compared to his three brothers? After all, other people's children are still other people's children. There is a sense of distance. But your own children are different. That can be seen and touched. Xing Yuchen forced himself to stop laughing, thought for a moment, and then shook his head, a little bit inferior. At his age, his brothers have all achieved fame and honor, but he has nothing now. Okay, I think I understand what's going on. After such a thorough investigation, Ye Shuo felt that the possibility that the young master of the Cao family, or even the entire Cao family, was good, was very low. However, what you hear is not as good as what you see, so it still needs to be verified in the end. Just like that, Xing Yuchen and Xiao Lizi watched helplessly as the extremely noble ninth prince took out a broken bowl from somewhere, put the bowl there, and then squatted down at the door of the Beiyu pavilion very skillfully. Xing Yuchen and Xiao Lizi were stunned. Don't just stand there, why don't you go somewhere cool? The two of them here really affected his performance. Seeing that people passing by had begun to notice this place and cast puzzled glances in this direction, Ye Shuo waved his hands with a look of disgust on his face. Looking at the enthusiastic ninth prince, Xing Yuchen choked and once again deeply regretted that he had followed the wrong person. But now that things have come to this, there is no way to regret, and in a panic, Xing Yuchen can only find a seat at the noodle soup stall opposite. As for Xiao Lizi, Ye Shuo assigned him another task. After everything was ready, Liang Wenyan and the young master of the Cao family slowly appeared at the end of the road not far away. Ye Shuo specifically asked Liang Wenyan to choose the Beiyu pavilion, which was a little far away. Liang Wenyan was weak and could not walk too fast. If Ye Shuo took a shortcut with Xing Yuchen, who was familiar with the terrain of Shangjing, he would be able to arrive before the two of them. Now it seems that the timing was just right. Ye Shuo quickly calmed down and got into the role quickly. On the other side, the palace. After the court session, Emperor Jingguan wanted to praise the Grand Tutor individually, but Wang Ziquan came over and said that the Grand Tutor had left early. Why did he leave so early today? Usually, didn't he go to the East Palace to sit for a while? However, Emperor Jingguan did not think too much about it. After the prince came over, the father and son held each other and prepared to go to the Kinzen Hall. On the way, Emperor Jingguan thought of something, so he said to Wang Ziquan, oh, by the way, ask the Prince of Jin to come over as well. I have something to tell him. His younger brother has been very idle recently. He is over 30 years old and has not accomplished anything. Emperor Jingguan plans to assign him some tasks to prevent him from being idle all day and doing nothing. So, the Prince of Jin finally waited until the court session was over and was about to go home for a good sleep, but he was blocked by Eunuch Wang and his men. Prince Jin immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. What's wrong with my brother, the emperor? He's busy as he is, but why can't he bear to see others having some free time? Prince Jin wanted to run away, but how could he escape? There was no choice but to follow Wang Ziquan to the Kinzen Hall to meet his brother. As expected, Emperor Jingguan treated Prince Jin mercilessly and assigned him a lot of tasks. Although these tasks are not very difficult, they are very fragmented and time-consuming. Prince Jin immediately looked miserable. But there is no way, things have come to this point, and it seems there is no way to escape. Before he lost his freedom, the King of Jin wanted to struggle one last time, so he said, brother, the weather is so nice today, it would be a pity to waste it. Why don't you go for a walk outside the palace with your brother? King Jin decided to use the tactic of delaying. How could Emperor Jingguan not know his plan? Just when he was about to say that no matter what he said today, he had to report to the 6 ministries, Emperor Jingguan suddenly thought of something. Well, that's fine. He suddenly remembered that he had not left the palace for a long time. Zaiju was also outside the palace, so Emperor Jingguan planned to see what his son was learning. When the time comes, you can also stop by the Taifu mansion to see Zaiju. After all, this was his son's first time out of the palace, and Emperor Jingguan was worried that the child would not be used to it. The Crown Prince, who was helping to review memorials, heard this and his hands trembled, almost ruining the memorial in his hands. Although the Crown Prince didn't know what his 9th brother had done, judging from his teacher's expression and state, it didn't seem like a good thing. If the Emperor knew about this, "Father, please take me with you as well," the prince said hurriedly. Emperor Jingguan did not doubt him. Well, it would be good for you to relax with us. Prince Jin on the side was a little surprised. He had only mentioned it casually and had not thought it would be successful. I didn't expect that both the Emperor and the Crown Prince would be so supportive. King Jin was a little confused. Emperor Jingguan quickly changed into his casual clothes with the help of the palace servants. Then, the emperor, the crown prince and the prince, a group of 3, left the palace in a carriage. Outside the palace, there was a lot of noise and everything was lively and orderly. Emperor Jingguan lifted the curtain and took a look, and he couldn't help but feel satisfied. After all, under his governance, the people can live and work in peace and contentment. Which emperor would not feel proud? At the same time, at the Taifu mansion, the Grand Tutor hurried back, and when he learned that the 9th prince had gone out, he felt terrible. He didn't expect that he hurried like this, but still couldn't make it in time. For a moment, the Grand Tutor felt that he should ask for leave, but then he thought, the 9th prince would be staying with him for 10 days or so, and he couldn't ask for leave for all these 10 days, right? Looking at his wife, who knew something but refused to tell him the truth, the Taifu felt extremely powerless. Perhaps he was too anxious, the tutor couldn't help but had a quarrel with his wife. If it were in the past, the madam might have given in, but this time, the madam seemed to be determined and refused to give in no matter what. This originally gentle person becomes more terrifying than you might imagine when he gets angry. This concerned the lifelong happiness of his granddaughter. For a moment, even the imperial tutor of the time was overwhelmed by the madam. The madam has now figured it out. Just as the 9th prince said, her youngest daughter is already the crown princess, and she is the crown princess's biological mother. She doesn't believe that her husband would dare to do anything to her. The Grand Tutor had never encountered such a thing in his life. No matter how great a contemporary scholar he was still no match for him. The housekeeper and servants nearby watched helplessly, not knowing whether to persuade him or not. The whole Taifu's mansion was in chaos. On the other side, outside the Beiyu Pavilion. Originally, beggars were not allowed in places like this. If there were beggars, the ladies and wives of dignitaries would not dare to come. But there was nothing you could do. Ye Shuo was just too quiet, and obviously a little kid. He didn't say a word at all. He was quiet and timid, just staring at you with his eyes wide open. Those clear black and white eyes made people's hearts soften. When a lady or young lady came over, Ye Shuo would take the initiative to move back as if he was afraid of scaring them, for fear of dirtying their clean and bright clothes. It's just like the difference between wild monkeys and golden monkeys at tourist attractions. Wild monkeys are blatantly robbing and hurting people, so they are definitely not liked, but golden monkeys are well-behaved and polite, so people are naturally more willing to take the initiative to feed them. Women are naturally soft-hearted, especially those young ladies who are ignorant of the ways of the world. Seeing this scene, they felt a little sorry. Some even asked their maids to buy 2 buns for Ye Shuo from the stall next door. Ye Shuo did not need to get his hands dirty to receive the buns. He just held the bowl and let the maids put the buns in the bowl without touching them the whole time. As a result, the maids who originally disliked him began to like him more. Seeing Yechen, who was sitting opposite, watched helplessly as within a short while, the 9th prince's feet were filled with candied fruits, meat buns, snacks from the Jixiangjai next door, and a number of copper coins for the ladies to sweeten their mouths. What's more, some people have already started to inquire, asking whether the 9th prince is willing to go home with him and become a servant in his own house. Seeing Yechen's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He saw clearly that the one who asked the 9th prince whether he wanted to go with him was Prime Minister He's granddaughter. Ye Shuo also found that he was overacting. Looking at the maid in front of him who was speaking softly, Ye Shuo felt a little caught in a dilemma and felt that this was not going to end well. Fortunately, Liang Wenyan and the young master of the Cao family arrived at this time, and Ye Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Wenyan noticed the movement from a distance. At first, she didn't think too much about it, but when she got closer and saw that it was Ye Shuo, she was immediately startled. As for the reaction of the young master of the Cao family, it was much more direct. Where did this beggar come from? Shopkeeper, is this how you do business? Noticing the thick layer of black mud marks on Ye Shuo's hands, feet, and neck, Cao Rui, who had always lived a life of luxury, couldn't help but show a hint of disgust in his eyes. What Cao Rui was thinking was that he had finally gotten to hang out with Liang Wenyan, so naturally he should perform well. It would have been fine if no customer had mentioned it before, but now that someone has spoken up, the owner of Beiyu Pavilion will naturally take care of it. Go away, little beggar, this is not a place for you to stay. Take your things and leave quickly. Ye Shuo took advantage of the waiters pushing and shoving to pretend to be panicked, and then the meat bun in his hand slipped out of his hand and happened to hit the clothes of the young master of the Cao family. With a smack, the meat bun left a clear grease mark on Cao Rui's clothes. The shopkeeper and the clerks of Beiyu Pavilion took a deep breath at the same time. Ye Shuo seemed to be frightened and did not dare to move at all. This is the best outfit I put on specially to accompany Liang Wenyan. A deep gloom flashed across Cao Rui's eyes uncontrollably. Ye Shuo felt that there was something wrong with the young man in front of him. He could understand that people would be angry if their clothes were soiled, and this reaction was normal. But if someone soiled your clothes, and you wanted to kill him directly, that was not normal. Ye Shuo was panicked. Sorry, Liang Wenyan reacted instantly and followed suit. Master Cao, I don't think this little beggar did it on purpose. We just happened to be near the Jade Pavilion. How about I pick a new one for you? 1 Jade Pavilion equals Beiyu Pavilion. Your family is poor, how much money can you spare? Cao Rui subconsciously wanted to say this, but the moment the words came out of his mouth, he held them back. Almost the moment he raised his head, Cao Rui's face was filled with a bright smile again. If Ye Shuo had not been small and paying special attention to him, he would not have noticed it at all. What Cao Rui said was completely opposite to what he was thinking. It doesn't matter, it's just a piece of clothing. But this beggar looks a bit pitiful. Cao Rui's behavior made the young ladies around him dazzled. Only Liang Wenyan felt that the uncomfortable feeling from before came back. How about this, since you, a beggar, have soiled my clothes, why don't you come to my house and work as a servant, selling your body to pay off your debt? Although it was called selling one's body, for the little beggar in front of him, it was clearly giving him a way to survive. Being able to work as a servant in an official's house would at least allow him to have enough food to eat, and he wouldn't have to rely on begging for a living like he does now. Upon hearing this, Ye Shuo was like a real little beggar, with a strong surprise in his eyes. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir, I do. He Xiang's granddaughter, who was standing by, didn't say much when she saw this, but called her personal maid back. But in fact, Cao Rui was very angry in his heart. How could he be so kind? Sometimes, others may think that everyone is having a good time, but in fact, hell is right before their eyes. He ruined his nice clothes and still wanted to enter the official's house to enjoy the good life? Dream on? Cao Rui couldn't wait to see the little beggar's desperate expression when his dream was shattered. The excitement in his eyes flashed by and quickly subsided. Cao Rui winked at the servant beside him. What are you still standing there for? This is the future servant of our family. Look how dirty he is. Why don't you take him to wash it quickly? Cao Rui's gentle attitude won him the favor of people around him. Ye Shuo seemed to be completely unaware and obediently followed the servant beside Cao Rui. After all, he also wanted to know how far Cao Rui could go. Ye Shuo deliberately chose the identity of a beggar in order to find out the true background of the young master of the Cao family. Most of the beggars in Shangjing City are refugees who have flocked in from other places. They have no household registration and are basically not protected by the laws of the Great Zhou. In other words, if a person becomes a beggar, anyone can take his/her life. As long as he/she is not beaten to death in the street and is done covertly, few people will pursue the matter. Now Ye Shuo, who is a beggar, is like a powerless baby in front of Cao Rui, and Cao Rui is the giant who can decide his life and death. In this situation, Ye Shuo wants to know what Cao Rui's bottom line is. Ye Shuo wanted to see whether this person would stop before crossing the bottom line when the evil of human nature was infinitely magnified. After all, the Cao family is a family of officials, and the servants around Cao Rui are all capable. However, Ye Shuo has observed that they only have some basic skills, and he can handle them easily. So Ye Shuo followed the other party without any psychological burden. Liang Wenyan was a little worried, but when he was leaving, he gave her a look, as if telling her to stay calm and not reveal her true colors. Liang Wenyan could only suppress her anxiety and hold it down. God bless you, please don't let anything happen to you. As for Xing Yechen, who was sitting opposite, when he saw the 9th prince being taken away, he quickly paid for the noodles, bent over, and followed in a flash. Perhaps it was because Ye Shuo's beggar performance was too realistic. Cao Rui did not suspect anything. In addition, the Grand Tutor's attitude had always been firm, and Liang Wenyan looked very easy to control. So Cao Rui did not feel wary at all. He knew that his men would help teach the little beggar a lesson. Thinking of this, Cao Rui felt much better and even the smile on his face became more genuine. Don't worry about it. Cao Hu will take care of him. Let's go. I heard that Beiyu Pavilion has just launched some new jewelry and head ornaments this month. I'll take you to take a look. No matter which one you like, just tell me and I'll buy it for you. One Cao Hu equals servants used to have their master's surname, if they were favored. Knowing that the person in front of him would not accept anything at all, Cao Rui began to take on a lot of things. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Liang Wenyan's first reaction was to refuse. Just like this, the two of them, one in front and the other accompanying, walked into the Beiyu Pavilion one after another. The other side. Ye Shuo noticed that the man in front of him was leading him further and further away, and there were fewer and fewer people around them. He probably had an idea in his mind. It turns out that the man surnamed Cao is not so honest. However, the other party's impatience far exceeded Ye Shuo's expectations. He had thought that the other party would at least get him into the mansion before taking action, but he didn't expect that they couldn't even wait such a short time. But if you think about it carefully, you will realize that you are just a little beggar now, just a little beggar. Why go to so much trouble? You can just kill him and throw him aside. Ye Shuo was very sad, and felt that the man surnamed Cao did not value him at all, so he stopped decisively. Is this really the way to Cao's residence? Cao mansion? This stupid beggar really thinks he is so lucky that he can really go to Cao mansion? Hearing this, Cao Hu couldn't help but laugh. A big man suddenly laughed in a very quiet alley. The scene was quite creepy. If Ye Shuo were a real child, a real little beggar, he would have started trembling by now. But after all, he had some kung fu skills, so he just felt speechless and nothing else. But this play still has to go on. So Ye Shuo pretended to be very scared, and shrank back. You, what are you laughing at? Of course I'm laughing because I think you're naive. Seeing that there was no way forward and this was a dead end, the big man simply let go. Don't you know who you have offended? Ye Shuo opened his eyes wide, and seemed a little incoherent, but, Master Cao said. Tisk, little beggar, I forgot to tell you that the person you offended was our young master. Xiao Hu raised his eyebrows, with a playful look on his face. You don't think that after you soiled our young master's clothes, our Xiao family will still take you in, right? As if he finally realized something was wrong, Ye Shuo's voice suddenly became louder, and even changed its tone. Impossible. Master Xiao clearly promised me. Yes, he promised you. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can successfully crawl to the gate of Xiao's mansion with your hands and feet broken. How about it? Do you want to give it a try? Xiao, who originally planned to take the little beggar to the river in Shangjing City, used the excuse of cleaning him, and then push him down. But since he was discovered by the beggar, he had to change his strategy. It makes no difference anyway. A beggar with broken limbs has no choice but to die. In your next life, please don't be so careless again. Wow, this Xiao guy is really perverted. Just because a beggar soiled one of his clothes, he wanted to cripple the beggar's hands and feet. Ye Shuo originally had no good impression of this Xiao guy, and now his impression of him has directly dropped to negative. This was not the first time Xiao Hu had done this. He approached a little bit closer, ready to admire the little beggar's desperate struggle from a close distance. It must be very painful to fall from a beautiful dream into reality. When Xing Yuchen arrived breathlessly, what he saw was Xiao Hu with a hideous grin on his face, forcing the ninth prince into a corner. Xing Yuchen was shocked, and without thinking, he blurted out, "Stop! Don't touch him." Ye Shuo was touched that his study partner came to save him, but looking at Xing Yuchen's skinny thighs that were not even as thick as the strong men's arms, Ye Shuo couldn't help but be silent for a moment. It felt like he had to save one more person besides himself. While Xiao Hu turned his head, Ye Shuo reached out silently. Just when he was about to clench his 5 fingers into a fist and hit Xiao Hu hard, Ye Shuo suddenly felt that besides Xing Yuchen, there was another strange breath at the entrance of the alley. There is a specific rhythm in the other person's breathing, and his steps are extremely light when he walks. If you don't listen carefully, you can't hear them at all. He seems like an expert. No way, could it be that he was sent by his cheap father to protect him secretly? If so, wouldn't he be exposed if he made a move? Ye Shuo was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously retracted his outstretched hand. The next moment, he was caught like a chick. Seeing this scene, Xing Yuchen was horrified. However, before he could open his mouth to reveal Ye Shuo's true identity, someone was faster than him and came in front of Xing Yuchen almost instantly, making Xing Yuchen hold back all the words he hadn't said. "Xing Yuchen, you bastard, you know." The man who suddenly passed Xing Yuchen said, "Hurry up and put the beggar in your hand down to me." It turned out to be a woman's voice. No, it was a little girl's voice. Ye Shuo blinked, looked in the direction of the voice, and soon saw the other person's appearance. The little girl was about 10 years old, wearing a brand new red dress. After revealing her true face, she no longer controlled her steps. Perhaps she was not used to the current dress. The 2 tassels on her head swayed back and forth, and half of the silver hairpin was exposed from one of the tassels, making her look funny and lively. But once the other party starts to take action, it's a completely different story. With a whoosh sound, Ye Shuo only felt a flash before his eyes, and the next moment Xiao Hu's screams rang in his ears. The dart thrown by the little girl cut the back of Xiao Hu's hand so deep that the bone was visible. In pain, he had no choice but to throw Ye Shuo out. Tick, 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 the bright red blood soon dripped all over the floor. Ye Shuo's feet were in the air, and just when he was hesitating whether to adjust his falling posture, he accidentally saw that the little girl moved again. Ye Shuo closed his eyes, made up his mind, and pretended that he could not react. The little girl almost grabbed Ye Shuo's collar and lifted him to the ground. "You're so heavy." The girl probably didn't expect the skinny little beggar to be so heavy. She was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ye Shuo hurriedly helped her up, and when she stood firmly, he quickly let go. The little girl first felt a heaviness in her arm, but when she turned her head, she saw nothing, so she shook her head and quickly put this little episode behind her. Seeing Xiao Hu rushing over here, the little girl snorted coldly and said, "Humph, I knew you had bad intentions." When the conflict occurred, the little girl in red was standing on the 2nd floor of Beiyu Pavilion and was forced by her master to try on various clothes. After seeing the little beggar being taken away by Xiao Hu, she suddenly had an idea, and she made an excuse that she found something wrong, and hurriedly escaped from Beiyu Pavilion. Saying that she found something wrong was just an excuse. Unexpectedly, after following for a while, the girl found that the excuse she made up actually came true, and the little beggar was so pitiful, she couldn't hold back her anger and started to beat him up. "Bah, you two, master and servant, are so shameless to go back on your word." The moment he finished speaking, Ye Shuo saw the little girl subconsciously touching her waist, but as expected, she touched nothing. Then she realized that she was wearing a new dress and her soft sword was not on her body. The little girl immediately turned the sword into a palm and faced Xiao Hu directly. She, perhaps because he had never seen what real kung fu was like in his life, Xing Yuchen's jaw almost dropped. Ye Shuo couldn't help but sweat when he saw this. In the past, he thought that the internal strength he had cultivated for 5 years was enough, but when he saw this little girl today, he suddenly realized that it was not enough at all. Outside the palace, a 10-year-old girl was already so powerful, so what about the others? How about the others? Ye Shuo suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart, and his attitude towards internal strength was no longer as lazy as before. Relying on her inner strength, the girl defeated Xiao Hu in no time. How come this kid is so strong? Xiao Hu covered his stomach and tried to get up from the ground, but he couldn't stand up at all. Turning around, she saw the little beggar was still in a daze. She thought he was frightened. The little beggar had a dirty face and messy hair. He looked very pitiful and confused. When she thought about how the other party had such high expectations, and it turned out to be just a scam, and looked at the child who was half a head shorter than her, the little girl's voice softened unconsciously. Don't be afraid, the bad guy has been dealt with. Are you okay? The little girl was small, but she looked quite genuine when she was comforting people. The concerned look in the other party's eyes made Ye Shuo, the fake child, feel a little uncomfortable for some reason. But Ye Shuo was so thick-skinned that he recovered in a blink of an eye, then shook his head slightly to indicate that it didn't matter to him. Thank you. Wow, beggar, your voice is so nice. Just now on the second floor, the little girl was so busy arguing with her master that she didn't listen carefully at all. Now that she was in close contact, she found that the beggar's voice was clear and cool, and his pronunciation was also clear, which was very pleasant to the ear. You have beautiful eyes, too. The black and white are distinct, and the bottom is clear. The little girl, as if she had discovered a new world, came closer to take a closer look out of curiosity. As a child, she followed her master outside every day, so she didn't have so many ideas about the distinction between men and women. The little girl had the mentality of a child and did whatever she wanted. But Ye Shuo was an adult, and he had no intention of taking advantage of a little girl. When he saw the other party approaching, he could only keep backing away. The more the girl stared at the little beggar, the more handsome he was. Even the thick layer of black mud on his face could not hide his stunning facial features. Also, his eyelashes were so long, longer than his own, and trembling. At the moment, he seemed to be frightened and kept shaking, looking weak and harmless. In this way, Ye Shuo was quickly forced into a corner. Seeing Chen, who was being ignored, was completely confused and couldn't react to what was going on. With a bang, Ye Shuo's back hit the wall, and the little girl suddenly reacted. Seeing the child's eyes slightly watery and his gaze constantly dodging, the little girl finally remembered what she had just done. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Oh my god, the little beggar is miserable enough. What on earth am I doing? The little girl was so embarrassed and guilty that she didn't know where to put her hands and feet. At the same time, another strange figure appeared outside the alley. When the little girl saw the other person, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hearing her subconsciously calling out master, Ye Shuo immediately understood the identity of the person. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll give you all these things. Leave here quickly. Remember not to get caught again, little beggar. Anyway, since she didn't like all these bits and pieces of things on her head and body, the little girl took them all off without thinking and stuffed them into Ye Shuo's hands. Without waiting for Ye Shuo to refuse, the girl ran out of the alley and stood in front of the man. The man seemed to say a few words to her, and the little girl smiled foolishly. The man was helpless and didn't say anything else. Before leaving, the other party seemed to glance over here, but Ye Shuo was not afraid at all. After all, even his cheap master Wu Yi couldn't tell that he knew martial arts, and Ye Shuo didn't believe that the other party could tell. Sure enough, it was just a glance, and the man quickly looked away. Soon the alley became quiet, with only Xiao Hu's shrill screams remaining. Seeing Chen watched the ninth prince hesitating for a moment, then put away the two tassels, his brows slightly raised, without any trace of shyness or embarrassment on his face. Seeing Chen felt that the girl had been cheated. Ye Shuo put the lustrous crystal into his arms and was about to move when he accidentally discovered something. He walked to Xiao Hu belatedly and reached out to pick up the red string with a piece of jade tied to it. Ye Shuo touched it and found that although the quality of the jade was not as good as the one his grandfather gave him on his 3rd birthday, it was not far behind and was also a top-grade jade. There are 2 spirit fish carved on it. The shape of the spirit fish is peculiar and not very common. Ye Shuo turned around subconsciously, trying to find the little girl, but found that the little girl and her master had disappeared. Ye Shuo had no choice but to give up. Xiao Hu originally thought that everything would be fine after the little girl with extraordinary strength left. Only a little beggar and a young man who came from nowhere were left. They had no choice but to run away when they saw him. As a result, the 2 people did not run away. After looking at each other, they walked towards him. What are you going to do? I warn you, I am someone close to Master Xiao, and if you offend me, you will suffer the consequences. As a result, before Xiao Hu could finish his words, he was kidnapped by Ye Shuo and Seeing Chen. Seeing Chen had never done such a thing before. It was basically Ye Shuo who did the work. Ye Shuo's movements were swift and skillful. Seeing Chen couldn't understand the way Xiao Hu was tied up. He only knew that the more Xiao Hu struggled, the tighter Xiao Hu's belt would be tied, which simply stunned Seeing Chen. Done. Finally, he forced himself to take off Xiao Hu's socks and stuffed them into Xiao Hu's mouth. After making sure that he could not make any sound, Ye Shuo could not help but clapped his hands. Xiao Hu's eyes widened. He couldn't understand why the little beggar who was trembling in his hands just now suddenly became a different person. At this time, Xiao Hu didn't know what was going on until he accidentally heard Seeing Chen shout 9th Prince. Xiao Hu's mind went blank. The 9th Prince. How could this beggar be a prince? Because there were households all around, there were actually quite a lot of debris piled up in the alley. Ignoring Xiao Hu's regretful and pleading look, Ye Shuo found a few pieces of debris and covered Xiao Hu with them. After making sure that he would not be discovered in a short time, he left with his study companion. Almost half an hour has passed, and I think Xiaolize has already made arrangements. Ye Shuo went back to Beiyu Pavilion from the small path, and then began to look for Xiaolize. In Beiyu Pavilion, Liang Wenyan barely suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and randomly selected a few pieces of jewelry. When she saw that the agreed time was almost up, she planned to ask the maid beside her to pay the money and then leave. After all, Liang Wenyan was raised in the Taifa mansion. Although she was hiding something in her heart, she looked calm on the surface. Therefore, Xiao Rui beside her didn't notice that she was any different today than before. The two of them walked out of Beiyu Pavilion. After walking about a street away, they saw the prince in the alley nodding at them. Xiaolize, who had been waiting here for a long time, took a deep breath and rushed out with a basin of water. As expected, all the water in Xiaolize's arms was given to the young master of the Xiao family. Xiao Rui was caught off guard and felt drenched in fear. Seeing that there were two other servants beside Xiao Rui, Xiaolize did not dare to delay at all after pouring the water and quickly got into the crowd. What are you two still standing there for? Go and follow him. First his clothes were stained with oil, and now they were soaked through. Xiao Rui's sanity finally collapsed completely. No matter who it is, break his arms and legs immediately after you catch him. As soon as the words fell, the two servants immediately started to move. On the street, anyone who is poured cold water on will attract a large crowd of onlookers, and Xiao Rui is no exception. Some people in the crowd even recognized Xiao Rui's identity and were inevitably shocked. In fact, when encountering such a situation, everyone was surprised and curious why such a thing happened. As for those who came up and pointed and laughed at him, they were only a minority after all. But when Xiao Rui saw this scene, he felt that everyone was laughing at him. Xiao Rui's face suddenly turned red, and he felt that he had never been so embarrassed in his life. At this moment, Liang Wenyan had already reacted and asked her maid to fetch a cloak that she had just bought for Xiao Rui in Beiyu Pavilion. Just as she was about to put the cloak on Xiao Rui pushed her away mercilessly. It turned out that Xiao Rui couldn't stand the strange looks from everyone, and even Liang Wenyan started to hate him. Liang Wenyan was caught off guard and staggered immediately. You clearly saw that man coming over just now, why didn't you stop him? Tisk, this guy, a grown man, couldn't even watch him or avoid him, so it's really unreasonable to expect a woman who never leaves the house to help him stop him. That person left, and you didn't even react. How could you be so stupid? Seeing that there was really no one else to vent his anger on, Xiao Rui vented all his anger on Liang Wenyan next to him. A person who seems to be a gentleman in normal times will become completely different once he encounters difficulties. As he was talking, Xiao Rui began to speak without thinking. If you hadn't been clamoring to come out today, I wouldn't have encountered this kind of thing. Now, in Xiao Rui's eyes, it was his fiancée who caused him to be in such a miserable state. I don't usually encounter this kind of thing. Why is it that everything changes when I'm with you? Oh, I see. These buns and basins of water are probably aimed at you, right? After all, his fiancée was the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, and she was also very beautiful, so there were many people who admired her openly or secretly. Xiao Rui didn't find it strange at all if one of them did this. Xiao Rui believed that he had never offended anyone in his daily life, and he didn't think the problem was with him. So, the only one left was his fiancée. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. When Xiao Rui looked at Liang Wenyan again, his eyes immediately changed. If this is true, even if the Grand Tutor is a top official, what does it matter? With such a shameless granddaughter, he still can't hold his head up. In fact, Xiao Rui was not wrong. Today's incident was indeed caused by Liang Wenyan, but the real situation was completely different from what he thought. Tell me, is it the 6th young master of Prime Minister He's mansion, or the 3rd young master of Xingshu Ling's family, or the young Marquis of Xiang Yinho's family? Xiao Rui talked more and more, but the people he mentioned had actually only met Liang Wenyan once. Looking at Xiao Rui who was pressing forward step by step, Ye Shuo in the dark couldn't help but shake his head. Regardless of whether this man had an affair with her cousin or had other women with him, the 2 points that had just been discovered were enough for his cheap niece to break off the engagement with him openly. He is a two-faced person who is arrogant at first and respectful at last. He says one thing to your face and another behind your back. Most importantly, he is cruel and cannot control his temper. He is suspicious, irresponsible, and likes to pass the buck. He is suspected of being jealous and paranoid. It turned out that my cheap niece and the madam were right. This man has no good qualities except for his appearance. Just when Ye Shuo was about to stand up, he heard a crisp paw sound, and when he looked closely, he found that his adopted niece was really angry. The girl who usually had a good temper could be quite scary when she got angry. Liang Wenyan slapped him immediately. Xiao Rui, who had been chattering just now, was suddenly confused. How dare you hit me? For a man like Xiao Rui, being slapped by a woman is a great humiliation. The blood in his body rushed backwards, and Xiao Rui took action without thinking. But since Liang Wenyan had already hit him, she naturally didn't care about his reaction. My grandfather is a high-ranking official, and my aunt is the crown princess. If you dare to touch me, just try. If Liang Wenyan figured it out, with her current status, she would be able to walk all over the Great Zhou. When Xiao Rui heard this, his expression froze. But then he thought, so what if her grandfather was a first-rank official? Anyway, her grandfather didn't listen to her. The Grand Tutor had strongly supported their marriage and even facilitated it. Most of Xiao Rui's concerns were immediately dispelled. Liang Wenyan showed no sign of weakness. The arrival of the ninth prince undoubtedly gave her great confidence. Even if her grandfather was unreliable, she still had the ninth prince. Seeing that she not only did not retreat, but the determination in her eyes became even stronger, Xiao Rui's aura inexplicably weakened, and he was suddenly not as confident as before. Could it be possible that the crown princess would really help her? Xiao Rui suddenly became somewhat doubtful. Just when he was hesitating whether to continue, Liang Wenyan first looked at him steadily, then turned and left. Xiao Rui was so angry that he wanted to dig out the eyeballs of the onlookers. Originally, the matter was over here and there was no need to continue. Seeing Yechen had wanted to leave, but Ye Shuo was thinking, Xiao Rui is so angry now, he must find a way to calm down, right? So Ye Shuo planned to take Seeing Yechen and Xiao Lizi with him for a while. Ye Shuo learned the skills of hiding and keeping a low profile from Wu Yi, so tracking a rookie like Xiao Rui was no pressure at all. What Ye Shuo never expected was that his sudden decision would bring him unexpected gains in the end. Seeing that Xiao Rui was wearing wet clothes, he did not choose to go back to Xiao's house. Instead, he turned several corners in a rage and then rushed into a private house near the city. This might be fate. Ye Shuo asked Xiao Lizi to wet Xiao Rui's clothes. Xiao Rui was such a face-conscious person that he naturally didn't want to let his brothers who looked down on him see it, let alone let the servants in the mansion know. Besides, Liang Wenyan had gone far away anyway, so he decisively chose to come to the small home which was closer to Xiao's mansion. Lying on the top of the wall, Ye Shuo immediately understood what was going on when he saw the strange woman screaming and throwing herself on Xiao Rui, calling him cousin. Wow, it turns out this pair of cousins have never lost contact at all. Ye Shuo recalled belatedly that today seemed to be the 15th day, which was exactly the middle of the month. For married women, using the excuse of going to the temple to burn incense on the 1st and 15th day of every month was indeed a good excuse to meet their lover in secret. When Ye Shuo saw their actions, he knew that this matter would not be over for a while, and there might be something even more exciting later. Ye Shuo did not hesitate and made a prompt decision. You two stay here, and I will go back to the Taifu mansion. Looking at Seeing Yechen and Xiao Lizi again, the two young boys who had never seen the world were already blushing because of the noise inside. They didn't know what to do with their hands and feet. When they heard what the ninth prince said, they immediately panicked. If the ninth prince laughed, they really wouldn't know what to do. Seeing Yechen subconsciously grabbed Ye Shuo's arm and asked stupidly, "What are you going back to the Taifu mansion for?" Ye Shuo looked at him like an idiot and said, "Are you stupid? Of course, I'll call the master to catch the adulterer." Words are not enough. Ye Shuo wants the tutor to see it with his own eyes. He doesn't believe that this engagement can be successful. After breaking free from the other party, Ye Shuo took 2 steps at first, then suddenly thought of something, turned back and reminded him, "By the way, they haven't started their business yet. Don't rush to blush. When the noise inside gets louder, remember to move away." It would be fine if it was just a small thing, but Ye Shuo was afraid that Seeing Yechen was too young to bear the shock and might scare the child to death. Just like that, under the nearly desperate gazes of Seeing Yechen and Xiao Lizi, the ninth prince, their backbone and their reliance, disappeared in a flash. After the ninth prince disappeared, Seeing Yechen, who was filled with despair, belatedly realized that this was the ninth prince's first time out of the palace. It was no problem for him to lead the way before, but now he is alone. Can he find the way back to the Taifu mansion smoothly? But it was useless for Seeing Yechen to worry about this matter. The ninth prince had already disappeared, and it was too late to catch up with him. He and Xiao Lizi could only hide aside, secretly worried, and quietly observe the movements in the house as instructed. But in fact, although it was Ye Shuo's first time out of the palace, he had already memorized the complicated route he passed on the way, so it should not be a problem for him to find the Taifu mansion. Seeing that the young master of Xiao family had unsteady steps, Ye Shuo estimated that he was a good-looking but useless guy. Afraid that the tutor was slow and would come too late to catch the most exciting scenes, Ye Shuo even used his internal strength in the end. The people along the street only saw a ragged child suddenly emerge from the alley, run wildly all the way, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Emperor Jingguan and his entourage sat in the most famous restaurant in Shangjing City for a while, and then wandered around. Seeing that the time was almost up, Emperor Jingguan and his 2 companions, along with a group of eunuchs and servants, staggered towards the Taifu mansion. Given the Grand Tutor's temper and being under his supervision, Ziyaju would definitely not have the opportunity to go out. If you tell him about the lively scene outside, he will definitely be extremely envious. Emperor Jingguan could not help thinking so. When he thought of his youngest son crying and making a fuss later, his mood suddenly improved a lot, and Prince Jin on the side was surprised again and again. Even Prince Jin discovered that his brother seemed to be particularly concerned about his son. However, the reality seemed to be different from what the 3 of them thought. What Emperor Jingwen thought in his heart was that his son must be studying and practicing calligraphy with a sad face under the strict supervision of the Taifa. But when I walked in, I heard the loud quarrel between the tutor and his wife. Not to mention Emperor Jingwen, even the crown prince who had been prepared did not expect that his teacher's house would be even more lively than the outside world. The king of Jin was even more surprised, because the grand tutor had only one wife in his life, and had no concubines or maids. The deep love between the couple was known to almost the entire court. But when he saw it today, it seemed that it was not the case at all. The butler at the side couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when he saw this. He was anxious, but had no way to remind him. He was shocked when the butler opened the door just now. After all, the grand tutor is the prince's teacher, and the butler has naturally seen the prince in person. As for Emperor Jingwen, although the butler has never seen his holy face with his own eyes, judging from the prince's attitude and the demeanor of the middle-aged man in front of him, who could not guess? The butler was about to kneel down when Emperor Jingwen called out to him. After all, Emperor Jingwen came here as a surprise attack today and wanted to see what his son was doing. Naturally, he did not want to alert the people in the Taifa mansion in advance. As a result, Emperor Jingwen felt a little regretful. He should have asked them to pass the message earlier. When Emperor Jingwen and his entourage of 3 arrived, the quarrel between the Grand Tutor and Madame Zhen was almost over. When a couple quarrels, they usually lose their rationality at the end and both sides start to speak without thinking. The master must have been furious. He stared at his wife, trembling all over. Asshole, such an asshole? Look at you. You still look like a lady from a noble family. Madame Zhen sneered. I don't act like a lady from a wealthy family, but do you act like Yiner's grandfather? You only know how to fulfill your promises, but you don't care about Yiner's life or death. Do you think you can do justice to Xianer who passed away so early? When she thought about her eldest daughter who also failed in marriage and died at a young age, and then about her granddaughter facing the same problem, Mrs. Zhen couldn't help but feel sad. Zhen Ziwen, unless you divorce me now, I will never agree to this marriage. The Taifa was also annoyed when he heard this. It was precisely because his eldest daughter had chosen her own husband, but ended up meeting a bad man, that he wanted to find one for his granddaughter early on. Is there anything wrong with him doing this? No? How could a dignified grand tutor be threatened like this by his wife? The grand tutor was quite old, and on impulse he followed Madame Zhen's words and said, divorce. Divorce now. Madame Zhen was not afraid at all. Divorce if you want. Although Mrs. Zhen's dowry was not much, it was enough for her to use. After the divorce, she would take her granddaughter and move out independently. She would go to the government to register as a female household, do needlework every day, write letters to people, copy articles, etc., and maintaining her daily life without any big problem. Thinking of this, Madame Zhen suddenly made up her mind, and then asked her personal maid to find paper and pen. Emperor Jingwen and his 2 companions, who had already walked out of the main room, felt a little awkward, not knowing whether to go in or retreat. Especially the crown prince. He could never have imagined that when he came back, he would happen to run into the divorce scene of his mother-in-law and father-in-law. The prince complained bitterly for a while. As the son-in-law of the grand tutor, the crown prince could not watch the 2 of them get divorced, otherwise he would not be able to tell the crown princess about it when he returned. The prince had no choice but to step forward. Strictly speaking, the Grand Tutor and Madame Zhen were also relatives of Emperor Jingwen, so Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to take care of the matter. Among the 3, only Prince Jin could stay out of it. The King of Jin watched with great interest. I finally pulled my brother out of the palace, only to see a scene like this. I made a profit. The Emperor has arrived. At this time, nothing could put out the fire better than the Emperor's personal presence. Sure enough, upon hearing this noise, they subconsciously turned their heads, and Taifa and Madame Zhen knelt down and saluted, Your Majesty, long live the Emperor. Hey, get up. As if he didn't see the paper and pen beside him, nor heard the quarrel between the 2, Emperor Jingwen sat down in the front of the hall, picked up the teacup, and quickly changed the subject. Where's Shuo? Where's Shuo? Although the divorce between the Grand Tutor and his wife was their family affair, according to Emperor Jingwen's understanding of his son, given his son's personality, it was impossible for him not to get involved. Now that he was not around, Emperor Jingwen felt a little strange. The moment the words fell, he saw that Taifa's expression was a little strange. Not only did his eyes look resentful, but his hair almost stood up. When the prince saw this, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Could it be that the teacher and his wife were getting divorced just because of this little brother of mine? No, no way. Didn't Xiaju just come here one night? Emperor Jingwen was totally unaware and kept asking, How is Shuo? Why doesn't the Grand Tutor say anything? The Grand Tutor really couldn't hold it in any longer, and was ready to file a complaint to the Emperor, just like Lord Sen had done before, but at this moment, there was a sudden noise outside. What a coincidence, Ye Shuo came back at this time. The servant at the door thought he was a beggar and tried to stop him, but Ye Shuo dodged deftly and rushed directly into the main room. The Crown Prince and Prince of Jin almost subconsciously called on the guards beside them to protect the Emperor. However, the next moment, Ye Shuo looked up, and coincidentally, his eyes met those of Emperor Jingwen. Emperor Jingwen always felt that the little beggar in front of him looked familiar, especially his eyebrows and eyes, which were exactly the same as his own son. Huh? Dad, why are you here? Because this was outside the palace, Ye Shuo shouted. Hearing the voice that couldn't be more familiar, and seeing the other party's current attire, with black hands, black feet, and a black face, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth immediately. Then there was a violent coughing fit, and Emperor Jingwen was shaking all over, not much better than the Teifu just now. So this is my nephew, he is indeed extraordinary. Even the usually unreliable Prince Jin couldn't help but smack his lips. The guard was stunned for a moment, then pulled his hand back which was less than 2 feet away from Ye Shuo's shoulder. You bastard? What have you done again? Seeing his son who looked like a beggar, the usually clean Emperor Jingwen almost went crazy. However, Ye Shuo really didn't have time to pay attention to him at this time. Ye Shuo turned around and was about to speak, but then he thought about the temperament of the tutor. If he told him directly to catch an adulterer, how could he be willing? The Grand Tutor is so proud that he can't afford to lose face. In a flash, Ye Shuo came up with a quick idea and said, Dad, third brother and teacher, when I was outside just now, I saw a golden dragon falling from the sky into Shangjing City. Ah, golden dragon. It would be strange if Emperor Jingwen believed him. He had been out there for so long, why hadn't he heard about the golden dragon? However, Emperor Jingwen's disbelief does not mean that others do not believe it. King Jin's eyes lit up, really? Emperor Jingwen, my younger brother is truly hopeless. The dragon generally symbolizes the emperor and is a sign of good fortune. It may also be a warning from heaven. Once an unusual phenomenon appears in the sky, it is necessary to check it carefully, let alone a dragon. The Prince Jin simply did not understand Ye Shuo, and had no idea that he dared to deceive even Emperor Jingwen. The Crown Prince did not know the inside story, nor did he know his brother's motive for lying, so he did not doubt his purpose. As for the Grand Tutor, he did notice something was wrong, but he had no choice because Prince Jin was very interested and the Crown Prince also wanted to go with him. He was afraid that something might go wrong, so the Grand Tutor had to go with him. In case the 9th Prince did something, or something happened next, he could still describe it on the side. Anyway, no matter what the purpose was, the 3 of us were together. Seeing that the most prestigious and distinguished one had no intention of leaving, Ye Shuo did not give up and asked again, Dad, don't you really want to go and take a look? Emperor Jingwen became more alert when he saw this. Based on his experience, it was definitely not a good thing. However, Emperor Jingwen did not expose it. Since Prince of Jin had always wanted to see it, he let him see it. No need. I've just walked a lot and am a little tired. I'll just wait here for you to come back and report the news. Not knowing what was going on, Emperor Jingwen decided to take a step back and take a sip of tea. He looked at his son with a smile on his face. Tisk. Seeing that his cheap father was not fooled, Ye Shuo did not force it. After all, it was enough for the Crown Prince and the Grand Tutor to be there. Just like that, under Ye Shuo's repeated urging, the group of 3 hurried to the place where the so-called golden dragon fell to the ground. At first, Prince Jin did not think there was anything wrong and was even looking forward to and imagining what the legendary dragon looked like. After about half an incense stick of time, he arrived in front of a private house. After he approached, when he was about at the door, he heard the faint sounds of mm and ah between a man and a woman from inside. Prince Jin was stunned. This sound, doesn't sound right. Looking at the Crown Prince and the Grand Tutor again, their expressions changed from curiosity and inquiry at the beginning, to shock and panic, and now, they were completely torn. The Crown Prince, in particular, turned around and looked at his younger brother in disbelief. Seeing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but touch his chin. This movement. Could it be that my eyesight is not as sharp as it was in my previous life? The young master of the Cao family looks weak, but is actually very brave. Think about it. He ran back to the tutor's mansion from here, chatted with his stepfather and the others for a while, and finally dragged the tutor and the others over here. The whole process must have taken at least 15 minutes. 2/4 of an hour equal 30 minutes, and most people can't last that long. The Cao Rui is truly a man who never reveals his true colors. But in fact, Ye Shuo was thinking wrongly. Even though the 2 of them were having an affair, they were not so impatient to do it right away upon meeting. What's the fun in that? In fact, these 2 have just begun. After Cao Rui came into the yard, the 2 cousins lingered for a while before going to the main house. Especially Cao Rui's cousin, who became jealous when she learned that her cousin came to her so late today because he accompanied his fiancée to Beiyu Pavilion. Beiyu Pavilion might seem ordinary or even unremarkable to the noble ladies outside. They would only go there to stroll around and buy some small items when they really had nowhere else to go. But for Cao Rui's cousin, it was a luxury. Especially when the family she married into was not that good. This is also the reason why Cao Rui's cousin is so obsessed with Cao Rui and is unwilling to let go. She had been accustomed to a luxurious life in the Cao family, and the gap after getting married was too big, so she clung to Cao Rui desperately, even though she knew that if her affair was discovered, she would be doomed. But it happened that Cao Rui was in a bad mood today. He was first teased by a beggar, and then a stranger splashed a basin of water on him on the street. In addition, he himself had a bad temper and was even more violent in bed. His cousin's jealousy was misplaced, which made Cao Rui's desire for sadism even stronger. Therefore, the 2 of them were very active in the house today. Perhaps it was because the surrounding area was rather desolate with few residents, plus they had been together for a year without any problems, so this wild pair of mandarin ducks were very relaxed. Hearing the obscene words getting louder and louder, the Crown Prince's expression turned pale and blue. The Crown Prince usually comes into contact with highbrow things, books, memorials to the Emperor, and national affairs. How could he have ever come into contact with these? Not to mention him, even the usually absurd King Jin couldn't stand it and felt so embarrassed that he felt uncomfortable. Look at the Taifu again, a great scholar of the time, a first-rank official, the most old-fashioned and polite person in his life. How could he have encountered such a thing? And he never thought that he would encounter such a thing in his life. He almost fainted. Only Ye Shuo, the youngest, looks the most natural. As luck would have it, just when everyone was stunned, there was another wave of men's growls and women's gasps, and the three of them suddenly felt their scalps go numb. The Crown Prince had said the same thing countless times. He knew his brother was naughty, but he never knew how naughty he would be next time. Is this the golden dragon you told me about? The Crown Prince gnashed his teeth, lost all his composure, and was unusually furious. Come back with me, I will make you pay this time. The prince didn't even dare to imagine what would happen to his younger brother when he grew up. But he had finally tricked the three of them here, especially the Grand Tutor. How could Ye Shuo give up without letting them meet Cao Rui? Seeing the prince reaching out to grab him, Ye Shuo dodged nimbly, then raised his foot to kick the door in front of him under the almost suffocating gazes of the three people. You guys, go to guard the various intersections in the alley, especially the small door in the southwest direction, and don't let anyone escape. When Ye Shuo came here, he specially observed that the house in front of him was connected to the house next door, and the exit of the house next door was just in the opposite southwest direction. No matter how stupid or brainless Cao Rui was, he should have left himself a way out when he did something bad, right? Just in case, Ye Shuo made a special statement. Ye Shuo is a prince after all, and the guards accompanying him have to listen to his words. Seeing that the Crown Prince did not refuse, the guards hesitated for a moment, then immediately bowed and did as they were told. The rest of you, come and help me kick the door. Ye Shuo was young after all, and had no way to open the wooden door in front of him without exposing himself. He could only ask the guards for help. Don't be anxious, third brother, the two of you stand aside. I'll show you something interesting later. Upon hearing that the people inside were indeed alarmed, Ye Shuo hurriedly said. Taifu suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The Crown Prince couldn't think of any circumstances under which his brother would eavesdrop on such a thing, but now that things had come to this, the Crown Prince had no choice but to grit his teeth and sneer. Wait, if you don't give me an explanation, you can wait and see how father will punish you. Just thinking about how he had tricked himself into coming to such a place and listened to a live sex scene, the prince was so angry that he was shaking all over. Just as the guards drew their swords and kept slashing, Cao Rui inside could no longer sit still. Cao Rui was no fool after all. He knew something was wrong immediately when he heard the loud noise outside. He didn't even go out of the door. He hurriedly grabbed his clothes and rushed into the compartment of the main room. However, he saw an extremely hidden small door in the darkest corner of the compartment. It turned out that when Cao Rui bought this house, he also bought the house next door, so that he could escape immediately after the truth was revealed. As for women's clothes, they were more complicated. Suddenly waking up from the afterglow of what had just happened, his cousin's hands were shaking in panic. However, Cao Rui didn't even look at her. He opened the small door and rushed in. Just when Cao Rui thought that everything was fine, he was about to leave the house next door. As soon as he showed his head, he was caught by the guards who were waiting there. The guards in the palace were no pushovers, and with a little force from their hands, Cao Rui was immediately unable to move. Who are you? Do you know who I am, and how dare you come to arrest me? You are simply, Feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, Cao Rui couldn't help but screaming in pain. Just as he was struggling desperately, trying to break free from the guards' shackles, footsteps were suddenly heard not far away. Looking up, the moment he saw Ye Shuo, Cao Rui blurted out, "It's you." It was the beggar from before. "Why aren't you dead yet?" The moment the words fell, the Crown Prince, who had just been forced by Ye Shuo to hide aside, was stunned at first, and then his face suddenly darkened. Even though Zaiju behaved absurdly and liked to play tricks on people, he was still his younger brother after all. How could the Crown Prince not be annoyed when he heard this? Looking at the Grand Tutor again, he almost fainted when he saw the face of the young master of the Cao family. Cao Rui appeared here and was caught by the guards again. The truth about who the person in the room just now was revealed. Seeing that his granddaughter-in-law's future husband's trouser belt was not fastened properly, and there was an ambiguous mark on his exposed neck, Taifu felt even darker before his eyes. Asshole? Asshole. Hearing this familiar voice, Cao Rui froze at first, then looked back in disbelief. When he saw the old face of the Grand Tutor and his eyes that were almost spitting fire, Cao Rui felt a chill in his heart. Finished. It's all over now. Being caught red-handed by the Grand Tutor, he was afraid that his marriage with Liang Wenyan would be called off, and even the reputation he had built up for so long would be in jeopardy. But what Cao Rui didn't know was that not only his marriage and reputation would be implicated, but the entire Cao family would be implicated by him. Seeing that Cao Rui only knew the Grand Tutor but not the Crown Prince, Ye Shuo at the side had to kindly remind him, "Don't just look at the Grand Tutor, do you want to guess who the young man standing next to me is?" The Crown Prince was a little annoyed when he heard this. "Xiaoju. Tisk, you've already come here and watched the show, why are you still feeling ashamed?" The moment Cao Rui looked over, Ye Shuo chuckled, and under Cao Rui's almost desperate gaze, he came close to him and whispered, "Let me tell you, this is the crown prince of the Great Zhou Dynasty. And this one is the emperor's younger brother. How about it? Do you feel honored?" A crown prince, a king, and a tutor came in person to catch the adulterer. This lineup was simply luxurious. No one has ever enjoyed the treatment you've given them, so just be happy. Listening to his brother muttering in a low voice to the young master of the Cao family, which made the young master's face pale, the crown prince couldn't help but feel a headache. Prince Jin at the side couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. As for the grand tutor, he was completely dumbfounded when he saw the woman who followed closely behind him came out in a panic and subconsciously called Cao Rui cousin. Cao Rui then realized how big a mistake he had made in those 2 sentences he had just uttered subconsciously. He could still chat and laugh with the crown prince's tutor and the prince. This beggar's background must be not simple. Cao Rui just hoped that it would not be what he imagined. Seeing that he seemed to have finally come to his senses, Ye Shuo couldn't help but smile a little wider. "You must be guessing who I am at this moment. I might as well tell you that it is just what you think in your heart." With a puff sound, Cao Rui's hopes were completely shattered. Anyone who dares to kill the prince will be guilty of a heinous crime punishable by the execution of all 9 generations of his clan. But now it is too late for Cao Rui to take it back. The Teifu and the crown prince beside him are the best witnesses. As if Ye Shuo still thought it was not enough, he slowly said, "As for the Cao family, I found a particularly interesting phenomenon. Do you want to hear it? This phenomenon is naturally related to the reputation of the Cao family." Ye Shuo is particularly curious. Could it be that the Cao family is really as spotless as he said? If they were really spotless, how could it be such a coincidence that all the daughters-in-law of the Cao family were of the same race and had higher family backgrounds than the Cao family itself? Since they are a family that loves their daughters will most likely be raised to be very simple and innocent. Girls with impure personalities will not marry into the Cao family. Anyone with a little ambition would simply look down upon the Cao family. As for the Cao family, they would also not choose an ambitious daughter-in-law. It was a two-way choice. If either side was lacking, the marriage would not be successful. Liang Wenyan is a good example. Her grandfather is stubborn, refuses to listen to advice, and hardly ever listens to his children's opinions. Liang Wenyan herself has a soft personality, making her a perfect marriage candidate. Girls with this kind of personality and family background are the easiest to be controlled. Just like Cao Rui, he would suppress Liang Wenyan from time to time when they were together. After a long time, a girl like Liang Wenyan would easily fall into self-doubt. Ye Shuo suspected that the other 3 daughters-in-law of the Cao family were also trained in this way. In addition, the world today has many restrictions on women, and girls have been disciplined by various rules since childhood and are well-behaved and sensible. They are not willing to trouble their parents easily. They have not revealed the truth about the Cao mansion to their parents for so many years, so Ye Shuo believed it. Ye Shuo even believed that these girls themselves didn't know there was something wrong with this. Over time, they have become like animals and have long been domesticated. However, the girls are stupid, but their parents are not stupid. Ye Shuo stared at Cao Rui's eyes carefully and said with a smile, "Tell me, if I spread this matter and tell your sisters-in-law's parents, what will your sisters-in-law's parents do?" Cao Rui couldn't control himself. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his expression was blank for a moment. When one's most secret matters are exposed, unless one's mental quality is extremely strong, it will be impossible to reveal any flaws. But such people are rare even after training. Seeing this, Ye Shuo had a rough idea in his mind. After he came to his senses, Cao Rui's anger at being teased, the frustration at being caught, and the panic at running into the grand tutor all disappeared, leaving only fear in his heart. Cao Rui felt that the prince in front of him was particularly scary. Although he was smiling, his eyes and heart were full of knives. "Someone come. Take Master Cao away for further interrogation." Whether Cao Rui intended to murder the prince or committed adultery with a married woman in broad daylight, he deserved punishment. As for Cao Rui not knowing that Ye Shuo was a prince, what was the use of that? When it came to the prince's life, there was no such thing as ignorance without guilt in the royal family. Following the crown prince's order, Cao Rui was immediately taken away by the guards. It was estimated that the guards went straight to the Dali temple. The crown prince saw the incident with his own eyes and did not even give Cao Rui a chance to refute. After Cao Hu finally broke free, he and the other 2 servants initially chased after Xiao Lizi. After Xiao Lizi disappeared, they saw their young master heading towards the residential area, and they knew that their young master would not be able to finish the task in a short time, so they took this opportunity to slack off. Everyone, including Cao Rui, felt that their arrangements were flawless. How could the 2 servants have expected that something unexpected would happen today? Even if there were 3 more people keeping watch besides Cao Rui, it would be useless as there were several guards around. Since Ye Shuo was here, he had no intention of returning empty-handed. Therefore, as soon as Cao Hu and his men returned, they also faced the situation of being arrested and imprisoned. Cao Rui finally felt scared at this time. He was frightened by Ye Shuo's last 2 sentences. Obviously, he also understood that if it was just an affair and murder of the prince, he might have room for maneuver due to the family relationship. After all, the prince in front of him was fine, and he didn't know he was a prince at that time. However, once the affairs of the women in the family were exposed, the entire Cao family would not only face a devastating disaster, but would also be ruined. All the previous business operations of the Cao family would be destroyed. Cao Rui had kept this secret since he was a child. Over the years, he had regarded it as something that must not be discovered, even worse than murdering the prince. Now that he was suddenly exposed, Cao Rui was in a panic. In a panic, Cao Rui couldn't even figure out how everything happened and why he was targeted. If he knew that it was just because of the words of his fiancée and Mrs. Zhen that Ye Shuo became suspicious and wanted to verify the truth, I wonder if he would vomit blood. After all, who would be interested in such things? In the end, he did it himself and dug so deep in one go. When the guards dragged Cao Rui away without saying a word, Cao Rui accidentally saw the little prince making faces at him. The look was as weird and terrifying as it could be. Cao Rui even felt that the person living in the little prince's body was not a human, but a demon. But looking at the crown prince on the side, it seemed as if he didn't notice anything at all, and he even patted the prince's head with a helpless look, telling him to stop being naughty. Naughty? The prince called this naughty? Cao Rui couldn't help but widen his eyes. Cao Rui could not curse or speak, for fear of adding to his crime, and in the end he could only wail aloud to vent his resentment. Even the crown prince was frightened by the other party's shrill cry, and Ye Shuo beside him couldn't help but shiver his arms. I didn't realize that the young master of the Cao family has this skill? Oh, that's terrible. He knew it was scary, but he didn't know who had done it. The corner of Prince Jin's mouth twitched slightly. Since Cao Rui and his right-hand men have been arrested, it is estimated that the Cao family is not far away. As for Cao Rui's cousin, whether to divorce or send her to the government will be handled by her husband's family. Only after this farce was completely over did Ye Shuo and his group leave. On the way, Ye Shuo ignored the defeated look on the face of the tutor and felt that he had saved one or more girls. He was in a good mood and was almost about to sing a song. As for whether anyone in the Cao family would die because of him, he can only say that if they were truly bad guys, it wouldn't be a pity no matter how many of them died. Being kind to criminals is being cruel to victims. The king of Jin couldn't hold it in any longer, so he approached his nephew and asked, "How do you know I'm your uncle? I remember we haven't met before." Even though there was so much chaos just now, Prince Jin did not ignore Ye Shuo's words. This man is the emperor's younger brother. Could it be that my nephew had seen his own portrait? But that portrait didn't look like him. King Jin was really curious. Being in high spirits, Ye Shuo answered casually, "I guessed." Ye Shuo pointed to the widow's peak on his forehead, then to the crown prince's and the prince of Jin's. "Look, they're all the same. Widow's peak is a dominant trait, my cheap dad also has it, but the probability of inheritance is not high, so it is not easy to bump into someone with the same one. In addition, he was more casual than the ministers when facing his stepfather, and he looked younger than his stepfather, so Ye Shuo guessed that he might be his stepfather's younger brother and his uncle. This is not a big deal, it doesn't matter even if I guessed wrong," Ye Shuo said so. Prince Jin was stunned for a moment, then touched his forehead belatedly. After coming to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh, "What a smart child. But that's not right. Such a smart child, and the son of the imperial concubine. There is no reason for the crown prince and the emperor brother to be so kind and attentive to him. Shouldn't they be on guard against him? The title of Duke of Zhen is a historical legacy. The current situation was caused by the absurdity of the previous emperor. Even though my brother is a man of great talent and strategy, it will take time to resolve it." King Jin felt that it was incredible that this child could reach this point. Not only was he born safely, but he also won the favor of his elder brother in such an environment. The prince also seemed to be not on guard against him. This was completely beyond Prince Jin's imagination. He was able to revive a dead end and still thrive. Doesn't my brother suspect that this kid is pretending? Then King Jin thought of Ye Shuo's actions and fell silent. Yes, if it was really a disguise, no one would dare to make such a joke no matter what. They could even say such nonsense as a golden dragon falling to the ground, and they were deceiving the emperor. This is a crime of deceiving the emperor. This is why the Prince of Jin was deceived. He never thought that there would be someone in the world who would dare to lie to the emperor. Prince Jin also felt that this child was a little, no, very stupid. He is stupid, bold, and lawless. Prince Jin couldn't help but be curious. "You lied to your father so much, aren't you afraid that he will punish you? Then what's there to be afraid of?" Ye Shuo said confidently. "Didn't the emperor not get fooled? If you are not deceived, it is not called deceiving the emperor." After King Jin sorted out this logic, he was immediately shocked. Is there such a saying? The king of Jin felt that he had learned something, but if he was asked to put it into practice. The king of Jin thought about it and gave up the idea. He still wanted to live a few more years. So the king of Jin looked at his nephew with eyes full of admiration. The king of Jin thought he was ridiculous, but he realized today that he was nothing compared to his ninth nephew. At least he certainly wouldn't dare to lie to the late emperor like this. Both of them were players who were not doing their jobs properly, and they could talk to each other very well. Seeing the two of them getting together in a short time, the prince felt his temples throbbing. "My dear nephew, if you have time in the future, please come to King Uncle's house often to play." Prince Jin had never thought that his nephew had so many tricks at such a young age. It was as if the door to a new world had been opened. After listening to him, he felt that he was still not satisfied. Ye Shuo was not polite. Okay, okay. The child's casual and non-pedantic appearance immediately suited King Jin's taste even more. When the two of them were talking happily and getting along better and better, they completely ignored the changes in their surroundings and did not even notice when they arrived at the Taifu's house. You two, why don't you come here right now? When Emperor Jingwen saw the two of them like this, his forehead jumped. Ye Shuo and Prince Jin fell silent and walked up to Emperor Jingwen with a smile. Father, royal brother. In the past, seeing just one of them was enough to give Emperor Jingwen a headache, but now that both of them were present, Emperor Jingwen almost couldn't breathe. Impatiently pushing his brother aside, Emperor Jingwen looked at his son and said, "Tell me, what happened?" Ye Shuo blinked and said without any guilt, "Dad, I took my brother the crown prince and my uncle to do good deeds." Emperor Jingwen had a blank expression on his face and sneered. When Ye Shuo was hesitating about what to say in order to satisfy his stepfather, the prince at the side reported the whole story directly. Even though he was prepared, after hearing this, Emperor Jingwen's blood instantly flowed back to his head. Catching an adulterer? You actually took your third brother, your uncle, and the grand tutor to catch an adulterer. Emperor Jingwen stood up from his chair suddenly. More importantly, he tried to trick himself into going. Emperor Jingwen could not imagine himself, an emperor, appearing in such an occasion. The most important thing is that the prince said that when he and his men arrived, the battle there was fierce. He even dared to say that he was a good person and did good things. Emperor Jingwen became furious. How can it not be a good person and a good deed? Seeing that the fruits of his labor were about to be buried, Ye Shuo could not help but retort, "It is such a great achievement to be able to save the happiness of several girls for a lifetime. This little bastard really only has girls in his mind. He is like this at such a young age. Won't he become a troublemaker when he grows up? Do you care about the reputation of me and your third brother?" Emperor Jingwen couldn't breathe just thinking about that scene. After the words fell, King Jin was stunned. Wait, why am I not included? Doesn't his face count as face? Emperor Jingwen was so furious when he saw this little bastard that he couldn't control himself and rolled up his sleeves to beat him. I told you not to lie to me. I told you not to lie to me that you went out of the palace to study. Emperor Jingwen never imagined that it was not the Taifu who taught him well, but that he successfully led the Taifu astray. When he was so angry, Emperor Jingwen even forgot about cleanliness and just picked up a handy object to beat his son. As the saying goes, if you are beaten lightly, you will take it. If you are beaten hard, you will run away. Ye Shuo is not a dead man. He has 2 legs, and they are meant to run. When Emperor Jingwen saw that he dared to hide, he became even angrier. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and hold him down. The guards took action without hesitation. Seeing that his cheap father was serious this time, Ye Shuo screamed immediately. Dad, Dad, show some mercy, Dad. Emperor Jingwen was unmoved and directly ordered the guards to bring him back to the palace. Emperor Jingwen really didn't want to see him embarrass himself in public anymore. Ye Shuo, who was pretending, was suddenly dumbfounded. Wait a minute, Dad, I've only been out for 1 night. Such a big thing happened in just 1 night. If you stay for a few more days, you will turn the whole capital city upside down. If the evidence is conclusive, the Cao family will definitely be sent to prison. Thinking of the Cao family's daughters-in-law, Emperor Jingwen is almost certain that when he goes to court tomorrow, it will be very lively. I guess Lord Cao alone is not enough for his relatives to participate. If there were no other charges, the Cao family would surely be ruined. If something else was found out, then it would be even harder to say, "My son has just come out and there is no third-rank official in the court. If I ask him to stay for a few more days." Emperor Jingwen made a prompt decision. You go back to the palace and stay there obediently. Ye Shuo was horrified. His schedule for leaving the palace this time was extremely tight. He hadn't done many things yet and hadn't met his grandfather yet. How could he leave so easily? No, I won't go. I won't go. Under the joint siege of several guards, no matter how much Ye Shuo resisted, it was useless. Emperor Jingwen hesitated for a moment, but finally followed him. He had no choice. If he didn't keep an eye on him, he was afraid that the little bastard would run away again. I heard that when he left the palace with the grand tutor, didn't he want to run away? Seeing that there was nothing for the king of Jin to do here and that he was very satisfied with the show, he put his hands behind his back and walked away leisurely. After Liang Wenyan came back, she was celebrating with Madame Zhen. The crown prince originally wanted to leave, but the grand tutor, who had finally recovered from the incident, asked him to stay. The crown prince looked at his teacher and seemed to have something to say to him. He was puzzled, but he did not refuse. The two of them quickly came to the corridor. Seeing that there was no one around, the crown prince was about to speak, but the tutor beside him finally couldn't hold it back and bowed deeply to the prince. Your Highness, I'm sorry. The grand tutor felt that if the 9th prince continued like this and was not properly disciplined, his own family would be gone. Although the 9th prince has messed it up now, the grand tutor was filled with grief and indignation, and was extremely ashamed. Your Highness, please forgive me for breaking the promise I made to you. Read, the 9th prince must study. We can't let him idle around like this any longer. The crown prince was stunned for a while. After realizing what his teacher meant, he felt a little amused. The 9th prince is only so old, yet he doesn't even blush when he sees people having sex, and he even asks them to go and watch together. This incident was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Teifu's psychological defenses, which were already on the verge of collapse, to completely collapse. The ninth prince's ignorance, lack of common sense and reckless behavior made the Grand Tutor unable to tolerate it any longer. No matter whether it is the royal family or one's own students, they must never raise such a person. The Crown Prince felt that since Ziju could force the Great Tutor into this state, he must be a big shot. The Crown Prince had no doubt about the tutor's intentions at all. After all, he saw the whole thing from beginning to end with his own eyes. Ziju had only been here for one day, but he had already messed up the Teifu family's house, and almost caused a divorce between a couple who had been in love for decades. Even the Crown Prince felt ashamed of such terrible destructive power. The Crown Prince suddenly remembered that the princess seemed to have started to contradict the tutor only after she came into contact with her younger brother. The Crown Prince shuddered suddenly. "Teacher, there is no need to do this. It is your job to teach Ziju well." The prince also felt that it was imperative for his younger brother to study well. Although it was a bit offensive to say this, he did not want to have a younger brother like his uncle in the future. "Thank you, Your Highness." The Grand Tutor has already decided at this moment that he will teach each of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness to the ninth prince. After the Crown Prince consoled his teacher with a few more words, he knew that his teacher still had things to deal with later, so he did not stay any longer. After sending the prince away and closing the door of the Teifu mansion, the Teifu turned around and suddenly didn't know how to face his wife and granddaughter. The previous memories quickly came back to him. The thought of the young master of the Cao family who couldn't control himself during the day and was so indulgent that he actually did such a thing outside made the Teifu feel angry and a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that just a hairpin could reflect so many things. That's the truth. Think about it, even if the young master of the Cao family was confused and didn't understand the intricacies of this, wasn't there anyone among his cousin, his parents, and so many people in the Cao family who reminded him? In the final analysis, it's just that the upper beam is crooked, and the lower beams are crooked. Cao Rui's cousin was probably very angry, thinking that it didn't matter if she was the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, she still lost to a girl from a small family, so she borrowed this hairpin to show off in front of Madame Zhen. The reason why the Cao family sat back and watched without saying a word was that they wanted to use this hairpin to test Liang Wenyan's reaction. They tried to test how Liang Wenyan would react when encountering such a thing, starting from small to large, and gradually increasing the stakes. At first, it might be just a hairpin, but later on, it will gradually become a dowry, a woman, an heir. In the end, Liang Wenyan will be completely turned into a tool for them to climb up. Facts have proved that the Cao family was actually successful. If Ye Shuo hadn't suddenly appeared, the hairpin incident would have ended up in vain, and many other things would have ended up in vain as well. The Grand Tutor may think a hairpin is a trivial matter today, and may think a piece of clothing is a trivial matter tomorrow. After a few years, when the previous impressions have accumulated deeply enough, will the Grand Tutor think that his granddaughter is being too fussy? There have been so many disappointments. She knows it's useless to cry to her grandfather. If Liang Wenyan is wronged in the future, will she come back to tell him? After all, the process of taming Liang Wenyan is actually the process of taming the tutor. The Grand Tutor had been in officialdom for many years and had hardly ever used such a sinister trick, so he had no idea how terrible this sinister trick was. Even until now, the Grand Tutor has not realized the seriousness of the matter. Even though the Teifu was well versed in ancient and modern knowledge, he still could not imagine things that he had not seen with his own eyes. Now, in the eyes of the Grand Tutor, the fact that the young master of the Cao family committed adultery with his cousin and that the Cao family deliberately promoted their own good reputation to curry favor with the powerful only made him angry and upset. He had no idea to what extent the Cao family was rotten inside. Therefore, at this moment, the Grand Tutor was filled with embarrassment as to how to face his wife and granddaughter. After standing outside for a long while, the tutor finally raised his feet and walked towards the main room. However, the fact that the Grand Tutor didn't know didn't mean that Madame Zhen didn't know. Madame Zhen was a woman, so she naturally understood the consequences for a woman if she met such a family. Mrs. Zhen originally thought that the only bad person was the young master of the Cao family, but she didn't expect that the entire Cao family was of the same ilk. Mrs. Zhen shuddered at the thought that her granddaughter almost married into such a family. So even though her husband swallowed his pride for the first time in his life and begged for peace with her, and even wrote a letter of withdrawal in front of them, Mrs. Zhen still didn't look kindly upon him. The Teifu was turned down by his wife and all his sweet words were of no use. He was quite angry, but he was really wrong in this matter, and he was too embarrassed to argue with his wife. Unable to hold it in any longer, the Teifu finally threw up his sleeves and went to the street angrily. He really couldn't stay in this house for even a quarter of an hour, but the Teifu seldom went shopping on weekdays, and he had no interest in the outside world. He really had no goal. He drank tea to his heart's content in the tea house, but he couldn't drink anymore. So the Teifu went downstairs, walking aimlessly, and gradually, he heard a particularly noisy noise not far away. It turned out that the Grand Tutor had unknowingly arrived at Cao's residence. It was already afternoon, almost evening. The news that the young master of the Cao family was caught cheating by the Crown Prince himself was making headlines. The Cao family's affair was exposed. After a few hours of fermentation, the people who heard about it for the first time could not help but be shocked. The 3 girls who married into the Cao family were the family's favorite daughters. When something like this happened, even though the result was not known yet, each family had already sent a carriage to pick up their daughter. When the tutor arrived, he happened to meet Cao Rui's second sister-in-law picked up by someone. With disaster imminent, the Cao family naturally refused to release the people, but the other party didn't care and simply called together the guards and servants to beat up the people in the Cao family. A gust of wind blew, and the curtain of the carriage opened a crack. Looking through the gap, the next moment, the tutor felt as if he was struck by lightning. Cao Rui's second sister-in-law was the daughter of Jin Ziguang Le Doctor, the daughter of a third-rank official. Because of the future marriage relationship between the two families, the Taifu had met his daughter once on the wedding day 5 years ago. The girl who was pretty and charming 5 years ago has become haggard 5 years later. This is what mind control is like. Even if the person involved says that nothing happened, the spirit she exudes cannot deceive others. However, even though things had come to this point, the woman in the carriage continued to loudly defend her husband's family, as if she was possessed by a demon, and tried her best to speak well of the Cao family. Seeing this scene, the Taifu felt a chill. The master doesn't understand why some people can be so bad. As the sun set, the tutor returned home in a daze. Mrs. Zhen was surprised to see her husband like this. Then she understood when she heard the servants tell her where her husband had gone today. Madame Zhen did not say anything, and left it to the grand tutor to digest slowly. When the court was in session the next day, just as Emperor Jingguan had guessed, several ministers listed the crimes of the Cao family in the court without caring about their lives. Lord Cao was sweating profusely and tried his best to refute them. Looking at the noisy court that was like a vegetable market, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but feel a headache. While Emperor Jingguan was pondering, to everyone's surprise, even the Grand Tutor stood up. There was no suspense at all now. After the Emperor intervened, he found out a lot of other things. After reading the memorial with a frown, Emperor Jingguan did not hesitate any longer and directly put Lord Cao and his entire family in prison. As the Minister of Agriculture, he embezzled money and shook the foundation of the country. Killing all 9 clans of the Cao family was considered a light punishment. The ministers had not expected that this lawsuit, which was clearly about their children's family, would involve so many things in the end. The cause was simply because the 9th prince was having fun and went out of the palace. He Xiang and others couldn't help but smack their lips. After the court session, the grand tutor went straight to the library. Upon seeing this, the crown prince couldn't help but shake his head, with a hint of sympathy flashing in his eyes. He was afraid that Zaiju would suffer. The other side. Because Ye Shuo helped concubine Rong win several pieces of precious cloth, concubine Rong not only did not scold him, but was very happy instead. As expected of my son, he is so smart. Thinking that her son could even fool the imperial tutor and even the imperial tutor had to help him cover up his lies, the imperial concubine felt so proud. Apart from his own son, which other child in the world has such ability? Even Ye Shuo couldn't help but remain silent after hearing this. I repeat, if he were a serious child, it would be impossible for him not to grow up astray in such an environment. Although in the eyes of others he could not be crooked anymore. Seeing Yechen was once again shocked by the imperial concubine's unconditional doting on her son. The 6th prince on the side kept shaking his head, thinking that if this continued, the 9th prince might never grow up in his lifetime. Ye Shuo was not soft-hearted either. He took the opportunity to extort 2 new sets of clothes from his mother. Then, early the next morning, he brought his study partner and attendant to the library. Until this moment, Ye Shuo was still regretting the freedom he had finally gained but which slipped away so quickly. I regret so much. I regret not taking the opportunity to have a good look around. God knows, he hasn't even visited several famous scenic spots in Beijing. I still don't know what my grandfather, my 6 uncles, and my 18 cousins look like. The group of guards yesterday were really cruel. They showed no mercy and even pinched his shoulder until it was blue. Sitting by the window on the 3rd floor, Ye Shuo's expression was filled with sadness. I've only been out for less than 12 hours. 12 hours? Ye Shuo has never had such a short weekend life? With a pop sound, happiness is gone. What does this have to do with me? Why did you arrest me? Why won't you let me go out? Let me out. Let this prince out quickly. At the beginning, Xing Yechen and Xiao Lizi were so soft-hearted when they saw how sad and angry he was that they tried to persuade him, but later, after hearing it so many times, they became numb to it. Anyway, the 9th prince was just shouting, and since the emperor had issued a ban, he couldn't get out no matter how hard he tried. Xing Yechen and Xiao Lizi gradually learned how to read attentively in a noisy environment. Ye Shuo thought this was miserable enough, but he didn't expect there would be something even worse to come. When the Grand Tutor came, Ye Shuo didn't think anything was wrong. It wasn't the first time that the Grand Tutor attacked him suddenly, and the old man couldn't stay for a while and had to leave. It was not until the Grand Tutor lifted his official robe and knelt down opposite Ye Shuo that Ye Shuo frowned, feeling that something was not right. In the next 2 hours, Ye Shuo gradually realized that this was true and not his illusion. Oh my god! He obviously did good things. Why did the master repay his kindness with hatred? Why are all the people here like this? This has been the nth time. Ye Shuo can hardly count. We agreed to leave me alone, but in the end, each one of them is stricter than the last. It's okay for the stepfather, but why is the tutor like this too? Ye Shuo couldn't understand. Ye Shuo has a bright mind, but he has already gone to school once in his previous life. If he were to go to school again in this life, Ye Shuo would feel desperate just thinking about it. Especially in ancient times, going to school was so tiring, with one having to memorize one book after another and never seeing an end. It's no wonder that Ye Shuo felt repulsed. Seeing that the grand tutor couldn't leave for a while, Ye Shuo began to daydream while listening to his lecture, with his hands placed below his head and constantly making small movements. After a long time, it was time for lunch. Even after drinking several cups of tea, he still felt a little thirsty. Closing the book in front of him, the grand tutor couldn't help but look at the ninth prince opposite him. The reality of benevolence is to serve one's parents. The reality of righteousness is to obey one's elder brother. The reality of wisdom is to know these two things and not to abandon them. The reality of propriety is to be restrained in these two things. Everyone has a compassionate heart. Everyone has a sense of shame and disgust. Everyone has a respectful heart. Everyone has a sense of right and wrong. Compassion is benevolence, shame and disgust is righteousness, respect is courtesy, and a sense of right and wrong is wisdom. So, do you understand? In order to teach the ninth prince the basic ethics of propriety, morality, and honor, the grand tutor has put in a lot of effort, almost breaking it down and explaining it to him. However, Ye Shuo's thoughts had already wandered off to who knows where. In extraordinary times, extraordinary things need to be done. When something really happens, there is no time to worry about so many things. Some things should be done even if they go against the teachings of sages. The master frowned and couldn't help shouting twice more. Seeing Ye Shuo, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore, so he quietly nudged the ninth prince, who obviously wasn't listening carefully. Ye Shuo finally came back to his senses, and by this time the tutor's face had turned dark. What are you holding there? Take it out. Sure enough, no matter which era, when faced with students who do not listen carefully in class, teachers' reactions are the same. Ye Shuo had no choice but to put his masterpiece on the table. So the master saw something that looked like it had a pair of wings. Was it a butterfly or something? The master's anger rose immediately. Do you know how much this piece of paper can be worth to ordinary people? How much corn can it be worth? A mere piece of paper was enough for a common person's food for a day, but it was wasted so casually by the ninth prince. Ye Shuo understood the principle, but this paper was just discarded by seeing Ye Shuo. Without waiting for Ye Shuo to open his mouth to refute, the grand tutor asked again, what is the use of this thing in your hand? If it has no use, it is just a waste of time. Hearing him talk about this, Ye Shuo immediately sat up straight and had to say a few words for the fruits of his labor, replying to master, of course there are. As he said that, Ye Shuo threw the thing he had carefully folded out of the window. He had to show Teifu the charm of paper airplane, one of the must-have handmade toys for modern children in their childhood. Although the writing paper in the palace was soft, it was on an upper floor and was cut into small pieces, so it could still fly. Just like that, Ye Shuo watched the paper plane swaying and flying far away. When he turned around, he was about to brag about it, but he ran into the dark old face of the tutor. That's it. He thought the ninth prince would come up with some new tricks. The grand tutor didn't hesitate and started scolding Ye Shuo as soon as he caught him. Ye Shuo felt extremely innocent. Any modern person would surely understand the meaning of airplanes or the various air currents in the air. This is the world record-breaking way to fold Susan's paper airplane? Super cool? Ye Shuo felt that there was a particularly deep generation gap between him and the Teifu, as if the Teifu firmly believed that the sky above his head was round and the land beneath his feet was square, while Ye Shuo believed that they were both round. Teacher. Ye Shuo's expression suddenly became serious. It is also very important to properly develop children's hands-on ability. Always reading, reading, and reading, but not learning to be creative. The high-pressure environment will make children stupid. Seeing Ye Shuo, who was standing by, held his forehead with his hand, and he had almost met the fate of the ninth prince. As expected, almost the moment the words fell, the Teifu exploded. Then came the scolding that was like a violent storm. Ye Shuo tried to resist at first, but when he saw that he could not resist, he simply changed his mind and continued to daydream. But it must be said that the grand tutor is worthy of being the grand tutor. He even quotes classics when scolding someone. Ye Shuo almost couldn't react to many of the allusions. However, when Teifu saw this scene, he didn't understand it at all. Because in the eyes of the Teifu, anyone who understood what he was saying would not be like this, with no reaction and not even a blush on his face. I can only say, the grand tutor has always underestimated Ye Shuo's thick skin. Compared to the teacher Ye Shuo met in his previous life, these words of the grand tutor are nothing. Although Ye Shuo had always been the teacher's favorite in his previous life, but even if he had never eaten pork, had he seen a pig run? The Teifu has read so many books and has been deeply influenced by the thoughts of sages. No matter how unpleasant his words could be, how bad could they be, it just doesn't hurt. However, Ye Shuo did not refute, but instead made the tutor angry. It is so frustrating that students have low education. They don't understand even if you scold them. The grand tutor was so angry that he threw up his sleeves and left. Looking at the other person's angry back, Ye Shuo was at a loss. What happened? Why did you leave so soon? The old man's thoughts are indeed hard to guess. Seeing Ye Shuo, who was standing next to him, watched the whole process and couldn't help but feel sympathy for the tutor. Ah, I can finally go back to eat. Madame Zhao and the others must be waiting anxiously. Even in the palace, Ye Shuo's daily schedule is quite full. Concubines like Zhao Chongrong were inevitably lonely because they had no children. Several times, Ye Shuo ran into Zhao Chongrong sitting alone in the yard, daydreaming. There were no entertainment activities in the palace, and people tended to overthink when they had some free time after eating and drinking. A normal person would easily develop mental problems after staying in this small world for decades. Ye Shuo couldn't do much, he just hoped that his arrival could add a bit of color and fun to the lives of Empress Zhao and the others. But in seeing Yechen's opinion, the ninth prince brought him to eat and drink in various concubines' palaces all day long, with river fish today and copper pot meals tomorrow. The concubines were really reincarnated bodhisattvas. Even in this situation, they did not find the ninth prince annoying. As a result, both himself and Xiao Lizi gained a lot of weight. Compared to the leisurely Ye Shuo, Taifu's mood was not so good. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his expression became more and more uglier. As if things weren't bad enough, at this moment, the tutor happened to meet Lord Zhen, who had just finished class and looked very relaxed. At this glance, it was like enemies meeting, with eyes full of jealousy. The relationship between the two had never been very good, and now because of the matter of the ninth prince, they were even more at odds with each other. Lord Zhen looked at the Grand Tutor's expression and felt it was so familiar. Every night when he went home and looked in the mirror, it was exactly the same. Still feeling frustrated and worried, Lord Zhen immediately understood what had happened, and he was very happy. Oh, isn't this Lord Taifu? How come Lord Taifu just came out of the East Palace? You old thing, why are you bringing up things that are not relevant? He is asking even though he knows the answer? The Taifu ignored him, snorted through his nose, and walked straight past him. Lord Zhen was extremely happy. As expected, in a one-on-one fight, the ninth prince was much more powerful. I heard that the ninth prince almost broke up the old man's family? That's really amazing. Even from a distance, the Grand Tutor could still hear Lord Zhen's laughter. The Grand Tutor couldn't help it, and for the first time in his life, he felt the urge to hit someone. But there is no other way, we still have to teach. Just like that, for the next few days, the Grand Tutor repeated the same routine, teaching the ninth prince in the morning, being annoyed by the ninth prince at noon, thinking frantically about what to teach the ninth prince the next day in the afternoon, and staying up late at night to prepare for the lesson, adjust his mentality, and get ready for the next battle the next day. In order to help the ninth prince learn something, the Grand Tutor has tried almost all his strength. To be honest, when he was not an official, he had hundreds of disciples, but Taifu never felt so tired. After all, the situations are different. Although some students are a little stupid, they are willing to learn. It is good that diligence can make up for one's shortcomings. Look at the ninth prince, he is stupid, lazy, and doesn't like to study. The imperial tutor has no choice but to chase him and feed him, but he still refuses to open his mouth to eat. This was the first time that Taifu had experienced such a torment as a teacher. If his former students saw this, they would probably drop their eyes out. Not to mention other students, at least the crown prince would not be able to accept this contrast. This went on for about half a month, and Mrs. Zhen watched helplessly as her husband's hair seemed to be thinner than before, and the previous hair crown would soon have to be remade. The Grand Tutor has been so busy lately that he doesn't even have time to care about his granddaughter's marriage, which makes Liang Wenyan feel relieved. After what happened with the Cao family, Liang Wenyan seemed to have grown up overnight. No, it cannot be said that she grew up, but Liang Wenyan suddenly saw some things clearly. Relying on others is like floating on the water without roots. You can only follow the will of others without any choice. Sometimes even your own grandfather will not help you. You can rely on the ninth prince, but how many times can the ninth prince help you? This feeling of having no one to turn to for help is so torturous that Liang Wenyan doesn't want to experience it again after experiencing it. But she didn't know what she should do, and Liang Wenyan was left feeling confused. Although Liang Wenyan didn't know what to do, she knew that it would be good to delay such a day longer. So when she saw that her grandfather's mind was not on her, Liang Wenyan was not anxious but relieved. The fact that Liang Wenyan was able to notice that something was wrong with Cao Rui and took the initiative to express her wishes to Madame Zhen and the Grand Tutor proves that she is at least not a person without her own opinions, and it is natural for her to think of these things. Liang Wenyan thought that perhaps she could ask the ninth prince what to do. Although my grandmother has read a lot of books, she has been confined to the inner courtyard all her life. If anyone can give her advice on this matter and keep it secret, it can only be the ninth prince. Liang Wenyan's heart quickly calmed down. The Grand Tutor over there had no idea that his granddaughter had quietly changed, and he was still worrying about how to teach the ninth prince. The Grand Tutor became increasingly haggard at a speed visible to the naked eye, even Emperor Jingwen noticed it. My son is really amazing. Emperor Jingwen thought about it and finally feared that if he continued like this, the Grand Tutor would retire or some other accident would happen. He had no choice but to bring Lord Zhen back. Lord Zhen didn't feel happy for long before he received such tragic news. He suddenly felt dizzy and could no longer laugh. The other ministers were even more silent, especially He Xiang and others who were watching the fun from the sidelines, fearing that they would be drafted into the army. After all, if the trend continued, it was not certain whether they would be included. If one teacher wasn't enough, then two teachers would come together, or even Emperor Jingwen himself would take part. The weather was about to get hot, and Emperor Jingwen planned to go to the temporary palace to escape the heat this year. In his opinion, this was a perfect opportunity to educate his son. If punishment doesn't work, bribery might work, right? Emperor Jingwen didn't believe that his son, with his love of hustle and bustle, could really hold back and not go to the palace with them, or he could simply take the imperial concubine away and leave him alone to see if he could sit still. Emperor Jingwen's original plan was that as long as Zaiju could recite 10 articles, he would agree to take him this year. But when flipping through the book, Emperor Jingwen wondered if 10 chapters were too many. After all, the point of bribery is not to punish, but to find a way to get him moving. After deliberating for most of the day and making many deletions and cuts, Emperor Jingwen finally shortened the 10 articles to half, leaving only 5. My 2 dear ministers, what do you think? Emperor Jingwen was a novice parent after all, so naturally he had to ask for the opinions of his 2 teachers. But whether it was Lord Zhen or the Grand Tutor, their expressions were not particularly optimistic. Even if there are 5 chapters, it feels like an insurmountable gap for the 9th prince. In their hands, the 9th prince had never been able to recite a complete article. The Grand Tutor spoke tentatively, Your Majesty, these 3 articles, what do you think? Lord Zhen wiped the sweat from his head and said, Your Majesty, reduce it a little, and then reduce it a little more. Emperor Jingwen now suddenly felt extremely regretful. He should not have suppressed his son so severely in the beginning. He should have given his son a good name, a more complete one. Shuo means the first day of the month, and it sounds like a bad implication. Emperor Jingwen sighed deeply, then crossed out 2 of the 5 articles he had carefully selected. The only 3 remaining articles may be the few that my son can recite, and they are all the essence. This person, after making a wrong decision, will often regret it madly afterward, and will think back from time to time, wondering if he had not done this or that, would the outcome have been different. Including the Emperor Jingwen was troubled by his own son and even began to put the blame on the naming. The 3 of them gathered together to pick and choose, and finally had a few arguments, before finally deciding on the content of the 3 articles. If an unaware minister came over, he would think that the 3 were discussing some national affairs. The result was just discussing what books the children should read. The so-called 4 books and 5 classics, according to the normal order, one should read the 4 books first, and then read the 5 classics. But unfortunately, it is about to enter summer. Spring and summer belong to Yang, and Yang is light and clear. Poetry and music are sounds, and sounds are also light and clear. According to the theory of yin and yang health preservation, reading poetry and scriptures in this season is also a good choice. The crown prince standing aside was speechless when he saw that Emperor Jingwen and the 2 teachers had even considered these things. How worrying must my younger brother be that my father and the teachers would treat these 3 articles as the only 3 articles they could teach him. Since this might be the only thing his son could learn, Emperor Jingwen's attitude naturally had to be more cautious. Finally, the names of the 3 articles came out. Book of Rites, Qulai Sheng, The Great Learning, The Analects of Confucius, Learning. The Book of Rites, Qulai Sheng has a lot of words, so it was impossible for Ye Shuo to memorize it all. Emperor Jingwen and the 3 teachers even consciously deleted some of it and only selected the things they wanted Ye Shuo to learn. It was still early, with nearly half a month left before the scheduled departure date. Assuming that he only had to take this course, Emperor Jingwen felt that his son would be able to recite these 3 articles. Compared to other princes who took an average of 2 or 3 days to write an article of more than 2,000 words, Emperor Jingwen even gave him twice as much time. But soon, Emperor Jingwen hesitated again. Just because his other sons could recite it, it didn't mean that Zaiju could do it too. The other princes were naturally intelligent, and an article of more than 2,000 words was nothing to them, but Zaiju. Well, I hope it will work. Being able to make the emperor say the word hope is considered a skill. However, even the Grand Tutor did not think there was anything wrong with what he said. Isn't it just a hope? There's so much content. Never mind, let's just give it a try. What if it works? Seeing that the teachers and father said so but actually had no hope in their hearts, the prince couldn't help but sigh. Soon the 3 books were placed in front of Ye Shuo. Since Xing Yuchen had already memorized these 3 articles, and what he memorized were not even excerpts, but the complete versions, Xing Yuchen's first reaction was, this is too easy, there is no difficulty at all. However, Ye Shuo was thinking, should he go to this palace or not? The list of names of the accompanying persons has come out today, with the names of his stepfather, the crown prince, the queen, and his mother all on the list. Here, Ye Shuo has to say that his stepfather is really annoying, as he wrote his mother's name but not his. Isn't this clearly a trap? As for the remaining 4 princes, the 5th prince, the 8th prince, there is no doubt that they will basically go as well. In such a huge palace, he is the only one left. Isn't this move by his stepfather too sinister? Wouldn't he feel guilty for treating a child like this? But think about it the other way around. After my cheap father and the others are gone, won't I be the only one left in this palace? The Empress Dowager knew that she was not popular, so she had little presence in the palace. Even if she was not taken to the temporary palace, she would hardly go out. In this situation, Ye Shuo is the one with the highest status in the entire palace. Can't he do whatever he wants then? The emperor is far away, and his stepfather can't control him. Even the crown prince and the 6th prince are gone. He is left without anyone to restrain him. Thinking about it, he is actually quite happy. As for the hot weather, after his stepfather and the others left, the ice in his mother's share this year would be his, as would the ice in the 6th prince's share, plus his own, the share of a royal concubine and 2 princes, which would be enough to surround Ye Shuo for 12 hours non-stop. This would feel all right. Wouldn't it be wonderful to listen to music and watch plays at that time? From mid-May to the end of October when he returned from the palace, it was a full half year. Even though Ye Shuo couldn't leave the palace, he could still have a lot of fun in the palace. Considering this, Ye Shuo actually tends not to go. But he was really worried about his mother. Things were different now. As the eldest prince's prestige in the army grew, the protective umbrella of his grandfather was no longer as important as before. If something happened by accident, he would not be able to rush to the rescue in time. So, my cheap dad is really annoying. Ye Shuo couldn't help but sigh. The crown prince went to the temporary palace, and the tutor could follow him. Seeing Yechen had never seen what the temporary palace looked like. Seeing Yechen was feeling happy, but when he turned around, he met the troubled eyes of the 9th prince. Seeing Yechen has a bad intuition. Wang Ziquan, who came over to deliver a book, felt nervous when he saw this. Although he didn't understand the 9th prince's idea, no matter what, if the 9th prince didn't go, wouldn't the emperor and the others have discussed for so long in vain? Fortunately, Ye Shuo finally took the books in front of him. Thank you, eunuch Wang, I understand. His tone was a little lazy. Wang Ziquan, however, did not show any dissatisfaction and even breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what the 9th prince's attitude is, as long as the 9th prince can help him complete his task smoothly, he will be happy. Besides, His Majesty has no way to deal with the 9th prince, and it is already quite good that the 9th prince is so polite to him. Wang Ziquan knows how to be content. Then I won't bother the 9th prince anymore. Nowadays, the 9th prince's studies have almost become the most important thing in the palace. Wang Ziquan didn't dare to disturb him. After getting a positive answer, he left with his people. He left so fast, as if he was afraid that Ye Shuo would go back on his word. Seeing Yechen was simply stunned. After flipping through the 3 books in front of him, Ye Shuo picked out the one with the most words in front of him, without even looking at it, as Seeing Yechen looked incredulous. He then threw it away. Although Ye Shuo was also curious about what the palace looked like, after all, the temptation of the palace was not that great for him. He only needed to memorize 2 articles. It would be too much of a loss to ask him to memorize 3. Seeing Yechen was still standing there in a mess. Your Highness, Your Highness. 3 articles could be exchanged for nearly half a year's trip to the palace. In Seeing Yechen's opinion, it was too good a deal, so he didn't understand why the 9th prince would do this. You know, other princes have been memorizing books every day but have nothing. If there were such an opportunity, the other princes would probably fight tooth and nail for it. You don't understand. In fact, parents can be greedy sometimes. Just kidding. If he really completed the requirements of his cheap dad perfectly this time and fell into his cheap dad's trap, believe it or not, his cheap dad will dare to double the money next time. Adults are the best at taking advantage of others. Ye Shuo's principle is to give his cheap dad a little sweetness to make him feel that this method is useful, and then his cheap dad will throw a bigger bait and give more benefits next time. When fishing, if you don't make more nests and put more bait, you still expect to get a harvest. You're dreaming? Just take a look. These 2 chapters are enough. Ye Shuo originally wanted to just memorize the few hundred words in the Analects of Confucius, learning and get it over with, but after thinking about it, it seemed a bit too drastic. If he was not careful, it would easily make his stepfather angry, and it would be bad if he really didn't take him with him. After thinking it over carefully, Ye Shuo decided to add the 2,000-word article The Great Learning. But we can't be too hasty about this matter. We have to delay it a bit to whet our cheap father's appetite, so that he won't think that what he has memorized is too easy. Next time, when the difficulty is increased, no matter how many articles there are, Ye Shuo will not be able to memorize them. But Seeing Yechen refused to believe it. Who is Emperor Jingguan? He is the emperor. How can the emperor go back on his word? It can only be said that Seeing Yechen understood the emperor, but did not understand the psychology of being a father. In terms of understanding his biological father, Ye Shuo has reached the pinnacle after 2 lifetimes of practice. Sure enough, when Emperor Jingguan heard Wang Ziquan say that his son was not in a very good mood, his heart sank immediately. You little bastard, you don't think it's good to stay in the palace alone, right? Thinking about it carefully, it seems that he is indeed not afraid of being alone. The first time he left the palace, he dared to abandon his attendants and tutor and run away. Emperor Jingguan felt that his painstaking plan was likely to go down the drain. How could I have forgotten this? Emperor Jingguan held his forehead with his hand, feeling somewhat desperate. Threats were of no use, bribes were of no use, he had been beaten and scolded, but his son was like a copper pea, which could neither be cooked nor crushed, giving him a headache. The Grand Tutor and Lord Zhen were also at a loss. Even though they were the educational experts of the dynasty, they were helpless against the 9th prince. Time passed day by day, and Seeing Yechen saw it and felt anxious. The 9th prince kept saying he would endorse the book, but he didn't even read the 2 remaining articles. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and tomorrow would be the day to set off for the temporary palace. Seeing Yechen had completely lost hope and felt that he would have to stay in the palace with the 9th prince for the next few months. If possible, Seeing Yechen really wished he could endorse the 9th prince. It was really frustrating. However, at noon, after finishing his lunch, Ye Shuo put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and went straight to the Kinzen Hall. Seeing Ye Chen noticed that the direction he was walking seemed to be different from before. At this time, he did not react until he saw the plaque of the Kinzen Hall. Your Highness, have you finished memorizing that book? Well, I've finished reciting it. Seeing Ye Chen was shocked. Your Highness, WN. I stay with the 9th Prince all day long, how come I don't know about this? But before Seeing Ye Chen could investigate further, Ye Shuo had already gone in. Seeing Ye Chen subconsciously followed him and soon forgot about it. At that time, Emperor Jingguan, who was reviewing memorials, had completely given up the idea. From his initial expectations, he had now given up. It was not until lunch was over that Wang Ziquan's voice suddenly came from outside. Your Majesty, the 9th Prince requests an audience. Emperor Jingguan was startled at first, almost unable to react, then he thought of something. His eyes lit up, and he didn't even bother to review the memorial. Quick, announce it. After about a moment, Ye Shuo stood below with his hands behind his back, and slowly opened his mouth under the expectant gaze of Emperor Jingguan. Seeing Ye Chen was very excited at first, but as he listened, he found that the 9th Prince stumbled when reciting the 2 articles and often got stuck. However, Emperor Jingguan was not angry at all. Instead, he reminded him in a very good manner. Even if he missed 1 or 2 paragraphs or a few words in the middle, Emperor Jingguan barely endured it. After a whole stick of incense had passed, Ye Shuo had just managed to memorize the 2 articles. As for Seeing Ye Chen, who was standing aside, he almost fainted from what he heard. I thought the 9th Prince was so confident because he recited it fluently, but in the end, this is it? What else? What about the Book of Rites, Part I? After asking again and again, the Emperor really started to question. Seeing Ye Chen held his breath for a moment, watching the 9th Prince shaking his head. Just when he thought that the Emperor would be angry this time, he saw Emperor Jingguan frowning first, and after a long while, his brows gradually smoothed out with great difficulty, as if he had made a very difficult decision. Emperor Jingguan's mouth moved. Good. He has memorized it so badly, but His Majesty actually praised him? Seeing Ye Chen's jaw almost dropped to the ground. However, this was not the most incredible thing for Seeing Ye Chen. What made him feel the most incredible was that soon, even Master Sen and Master Tai came. 1 emperor, 2 teachers, put down their work and listened attentively to their son/student reciting. What's more, they were afraid that he would get nervous and forget what he had memorized with great difficulty, so the 3 of them didn't even dare to breathe. They looked much more nervous than Ye Shuo, the person involved. After Ye Shuo finally finished memorizing the 2 articles after a long time, the 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief almost at the same time. They felt like they had survived a calamity, and suddenly they had the urge to cry for joy. After trying various methods, I finally saw some results today. In fact, when Emperor Jingguan first heard that Ye Shuo had recited incorrectly, he was about to curse, saying what crap he was reciting, how he was forgetful and nonsense. But when he met Ye Shuo's eyes, Emperor Jingguan calmed down instantly. You have to know that the person in front of you is Zaiju, not any other son, so you can't generalize. It's quite good that he can achieve this level, we can't expect too much. Therefore, Emperor Jingguan changed his mind almost immediately before he could say anything, and turned the words that were meant to scold him into words that praised him. Seeing Ye Chen felt that the emperor might be like this, but the 2 teachers certainly would not, because they were both contemporary masters. Ye Shuo also felt that he had done well. He smacked his lips, feeling extremely satisfied. He then looked at the 2 teachers beside him and said, Master Zhen, Master Sen, what do you think? He looked so proud, as if he had accomplished something great, and was asking the adults for some candy. The old faces of the Grand Tutor and Lord Sen trembled almost at the same time. Finally, they closed their eyes, made up their minds, and said, very, very good. Seeing Ye Chen, the Crown Prince who had been silent beside him. The Crown Prince couldn't help but look at his teacher with an extremely strange look. In the past 10 years, where had the Crown Prince seen his teacher like this? Not to mention the great learning with more than 2,000 words, when he recited all the 4 books, he never saw the teacher praise him so obviously. Just 2 OKs were already the best. As for Seeing Ye Chen, his heart was completely dead. Seeing Ye Chen and the Crown Prince didn't understand that the better they performed, the more their parents and teachers would take their excellence for granted. If a person already has 95 points, how much further can he improve? It's different for players like Ye Shuo who scored 0 or even negative points. Any little progress is worth celebrating with firecrackers. It is a fact that if you do one wrong thing to a good person, you become a bad person, but if a bad person only needs to do one good thing, this good thing will be infinitely magnified. Of the 3 articles, Ye Shuo could only recite 2, and those were the 2 with the fewest words. Logically, he should not be allowed to go to the palace, but Emperor Jingguan was afraid of dampening his enthusiasm. If he was not accepted this time, what if he would not take the bait next time? After considering for a long time, Emperor Jingguan finally nodded reluctantly and added Ye Shuo's name to the list of accompanying persons. This matter has both advantages and disadvantages. Although his son did not meet his own requirements this time, it at least gave Emperor Jingguan hope and let Emperor Jingguan know that the path of bribery is feasible. Ye Shuo was very satisfied with this. However, Seeing Ye Chen felt dizzy and didn't even know how he walked out of the Kinzen Hall in the end. He had a lot of questions in his mind and wanted to know why. For not fulfilling His Majesty's request, His Majesty should scold the 9th prince? Ye Shuo shook his head when he saw this, thinking that it would be difficult for him to understand given his situation as a study partner. After all, this guy looks like an honest child. He does whatever his parents expect him to do. He has been excellent since he was young, and it is too late for him to give up now. The two people's situations are different. Ye Shuo has been bad since he was a child, so Emperor Jingguan got used to it and thought it was nothing. If his study companion started to be bad, then in the eyes of the Minister of Works and his wife, he would be considered decadent. So, alas, there is no hope in this life. He will try to understand it in the next life. And the situations of the two are also different. His cheap father wanted to kill him before, but Ye Shuo did these things without any scruples. What is this called? This is called retribution, just debt collection. As for the Minister of Works and his wife, I can only say that their crimes are not serious enough. Just like that, under seeing Yechen's doubtful gaze, Ye Shuo boarded the last carriage to the palace in a dignified manner. This made all the ladies in the harem so angry that they almost died. Why is the emperor so good to the 9th prince when he is such a waste? Puzzlement, confusion, jealousy, all kinds of emotions permeated the entire harem. Ye Shuo pretended not to see it and began to arrange his departure from the palace. Firstly, there is the ice in my share this year. Ice has to be replaced every year. Fresh water has to be fetched from the river every winter. That is to say, if I don't use it this summer, I will end up throwing it away. Ye Shuo thought about it, and then called the Ministry of Internal Affairs, asking them to distribute the ice in their own share equally to Empress Zhao and the others. Zhao Chongrong, Su Kongai, and Li Chongyuan were of low rank and not favored, so naturally they were not in the entourage. Ye Shuo did not have the ability to ask his stepfather to add them all into the team. If so, the other concubines would have objections. But if Ye Shuo could make them live a little more comfortably this summer, he could still do it. Although concubine Rong didn't know why her son was always thinking about those three people, she didn't object, and even gave most of the ice in her share to them. In this way, even if Zhao Chongrong and the others did not go to the palace, they could still keep cool throughout the summer. When they received the news from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Zhao Chongrong and her friends were filled with mixed emotions. Although the three of them are not favored, they are not stupid. They naturally know who is sincere to them and who is fake. If the intention is to exploit them, then what value do people like them have? Madam, it's a good thing we opened the palace gates. Yes, fortunately the palace gate was opened, but the crown prince forced her to open it with a token, not her own will. Thinking about it now, Zhao Chongrong couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Almost at the same time, Zhao Chongrong thought of the red pill again. The other side. Almost early in the morning, Ye Shuo crawled out of the bed. His positive look made Emperor Jingguan deeply doubt whether he was pretending to be sleepy when he went to the study room before. Hearing that everything at the palace was ready, Ye Shuo didn't pack much and simply traveled light. The emperor had a sedan chair, the empress had a sedan chair, each concubine and above had a sedan chair, and each concubine below the rank of concubine had a sedan chair for 2 or 3 people. In addition, they were accompanied by ministers, guards, palace maids, eunuchs, and all in all, there were thousands of people in total. They left from the Zhengtian gate in the middle of the palace and the palace gates on both sides in a grand procession. Thanks to his stepfather, Ye Shuo finally got to see what the ancient emperors looked like when they traveled. The scene did look spectacular. Ancient horse-drawn carriages are not quite the same as we imagine. In fact, they also have shock-absorbing systems, which rely on things called Fu-tu and Dang-tu. They are located between the floor of the carriage and the axle, especially the Dang-tu, which can not only increase stability but also further reduce shock. The wheels will also be covered with a thick layer of leather, which is equivalent to modern rubber tires. Overall, it is definitely not as good as the modern shock absorption system, but it is barely adequate, especially since there are thick cushions in the carriage. Overall, it is okay. After all, we are on an official road, which is paved with blue stone and the road condition is better than ordinary dirt roads. As if he disdained to associate with women, or perhaps to show off his own strength, no one, including the crown prince, stayed in the carriage. Instead, they all rode horses on both sides of the carriages. As for the second prince and the fourth prince, because they performed too well, their stepfather left them in Shangjing City to handle the remaining trivial government affairs. See, this is the result of their hard work. The whole family goes out to play without taking them. Although the second prince and the fourth prince think that this is a sign that their father trusts and values them, and an honor, it is just empty talk in Ye Shuo's opinion. The important officials in the court were all taken away by my cheap father. They didn't come to them for help when there was something going on. Aren't they just left behind to do hard labor? Everybody was outside, even the little grandson of the emperor was being taken outside by the guards to see the scenery. Only Ye Shuo was there, resting his head on his mother's legs, looking extremely leisurely. What's fun about riding a horse? It's not as comfortable as lying down. He can also chat with his mother and Suyu and Suxian while lying down. Suddenly, Ye Shuo thought of something. By the way, you guys, don't you have someone you like yet? The you here refers to none other than Suyu, Suxian, and the others. Suyu and Suxian were brought into the palace by his mother from the Duke Zhen's mansion. Now the youngest is 25 years old and the oldest is 27 or 28 years old, which is considered old maids in ancient times. If they have no plans to get married, it would be fine. But if they do, they still have to make plans early. Concubine Rong was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then looked at her maids. Concubine Rong remembered that she had asked this question a few years ago, but was rejected by the three of them. The three of them did not want to leave the palace either. She didn't know whether they would change their minds after a few years. Seeing the imperial concubine looking over, Suyu and the other two all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Your Highness, Madam, there really is none. Ye Shuo asked again, don't you want to or haven't met the right person yet? They stayed in the palace all year round and hardly saw any men from other places, so naturally they seldom had this opportunity. Suyu and the other two were stunned. Ye Shuo understood. You just can't find the right one, right? It's not that they don't want to get married and have children. In this case, it is better to make plans early. Fortunately, I suddenly thought of this and asked a question. That's great. Take this opportunity to have a good look. If you find someone suitable, just tell me, and I'll try to help you find one. This opportunity is rare. If you miss it, you will never have it again. People like Suyu and the others don't have much contact with people, so every time they miss an opportunity like this, it's one less chance. As for getting married, they are not afraid either, because with his mother and him, and even the Duke of Zhen's mansion backing them up, they will definitely not be wronged. Suyu and Soexian felt a little embarrassed when they heard this and shook their heads subconsciously. The ninth prince is such a fool. Why would he suddenly ask such a question? Ye Shuo raised his eyebrows upon seeing this, then opened the curtain a tiny bit and pointed at the team of nearly 1,000 people outside. The team was composed entirely of guards, all of whom had been carefully selected, with neither being too fat nor too thin. They were all trained warriors, with well-proportioned bodies, strong and muscular, and their looks were at least above the passing line. After all, to be qualified to accompany the emperor, their appearance had to pass the test. As for body shape, they exercise every day, so I guess it won't be too bad. Based on the principle of keeping good things for one's own people, Ye Shuo thought of reminding them. You can choose any of these 1,000 guards. Are you sure? You don't want to consider it? Don't worry, I will personally help you check it when the time comes. Ye Shuo's eyes are not vegetarian. As the ninth prince's seductive voice rang out, and looking at the cold-faced guards outside, even Suyu, who was usually the most resolute, couldn't help but waver. But soon, Suyu suppressed the impulse in her heart. Although these tall and cold-faced guards were attractive, they were not within her reach. When Suyu was outside the palace, she was used to seeing men and women in chaos. Even the servants and boys at home were like this, let alone others. Even after arriving at the palace, the fighting had not decreased. Suyu felt that her life now was pretty good. She stayed with the young lady and did not have to worry about food and clothing every day. Now that her qualifications had been improved, she hardly had to do anything herself except serving the imperial concubine. It was a rare peaceful life for her. Suyu cherishes everything she has now, so she doesn't want to break it, but after thinking about it, she decides to just forget it. Thank you, ninth prince. Thank you for your concern, but I don't have such plans. Suyu shook her head slightly. Ye Shuo nodded to show his understanding. Seeing that he was not angry, Suyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The ninth prince cared so much about their lifelong affairs, but Suyu did not appreciate it. She was worried that the ninth prince would be angry. Soon, Ye Shuo turned around and looked at Suexian and Suchiu. What about you? Everyone has their own aspirations and pursuits. Suxin and Sakayo really want to get married, but how can two girls talk about this so openly? Seeing the two of them being coy, Ye Shuo had to remind them, in 3 days at most, our carriages will arrive at the palace. Time is running out. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. Sometimes, you have to fight for what you want. Once we arrive at the palace, it will be difficult to see these 1,000 people again. It's uncertain whether there will be such an opportunity in the future, so you have to think about it carefully. Suexian and Suchiu had been in the palace for so many years, so they were not fools. After weighing the situation, they immediately stopped being shy. Ye Shuo couldn't help but nodded when he saw this, and he felt relieved. He knew what he wanted and could tell what was most important. Based on this point, their lives would not be too bad after they got married. After all, Suexian and Suchiu had watched him grow up since he was a child, and Ye Shuo also hoped that they could live a good life in the future. Live a peaceful and happy life. There is just one thing. One of them is 25 and the other is already 26. Can they really find the right one? How can a man of this age say he is not married? As if he could see the two's worries, Ye Shuo waved his hand and said, it's okay. Even if the man is 1 or 2 years younger than you, it won't have much of an impact. This gap is nothing. The most important thing is that the two people can see eye to eye. As for whether they are married or not, you don't have to worry about it. I will ask the commander outside later which of his guards are still unmarried. Although Ye Shuo, a modern man, doesn't care, this is ancient times after all. Considering Suexian and Suchiu's good reputation, it is impossible for Ye Shuo to start the election in front of so many people. I will only tell the leader of the Black Armor Guards about that, and I believe that anyone who can reach this position is not a big mouth. He should know what can be said and what cannot be said. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Suxin and Sakayo opened their mouths, but were somewhat speechless. To be honest, it was a blessing for slaves like them to be able to follow such a master. Even the imperial concubine, who was arrogant and domineering in the eyes of outsiders, had never treated them badly. Su Xian and Su Qiu felt that they had nothing to repay, so they could only try their best to give back a little. Thinking carefully about what she has now, an idea suddenly crossed Su Xian's mind. She bit her lower lip and said boldly in a very low voice, "If your highness has a candidate in mind, if your highness has taken a fancy to someone, this servant is willing to listen to your highness. To be valued by the prince, the other party must be from a prominent family." Su Xian no longer wanted the position of the main wife, and she would accept the position of concubine. Ye Shuo understood her meaning almost instantly. The above sentence rolled over Su Yu's mind 2 or 3 times, and Su Yu soon understood it. Su Yu was shocked at first, but then she felt it was natural. If it were her, I think she would make the same choice. Only concubine Rong was completely unaware. When you get married, you will definitely choose the one you like. What's the use of his likes? It's not like he will spend his whole life with him. What is Su Xian thinking about? She thought her maid had something wrong with her brain. Although the brainwaves of mother and son are not on the same channel, they are strangely overlapping at this moment. Ye Shuo laughed and said, "What mother meant is what I meant." He just suddenly remembered that he wanted to arrange a blind date for Su Xian and the others, but why did it end up being so complicated? Su Xian trembled slightly, lowered her eyes subconsciously, and said nothing more. "Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, Your Highness. By the way, I have to make it clear in advance that no one is perfect. You have to think clearly about what you want most. If it is love at first sight, then there is no problem at all. However, love at first sight is only a minority after all, and more importantly, you have to consider the issue of how to live together later. No one can be said to be perfect. If Su Xian and Su Qiu care about the man's future, they will have to lower the threshold for other aspects of the man. If Su Xian and Su Qiu care about the man being a family-oriented and loyalty, they will have to try to accept the other party's mediocrity. Men who are ambitious and capable face more temptations, while men who care more about their families spend more time at home and have less energy to invest in their careers. As one thing increases while the other decreases, it is impossible to be perfect. If a person is strong in one aspect, other shortcomings will inevitably appear. Therefore, it is most important to distinguish what you want most. This concerns your happiness for the rest of your life, so don't feel embarrassed and think it through carefully. How could he, a child of only a few years old, understand so many twists and turns? He can talk about such things in a very clear and logical way. Concubine Rong looked at her son with a strange expression. At this time, Su Xian and Su Qiu were a little confused, but Ye Shuo was not in a hurry and waited quietly for the answers from the two. Of course, since Ye Shuo is helping to judge, the standards in other aspects cannot be too low. If they are too low, it would be better to keep them both in the palace for the rest of their lives. After hearing what Ye Shuo said, Su Xian and the others immediately felt relieved and no longer had any worries. Soon, Suxin and Sakayo made their decisions respectively. Suxin chose a good future, while Sakayo chose a peaceful and stable life. Being able to expose her ambition in front of Ye Shuo, Su Xian can be said to have unreserved trust in Ye Shuo. Ye Shuo nodded, "I understand." Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the 9th prince did not look at her strangely and did not think that she was snobbish. "Don't worry, everyone has different tendencies and there's nothing to be ashamed of." Su Xian's face turned slightly red, but she gradually calmed down. After a while, when the commander-in-chief of the Black Armor Guard came on horseback for inspection and passed by here, Ye Shuo couldn't help but wave to him. Although he was confused for a moment, the commander-in-chief still rode over when the prince called him. "Your Highness, what do you want?" Ye Shuo didn't hesitate to ask directly, "Among your subordinates, how many of the 1,000 guards in front of you are still unmarried?" The commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief became more and more confused. "Your Highness, what are you doing? Here's the thing. I know 2 girls, in their 20s, who are not engaged yet. I wanted to ask if you have any suitable young people." Ye Shuo did not say who it was, but the commander-in-chief was not stupid, and he subconsciously looked inside the carriage. Then he remembered that the imperial concubine was also there, so he was startled and quickly looked away. In their 20s, the only ones who are still unmarried in their 20s are the personal maids of the imperial concubine in the palace. The commander-in-chief just couldn't understand why the 9th prince. Seeing him in a daze, Ye Shuo couldn't help but urge him, "Don't be in a daze, are there any? How many are there?" The commander-in-chief answered subconsciously, "About 1 or 200. Ye Shuo was shocked, "There are still so many left. What's going on? How come there are so many left?" Ye Shuo thought there would be at most a few dozen. Ye Shuo asked, "Is it a personal reason or a family reason?" "About half and half, mostly due to family reasons. The Black Armor Guards do have slightly more people with good family backgrounds than the military, but there are nearly 10,000 people in the entire Black Armor Guards, and it is impossible to say that every one of them has a good family background. After all, civilians make up the majority. Just like among the 1,000 people accompanying the emperor, at least 700 or 800 are of commoner origin. As for those who are still unmarried in their 20s, they are either from extremely poor families with little financial resources and few holidays, or they simply have no parents to worry about them and have been dragging it on until now. Some are exiled by their families, some are illegitimate sons who can't make it in their families and want to join the army to try their luck, some are legitimate sons whose mothers died and whose fathers married a second wife, and some are completely abandoned by their families, some have parents who are still around but not favored, and some whose parents are no longer around and whose property has been taken away. There are many black armor guards, and there are all kinds of situations, some of which are due to personality reasons, but those who are not married simply for personality reasons are only a minority. As they were talking, the commander-in-chief also became interested. After all, he has so many bachelors under his command, and as the commander-in-chief, he is worried. Now that there is an opportunity, the commander-in-chief also wants to deal with them as many as possible. Although Suksin and Sakayo are maids, don't forget whose maids they are. The imperial concubines' maids were considered prominent figures even in the imperial palace, and outside the palace only respectable officials could hire them, so apart from the dozens of leaders of the Black Armor Guards, Su Xian and Su Qiu were worthy of anyone. As for age, the commander-in-chief didn't care that much. With about 100 bachelors, it was good enough for him to find a wife. Why be so picky? Only, Your Highness, may I meet these two girls? The commander-in-chief asked tentatively. Ye Shuo also expected the other party to do a screening first, so he did not refuse. Of course, the two of them certainly couldn't do it so obviously, so when they arrived at the post station, Ye Shuo sent Su Xian and Su Qiu down to fetch water. The commander-in-chief took a look from a distance. Although the two girls were not stunningly beautiful, they were good-looking and their every move was elegant. They were not worse than ordinary ladies. As expected of someone close to the imperial concubine, even her maid-servants are so well-educated. The commander-in-chief also understood that the 9th prince was so worried about these two people, and he did not want to offend the 9th prince over this matter, so he simply removed nearly half of the 100 people. It is impossible for the commander-in-chief to remember all the rest of their family situations and personalities, but he has a good understanding of their height and appearance. At least the height and appearance of the rest will not be bad. It was impossible for Emperor Jingwen not to know about what happened in the convoy. He was extremely curious. What could his son and the commander-in-chief talk about that made them talk for such a long time? So Emperor Jingwen also raised his hand and called the commander-in-chief over. Yuan Shuo, what were you two talking about just now? Your Majesty, I am discussing the lifelong affairs of our respective subordinates with His Majesty the 9th Prince. Emperor Jingwen thought of many reasons, but he never expected it to be this one. Wouldn't it be better for him to use his time for something useful? Seeing that His Majesty was silent, the commander-in-chief beside him felt a little embarrassed. He didn't think much of it before His Majesty didn't speak, but now that His Majesty pointed it out, the commander-in-chief found that discussing this matter with the prince did seem a little. Honestly speaking, as the leader of the Black Armor Guards, people like the second prince have tried to win him over, but the commander-in-chief is not close to anyone and is prepared to stick to his own path until the end. This was the first time I talked so much with the prince, and it turned out to be about matchmaking. Okay, you can go now. The emperor and his minister looked at each other in silence. Finally, Emperor Jingwen waved his hand and told the commander-in-chief to leave. The commander-in-chief hurriedly clasped his fists and saluted. Now that His Majesty knew about it, the matter was out in the open, and the commander-in-chief suddenly became much bolder. However, on the surface, the commander-in-chief certainly did not say that. So, under the pretext of patrolling, he moved the 50 or so men to the vicinity of the imperial concubine's carriage, ensuring that the 9th prince would be able to see these people's faces when he lifted the curtain. The commander-in-chief was worthy of being the one arranged by his stepfather to guard the stability of the capital. He was highly efficient and not at all slow. He arranged everything in just a cup of tea. Ye Shuo opened the curtain a little, and quickly called Su Xian and Su Qiu over. Come and take a look, see if you find anything you like. Normally, even if the palace maids and servants were to marry, they would be assigned by the master's family, which was considered a favor. They have never heard of a girl being asked to choose her own husband, and there were so many of them at once. Even Suksin and Sakayo couldn't help but feel their hearts pounding. Because of Ye Shuo's previous attitude, the two men became bolder. Such an opportunity is rare, and you would be doing yourself a disservice if you don't cherish it. This is a treatment that other women don't have. She suppressed her shame. Although it seemed that Ye Shuo was watching, in fact, in the corner where no one was paying attention, Su Xian and Su Qiu also had a clear view of those 50 people. There were 50 handsome men, and the two of them were dazzled by the choice. Well, how do you feel about this? Ye Shuo asked in a low voice as a man with a resolute face passed by. Su Xian and Su Qiu thought about it for a while and shook their heads at the same time. It's too dark. I get it. Girls don't like guys with dark skin. What about this? Ye Shuo asked again. Suksin and Sakayo shook their heads again. Then, this. This time, before Su Xian and Su Qiu could speak, it was concubine Rong who helped to reject them. He has a messy beard, and you can tell at a glance that he doesn't like to keep clean. It turned out that the imperial concubine couldn't help but look in after seeing how animatedly they were discussing. This glance was not a big deal, but the imperial concubine discovered that her son's vision was really worrying. How is this sloppy? It's very manly. Ye Shuo felt that being strong and not fussy was what a man should be. However, in the imperial concubine's view, a man should at least be clean, like Emperor Jingwen, and it would be good enough. At least they would not feel uncomfortable sleeping on the same bed. Who would like to face a husband who doesn't wash his feet or shave every day? Just thinking about the imperial concubine makes me feel suffocated. Ye Shuo turned his head to look at Su Xian and Su Qiu, only to see Su Xian and Su Qiu nodding hurriedly, obviously agreeing with his master's words. Ye Shuo, it's actually quite normal for a man not to shave occasionally. Ignoring her son's opinion, the imperial concubine quickly continued to look over. Seeing that he couldn't say, Ye Shuo had no choice but to give up his explanation. All of them were wearing black armor and their faces were above the passing line. Just when the imperial concubine and the other two were dazzled, one of the young men who had just accidentally slipped away from them seemed to have heard something. He turned back subconsciously, revealing a handsome face under the armor. The imperial concubine was fine. She was used to seeing Emperor Jingguan every day, plus he was the most handsome man in the entire harem and had a very handsome face, so the young man's appearance was just ordinary in her eyes. It was only because of his young age that she thought he was worth looking at. Not to mention Ye Shuo and Su Yu. Ye Shuo could have killed the other person in seconds in his previous life, let alone this life. As for Su Yu, she was calm and had no such thoughts at all. In her eyes, the man was nothing more than a pink skeleton. But Suxin and Sakayo were different. They were two girls who had stayed in the palace for a long time and had never seen the world. With so many ferocious armored guards as a backdrop, each other looked even more handsome. It's that kind of feeling that is completely different from others. After all, Sakayo was pursuing a peaceful and stable life. After she realized what was happening, she immediately looked away and dared not look again. As for Su Xian, it was obvious that the girl was moved. The scumbag radar in Ye Shuo's heart immediately turned on. Looking at this angle, looking back, and the contrast between the left and right sides, Ye Shuo would never believe that he didn't do it on purpose. But seeing that Su Xian was obviously moved, Ye Shuo didn't say anything, but secretly memorized this face in his heart. After more than 50 people took a round, Sakayo quickly chose the person she liked. Judging from the other party's face, he looks very honest, but whether he is really honest or just pretending to be honest, Ye Shuo still needs to verify it. Okay, leave the rest to me. It would be difficult for the unmarried girls to come forward. After Ye Shuo had a target, he pushed open the door of the carriage and went out. Miraculously, Su Xian and Su Qiu who were left inside did not feel nervous at all. Perhaps they believed in the ninth prince. Since the ninth prince said so, there must be no problem. The other side. Not long after Ye Shuo got out of the carriage, the commander-in-chief came over. Your Highness, how is your choice? The commander-in-chief did not consider that it was not he who would see it, but two maids, and subconsciously concluded that as long as the ninth prince nodded, the matter would be settled. Ye Shuo did not refute. After all, asking Su Xian and Su Qiu to choose their own husband was indeed a bit too unorthodox. This person, and this person. What is their family situation, Commander-in-Chief? Do you know? The Commander-in-Chief has so many people under his command, how could he remember them all? Then he called his deputy over. The deputy should be in charge of this, and he brought the basic roster over after a while. After all, everyone who is following the emperor this time has their identity registered. After listening to Ye Shuo's description, the deputy quickly found the corresponding person and turned to the page belonging to the two of them. Their age, hometown, and life story were clearly visible. Zhang Yuan, 25, from Huzhu, his family is poor, he has no food to eat. Later he joined the army and has been in the army ever since. Needless to say, this Zhang Yuan is the one Sakayo has taken a fancy to. Judging from the roster, there is really nothing special about him. The only thing that makes him look good is that he has the rank of a 9th rank deputy lieutenant of benevolence and bravery. Ye Shuo continued to read. Li Yuhang, 22, from Jizhu, both parents are deceased, and he has a younger brother, Li Jun. The two characters Yuhang should come from the line only because of development, Yu Yuzhao and Heng Yi in sending Chen Sundao and Ding Niajian back to Fujian, which probably means that he hopes his children will be knowledgeable, quick-thinking, and have a strong moral character. One don't ask, just read. Logically speaking, parents who could give such a name should be very knowledgeable, but why is it that when it comes to Li Yuhang's younger brother, he is so different? It's not the case that ordinary parents would suppress their younger children, even if they are illegitimate children. As Ye Shuo thought about this, a hint of sadness inevitably showed up on his face. Seeing him frown, the commander-in-chief subconsciously asked, Your Highness, is there anything wrong? Ye Shuo paused, then said casually, if his parents were still alive, it would be fine. But Li Yuhang's parents are gone, and he is all alone with a younger brother. If his younger brother gets married in the future, won't he have to take care of it all? He doesn't have so much savings, won't he ask the girl to make up for it when the time comes? Ye Shuo said this, but in his heart he was thinking that although Li Yuhang was only a 9th rank lieutenant of benevolence and bravery, he had done much more than the man above, and had a long list of followers. It was just that the capital had become much more stable since his stepfather ascended the throne, and there was not so much work to do. Even if he had done a lot, he could not be promoted without enough achievements. Ye Shuo is now almost certain that the other party must have had a purpose when he looked back at him. It can be seen that this is a very ambitious person. The commander-in-chief summoned a total of 50 people, all of whom were unmarried. This was such an obvious feature that even if the other party guessed it, Ye Shuo would not find it strange. Although he is ambitious, he actually meets Su Xian's requirements. I just don't know what he is like in other aspects. Ye Shuo remained calm, and gradually an idea came to his mind. The commander-in-chief next to him did not doubt anything when he heard this. After all, in the eyes of the public, it was indeed a burden when his parents died early, and he did not have much savings and had a younger brother. It was normal for the ninth prince to feel dissatisfied. In that case, then I will dash. Wait, don't be in a hurry. Keep it for now and add this person in first. If this person doesn't work, I will consider this person named Li Yuhang. Ye Shuo flipped through the roster and chose the person behind Li Yuhang based on his memory. Finally, after closing the roster, Ye Shuo said with a smile, "Please, Commander-in-Chief, please arrange for this person and the one called Zhang Yuan to teach me how to ride a horse. This prince doesn't know how to ride a horse yet, so this is a good opportunity for me to practice." Li Yuhang is a smart man, but the smarter he is, the more likely he is to lose his composure when his plans fail. He didn't expect that the ninth prince was so serious. He had thought it was just a child's whim. It seems that the two girls have quite some face in front of the ninth prince. The commander-in-chief nodded and said, "Okay, I'll do it right away." The other side. After the patrol was over, Li Yuhang returned to the back of the team and felt that this time he had a sure win. At first, Li Yuhang didn't know what the commander-in-chief wanted to do by transferring them from the team, but as more people gathered around him, Li Yuhang gradually understood. They are all bachelors in the Black Armor Guard who have never married. Gathering these people together, the answer is self-evident. After careful observation, Li Yuhang even noticed the eyes of the woman behind the lifted curtain in the imperial concubine's carriage. After all, the ninth prince is young. If one observes carefully, how could he not discover the person behind him? This was the first time that Li Yuhang saw the ninth prince. The moment he saw him, Li Yuhang's heart began to beat wildly. He felt that his chance had come. Judging from the woman's attire, she should be a maid. That's right, if the woman selecting was of noble status, why would it be the turn of guards like them who were born as commoners? She would straight pick the leading official's children. Although she is just a maid, considering that the ninth prince has mobilized so many troops, it would be a great opportunity for me if I could win his favor. Although he felt that this move was extremely unorthodox, the fact that the ninth prince was willing to ask the maid to watch from the side proved that the maid's opinion was also very important. Li Yuhang had a very good plan. As long as he could find a way to win the favor of the maid, the rest of the problems would not be a problem. As for how to win the other party's favor, Li Yuhang is quite confident in his appearance and knows how to maximize his advantages. As it turned out, he was successful. Li Yuhang did not miss the maid's stunned look. Li Yuhang was a little excited. Just when he thought that it would finally work this time, he saw the commander-in-chief coming over, first called Zhang Yuan's name, and then looked in his direction. Li Yuhang was certain in his heart, but before he could laugh, he saw the commander-in-chief move his gaze back an inch and called out the name of the person behind him. Li Yuhang was stunned. How come? How could it be this person and not myself? Li Yuhang was shocked and angry when his plan failed. Then Zhang Yuan and another man named Zhang Wen were suddenly called out. Although they were puzzled, they still followed the commander-in-chief's order and walked out of the team. The ninth prince said he wanted to learn how to ride a horse. You two should go and teach him how to ride a horse. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wen were both surprised and happy. Being able to get close to an honorable person, and a prince at that, is a blessing that many people would ask for. Even a fool would know that being able to show up in front of an honorable person is simply a godsend. There are nearly 10,000 black armor guards, and how many of them can have this opportunity? Zhang Yuan is just honest, but there is nothing wrong with his brain. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wen hurriedly accepted the order. Thank you, Commander-in-Chief. We will go now. Yes. Oh, by the way, don't let the ninth prince stay too far away from the team, or the emperor will blame you. Also, you must be careful when teaching the ninth prince to ride a horse, and you must not let the ninth prince make any mistakes. Do you understand? The ninth prince is now the emperor's most beloved prince. If anything goes wrong, not to mention the two of them, he will also be the one to suffer the consequences. The commander-in-chief had to remind him. Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wen couldn't help but feel nervous at the moment. After seeing the two off, the commander-in-chief originally planned to leave. After all, he still had things to do. But when he accidentally saw Li Yuhang standing nearby, the commander-in-chief subconsciously stopped. It's just like a leader's attitude towards his most outstanding employee. No matter what the employee's level is, at least the leader will have an impression of him or her. Li Yuhang was one of these people in the Black Armor Guards. Although his rank was not high, he was hardworking, dedicated, and smart, so it was inevitable that he was remembered by the commander-in-chief. Seeing that the other party lost the election, the commander-in-chief was actually quite regretful. How come such an outstanding young man failed to catch the eye of the ninth prince? The commander-in-chief sighed inwardly, and then couldn't help asking, I heard, you have a younger brother with you. Li Yuhang was such a smart man. When he heard this, he immediately understood why he was not chosen by the ninth prince, and why the ninth prince ignored him even after the maid was obviously moved. Li Yuhang had planned everything, but he had forgotten to take his younger brother Li Jun into account. He forgot that in the eyes of others, he was such a burden raising a younger brother all by himself without the support of his parents. Especially after the parents are gone, according to custom, the elder brother not only has to raise his younger brother, but also has to find a way to marry and have children for his younger brother. The eldest sister-in-law is like a mother, which means that the girl naturally becomes a mother when she marries into the family. In this case, how many girls' families would be willing to marry their daughters into the family? But in fact, just as Ye Shuo guessed, Li Jun was indeed not Li Yuhang's biological brother, and he was not even a concubine's son. He was just the son of his father's good friend. This can be seen from their names. It is impossible for brothers to have such different names. Li Yuhang was born into a wealthy family. His father was a businessman and was one of the richest businessmen in Jizhu City. In his early years, Li Yuhang's life was extremely comfortable and happy. However, the good times did not last long. One time when my father was doing business, he accidentally offended someone he should not have offended, and as a result, he brought disaster upon the whole family, and even his good friends who had come to help him were implicated. The two families tried their best and only managed to save their own children. From then on, the 17-year-old Li Yuhang began a life of exile with the son of his father's friend. In order to avoid being hunted down, Li Yuhang changed his own name Yang and his father's friend's name Hu to an unfamiliar name Li. Thanks to the connections left by his father, he was able to regain his household registration in Shangjing City, and he and Li Jun, who was only 10 years old, became brothers in the eyes of others. However, when the disaster of extermination of the family occurred, Li Yuhang was already 17 years old. How could he forget such a deep hatred? During the 2 years of wandering, Li Yuhang tried almost every possible way. He even thought about practicing martial arts. As long as he could kill that dog official, he would not lose out. But unfortunately, at the age of 17, he had already missed the best opportunity to practice martial arts. Even if he tried harder, he could only achieve an upper middle level and could not even break into the government office. As for studying, not everyone can become famous. The imperial examination is held every 3 years and has to go through 4 stages: the provincial examination, the metropolitan examination, and the palace examination. Even if you pass the exam and become the top scorer, you still have to start as a minor official and then slowly move up. Ordinary people have no way to stand out from so many people. Finally, Li Yuhang turned his attention to the army. If there is any place where one can be promoted the fastest, it must be joining the army. What's more, the dog official is a civil servant and cannot reach the military generals. The military camp is an excellent umbrella of protection for Li Yuhang. So Li Yuhang signed up for the Black Armor Guard without hesitation. The reason why he fought so hard was because he wanted to avenge the extermination of his family. What Li Yuhang had not expected was that as the current emperor's reign lasted longer, his methods of governing the country became more rigorous, and with his diligence and hard work, the chaos around him gradually disappeared. Without so much chaos, there wouldn't be so many achievements, and Li Yuhang wouldn't be promoted. 3 full years passed, and Li Yuhang barely got the rank of Lieutenant of Benevolence and Bravery, a 9th rank officer. At this rate, Li Yuhang felt that he would never be able to get revenge in this lifetime. With nowhere else to turn, he could only think of another way. After so many years of torture day and night, Li Yuhang was on the verge of madness. Li Yuhang no longer cared about anything, and he even secretly swore that as long as he could get revenge, he would do anything and accept anything, and he was willing to pay any price. Hence, he looked back just now, but in the end, he still failed because of his father's good friend's son, his younger brother. Maybe God is so cruel. Li Yuhang felt completely hopeless for a moment and suddenly could not see any hope. Li Yuhang uttered in a daze. The commander-in-chief did not get any other response for a long time. He sighed and left. After all, he was just an ordinary guard, and it was good enough that the commander-in-chief could ask him one more question. Li Yuhang didn't even know when he left. By the time Li Yuhang reacted, the commander-in-chief and Zhang Yuan were gone. The remaining black armored guards looked at him with strange eyes. After all, in the eyes of other black armor guards, Li Yuhang's expression was not right when he heard that Zhang Yuan and the other were selected. What else could this be but jealousy? Normally, this guy is like this, always liking to show off in front of the superiors and thinking he is smart. Now, the 9th prince would rather choose Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wen than him. The other side. Ye Shuo thought about it and always felt that something was wrong. Apart from Li Yuhang's younger brother, there was also something strange about his parents. Normally speaking, if parents died of illness, it would be written as death from illness. If they died of an accident, the word accident would also be written. This is a normal human reaction. Such an incomplete story is extremely rare, unless there are special circumstances, and then they choose to be vague and pass it over. Of course, all this is just speculation. No matter what, this person named Li Yuhang is not normal. Just as Ye Shuo was making all kinds of assumptions in his mind, the commander-in-chief quickly came over with a horse. This horse was carefully selected by the commander-in-chief based on his own experience. It has a docile temperament and is especially suitable for beginners like the 9th prince. It's the kind that won't necessarily get angry even if you hit it with 2 sticks. Ye Shuo looked at the chestnut horse in front of him whose mane had turned white and seemed to be about to be buried in the ground. After a moment of silence, he slowly shifted his gaze to the commander-in-chief's face. The commander-in-chief was somewhat embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do. The 9th prince was still young, and was well bred in the palace. He had a noble status and was favored. Shouldn't the commander-in-chief be more careful? Even if something unexpected happened, this old horse couldn't run fast anyway, so it was unlikely that anything would go wrong. The commander-in-chief hasn't seen this old horse running wildly for nearly 2 years, so he chose it because it is safe. Ye Shuo was such a respectful person to the elderly and loving the young that he was too embarrassed to climb onto the back of this old horse. How about this? I'll lead it to get used to it and walk around twice first. The commander-in-chief naturally had no objection at all. Zhang Yuan, Zhang Wen, His Highness's safety is in your hands. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wen's expressions suddenly became serious. Yes. Just like that, Emperor Jingguan, who was having a rare moment of free time in the imperial carriage pulled by 6 horses and was drinking tea and playing chess with Prime Minister He, watched his son leading a horse, that was so old that it couldn't be any older, pass by his carriage. Emperor Jingguan. He Xiang. The conversation stopped abruptly, and both of them paused. What is this little bastard doing there? Wang Ziquan, Your Majesty, the 9th prince said he wanted to practice riding. What a bullshit riding practice? He was just leading a horse around? How does he manage to look so careless no matter what he does? Emperor Jingguan has now reached the point where he feels upset whenever he sees him. Tell me, he's been doing this all day long, can't he just be quiet for a while? Looking at the emperor who was playing chess and muttering unconsciously at the same time, He Xiang was tactful enough to remain silent and just listen to the emperor complaining quietly. On the other side, Ye Shuo didn't know that he was in the eyes of his cheap father just because he was leading a horse. He led the horse around for a long time and felt that the horse's physical fitness was not bad, not as weak as he imagined, so he climbed up with the help of Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wen. After observation, I found that Zhang Yuan was indeed the kind of person who didn't talk much but was very responsible. He always focused on the reins in his hand and was always alert to the movements of the horse. As for Zhang Wen, he talked a lot, and he was the one doing most of the talking along the way. Not long after Ye Shuo got on his horse, he ran into Li Yuhang who was returning from patrol. Sure enough, Ye Shuo found that his entire aura had changed. It was just a small failure, so there shouldn't be such a big reaction. The reason why Ye Shuo paid so much attention to him was because this person was working hard and had a resume that was obviously different from others, instead of simply relying on nepotism and his own face. Based on this, Ye Shuo felt that the other party was worth testing, and he would not give up on him just because he saw that he was scheming. Now that his parents are gone, there is no such thing as parental expectations or family anticipation. I just don't know why he is so eager to climb up. After all, people who are born ambitious are still a minority. Most people first need external forces to push them before they have the motivation to move forward. Li Yuhang noticed that the 9th prince passed by his team, and according to the rules, he subconsciously lowered his head. Just when Li Yuhang thought that the 9th prince would leave without looking away, he heard a voice suddenly coming from above. So it's you? Well, look up. Li Yuhang was very sure that when he turned around, the 9th prince must have seen him, so he was not so surprised that he suddenly spoke to him. Li Yuhang did not dare to disobey and did as he was told subconsciously. The next moment, he heard the 9th prince looking at himself, talking to himself as if sighing and regretful. Oh, everything is good, except why there is a younger brother. Li Yuhang clenched his fists. Before he could reply, Ye Shuo asked again, by the way, let me ask you, is your brother, your biological brother? Li Yuhang has never heard of this question since the household registration was changed. Could it be that the 9th prince discovered something? The flash of panic in Li Yuhang's eyes did not escape Ye Shuo's eyes. Ye Shuo was just asking casually, but he didn't expect that he could guess it right. You can't tell too much to someone as smart as Li Yuhang. If you tell him too much, he will soon know that you are interested in him. It would be bad if the guest becomes the host. Without giving Li Yuhang time to react, Ye Shuo casually waved his hand, seeming a little impatient. Forget it, whether he is your biological brother or not, I only want to ask you one question. Can you send your brother away? If you send your brother away, I will let you marry the maidservant next to my mother. How about that? The tone was full of dandy arrogance, as if he didn't care about the other person's flesh and blood relationship at all. On one side is the great revenge for the extermination of the family, and on the other side is the son of his father's best friend, who had died because of working hard for their family. Faced with such a choice, Li Yuhang's face turned pale after a few words. Is it revenge or gratitude? Li Yuhang was almost driven crazy by this choice. No matter who faced this situation, no one could remain absolutely rational. Reason reminded Li Yuhang that sending Li Jun away might be his only chance. He believed that Li Jun could understand. After all, his parents also died at the hands of that corrupt official. But on the other hand, emotions reminded Li Yuhang that driving a 10-year-old child out of the house would be like asking for his life. A 10-year-old child has no survival skills at all. Li Yuhang felt hot and cold all over, as if he had been split in half by an axe. His reason and emotions were clamoring wildly, making him wish he could die. Ye Shuo on the other side seemed not to notice his pain and continued to urge him. What's so difficult about this choice? At worst, you can just send your brother to a charity. It was particularly easy for him to say this, so it seemed even more cruel. The charity hall of the Zhou Dynasty was equivalent to an orphanage, which not only contained orphanages and nursing homes, but also other things. It could be considered an ancient version of an official charity organization. Charitable organizations are not omnipotent no matter where they are located, not to mention that in ancient times when productivity was so backward, even if they could guarantee food and drink for the elderly and babies, their lives would definitely not be easy. That is why so many people would rather struggle for a living outside than go there. Li Jun didn't become rich following Li Yuhang, but Li Yuhang's monthly salary was enough for the two of them to have enough food and clothing. Thinking of this, Li Yuhang suddenly calmed down. I believe that if my father's good friend were still alive, he would also feel that keeping his child well fed and clothed is more important than avenging him. But inevitably, I will let my parents down. I'm sorry, Your Highness the Ninth Prince. Li Jun is my younger brother. I'm sorry that I can't. When saying this, Li Yuheng's heart was bleeding. He only hated himself for being incompetent. He was afraid that he would not be able to avenge his parents and his whole family in this lifetime. Perhaps because he was in so much pain, Li Yuheng spoke every word with great difficulty. Thank you, Ninth Prince, for your kindness. Ye Shuo watched this man speak just 2 sentences. After he finished speaking, he looked like he had been fished out of the water. He was sweating profusely, as if he had used up all his strength. His eyes became empty and numb, like a walking corpse. Ye Shuo was almost certain that something was wrong. Tisk, that's meaningless. Just when Li Yuheng was sure that there was no room for maneuver in this matter, he heard the person above him suddenly ask, by the way, how is your riding skill? Li Yuheng was stunned for a moment, and saw that the Ninth Prince seemed a little impatient. Although he didn't know what he meant, Li Yuheng still spoke faster than his brain and hurriedly replied, Your Highness, I am very good at riding. Li Yuheng was born into a wealthy family. Although he was a merchant, he could not wear silk clothes, ride in a luxurious carriage, take the imperial examination, or become an official, but there was no hindrance for him to ride a horse. When Li Yuheng was in his teens, his favorite thing was to go hunting and playing with his friends on horseback in the suburbs. Looking back on those days, he felt very happy. Li Yuheng also learned his riding skills at that time. Compared with the other guards of the Black Armor Guard who were born as commoners and had rarely seen horses, he could naturally be considered an expert. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wen were the kind of guards who had never seen a horse before. So, they were only there to accompany Ye Shuo in horse riding practice, just to protect him from getting hurt. As for controlling and riding the horse, that was really too difficult for them. There are more than 10,000 Black Armor Guards in total, and there are only a few horses in the entire Great Zhou. People like Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wen are lucky enough to be able to practice riding 2 or 3 times a year, and others cannot be too demanding. So Ye Shuo asked again, do you know the skills of riding a horse? Li Yuheng reacted, and his heart started beating wildly. Opportunities are rare and will never come again. Li Yuheng spoke decisively, Your Highness, I understand. Ye Shuo, okay, then you can take Zhang Yuan's place and lead the horse for me. The saying when you are surrounded by mountains and rivers, you may think there is no way out, but when you turn around, you will find another village is just like this. Li Yuheng was stunned for a moment, but after he reacted, his attitude was so cautious that it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was extremely careful. Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and let go of his hand decisively. He knew his own limitations. In the horse riding competition in the military camp, Li Yuheng had won the top 3 for 3 consecutive years. The commander-in-chief praised him highly. Naturally, he was far inferior to him in riding skills, so it was reasonable. However, there was something clearly wrong with the way Zhang Wen looked at Li Yuheng. Ye Shuo did not want to waste this free labor that came to his doorstep. After thinking about it, he decided to maximize his role. So Ye Shuo asked in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, what do you think of Zhang Yuan? It turned out that he came to ask me for information. Not only did Li Yuheng not doubt Ye Shuo's intention, but he had a feeling that it's as expected. No wonder the Ninth Prince suddenly called him out. It turned out that he wanted to find someone who knew the inside story to find out the situation. The more Ye Shuo acted like this, the more it proved that the maid had importance in his heart, and the more Li Yuheng wanted to be selected and replace Zhang Yuan. Although there were 2 maids, the competition was extremely fierce, so any opponent who could be squeezed out was considered a rival. Zhang Yuan was different from Li Jun. Zhang Yuan had no favors to him or their family, but Li Yuheng had no scruples at all. In addition, Li Yuheng had no idea who had taken a fancy to him, so he was about to slander without thinking, but then he suddenly came to his senses. It would be a disaster if fabricating something out of nothing was discovered, and deceiving the Ninth Prince is an even greater crime. After thinking it over, Li Yuheng found that he could only tell the truth. But there are some rules to telling the truth. For example, if the rumors already exist among the Black Armor Guards, even if they are untrue, it is not your problem. You are just a messenger. Just like that, Li Yuheng began to desperately recall what exactly Zhang Yuan's shortcomings were, even if they were told to him by others. However, after a long time, Li Yuheng sadly discovered that no one in the Black Armor Guard seemed to have said anything bad about Zhang Yuan. Everyone felt sorry for him. When he was young, his uncle's family adopted him because they had 3 daughters in a row and could not have a son. As a result, the next year, his aunt gave birth to a boy, and Zhang Yuan's position in the family suddenly became awkward. In addition, the family was poor, and when Zhang Yuan, who was 18 or 19 years old, was at marriageable age, needed money for marriage. Compared with this labor force, the cost of marrying him a wife was higher. After much deliberation, the uncle's family finally decided to kick him out. After Zhang Yuan had worked for his uncle's family for more than 10 years, he was driven out by his uncle's family. His biological parents didn't want him, and his uncle's family exploited him and then ruthlessly abandoned him. He was considered one of the most miserable ones among the Black Armor Guards. Maybe it was a habit he developed since childhood, but Zhang Yuan always did more things than talked, and his personality even seemed a bit dull. For such a person, everyone would only say that he could endure hardships, so how could there be any other gossip? Li Yuhang opened his mouth and held back for a long time before he could only say one sentence. Zhang Yuan doesn't seem to like talking much, and he's a bit rigid. Strictly speaking, being taciturn and rigid is not a big problem. It is better than sweet talk but no action. What's more, these two comments are somewhat exaggerated. With Li Yuhang's current urgency, if Zhang Yuan had any problems, he would point out every 30% of them. As a result, Li Yuhang thought for a long time and said this. Ye Shuo probably understood that it seemed that Zhang Yuan was really honest. But just listening is not enough, you have to see it with your own eyes to feel truly at ease. Thinking of this, Ye Shuo suddenly squeezed the horse's belly, and the old horse accelerated almost instinctively. Drive. Li Yuhang and the other two were caught off guard. After they realized what was happening, they hurriedly chased after him. Ye Shuo didn't care at all, feeling the gentle breeze passing by his ears. It was not until he ran a long way that he pulled the reins with practiced movements. Oh. Ye Shuo's impression on outsiders was that of a spoiled and naughty person, so this behavior was nothing special in the eyes of others. When Li Yuhang and the other two caught up with them breathlessly, they saw Ye Shuo casually picking up 2 handfuls of the freshest green grass for the horse. It seemed that he was waiting for the horse to finish eating before continuing to play freely. It was obvious that the 9th prince was in high spirits, and the reactions of the 3 people were also different. Because the 9th prince had just said directly that if Li Yuhang didn't have a younger brother, he would have betrothed the maidservant beside the imperial concubine to him. Even the dumbest person would have figured out why the commander-in-chief only called out the 2 of them. The most important thing at the moment is whether he can successfully marry the imperial concubine's maid. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhang Wen chose to turn a blind eye to Ye Shuo's actions, for fear of offending him. Li Yuhang was the same. He was afraid of offending the 9th prince and did not dare to say a word. However, his skills were much more advanced than Zhang Wen. While the 9th prince was not paying attention, he quietly touched the reins of the horse, preparing to find a way to chat with the 9th prince while quietly leading the man and horse back to the main force. As for Zhang Yuan, he was much more direct. Your Highness, you can't go any further. If His Majesty knew about this, I'm afraid he would blame you. No matter what, the Emperor's orders and the safety of the 9th prince are more important. Hearing this, Zhang Wen looked at him as if he were a fool. It was not like he didn't know why the 9th prince had called them here, so why was he still? Ye Shuo took in the reactions of the 3 people and found them very interesting. Ye Shuo raised his eyebrows, his eyes darkened, and threatened, Zhang Yuan, if you continue to behave like this, be careful, or I will not marry my mother's maid to you. The maidservants around the imperial concubine were polite and noble, and Zhang Yuan naturally yearned for them, but Zhang Yuan thought about it, and finally shook his head, Your Highness, it's time for you to go back. Ye Shuo pretended not to hear and suddenly asked, if your uncle or your biological parents come to visit you in the future, what will you do? Hearing the 9th prince suddenly mention his life experience, Zhang Yuan felt a sudden pain in his heart. It is said that lucky people are healed by their childhood, while unlucky people use their whole lives to heal their childhood. Even though Zhang Yuan is now in his 20s and is already an old man in the outside world, he still finds it difficult to let go. After a moment of silence, Zhang Yuan said, Your Highness, those people and events have nothing to do with me. He is crazy? He doesn't even recognize his own parents? It's okay for his uncle, but how could he not recognize his biological parents? Zhang Wen was stunned, and felt that Zhang Yuan was simply committing treason. His body and hair were given by his parents, how dare he harbor resentment? He should return his flesh and skin to them before saying this? However, the next moment, the 9th prince suddenly burst into laughter. Zhang Yuan, I will remember what you said. I hope you can keep your promise in the future. One last question. If I betroth my mother's maidservant to you too, no matter what happens in the future, whether you are rich or poor, you cannot have other women, let alone concubines. If so, can you do it? Your Highness is indeed planning this. Zhang Wen was delighted and blurted out, of course. It is a great fortune to be favored by the girl beside the imperial concubine. Zhang Wen dare not have any second thoughts. Zhang Yuan thought for a while before saying, Your Highness, I can do it. Perhaps because he had suffered too much in his childhood and adolescence, Zhang Yuan only hoped that he could marry an ordinary woman in the future, live an ordinary life, and have a real family. This would be enough for his life. Ye Shuo nodded. Although he was very satisfied with his answer, he did not give him any guarantee at the moment. But Zhang Wen. Ye Shuo turned his head to look at him, but shook his head slightly. What comes out of your mouth without careful consideration is often nothing more than flattery. He made a promise today, and he will naturally break it tomorrow. Zhang Wen was originally happy, but when he saw that the 9th prince didn't seem very satisfied with him, he immediately felt confused and had no idea what he had done wrong. Soon, Ye Shuo stopped looking at him. No need to follow me, you two can go back first. After driving Zhang Yuan and Zhang Wen away, Ye Shuo immediately set his sights on Li Yuhang. Now you can tell me why you are so eager to climb up. The 9th prince actually realized that he had turned back on purpose. In this case, the 9th prince must have guessed that Li Jun was not his biological brother, so he deliberately asked those questions. It's ridiculous that I claim to be smart. After just one encounter, the 9th prince saw through me. If I had not kept my brother at that time, but chose to send him away, Thinking about how he had wanted to show off in front of the ninth prince, Li Yuheng became terrified and sweated all over. He could not hold on any longer and his knees went weak, and he fell to his knees with a thump. It would be understandable if the ninth prince could tell that I turned around on purpose, but what I did was indeed a little too obvious. Everyone was walking normally at the time, only I was different. But Li Yuheng couldn't figure out, no matter how hard he tried, how he knew that Li Jun was not his biological brother. Li Yuheng is not the kind of person who likes to rely on luck. Maybe he was in the past, but he is definitely not now. The ninth prince hardly left his sight when he was talking to him. He must have discovered something. Furthermore, the ninth prince even discovered that his urgent purpose of promotion was not that simple. Li Yuheng didn't know how all this happened, so he felt even more terrified, even horrified. Li Yuheng prides himself on being smart, but it seems that his intelligence is vulnerable now. Ye Shuo's combined attack and defense directly broke through Li Yuheng's psychological defenses. Heavy pressure poured down on him. No wonder Li Yuheng couldn't bear it and could only kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Seeing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but touch the chestnut horse's mane awkwardly. He felt that he didn't say anything, so why did Li Yuheng fall down? In this case, Ye Shuo had no choice but to pursue the victory. It is useless to be gentle when dealing with a smart person like Li Yuheng. Smart people are cunning, and they will only find ways to take advantage of your gentleness. I must beat him until he is afraid, beat him until he is in pain, and beat him so that a shadow is left in his heart, which becomes an obstacle in his heart that he can never overcome. At the same time, some benefits should be given. After all, Ye Shuo wants to form a marriage alliance with him rather than make an enemy. Ye Shuo did not call him by his given name. He just controlled the old horse and said leisurely, Li Yuheng, Yuheng, this is a good name. Zhang Yuan would definitely not understand this incoherent sentence. But Li Yuheng is different. Li Yuheng is smart, and when dealing with smart people, it is enough to just say half of the words. Subconsciously following the silent recitation, Li Yuheng's expression changed slightly after a moment. Obviously at this moment he also understood how big the gap between Li Yuheng and Li Jun was. The name that was left behind to preserve the last thought became the biggest flaw. Ye Shuo continued, if your parents died of illness, the roster should have written died of illness. If they died of an accident, the roster should have written what kind of accident it was. There is no beginning or end, only the 4 words both parents died. Does this mean there is another hidden story? Following Ye Shuo's words, Li Yuheng began to think carefully, and then he was horrified to find that it was indeed true. If one of the parents of other people was no longer around, the reason would basically be clearly stated. After all, birth, aging, sickness, death, and even accidents were nothing to be ashamed of. Li Yuheng closed his eyes, no longer having any thoughts of resisting. Ye Shuo took the opportunity to speak, so tell me, what is it all about? Just like that, Li Yuheng revealed the secret that he had kept in his heart for 5 years. Ye Shuo then realized that there was such a hidden story behind this. The person that Li Yuheng's father offended was none other than the brother-in-law of the Jizhu prefect. Although he was called a brother-in-law, he was actually just the brother of the concubine in the backyard. The concubine's brother was also a businessman, so it might not be a real offense. Li Yuheng's father was very wealthy, so naturally he made others jealous. But who could tell what was true and what was false? Jizhu. Ye Shuo frowned slightly as he silently recited this unfamiliar name. This incident was different from the one at Taifa's house. If you really counted it, Ye Shuo did nothing at that time. He simply asked the Grand Tutor and the Crown Prince to catch the young master of the Cao family committing adultery. The young master of the Cao family was a commoner, so it was fine to arrest him. What happened to the Cao family later was discovered by the families of the 3 sisters-in-law of the young master Cao themselves, and it had nothing to do with him. The prefect of Jizhu was an official of the 4th rank, and Ye Shuo didn't know which faction the other party belonged to in the court. If he was not careful, he might easily stir up a hornet's nest. Although Ye Shuo is kind-hearted, he doesn't help everyone. He will help where he can, but he is powerless to help where he cannot. To Ye Shuo, his mother is the most important. Since Ye Shuo has made up his mind not to get involved in the muddy water of the imperial court in this life, he will naturally not change his mind so easily. If he says he won't get involved, then he won't get involved. So, I'm afraid I can't do anything to avenge your parents and your family. Call Ye Shuo cold-blooded or cruel, but in his eyes, the lives of Li Yuheng's family are not as important as the safety of those around him. When Li Yuheng heard this, the blood in his body seemed to freeze. If the 9th prince couldn't get anything done, Li Yuheng really didn't know what else he could do. Thank you, Your Highness. I understand. Seeing the other party's desperate expression, as if he wanted to bang his head against the wall and kill himself, Ye Shuo hurriedly said, No, don't think about committing suicide yet. I haven't finished talking yet, why are you in such a hurry? Being happy and sad at the same time can easily lead to extremes. Ye Shuo quickly added, although I can't do anything about it, I still have you. It would be great if you could avenge your family yourself. Li Yuheng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. Your Highness is joking. He had worked so hard for so many years but was only a 9th rank lieutenant of benevolence and bravery, which was still a long way from being a 4th rank prefect. If he relied on himself, there would be no hope at all. Whether it's a joke or not is not up to you to decide. A gust of wind blew, and the horse was bored, so it lowered its head and quietly ate grass. Li Yuhang suddenly heard these words. What if I say I can help you get promoted? Caught off guard, Li Yuhang looked up suddenly. Ye Shuo casually put a handful of fresh green grass into the horse's mouth, as if the words just now were not said by him. Li Yuhang reacted and kowtowed loudly, his voice trembling. Your Highness, please help me. It is really possible, it is really possible. In his excitement, Li Yuhang almost didn't care about anything. He had said before that if he could get revenge, he would pay any price. If what your Highness said is true, my life belongs to your Highness. I am willing to serve your Highness for all my life. Ye Shuo was willing to believe his sincerity at this moment, and was also willing to believe that what he said was true. But, why should I want your life? Ye Shuo was speechless. He didn't intend to kick his cheap third brother down and become the emperor himself. This guy seems to have lost his way. I just said he was smart, why has he become stupid now? Wait, could it be that he misunderstood and thought that his usual behavior was just an act, and that he actually had some big plans? Yes, that's what Li Yuhang thought. Think about it, a prince is so smart, but he ends up with a bad reputation. Doesn't this speak volumes? No matter what he thought, Ye Shuo was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and said directly, I don't like this one, change it to another one. Li Yuhang was stunned. In his opinion, this should be the 9th prince's goal. Why does the 9th prince seem not satisfied at all? Then, when the time comes, I'll ask my brother to join the Black Armor Guard as well. Hearing this, Ye Shuo's expression was no longer just cold, he was completely expressionless. It's still not right if it doesn't work. Think about it again, think about it again. After a while, an incredible thought flashed through his mind, and Li Yuhang tentatively asked, Can I ask about the maidservant of the imperial concubine? Is it me that his highness originally had his eyes on? This time Ye Shuo finally had some reaction. Let me correct you. It's not me who likes you, it's Suxian who likes you. It turned out that the maid's name was Suxian, and it turned out that his actions were not completely ineffective. Li Yuhang felt mixed feelings of sadness and joy. How could his heart be so complicated? But no matter what, Li Yuhang was at least very grateful to this girl named Suxian. If it weren't for her, he would definitely not have this opportunity. Li Yuhang silently memorized the name in his heart and immediately made a decision. Miss Suxin has been very kind to me. Yuhang has no way to repay her. Yuhang also wishes to have only her in this life and never take a concubine. Li Yuhang thought that the 9th prince would be satisfied with what he said. However, instead of praising him, the 9th prince sneered. Li Yuhang was almost driven crazy by his attitude. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work either. What does the 9th prince want from me? The next moment, Ye Shuo's eyes almost looked into Li Yuhang's heart. How much of this is true and how much is false? You know it in your heart. It's obvious at first glance that Li Yuhang is a restless person. Moreover, a favor has to come from the heart to be called a favor. Something that is agreed to under duress is just a deal. Although Li Yuhang was not ungrateful, people like him hated being coerced the most. Ye Shuo can guarantee that he will remain unchanged for 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, but he cannot guarantee that he will remain unchanged for his entire life. Ye Shuo didn't want to see the scene where Suxian was affectionate with Li Yuhang at first, but ended up having a grudge against him in the future. Li Yuhang felt a little embarrassed when he saw this. Ye Shuo finally said, I have no other request, I just hope you can treat her well, even if something happens in the future, don't bully her. Is that all? Well, that's all. Li Yuhang was speechless for a long time. He couldn't imagine that the 9th prince would go to such great lengths just for such a small matter. In just a few breaths, Li Yuhang thought a lot. Finally, he bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, I, Li Yuhang, swear today in the name of my deceased parents that I will never let Miss Suxin down in this life. Ye Shuo didn't comment or say anything, but just said, it's getting late, we should go back. In fact, it is very simple to solve Li Yuhang's current predicament. His abilities are there, and the only thing he lacks is someone who can appreciate him. Isn't this what the so-called bull and the 1,000 li horse are like? Ye Shuo himself doesn't have much power, so he can't do this job, but others can do. Ye Shuo rode the old horse slowly back to the team. Emperor Jingguan couldn't stand to see him wandering around like this. The veins on his forehead jumped violently, and he subconsciously stopped him. How long are you going to play? Look, isn't Bull coming to your doorstep? Ye Shuo was not shy. When his adoptive father called him, he climbed up the pole and quickly got into the imperial carriage. Seeing a cup of freshly poured tea on the table, Ye Shuo did not despise it. He picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. His whole set of movements was smooth and flowing. When Emperor Jingguan started to scold, Ye Shuo was already wiping his mouth. So sweet. Emperor Jingguan was so angry that he almost died. You bastard, I just asked Wang Ziquan to brew tea for me. Forget it, Wang Ziquan, go and get me a new set of tea sets. This cup has been used by the little bastard and is no longer usable. Emperor Jingguan had an almost undisguised look of disgust on his face. Ye Shuo then looked at the small teacup in his hand. Seeing the delicate patterns on it, he could tell it was a masterpiece. So he blurted out, since you don't want it, father, why don't you just give this tea set to your son? Emperor Jingguan didn't dare to open the door. If he did, in the future whenever he took a fancy to something of his, he would have to hold it and lick it. Emperor Jingguan believed that he could definitely do such a thing. Therefore, Emperor Jingguan avoided answering and just asked him, when will you be able to do something serious every day? Ye Shuo looked innocent, pairing up older men and women around me and adding more people to my Great Zhou. How can this not be considered a serious matter? Emperor Jingguan took a deep breath and decided not to mess around with a child. He glanced at his son and reminded him, matters of love between men and women are not as simple as you think. You'd better not interfere. It would be fine if it was just once, but he seemed so interested. Could it be that he was planning to be the matchmaker? Ye Shuo was so thick-skinned that he smiled and didn't care at all. Speaking of which, since the emperor mentioned it, why don't you help your son with some advice? He even thought of asking the emperor to help him find a matchmaker. Ye Shuo took out the roster and spread out the page for Zhang Wen and Li Yuhang respectively. Here, this is it, and this one. Father, which one do you think this son should assign to Su Xian? You bastard, how dare you? Emperor Jingguan was about to get angry, but when he saw Li Yuhang, he was stunned. This young man seems to be quite good. He has a handsome appearance, a good resume, and seems to be particularly proficient in horse riding. It would be a bit of a waste of his talent if he were only a small guard. Emperors all have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering. With a heart of admiration for talent, Emperor Jingguan gradually became interested. Seeing that her son was still holding up 2 rosters, he kept chattering. Although Zhang Wen is ordinary, it is precisely because of his ordinariness that Su Xian can suppress him. As for this Li Yuhang, he is ambitious at first glance. He may not be able to stay with Su Xian alone in the future, so which one should I choose? For a moment, the child seemed to be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jingguan sneered, it's just a fool's opinion. Even so, you have the nerve to let your own son act as a matchmaker for someone else? In his opinion, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. How could anyone give up a young man with a bright future for such a reason? The more he looked at Li Yuhang, the more he felt that he was a good person. Emperor Jingguan pondered for a moment and made an exception to summon him. When he heard the news, Li Yuhang felt dazed. The 9th prince actually did it. Ye Shuo did not interfere in the subsequent matters. He believed that with Li Yuhang's ability, as long as he was brought before the emperor, he would definitely not disappoint anyone. Perhaps it was because Li Yuhang's birth was too low, and he had no special background. He was just an ordinary guard. There were many people like him in the entire Black Armor Guard. It will take a long time to see the results of investing in such people. No one will choose them because their efficiency is too low. Promotion is not done in this way. If they are not promoted properly, they may fail halfway, or they may work hard to become a small official who is of no use at all. Therefore, no one doubts anything at all. Even if you pick out 100 ordinary guards, not everyone can succeed. It takes a very sharp vision to train your own team in this way. This trick is fine if used once or twice, but it won't work if used too many times. It will arouse Emperor Jingguan's suspicion and eventually implicate himself, so it can almost be concluded that Ziyaju did it on a whim and accidentally. This is indeed the case. Ye Shuo did not intend to ask the other party to work for him. He just wanted to lend a hand to Li Yuhang, who was in an already miserable situation, for Su Xian's sake. It just provides a foundation for the other party. What will happen in the future depends on his own luck. However, from Ye Shuo's perspective, he felt that Li Yuhang's future achievements would most likely be more than this. He has brains, perseverance, willpower, is good at seizing opportunities, has a strong psychological endurance, and is appropriately ruthless. He already has some of the necessary factors for success. With the prefect of Jizhu hanging in front of him, at least Li Yuhang would not let himself fall before that prefect fell. Having finally seized such an opportunity, people like Li Yuhang would spare no effort to climb up, and would try their best to let the people above them see their abilities. For such people, in order to encourage them, it is natural to give their wives and children titles. When Li Yuhang is promoted to the 5th rank of garrison commander, he will be eligible to request an imperial decree for his wife. Even if the request fails, Su Xian, the wife of an official, will not be able to escape. This is probably the best arrangement Ye Shuo can give to Su Xian and Su Qiu based on their respective situations. Needless to say about his height and appearance, he is also younger than the other two. Zhang Yuan is 25 and Li Yuhang is 22, which is the prime of their life. At least there is no need to worry about, disharmony in that aspect. By the way, speaking of this, when I have time, I will ask the imperial physician to check the pulses of both of them as a marriage checkup, to prevent them from having any hidden illnesses, which would make it difficult to cancel the marriage once it is decided. While his stepfather was having a heart-to-heart talk with the talented horse he had discovered with his keen eye, Ye Shuo turned around and went back to his mother's carriage. Almost at the moment when Ye Shuo opened the curtain, concubine Rong looked over, as well as the 2 maids who suddenly appeared. Sure enough, no matter what one's status or age, gossip is the nature of human beings. The moment she saw her son, concubine Rong couldn't help but ask, "Did you see those 2 people? How did you feel?" Ye Shuo was picky and only said what he could say. When Su Qiu heard that Zhang Yuan promised to only marry her and never take a concubine in this life, she couldn't control herself and her eyes lit up slightly. As for Su Xian, although she did not receive the same guarantee, she felt more at ease when she heard that the emperor had summoned Li Yuhang at this moment. The 2 have different emphases in their expectations of their future husbands, so naturally, the things they care about are also different. Su Xian was the maid carefully selected by the wife of the Duke of Zhen. Although she did not have the quick wit of Su Yu, she was also very smart. After Ye Shuo's few words, Su Xian knew that the ninth prince must have put a lot of thought into it. How could Su Xian not feel grateful for the fact that her master had done so much? The three maids Su Xian, Su Yu, and Su Qiu have been serving concubine Rong since they were young. They are loyal to her, and after this incident, they wish they could give their lives to their two masters. This is what is meant by a ruler treats his ministers with courtesy and a minister serves his ruler with loyalty. The two of them secretly made up their minds that no matter where they were in the future, they would be slaves of the imperial concubine and the ninth prince for the rest of their lives. After listening to this, Su Xian spoke without hesitation. Your Highness, the ninth prince is so kind, I will definitely. Stop. Before she could finish, Ye Shuo hurriedly stopped her. That's what I was going to tell you. Li Yuheng's situation is special, so he cannot be treated with common sense. Su Xian was stunned for a moment. Ye Shuo pursed his lips, his expression became extremely serious. Remember, after you two get married, unless something serious happens to you, or you can't make ends meet, or Li Yuheng bullies you, unless it is necessary, don't contact Kiowa Palace, me, or even Su Yu and the others. Unless necessary. Doesn't this mean that I should cut off contact with the imperial concubine, the ninth prince, and even Su Yu, my sister who grew up with me? Don't Her Highness and His Majesty want me anymore? After she came to her senses, Su Xian's face was filled with panic, and she fell to her knees with a thud. Your Highness, why, did Su Xian do something wrong? This was the maid who had been with her since she was a child. They were not as close as sisters, but there was definitely affection between them. So after concubine Rong was stunned for a moment, she also turned her head and glared at her son. I've never heard of a married girl who can't go back to her parents' home. Concubine Rong still hopes that Su Xian will come to Kiowa Palace often. Not only can she not go back, but from what my son said, I'm afraid we can't even exchange letters. Concubine Rong told herself not to get angry, and stared at her son eagerly, waiting to hear his explanation. But in fact, it is really difficult for Ye Shuo to explain this matter. If it is spread out accidentally, it will be bad, no matter who it is. Ye Shuo glanced out the window and saw guards everywhere, and even the commander-in-chief passed by here from time to time. The situation was completely different from choosing a husband for a maid, so even Ye Shuo could only keep silent. Does Ye Shuo have to say that this is all in preparation for Li Yuheng's future promotion? The black armor guards are different from ordinary troops. They are a team specially assigned to guard the capital. They are the last line of defense of the capital city, and they also guard the safety of the emperor. Their importance is self-evident. Imagine, how could an emperor allow such a team to be mixed with other interests? Therefore, those who can climb to high positions are basically loyal ministers and lone ministers who are only loyal to the emperor. Even if the crown prince comes, he will be of no use unless the emperor dies. In that case, the crown prince is the next emperor for sure. Just like the current commander-in-chief is alone, no matter how other princes try to win him over, he will not be moved. Once he joins any camp, it will be time for someone else to take the position of the commander-in-chief. Although a lone minister in the black armor guard may not necessarily be able to sit in a high position, those who sit in a high position are definitely lone ministers. Ye Shuo saw it clearly, so he reminded Su Xian early on, to avoid the day when their road to glory would be ruined because of such a small matter. Only by making plans early can you be prepared for any eventuality. Since Ye Shuo had no intention of letting Li Yuheng work for him, he naturally didn't care whether the other party would contact him or not. I can't tell you the specific reason, but mother, Su Xian, it's enough for you to trust me. Concubine Rong looked into her son's eyes for a long time, then gave up after sighing. Forget it. The little bastard has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Who knows what he is thinking? If you don't want to contact her, then don't contact her. As long as he is fine, it's fine. Su Xian cried even harder, but out of trust in the ninth prince, she did not press for an answer. Su Xian felt a little regretful. She vaguely understood that the reason why the ninth prince said that was because of Li Yuheng, so Su Xian regretted it. If she had known this earlier, she would not have married. Your Highness, if this is really not possible, let's just call this marriage off. Su Xian tightly grasped Ye Shuo's clothes, tears falling like beads from a broken string. I suddenly feel that it would be better to be like Su Yu and stay in the palace with the madam and the prince for the rest of my life. If getting married means having to endure all these, she would rather not get married. Ye Shuo opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Su Yu rolled her eyes and couldn't help scolding. You were the one who said you wanted to get married, and now you're regretting it, too. Why are you so fussy? Do you really think your highness isn't tired? Su Xian trembled and cried even harder, but how should I know? How should I know? How did she know things would turn out like this? If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Ye Shuo sighed, and couldn't help but squat down and look directly into Su Xian's eyes. Since you want to get married, why bother delaying yourself because of this kind of thing? In today's world, the wives of officials, common people, and slaves are all very different. Look ahead, good days are ahead. Yes, I had made the choice from the beginning, and I should have known that this would happen. But when this moment really came, Su Xian felt a heart-wrenching pain, and she couldn't control it even if she wanted to. In the end, Su Xian's eyes were swollen from crying. Not to mention Su Xian and the others, even concubine Rong's eyes began to turn red. Ye Shuo was most afraid of seeing this kind of scene. He didn't dare to stay any longer and left as if escaping. After exiting the carriage, before Ye Shuo could catch his breath, he bumped into the triumphant Li Yuhang. Judging from his slightly excited expression, he must have gained a lot from his stepfather. Since everyone knew that he was summoned by the emperor because of the ninth prince, it was a very natural thing for him to come and express his gratitude. Thinking of this, Li Yuhang did not hide from others and knelt on one knee in front of Ye Shuo. Thank you very much for your support, ninth prince. I will never forget it. Ye Shuo shook his head upon hearing this. It has nothing to do with me. It's your own ability. There was no falsehood in what he said. Every word came from his heart. Li Yuhang suddenly became a little excited when he heard this. I have tried so many methods but to no avail. If it weren't for the help of the ninth prince, I'm afraid I would never have such an opportunity in my life. At this moment, Li Yuhang seemed to have determined this matter, fanatical and persistent. Ye Shuo looked at him for a long while, then smiled. I think you made a mistake. You got the order wrong. It's obviously you who worked hard first, which is why it's reflected on the roster. If you're a fool, it would be useless even if I talk till my lips are worn out. Li Yuhang was stunned. Even if this person cannot be used by himself, Ye Shuo does not want to see him go astray and harm innocent people. So Ye Shuo spoke up and said, you must remember in the future, never become like the person you hate. It would be a joke if he turned into the dog official who exploited the people in his hometown as he said today. Glancing at the other person, Ye Shuo said meaningfully, since I can see through it, others can naturally see through it too. To forge iron, one must be strong himself. Li Yuhang shuddered suddenly. Ye Shuo's combination of kindness and force today has successfully left a deep psychological trauma on Li Yuhang. Think about it, something that I have tried to accomplish for so many years but failed, was easily accomplished by the ninth prince. Isn't it scary? How old is the ninth prince? Only 7 or 8 years old. What if it was other princes, the crown prince, or even the emperor? Just imagining this, Li Yuhang felt a chill and quickly calmed down. Okay, I won't tell you anymore. Just know it in your heart. I'm leaving now. The loud noise of wheel ruts and iron hooves around them drowned out their voices. Li Yuhang deeply engraved the ninth princes back in his mind. 3 days passed in a flash. Just when the candidates were decided and the marriage of Suxin and Sakayo was gradually taking shape, the summer palace finally appeared before their eyes. When Zhang Yuan received the notice that he could start proposing marriage after arriving at the palace, even though he thought he was numb after so many years and all the hardships he had endured, he still felt a surge of genuine joy in his heart when he heard the news. Even if Zhang Yuan tried his best to keep a straight and honest face, he couldn't hide the joy spreading in his eyes. Whether it is sincere or false, you can tell it at a glance. Although the commander-in-chief said that they would have to wait until October and return from the palace to officially get married, Zhang Yuan had already quietly begun to look forward to it. Where was the dull look at the beginning? Especially on a certain day on the road, Sakayo got off the carriage and came out to fetch water. Zhang Yuan was even more delighted when he saw her from afar. As soon as their eyes met, they both couldn't help but blush before they even spoke. Sakayo was a shy girl, and after hurriedly fetching some water, she got back into the carriage with a red face, leaving Zhang Yuan feeling lost. It took him a long time to remember what he should do next. Su Xian and Li Yuhang also saw each other. Unlike Su Qiu and Zhang Yuan, Su Xian and Li Yuhang smiled at each other first. Then Li Yuhang was the first to react and bowed to Su Xian. Su Xian was stunned for a moment, but quickly returned the greeting. Although the atmosphere between the two was not as strong as that between Su Qiu and Zhang Yuan, it was also filled with a faint friendship. However, Zhang Wen, the only one who failed to be selected, felt a little uncomfortable. He thought he had shown enough respect to the ninth prince, but he still couldn't get what he wanted. Zhang Wen was angry and jealous, but he could do nothing about it. In fact, Zhang Wen is not a wicked person, he is just an ordinary man. It is just because he is ordinary that he naturally has the shortcomings of ordinary men. He is not as smart and capable as Li Yuhang, nor as sincere and loyal as Zhang Yuan, so it is natural that he is not chosen. Ye Shuo leaned on the window, squinting his eyes, feeling the flowers, plants, and trees around him constantly receding, and lazily basking in the sun. Emperor Jingguan and Prime Minister He stopped moving their hands almost at the same time. The two people couldn't understand how their son/the ninth prince could remain so leisurely in the imperial carriage under such circumstances. Didn't he feel nervous? If it were any other prince, he would be on high alert when facing the emperor and the prime minister, for fear of making a mistake or saying something wrong. Looking at the ninth prince, he seemed much more comfortable than him and the emperor. A diligent person hates others being lazy the most. As luck would have it, there is not a single lazy person who can sit in this position, so almost everyone dislikes Ye Shuo when they see him. Holding back, Emperor Jingguan and Prime Minister He each took a few steps, and seeing that their son/the ninth prince was living up to everyone's expectations and was about to close his eyes, as if he was about to fall asleep in the next second, the two could not hold it back any longer and felt that they could not continue playing this game of chess. As if that wasn't enough, Ye Shuo was still fanning the flames and adding fuel to the fire. Father, Prime Minister He, you two don't have enough self-control. He just got to the point, but he couldn't hold back and was ready to teach someone a lesson. Before the two of them opened their mouths, Ye Shuo spoke first. What do you call this? This is called the wicked complaining first. Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but took a deep breath. His Xiang's qi cultivation skills are pretty good. After all, he is an old fox, so it's not easy for him to lose his skills. Your Highness, since you have nothing to do, why don't you play a game of chess with me? The ninth prince was a prince after all, so he certainly couldn't be scolded, but he could get back on his feet in other ways. He Xiang was cunning and well versed in circuitous tactics. But is Ye Shuo so easy to deal with? We can play chess, but we don't play Go. How about Go Bang? Ye Shuo had never played Go before. If he played it rashly, he would definitely be beaten badly. He didn't want to be fooled. Want to mess with him? No way. At this time, He Xiang was the one who had the need, so Ye Shuo should take the opportunity to put forward his own request. How could he just accept whatever the other party said? Sure enough, He Xiang's expression froze slightly. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but give his beloved minister a look. See, I told you that this little bastard is not so easy to deal with. Perhaps knowing why His Majesty had been silent just now, He Xiang could not help but clear his throat and said, Your Highness's Go Bang is something I have never heard of before, so how can I use it to play against your Highness? Come on, last time Master Sen confiscated so many of his little gadgets, Ye Shuo had already heard that Master Sen had already introduced them one by one to his stepfather and the others. Besides, the rules of Go Bang are so simple, how could Prime Minister he not understand? Since Prime Minister he is not sincere, forget it. Let's talk about it another day. Ye Shuo gave up decisively. He Xiang was caught off guard. I forgot that the ninth prince is not a very particular person. Seeing that the ninth prince really didn't want to do it, He Xiang thought about it and felt that although they were both black and white chess, he had decades more experience than the ninth prince. Moreover, the Go Bang he mentioned was indeed not a very difficult game and almost everyone could play it. He felt that he should not lose, so he quickly took a step back. Just do as the ninth prince says. Okay then. Ye Shuo quickly got up. Seeing the two people sitting opposite each other in front of the chessboard, Emperor Jingwen drank tea while silently paying attention to the situation. He Xiang himself just said that Go Bang is a simple game, so experience or not is not very important. If everyone is starting at the same starting line, what difference does it make even if He Xiang has eaten for decades longer than him? Just like that, Ye Shuo relied on his own abilities and a little bit of skills to kill He Xiang in the first round. The black and white chess pieces had occupied less than 1/3 of the middle of the chessboard when the 5 black pieces in Ye Shuo's hand formed a line. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but choke. He Xiang was speechless for a long time. Thank you, thank you. Ye Shuo bowed and retreated after one attack. Seeing that he was about to leave after only betting one hand, He Xiang was dumbfounded. Your Highness, wait a moment. Ye Shuo turned around, somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Didn't I already play a game with you? What else did he want? It did happen, but the ending was very different from what He Xiang had imagined. In He Xiang's imagination, he should torture the ninth prince severely, and only after he had tortured the ninth prince enough, the subsequent events could be unfolded. What is this? Your Highness, it's still early. Please play another round with me. This was a request that could not be any smaller, and Prime Minister he fully believed that the ninth prince would agree to it without hesitation. However, who knew that the other party would reject it outright? Prime Minister this won't do. Think about it. What is your status? You are a well-known Prime Minister of a country. I finally won a game against you. How nice it would be to tell others about it. If I play another round with you and lose, I will be the one to suffer the consequences. Think about it. If you play chess with the Prime Minister and win in the end, it might even be recorded in the book by the historian. Only a fool would play a second game with him. Mr. Do you think this is the truth? No matter how eloquent He Xiang was, he couldn't find any words to refute it now, because if he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Unless, just when He Xiang was thinking about a solution, he suddenly heard these two words. Subconsciously, he said, unless what? Ye Shuo rolled his eyes and said with a smile, unless Prime Minister he gives me some silver. It's just money, something outside of one's body, and you thought it was something important. He Xiang couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard this. Just like that, Emperor Jingwen watched helplessly as his most trusted minister took off the purse from around his waist. When Emperor Jingwen saw this scene, he knew it was all over. The first time it was money, the second time it was something else, the third time, the fourth time. Haha, it would be strange if the little bastard didn't take out all the money from He Xiang. As the saying goes, a true gentleman watches a game of chess without saying a word. Emperor Jingwen couldn't bring himself to do this, so he kept silent. Ye Shuo was very measured and only took the smallest silver ingot and put it on his side. Ye Shuo nodded and said, this time we have agreed in advance that it is best of 3 games. If He Xiang loses again, it won't be so easy if he wants to add more. He Xiang heard it and thought it made sense, and there was no trap or anything, so he gave a positive answer, of course. Then, as expected, Ye Shuo defeated him again. He added and lost again, lost and added again. Ye Shuo was well aware of the principle of boiling a frog in warm water. He increased the bet slowly, bit by bit. Finally, when He Xiang reacted, he had nothing left except his clothes. Even one of his shoes was stripped off by the ninth prince. Emperor Jingwen watched coldly and discovered carefully that this little bastard was particularly good at laying hooks. He didn't even try to win ruthlessly. Instead, he defeated He Xiang every time when He Xiang felt he was about to win. He kept He Xiang hanging and made it impossible for He Xiang to control himself and not increase the bet. Thank you, father, and thank you, Lord He, for your compassion. I will take my leave now. Ye Shuo felt that it was enough, so he stopped contentedly and ran away with a lot of spoils. Originally, it was unlikely that the historian would record such a small matter, but now, the original probability of less than 10% has been raised to 80%. Emperor Jingguan looked at Prime Minister He quietly for a long time, as he was unable to react. He Xiang suddenly came back to his senses and said quickly, Your Majesty, I am guilty. He said he was here to help the Emperor take care of his son, but now he has gotten himself into trouble. There's no need to do this. Emperor Jingguan's eyes were calm. It's good like this now, isn't it? Although he failed to control his son, at least he taught his minister a lesson, so it was worth it. He Xiang froze for a moment, then lowered his head deeply. On the other side, Ye Shuo came out with something in his arms, and then he saw the palace not far away. The sixth prince and his entourage were ready to go, as if they were discussing something. They were eager to try, and their eyes were full of provocation when they looked at each other. Of course, it was the fifth prince who made the unilateral provocation. After all, given the sixth prince's personality, he would not easily reveal what he was thinking. The prince was originally having a headache because of the quarrel among his brothers, but the moment he saw Ye Shuo, his eyes suddenly brightened. Zhaiju, you've come just in time. Your fifth and sixth brothers are preparing to compete to see who can reach the palace first. Do you want to come too? What are you holding in your hand? As the prince was talking, he didn't know why he felt that the thing in his brother's arms looked familiar. Especially that pair of boots, it seems like he has seen it somewhere. Tisk, does the prince think that saying this will be useful? What if Zhaiju come? Zhaiju can come too. The fifth prince sneered in his heart, thinking that this was a method thought up by the crown prince to divert their attention. However, when the fifth prince turned around, he found that, it really seemed to be the case. The boots did look somewhat familiar. It's not anything else, it's mainly because the cranes embroidered on the boots are not something that everyone can wear. Anyway, it's either the Grand Tutor's or Prime Minister He's thing. The sixth prince and others subconsciously turned their attention to their younger brother. Ye Shuo didn't care at all, he just smiled and said, You guessed right, this is Prime Minister He's boots. The prince's expression suddenly froze. How could he have forgotten that in terms of troublesome abilities, even if all his other brothers were added together, they could not compare to the one in front of him. The fifth prince was even more stunned. He stole all of He Xiang's shoes. Isn't he afraid of offending He Xiang? Based on the sixth prince's understanding of his younger brother, he didn't feel that he was the one who stole it. Although Zhaiju was naughty, he did not bother to steal. So the sixth prince was silent for a moment, and then asked, Where did the boots come from? As expected, Xiao, Ye Shuo was about to shout out Xiao Ming when he noticed the sixth prince's angry gaze. After thinking for a while, he decided to save some face for him in front of so many people. Ye Shuo finally changed his words, as expected, sixth brother understands me. I won these boots fair and square. After saying this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but glance at the fifth prince standing beside him. The fifth prince was stunned. No way. How could He Xiang lose to a child? Or such a child? As if it wasn't enough, Ye Shuo raised his brows slightly, and I won it by playing chess. As for what kind of chess you win at, well, that's not important. After hearing what he said, the fifth and sixth princes realized that in addition to the boots, he also held a purse, a fan, a mosquito-repellent sachet and a bunch of other miscellaneous items in his arms. A bad thought flashed through the minds of both of them at the same time. Could it be that he had snatched these things from He Xiang? Zhaiju is really not afraid of offending people. It should be that his father had finished his lecture. Crown Prince noticed that when Prime Minister He came out of the imperial carriage, his clean tabi became dirty immediately after he landed on the ground. Now he was standing on one leg, waiting for the servant to bring him new shoes. The Crown Prince and Prime Minister He's eyes met and they both looked away almost instantly. The situation was so awkward that both of them tacitly kept silent. The fifth prince at the side could not help but twitch his lips slightly. So, what's the use of this shoe for you? Didn't you see that there was such a big emerald inlaid on it? He Xiang was different from the Taifu. He Xiang was so delicate that even his boots were full of little tricks. It was because He Xiang reacted quickly that he noticed as soon as he moved one of his boots. If He Xiang reacted a little slower, Ye Shuo would have been able to collect every piece of his boots. A single piece may not have much value, but a whole set is different. Just for a piece of jade? Even though the method might be wrong, the Crown Prince was relieved to see that the attention of the fifth and sixth princes was finally successfully diverted. However, before he could let out a sigh of relief, he heard his brother say this again. By the way, what about you guys? What were you doing here just now? Prince. The prince turned his head and began to wink at Ye Shuo, but Ye Shuo pretended not to see anything and continued questioning. I just heard third brother talking about a competition or something. I've never seen Zhaiju be so tactless before. The fifth prince then remembered what had just happened. In fact, it was not a big deal. It was just that the fifth prince and the sixth prince did not get along well. They often tried to show off to each other in the study. In addition, because of Ye Shuo as a comparison, Emperor Jingguan often praised the sixth prince recently, and the fifth prince disliked him more and more. He always felt that the sixth prince looked taciturn on the surface, but was actually very thoughtful. In short, their fates were incompatible. Just now, the fifth prince was even more sarcastic, making fun of him for being only good at studying but extremely weak, so there was the so-called horse riding competition. This was what the sixth prince could not stand the most, so he gritted his teeth and agreed. Ye Shuo wondered if this kid was stupid. He compared his own weaknesses with other people's strengths. He really thought he was an Iron Man who could do anything. Ye Shuo doesn't really understand perfectionists like Xiaoming, but he is still very interested in the competition. Then what are you still standing there for? Caught off guard, the fifth prince was stunned. Ye Shuo couldn't help but point at the palace which was getting closer and closer. We are almost there. It will be too late if we don't compete now. Hurry up, prince. As expected. I shouldn't have had any hope for Xiaoju. The little grandson of the emperor standing by was stunned. He had seen many sons of the emperor trying to stop a fight, but this was the first time he had seen someone adding fuel to the fire. Ninth uncle, the little grandson of the emperor couldn't help but pull at the corner of Ye Shuo's clothes, but Ye Shuo dismissed him with a sentence, kid, go away and don't interfere in adult affairs. The little grandson started to get angry. After waiting for a long time without seeing the two of them make any move, Ye Shuo couldn't help but urge them again. I also want to see who wins and who loses between you two. The expression of expectation and anticipation really hurt the fifth prince's eyes, making him feel like a monkey being watched. Who does he think he is? Why should he compete with me just because he says he is better than me? The fifth prince couldn't help but grit his teeth as he felt rebellious. Go ahead and compete with yourself. I won't serve you anymore. Huh? What does this have to do with me? Seeing that the fifth prince seemed to be leaving, Ye Shuo became anxious. It was you who made the bet that you wanted to compete. How can you go back on your word? I'm still waiting to see. And try to see if he can open a handicap or something. Ye Shuo has not yet recovered from the afterglow of his victory. Look, you're looking at shit. The fifth prince almost blurted out the words, then realized that this was too rude. It would be disastrous if his father heard it, so he gave up. The fifth prince crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Ye Shuo with a sneer. He had made up his mind that he would never get what he wanted no matter what. Ye Shuo had no choice but to look at the sixth prince beside him. Sixth brother. The sixth prince paused, then shook his head. I'm sorry, sixth brother doesn't have the habit of letting people see me. Is it an illusion? I always feel like he did it on purpose. Vaguely sensing something, the sixth prince was stunned. Ye Shuo was very disappointed that he couldn't see the good show. Meeting his disappointed look, the fifth prince couldn't help but sneer. Disappointed, right? That's right. Your Highness, I have something else to do, so I will take my leave now. Contented, the fifth prince bowed and left leisurely. The prince was a little overwhelmed as to how this had happened. Wow, he is such a boring guy. Ye Shuo couldn't help but glance back and forth between the crown prince and the sixth prince. In that case, why don't we? I'm sorry, ninth brother. We'll be at the palace soon, and I still have things to pack. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sixth prince. The prince followed closely behind him, smiling brightly. I am the same. Ye Shuo had no choice but to shift his attention to the little grandson. Just kidding, if I can't play with your dad, why can't I play with you? Come here. By the time the little grandson wanted to run, it was obviously too late. Ninth uncle, you, don't come over here. Ah. The prince could still hear his son's screams of resistance from a distance. He was silent and finally chose to pretend he didn't hear it. Zaiju should know his limits, right? At the same time, Emperor Jingguan also heard what happened outside. At first, he thought that the fifth and sixth brothers were going to quarrel, but he was suddenly interrupted by the ninth brother, and a conflict that was about to break out was avoided without a trace. Emperor Jingguan didn't even bother trying to stop the fight. It's just pitiful that the little grandson who followed his father to stop the fight ended up being caught and used as a toy. After all, he is the legitimate son of the crown prince, his own grandson. Seeing this, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but feel a headache. Zhaoan, go and quickly send a few people to watch over him. I hope nothing happens. Following his son, Emperor Jingguan's heart was almost broken. How could the prince's legitimate son be played around with casually? Unfortunately, he had no such awareness, and Emperor Jingguan could only help him out. The commander-in-chief received the order and quickly sent a few skilled fighters on horseback to chase after them. The other side. The little prince was put on the horse's back by Ye Shuo without any resistance. The little prince wanted to run, but Ye Shuo, who had climbed over, held him down. If you move again, I won't be responsible if you fall down. The moment the words fell, the little prince did not dare to struggle anymore. Ye Shuo pulled the reins, and the old horse started to move after receiving the order. The horse was obviously not very fast, but the little grandson was frightened. He thought frantically, and he couldn't remember taking equestrian lessons in the study room, which had just started. Ninth uncle. The little grandson of the emperor's forced smile looked uglier than crying. When did you learn to ride a horse? Ye Shuo, 3 days ago. Little grandson, Ye Shuo cleared his throat, hiding the smile in his eyes, and said seriously, I just learned it 3 days ago. The little grandson was completely stunned. Ye Shuo pretended not to see it, and threatened in a calm voice, that's why I told you not to move. But, the little emperor's grandson was still a very young child after all. After hearing this, he was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. Just at this time, the guards sent by the commander-in-chief also caught up. These guards were different from Li Yuhang and Zhang Yuan. They were typical children of officials. For them, riding a horse was as easy as eating and drinking. I didn't expect that even my cheap dad was so worried about me. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder. Ye Shuo touched his nose and was about to say hello to the few people, but soon he felt the change of the old horse under his butt. It seemed as if the old horse had changed into a different horse. The lazy aura instantly disappeared and he suddenly became energetic. Ye Shuo blinked, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. The next moment, Ye Shuo's premonition came true. Seeing that the other party was so powerful, Lao Ma thought they were chasing him. Well, they were indeed chasing them, but not in the way that Lao Ma imagined. The old horse was also a dignified horse in his past, so how could he allow the young horse to provoke him like this? So Lao Ma couldn't help but get serious. It's just a horse, not a human. God knows what's going on in its mind. After feeling a shock and a long hiss, the little prince felt that the wind, which was originally very gentle, suddenly became violent. After realizing what was happening, the little prince couldn't help but scream. It's over, it's over, the horse suddenly went crazy. Plus, the ninth prince is a beginner. Although the little grandson is still young, a thought still flashed through his mind, my life is over. Just when the little grandson couldn't help but feel desperate, he felt the hands holding his belly suddenly tightened, and the next moment, his uncle's voice suddenly came from above. Hold on tight. Ye Shuo might indeed be a beginner here, but he had studied horse riding seriously in his previous life. Not only that, he had also rented a horse farm. So, don't worry, nothing will happen. Ye Shuo took his little grandson with him, bent down slightly and lowered his center of gravity. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but for a moment, the little grandson felt that the usually unserious ninth uncle suddenly became exceptionally reliable. It must be said that age is always more important than experience. Even at this old age, the chestnut horse is still kept in the black armor guards. Instead of being abandoned, it is remembered by the commander-in-chief. It is indeed quite capable. A quarter of an hour later, Ye Shuo pulled the reins suddenly, and the old horse raised its front hooves high. Feeling his body suddenly tilt backwards, the little emperor could not help but close his eyes. He thought he was going to fall off, but after a while he realized that he was still sitting firmly on the horse. The little prince was stunned. Looking at the palace that was so close at hand and the plaque above it, Ye Shuo couldn't help but feel happy. First, the little grandson who just came back to his senses. So, what's so good about this kind of thing? The thought that the ninth prince is really reliable that had just arisen in the little prince's mind disappeared in an instant. It was a rare opportunity to run so freely. The old horse was panting with exhaustion, but its hooves were stomping on the ground excitedly. When Ye Shuo was happy enough, he found that he hadn't received a response from his cheap nephew for a long time. He turned back subconsciously, and then he was stunned. Oh wow, why are there so many people? Lao Ma was very excited, Ye Shuo was also very excited, but they were the only two who were excited. The others were all very scared. Isn't it true that when an old horse suddenly accelerates, to someone who doesn't know the situation, it looks like the horse has suddenly gone crazy? Upon learning of this, Emperor Jingwen even came up with all kinds of conspiracies. Seeing that the chestnut horse was carrying the two people faster and farther away, in addition to a few guards, even the commander-in-chief who had not used force for a long time came to chase them personally. No matter whether it was the little grandson or his younger brother, the prince did not want to see them get into trouble, so he showed his true skills in a hurry. Then came the fifth prince, the sixth prince, the seventh prince, the eighth prince. At the very end, seeing that they could not catch up, Emperor Jingwen almost got on the horse himself. Although he had been emperor for so many years, Emperor Jingwen's riding skills had not declined at all. As a result, as soon as he jumped onto his horse, everyone in the convoy knelt down. Taifu, He Xiang, and his men almost threatened to die, which made Emperor Jingwen very angry. The combination of various factors has led to the current situation. The journey, which was originally supposed to take nearly an hour, was shortened by nearly half in one go. Several guards tried their best to catch up and were almost exhausted. Several princes, including the crown prince, had eyes that were almost spitting fire. After such a torment, even the commander-in-chief felt that his old illness was coming back. Emperor Jingwen drew aside the curtain and came out. After seeing the remaining excitement on his son's face, how could he not understand what had happened? Watching his stepfather's face turn ashen, Ye Shuo took a deep breath and waved his hands hastily. Wait a minute, father? Wait a minute? Listen to your son's explanation. He really didn't mean it this time? Ye Shuo is now like a little lamb surrounded by a pack of wolves, pitiful and helpless. However, how could Emperor Jingwen trust him again? He immediately ordered several guards around him to hold him down and started to attack him. How could the current Emperor Jingwen still look as confident as he had sworn before that he would never beat his children? He threw all the ideas about using force being the lowest way to educate children out of his mind. Emperor Jingwen finally discovered this. He knew that he couldn't teach his son any better, so he might as well give him a beating. At least he could vent his anger and feel better. He is so tough, I don't think he can be broken. So there was the following picture. I told you to run. I told you to run around. Swish, 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 the rattan branches danced wildly. It would be fine if you were running around by yourself, but you even brought Sunur with you. Swish, 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 the frequency of the waving of the rattan became faster and faster. Ye Shuo could never have imagined that the fried pork with rattan that he didn't get to eat in his previous life would be made up for in this life. The most important thing is that even his mother didn't help him this time. It was obvious that concubine Rong was also scared by him just now. Hiss. My cheap dad didn't keep his word. He said he wouldn't hit the child, but it turned out to be bullshit. After a cup of tea, Ye Shuo covered his buttocks, wanting to cry but without tears. After being beaten, it was the sixth prince who carried him back in the end. After all, his stepfather was the emperor and rarely beat his children. Seeing Ye Shuo screaming so miserably, he didn't dare to do it, so he just beat him with an ordinary or even lighter whipping with a rattan stick, and Ye Shuo was not seriously injured. Ye Shuo felt quite embarrassed being carried by the sixth prince like this. With the sixth prince's small physique, Ye Shuo was really afraid that he would get hurt from the exhaustion. It's hard for him to not get angry after being tossed around like this. Maybe this is the kind of person who does big things, just different from other people. Feeling a little touched, Ye Shuo couldn't help but say, Xiao Ming, when you are old, I will carry you like this too. The sixth prince stopped and wished he could just throw the dead child away. Tell me, why do you feel so soft-hearted towards him? The sixth prince suspected that at that moment, his brain had been kicked by a donkey. Just now when he was whipped by his father with a cane, he looked quite miserable indeed. But when I put him on my back, everything changed. His true appearance was revealed all of a sudden. He no longer looked as miserable and choked as if he was about to faint. He recovered in an instant, and the sixth prince couldn't help but sneer, I'm only 5 years older than you. When I get old, how young do you think you can be? Ye Shuo leaned on his shoulder and sighed, but, my health is better than yours. Ye Shuo felt worried when he thought about the sixth prince's current physical condition. No matter when the other party came, and what he was thinking now, as long as he was not too excessive, Ye Shuo was not willing to care and hoped that the other party could live well. But all along, the sixth prince never took his words to heart. I'm telling you, if you keep going like this, you'll die young. Even the fifth prince thought he was weak and bullied him, but as the person involved, he didn't have this awareness. Ye Shuo could only remind him again and again. I didn't expect that when I carried him back with good intentions, he cursed me to die early. The sixth prince couldn't hold it in any longer, so he took a deep breath and threw his brother down directly. Hey, what are you doing? Fortunately, Ye Shuo had quick reactions and good balance, otherwise he would have really succeeded. Ye Shuo was quick to move and quickly grabbed the tree next to him. I think you're fine. If you're so capable, just go back by yourself. After giving him a blank look, the sixth prince shook his sleeves and walked away angrily. Tisk, how could there be someone who refuses to listen to advice? Ye Shuo had no choice but to call his attendant. Quick, Xiao Lizi, come and help me. Xiao Lizi hurried forward and supported his master's arm in time. He really couldn't hold it back any longer, so he reminded him in a low voice, Master, don't do this next time. It was so annoying. Ye Shuo frowned. Wow, even you want to teach me a lesson. I dare not. You know nothing, I'm doing this for his own good. Alas, I really can't do anything. After looking at the direction where the sixth prince left for a while, Ye Shuo lowered his eyes, and finally left. Forget it. I'd better go back and have some sleep. After 3 days on the road, although he could sleep in the inn at night, it was not very peaceful. In addition, the clothes he wore were thin in summer, and Ye Shuo's buttocks and calves were beaten with a rattan stick, which caused burning pain. He urgently needed to rest. It happened to be cool in the garden, so Ye Shuo lay there for 3 whole days. In fact, it wouldn't take that long to recuperate, but Ye Shuo had no choice but to leave the bed in the garden because it was so comfortable. The garden manager received news in advance that the emperor and all the ladies would be coming, so the garden manager started making arrangements half a month in advance. Each room was cleaned thoroughly, and the carpets, utensils, and furnishings inside were also wiped clean in advance. Not to mention that his mother had already had the necessary things delivered in advance, including antique vases and embroidered screens, all of which were exquisite items, and their luxury was not much different from that of Kaiwa Palace. As for the custard mat under Ye Shuo, it was icy cold. It was said that it was captured by his grandfather during the war. There are no more than 5 of them in the world. One of them was handed over to the late emperor. I don't know if the one handed over to the late emperor was because his stepfather thought it was not clean or what, so it was never used. The other one was the one Ye Shuo was lying on. The production of Ye mats was too cruel, and these 5 mats were strictly banned after the 3 Kingdoms period, so they are considered out of print. Women are prone to coldness, and seeing that her son is afraid of heat, concubine Rong laid out the unused dining mat for Ye Shuo. Ye Shuo felt a little awkward at first. After all, he had never used such contraband in his previous life. Later, he felt better after learning that it was no longer allowed to be produced. During these 3 days, Ye Shuo lay in bed until his bones became weak. On the 3rd day, Ye Shuo was revived with full health. Just when he was about to start his wonderful adventure in the garden, Emperor Jingwen seemed to have foreseen something. Before Ye Shuo even went out, Wang Ziquan came over and blocked him. Ninth Prince, please come with me. Ye Shuo, my cheap dad is really good at sending secret guards to monitor my movements. Concentrating and observing carefully, Ye Shuo noticed some movement on the tree branch and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Speaking of things like climbing trees, isn't this a compulsory course for secret guards? I haven't seen my cheap master Wu Yi for such a long time. I don't know what he is doing or whether he is still with my cheap father. Just when Ye Shuo was thinking about something, Yuqianzai, where Emperor Jingwen was handling government affairs, was already in sight. Your Highness the Ninth Prince, please come in. Wang Ziquan blocked the back, completely cutting off Ye Shuo's escape route. Why are these people guarding against him like a thief? Ye Shuo had a sullen expression on his face. He had no choice but to give up his plan to escape. He lifted the curtain and walked out. Later, Ye Shuo discovered that there is no such thing as the most excessive, only more excessive. Looking at a small table placed in the corner of the room, Ye Shuo was stunned. I always feel that this location looks very familiar. So, what does Cheap Dad mean by this? Ye Shuo looked up suddenly, but saw that Emperor Jingwen was not in a hurry and didn't even look at him. He just said, hurry up and sit down. That will be your seat in the future. Emperor Jingwen decided to keep a close eye on his son. He didn't believe that even with the current situation, he still couldn't let his son learn something. Ye Shuo turned his head and saw the prince who was under his adoptive father nodded to him and called him Xiaoju. He looked a little helpless and shook his head, indicating that he could do nothing. God knows how shocked the prince was when he heard his father's decision. You know, Yuqianzai is where my father handles government affairs. The second prince and the fourth prince, who have now begun to attend court to discuss state affairs, do not have this treatment. However, this kind of blessing, whoever wants it can take it, okay. It would have been fine to just give him a separate table, but when Ye Shuo saw Lord Zhen and the Grand Tutor sitting next to him, one on each side, Ye Shuo could no longer hold back. Who wouldn't feel annoyed by this kind of treatment? Ye Shuo stood up and said righteously, Father, I think it's unfair for you to treat my fifth and sixth brothers like this. Normally, I've never seen this little bastard get so close to the fifth prince. Oh, Emperor Jingwen was unmoved. You don't have to worry about this. Your fifth and sixth brothers don't need a teacher to supervise them. They just know how to study on their own. Among all the princes, only this little bastard is unyielding. It's not just Lord Zhen and the Grand Tutor, but also Prime Minister He and the others. If one teacher gets angry and runs away, then we'll replace him with the next one. Emperor Jingwen thought that he had many ministers under him, and even more of them were knowledgeable, so he had to put the knowledge into his brain, even if he had to force it. Even Ye Shuo couldn't control himself when he saw his cheap father like this and shuddered violently. God, so cruel. But what's the use of this? A cheap dad can never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. If he is really an ordinary child, with such top resources, he will probably be able to achieve good results in the end. But Ye Shuo is not an ordinary child. He knew very well that people were fickle, and that they might be one way today and another tomorrow, so to be on the safe side, it was best to stay still like a turtle. Ye Shuo would not be fooled by his cheap dad. Seeing that my cheap dad is so determined, it's better not to force it for now. Ye Shuo discovered that his stepfather had changed. He no longer tried to reason with him. When he was unhappy, he would just let the guards surround him and hold him down. The promise of winning people over with virtue is all a lie. My cheap dad always changes his face strangely. Ye Shuo weighed the pros and cons and finally sat down. Emperor Jingwen was very satisfied with his tact, but because of the previous lesson, he still did not let down his guard. Emperor Jingwen felt very tired every time he faced this son. Tell me, why doesn't such a smart child use his intelligence in the right way? Ye Shuo recalled the videos on the internet of parents helping their children with homework in his previous life, and he soon had an idea in his mind. Now that things have come to this, it all depends on who can outlast whom. Speaking of Teifu and the others, they seem to be quite old. For some reason, although the ninth prince lowered his eyes obediently at this moment, the 60-year-old and 59-year-old Teifu beside him felt a chill in their hearts. Facts have proven that if children don't get the hang of homework, it can really drive parents crazy. Especially regarding the theory that the earth is round, and the sky is square. No matter how many times the Grand Tutor corrected him, the ninth prince still firmly believed that the land beneath his feet was round. How could the ground be round? If it was round, how could they stand so firmly? Shouldn't they slide down? This matter is rather difficult to explain. After all, this place is so far from the sea, and they cannot see with their own eyes how the returning ship appears on the horizon. Moreover, the law of universal gravitation is also involved, and it is really not something that can be explained clearly in just a few words. Ye Shuo's persistence caused the Teifu's blood pressure to gradually rise. Although the master had no idea what blood pressure was, his red face and thick neck could not deceive anyone. Emperor Jingwen hurriedly replaced him with Prime Minister He. Prime Minister He was not as rigid as the Teifu and directly avoided this controversial issue, but the effect was still not very good. The ninth prince always has so many weird excuses, which are simply unheard of and really ridiculous. In the end, even He Xiang couldn't help but raise his voice a lot. Xiang He, calm down, don't be angry, anger is harmful to your health. Ye Shuo couldn't help but persuade. However, his slowness not only failed to put out the fire, but instead added fuel to the fire. Think about it, you are in a hurry, but the other party is as slow as a snail, who wouldn't be angry. Even Emperor Jingwen, who was listening in on the side, felt a little restless. It's not that they don't want to learn, or that they can't, it's that they simply don't follow your requirements. Just based on this last point, the first two advantages are equal to zero in the eyes of Emperor Jingwen and others. After all, there is no such thing as respecting children's ideas at this time. Seeing that he could not convince anyone, Prime Minister he was defeated in less than half an hour, and the Minister of the Chancellery took over. The Minister of the Chancellery gritted his teeth and sat down in front of Ye Shuo. However, the ideas of both sides are fundamentally different, and they are completely the products of two different eras. Even if 100 more people were replaced, it would be useless. In the morning when Ye Shuo came, the supply of herbal tea in Yuqianzai was more than that of the previous 3 days combined. Although Emperor Jingguan and the Crown Prince did not serve in person, they each had a bowl on hand. After all, the Queen was the ruler of the Imperial Palace and was well informed. After hearing about this, she specially had someone prepare a decoction to relieve summer heat and maintain health and send it over. Ye Shuo then remembered that there seemed to be a queen in the palace. It's not that Ye Shuo dislikes her, it's mainly because the queen's presence is too low. Except during festivals when Ye Shuo would visit the other party's palace, or when they went to the Hall of Supreme Harmony to worship their ancestors, Ye Shuo would follow to pay his respects, but normally Ye Shuo would hardly see the other party. But I heard that the queen and his mother had never gotten along well, and they would always quarrel whenever they met, especially when his mother went to pay her respects. Basically no one could be at peace, and the other concubines would also join his mother and the queen in fighting. Judging from the surface, Ye Shuo always felt that his mother had always been playing the role of a villain. No, she wasn't even a villain, she was clearly playing the role of cannon fodder. That kind of arrogant and domineering female supporting role is basically doomed to end up in a very miserable situation. However, imagination is just imagination, not reality. After all, my cheap dad likes his mom more in his heart. Even if this kind of liking is nothing in the eyes of the emperor, but being able to gain a little favoritism and having it fall on one person alone can make a clear difference. At least the cheap father's attitude towards his mother and the queen is quite different. So this matter has its gains and losses. Although his mother lost the position of queen, she at least retained the favor of her cheap father. With this favor, Ye Shuo has the basic qualifications to act recklessly. As for the queen, although she got the position of successor, she also lost the favor of her cheap father and the qualification to have children. My stepfather would go to the queen's palace on the 1st and 15th day of every month, but there had been no news of the queen's pregnancy for so many years. Ye Shuo didn't believe that there wouldn't be any problems. After all, it is just to prevent the legitimate sons from fighting with each other. Emperor Jingguan, who was standing by, did not show any emotion when he heard Wang Ziquan say that the empress's maidservant outside the door had brought some summer heat-removing medicine. He was obviously used to it. He just said him lightly and motioned Wang Ziquan to deal with it himself. The tea room was now filled with medicines sent by concubines from various palaces. Soon, the medicines sent by the queen were also mixed in, making it difficult to distinguish them. After all, there are so many nourishing and health-preserving soups and medicines. Even if he only drinks a sip from each one, Emperor Jingguan will have to go to the toilet all the time every day. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, Emperor Jingguan would not touch any gift no matter who gave it to him, to avoid jealousy and quarrels among the concubines. But the person who delivered the medicine didn't think so. Everyone wants to be the most special one. With such a thought and such a result, the person who delivered the medicine naturally felt disappointed. My cheap father really doesn't understand women's hearts. Seeing the maid at the door not leaving after delivering the medicine, watching eunuch Wang's actions, and finally leaving with a look of disappointment, Ye Shuo couldn't help but shake his head. The other side. When the maid returned, the first thing the queen said was, "Did His Majesty accept it?" Seeing the maid shaking her head, the queen's expression suddenly froze. She clenched her palm subconsciously, and the next second, a piercing pain came from her index finger, making the queen break out in a cold sweat. It turned out that the queen had personally made those soups and medicines in the kitchen, and had burned her hands in the process. But now, the emperor had thrown them aside like garbage and left them alone. Not only that, the maid also brought a piece of news that the queen could not accept even more. The 9th prince is now in Yuqianzai. Like the crown prince, His Majesty has specially placed a table for him. This is impossible. Not sure if it was because she couldn't accept it or because the news was too shocking, the queen's first reaction was to deny it. How is it possible? How could His Majesty bring concubine Rong's son with him? But unfortunately, this is the reality. If it were normal, she would be able to tolerate or even ignore concubine Rong's various provocations and lack of face, but today's news completely broke the queen's defenses. The queen was not stupid either. She saw it clearly. Although imperial concubine Rong seemed to be in great shape and beauty, she was actually just an outward appearance with rotten rags inside. However, the mother and her son were like fools. They were still so ostentatious every day without any restraint. In the past, although the queen suffered a loss on the surface, she actually regarded the two of them as a joke in her heart, so she did not take any setbacks seriously. But now, Emperor Jingguan's decision instantly shattered the queen's fantasy. The queen only now realized that she was the one who was wrong. If His Majesty did not really care, he would not make such a decision even for the sake of face. It was my fault. The queen laughed bitterly. The maid next to her opened her mouth, but couldn't find any words of comfort, so she could only remain silent. After a while, an idea suddenly crossed the queen's mind, and she couldn't help but speak. "What do you think? If I gave birth to a prince like concubine Rong, would it be better?" But in fact, using children to keep a man is the stupidest thing to do. The queen is now the empress. Even if the crown prince ascends the throne in the future, she will be the empress dowager for sure because of the early death of the queen mother. Even if she has no real power, it is not worth it for her to go through such a journey. But at this time the queen had already gone a little crazy. In her opinion, since both of them were infertile, there seemed to be no impact after the imperial concubine forced to give birth to a prince, and the emperor did not do anything to her and the Duke of Zhen's family. If the imperial concubine can do this, why can't I? As long as they find a way to give birth to the child is the emperor's flesh and blood after all, and the emperor will develop feelings for the child as he raises him over time. This is the so-called natural relationship between father and son, and it should be so. The queen was now in an unbalanced state of mind. She had completely thrown aside the hint given by Emperor Jingwen when he conferred the title upon her, and had also forgotten the principle that one should not be too greedy. The maidservant at the side was shocked. She instinctively wanted to speak up to persuade her, but when she saw the look in the queen's eyes, she shuddered and swallowed back the words that were about to come out. The other side. Ye Shuo had no idea that the thing he had been resisting and tormenting himself with had actually become a popular thing in the eyes of others. If he knew, he would definitely give all this blessing to the queen without saying a word. Which child would suffer so much at such a young age? While the Taifu and the others were suffering, Ye Shuo didn't feel well either. 7 against 1, while the Taifu and other important ministers were exhausted, Ye Shuo, who was now carrying the body of a child, was also exhausted. Ye Shuo was now being forced to practice calligraphy listlessly. They can't win the argument with Ye Shuo, so why not let him write? Seeing that his son had finally behaved himself, Emperor Jingwen heaved a sigh of relief, put down the memorial in his hand, and stood up to take a look. In the eyes of Emperor Jingwen, whether he was disciplining his ministers or his sons, he had to give them a beating before giving them a sweet reward. Now was the time to give them the sweet reward. In simple terms, Emperor Jingwen planned to reap the fruits of his labor. Result. When Emperor Jingwen walked in and took a look, his originally gentle expression stiffened at a speed visible to the naked eye. What are you writing? Looking at the black lumps on the rice paper, Emperor Jingwen's eyes immediately went dark. I'm practicing calligraphy, what's wrong? As a modern person, it's good enough to be able to write like this with a brush. This thing requires years of practice, and even a genius can't do it well. So Ye Shuo really can't do it, and this time he is definitely not pretending. He looked down and seemed quite satisfied with it. But in the eyes of Emperor Jingwen, there was only the word shame. He couldn't close his eyes even after his death, and he was too ashamed to face his ancestors. Emperor Jingwen prided himself on being both a civil and military talent, and his calligraphy was a unique skill, so he just couldn't understand how he could have given birth to such a son. In order to prevent his eyes from being blinded by his son's rotten handwriting one day, Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath, stepped forward and personally held his son's hand without saying anything. You said you would let others teach you, but you didn't do it yourself, but in the end you still have to do it. Emperor Jingwen leaned over and dipped the brush in ink again reluctantly. See, to make it like this, the ink cannot be too full or too little. Too much will make it smudge, and too little will make the color not show. It's best to have neither too much nor too little. Emperor Jingwen demonstrated it to him personally while speaking. After gently scraping the inkstone a few times to clean off the excess ink, Emperor Jingwen calmed down and made his first stroke. It had been many years since Ye Shuo had his hand held and written for him. The last time was more than 30 years ago, when he was 2 or 3 years old and had just started learning to write in kindergarten. His parents took turns holding his hand and doing his homework for him. There's nothing we can do about it. This is how kids are when they first start school. Plus, his parents feel sorry for him, so they hold his hand and write for him. And now, in a blink of an eye, so many years have passed. Don't be distracted. Pay attention. Because he was writing, even though he noticed that his son was distracted, Emperor Jingwen did not do anything. He just reminded him in a deep voice. Ye Shuo woke up immediately. It must be said that his cheap father's calligraphy is quite good. It ranks among the top 5 among the authentic works of emperors that Ye Shuo has seen in major museums in his previous life. Emperor Jingwen's calligraphy is vigorous and powerful, with sharp strokes. It seems that there is no problem in collecting and mounting it to pass it on to future generations. Of course, the premise is that if there are really descendants. Men are always particularly vain, especially when facing their wives and children. The feeling is completely different from facing their subordinates at work. Even the emperor is no exception. But Ye Shuo was good at speaking directly and was never shy when praising others. Facing his son's gaze that was filled with admiration and amazement, Emperor Jingwen felt proud and couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. Before he could open his mouth to speak, Ye Shuo's voice full of amazement came over. Father, you are so amazing. The person standing in front of him was a living calligrapher. It would be great if the emperor's calligraphy could also be sold for money. But even if it couldn't, it didn't stop Ye Shuo from exclaiming in amazement. Good is good, and good should be praised. This is absolutely normal, but for others except Ye Shuo, it is harder than climbing to the sky. Others were used to being reserved, so it was inevitable that they felt a little uncomfortable when they suddenly met someone like Ye Shuo. Upon hearing this, the prince couldn't help but retract his envious gaze. When he was 2 or 3 years old, his father once held his hand and taught him to write, but after he learned it, his father stopped doing that. Looking at his brother now, the prince thought about it and felt that he really could not do it or say it, so he thought about it and decided to give up. The prince is a father of children now, but even if he doesn't have any, he can't bring himself to do this. Feeling that his crappy handwriting looked too shabby to be placed next to the yang written by his cheap father, Ye Shuo couldn't help but take out a new piece of rice paper from the side and held it in front of his cheap father like a dog. Father, please write a few more, father. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but feel comfortable when he heard this. He was very pleased. It was just a few big characters. Isn't it easy to get it? It's just that the content is not what Ye Shuo wants. God rewards hard work. Okay, it's to encourage him to be diligent and motivated. Noticing that his son's expression suddenly fell, Emperor Jingwen's eyelids also twitched. Why, not satisfied? No, no. Ye Shuo blew hard at the big words in front of him, and when the ink dried, he rolled it up immediately. Don't worry, Dad. I'll have it framed tomorrow and hang it above the bed. That's about right. Emperor Jingwen was finally satisfied. Oh, I forgot to mention that when Emperor Jingwen saw Ye Shuo's words just now, a thought flashed through his mind quickly, but he was interrupted by Ye Shuo, and Emperor Jingwen forgot what he wanted to ask just now. Ye Shuo hadn't expected that when his stepfather came over, Ye Shuo thought he would be exposed, so he asked Seeing Yuchen to help him write his homework. Who knew that my cheap dad didn't even notice it, which is really cause for celebration. But in fact, Seeing Yuchen's left-handed handwriting is that of a beginner, and it is also very bad. Since they are both equally bad, is there any need to distinguish how bad they are? My eyes hurt just looking at it. Who would have the time to study this? Haven't you seen that every time the tutor checks the homework, he just glances at it hurriedly and then quickly closes it? Ye Shuo's laziness has not been discovered until now, and the difference in handwriting is a big reason for it. This was the first time that Ye Shuo had been honest and quietly staying in one place to study for more than 2 hours. It was almost time for lunch, and Ye Shuo took the opportunity to put on a pitiful look and looked at his old father. Father, my hand hurts, let me rest in the afternoon. His hand hurts so much? How many words did he write? Emperor Jingwen was about to scold him without thinking, but as luck would have it, he happened to meet Ye Shuo's eyes. Emperor Jingwen then realized that he was like an eggplant hit by frost, completely wilted and looking so pitiful. Emperor Jingwen thought about it and felt that 2 hours was nothing for other princes, but it was indeed difficult for Zaiju. It was good enough that he could hold on without making a fuss. Emperor Jingwen finally agreed after his heart softened. The prince, who had to sit here for more than 4 hours a day, was silent. He Xiang, who was almost hoarse, almost vomited blood when he heard this. The Grand Tutor felt that they might have to work harder than the 9th prince. On the surface it looked like 7 to 1, but in reality it was clearly 1 to 7. This is like asking several professors from top universities to teach a child what 1 plus 1 equals for the whole morning. This in itself is a torture. What's even more torturous is that I haven't been taught yet. However, Emperor Jingwen was the monarch and they were his subjects. When the monarch gave an order, the subjects had no choice but to obey. Just thinking about the fact that they would have to live like this for nearly half a year, he Xiang and the others felt dark before their eyes. It felt like it was much more torturous than helping to handle government affairs. Thank you for your consideration, father. I will take my leave now. After Ye Shuo finished speaking softly and weakly, he suppressed the excitement in his heart and walked out. As soon as he walked out of the door and turned around, Ye Shuo no longer looked listless. He looked as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and his eyes burst into intense light. Xing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi had been waiting outside for the whole morning. After all, they were not allowed to sit in on the discussion between the emperor and his ministers. Even the prince's attendant Mo Shu and others were waiting outside. As soon as he saw the two of them, Ye Shuo couldn't help but said, "Quick, quick, go back and eat something. I'll take you fishing in the afternoon." As soon as Ye Shuo opened his mouth, he immediately blocked the other two's greetings. The 9th prince looks so energetic, it seems that nothing is wrong. Fish? What fish? Xing Yuchen, who came here for the first time, looked confused. Of course it's the kind of fish that can be eaten. Ye Shuo looked at his study partner with a little contempt. "You've been here for 3 days, don't you want to find out what's in the garden?" Ye Shuo had heard early on that there was a particularly large lake in the garden. When he heard the word lake, his first reaction was that he could swim and fish there. How can you not play in the water in the hot summer? Xing Yuchen opened his mouth and wanted to say, who would first ask where there are fun places for no reason? Isn't this just wasting time? But when he thought that the person in front of him was the Ye Shuo, Xing Yuchen immediately shut his mouth. Ye Shuo went back in a hurry and ate a few mouthfuls of rice hastily. Then he saw the manager of the garden personally bringing him the fishing rod he wanted. Although ancient fishing rods are not as advanced as modern ones, especially the thorn on the fish hook, which is difficult to make with today's technology, it actually doesn't have much impact if the fish is small. As long as the nest is well made, and the hook is lowered accurately, the fish can still be caught. As for the bait nests, there are many people fishing in the garden, and these things are prepared in advance. The recipe is good, but it might be better if you add some brown sugar and wine yeast. This recipe was shared with him by a wild fishing expert. Ye Shuo used it several times and found that the effect was indeed good. Brown sugar, yeast? While the steward was stunned, Ye Shuo called Xing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi, who had finished eating and prepared to leave. Seeing this, concubine Rong couldn't help but shout, "Shuo, the weather is so hot, why don't you wait until the afternoon when it's cooler before going out?" It was noon and the sun was scorching. Concubine Rong was afraid that her son would be sunburned again. Especially for those with tender skin, it would be bad if they get tanned. But for anglers, the sun in June is nothing. They still have to fish even if it means they have to fish. So Ye Shuo said, "No, mother, my father will only allow me to rest for a while. If I delay any longer, I won't be able to finish it. By the way, sixth brother, are you going?" Ye Shuo looked at the sixth prince who was silent beside him. The sixth prince naturally shook his head. Ye Shuo was not surprised at the other party's answer, and without further persuasion, he left with Xing Yuchen and the others. Concubine Rong had no choice but to let him go. Ye Shuo knew that there were many people in the garden and naturally many people fishing, so he wanted to grab a spot early. However, what Ye Shuo never expected was that even though he was so fast, he still couldn't get the best fishing spot. There are already people under the shade of the best willow trees. The man was about 30 years old, not much younger than my cheap dad, with bronze skin. Who knows if it was from being tanned by the sun while fishing, but there was a shaped wrinkle between his brows, and you could tell at first glance that he was a very serious person, and when his eyes looked at me, I couldn't help but become solemn. Because the other party was wearing casual clothes, Ye Shuo had no way of judging his identity. However, judging from the material of his clothes, he must be extremely wealthy, and maybe even a royal relative. After all, most of the ministers who have this ability are still in Yukiansai. I originally wanted to say hello to the other party. No matter who it is, we can get to know each other after chatting for a while. Besides, we all came here to fish, so we knew we were destined to be together. But before Ye Shuo could force a smile, the other party had already turned his head away, as if he had no intention of paying attention to him. Okay, now Ye Shuo is sure that the other party is a royal relative. Looking down at the prince's uniform that he had not had time to change out of, Ye Shuo was not embarrassed, nor did he disturb the other party. He found a place far away and sat down on the stool. "Don't just stand there, come and sit down." After Xiao Luzi tied a tung oil umbrella to the tree to serve as a parasol, Ye Shuo also invited the two to sit down. However, the two of them didn't seem to be very interested in fishing. After sitting down, Xing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi took out their books to read at the same time. "There is nothing we can do. Since the master is not making progress, the only thing they, the servants/slaves, can do is work hard. The water in this garden is alive and has never been fished on a large scale. The last time my cheap father brought a large group here was 3 or 4 years ago. Now that such a long time has passed, I guess the fish in the water should have multiplied a lot." Afraid that he would have too much fish and no place to put them, Ye Shuo boldly brought several buckets with him. The child is small in stature, but very greedy. Seeing several wooden barrels lined up in a row, Prince Su couldn't help but laugh. The fish in this lake are very cunning. How could they be so easily? Before Prince Su could finish his thoughts, he heard a child's slightly surprised voice coming from the side. "Huh? You took the bait so quickly. I just sat down, it hasn't even been 2 minutes, right?" Ye Shuo was stunned when he saw the goose feather that he had tied to the hanging line as a float moving. After he came to his senses, he slowly began to reel in the rod. Prince Su still felt that it was not so easy for him to catch a fish. Maybe the hook was caught on something else in the water? But soon, Prince Su watched helplessly as a fish weighing more than a pound was pulled out of the water by him. It's probably just a coincidence. Prince Su fishes all year round, and as an old fishing enthusiast, he has seen this kind of situation before. Generally speaking, when you are a novice, it is not uncommon to catch fish without knowing why. But after you become proficient and learn the real skills, the number of times you catch fish without knowing why may decrease. Therefore, Prince Su did not take this scene to his heart. In his opinion, doing it occasionally is not a real skill. Xiao Luzi and Xing Yuchen on the side were a little surprised. They hadn't even turned the page of the book in their hands, but His Highness had taken the bait so quickly. Xiao Luzi and Xing Yuchen originally wanted to help, but they saw Ye Shuo easily remove the hook by himself, and then put the 1-pound fish into the wooden barrel. The fish struggled a few times, but when it saw it couldn't get free, it quickly gave up. "I'll give you a snack when we get back tonight," Ye Shuo said as he put bait on the fish hook again. Ancient times were different from modern times. There were few pollution problems in ancient times, especially in the royal gardens, which were well protected. Therefore, although the carp in the lake have many spines, the water quality is good, so the fish raised here are particularly plump. You can tell that the carp meat is good just by looking at it, and it must taste great when you eat it. By the way, I remember your father is here too, right? I'll bring you too when I go back tonight. In his previous life, Ye Shuo often followed the friends mentioned by Mr. Gu to drive to reservoirs and mountains all over the country to go fishing in the wild and the sea. Ye Shuo and 2 of them were considered good fishermen. Unless they were particularly unlucky, they would often not be able to eat all the fish they caught. They could take the fish to the market to sell. They were not short of money, so there was no need. They go fishing mainly for fun. After a day's fishing, they will release most of the fish and share the remaining ones with whoever they meet. After all, not everyone in a team can catch fish successfully. Well, strictly speaking, except for the 3 of them who always catch fish, the others almost always catch nothing. The contrast is so terrible that others have always suspected that the 3 of them hired divers in advance to squat in the water and hook fish on their hooks. Otherwise, the hookup rate is unscientific. The water is the same, the place is the same, even the formula of the bait is the same. The best among the 3 was forced to hand over the exclusive formula a long time ago, but for some reason, only the 3 of them can do it, while the others just can't catch any fish. Some of them refused to believe it and thought that they had chosen the wrong place. They insisted on switching places with them. After Ye Shuo and the other two were forced to switch places, for some reason, the fish that had been biting the hook suddenly stopped moving, making those people almost vomit blood. Ye Shuo could catch more than 100 kilograms of fish in 4 hours, and it was not uncommon for him to catch 2 fish in a row or 2 on one rod. However, that was in an artificial fishing ground, and the fish were relatively large, each weighing more than 2 or 3 kilograms. The quality of the fishing rods and hooks was also incomparable. The fish density in the lake in front of him was probably enough, but the quality of the fishing rods was far from enough. If he used separate rods, the strength of the fishing line would probably not be enough. So he didn't want to catch 2 or 3 fish on one rod. Ye Shuo could only fish one by one. After Ye Shuo finished fishing, he habitually shared the fish with everyone, so he casually said this. Seeing Yachin didn't feel anything, and even felt a little touched. After all, His Highness was still thinking about him at this time. Although His Highness was not very serious, he had nothing to say about him and Xiao Lizi. Otherwise, seeing Yachin would not have reacted to studying when he felt that his future was uncertain, instead of running away or giving up. Seeing Yachin didn't think much about it and thanked him directly. Thank you for your consideration, Your Highness. However, this scene made Prince So standing by feel both amused and confused. A 7 or 8-year-old child spoke so arrogantly, and more importantly, other people actually took it seriously. Prince So couldn't help but find it a little funny. Fishing is not that simple. If you can catch the first fish, you will definitely catch the second one. There are countless people who had high hopes but ended up being disappointed. Things are still uncertain. He even arranged for family members of his study companions. This kid is really arrogant, and his personality is exactly the same as the rumors say. Huh? Prince So has always been taciturn and solitary, and he doesn't interact much with his nephews, so he had no intention of talking to Ye Shuo at the beginning. Seeing that the kid was fishing there seriously, it didn't seem like he was just fishing on a whim. It didn't seem like he was just playing around. Prince So was excited to see the prey, so he thought of giving him a few reminders and planned to teach him some fishing skills. After all, this was the only nephew Prince So had met who had the same hobby as himself. Prince So has been fishing for many years. Although he cannot be said to be the best in the world, at least he can be called an expert. He took a look into his bucket and saw 2 carp swimming happily inside. Just as Prince So was about to speak, he discovered that his nephew's fish float had moved again. Prince So was obviously stunned for a moment. Noticing the movement, Ye Shuo reeled in the club again. This time was the same as last time, also a carp weighing more than 1 kilogram. Ye Shuo put it into the bucket with a calm expression. Prince So was silent for a moment, then looked away. Prince So felt that it was time to speed up the process. After all, he had only caught 2 fish in the whole morning and noon. Perhaps it was his nephew's actions that stimulated Prince So. Although Prince So had no intention of talking to him, he still unconsciously paid a lot of attention to him. Just like this, for a whole afternoon, Prince So watched Ye Shuo catch fish non-stop. He could catch at least 7 or 8 fish every half hour. The 4 buckets he brought with him were not enough to hold them and were full in a short while. Then Prince So saw him pick and choose again, throwing fish into the water, throwing fish, throwing fish, throwing fish. He didn't want the ones that were too small, too big, ugly, with fish eggs in their bellies, too skinny. Despite this, his 4 buckets were never empty. What Prince So could not accept the most was that, perhaps because he felt it was boring, his nephew simply put away the fishing rod, broke off a willow branch from the willow tree, and then swung it over the water. Just when Prince So could not help frowning, he saw a fish suddenly leap out of the water and was caught by his nephew with his quick eyes and hands. Prince So exerted so much force on his hand that he almost broke the fishing rod that he usually treated as a treasure. It jumps so high, and is so motivated. It looks delicious at first glance. It's decided? It's you? So, as a person, no, when cooking fish, you must not be so outstanding, otherwise the bird that sticks out will be shot at, and without absolute strength, there will be no good results. Ye Shuo casually picked out a fish from the bucket and threw it away, then tied the one he had just caught with a bough on a willow branch as a mark, and left it for his mother to eat in the evening. After everything was done, Ye Shuo looked at the brilliant sunset in the distance, the sparkling water, and then at the 4 full buckets at his feet. After a long while, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Few people come to fish in the royal gardens. Those who can come here to fish are not ordinary people. There are not many people in the whole Zhou who are qualified. For fear of spoiling the interest of the nobles, people feed the fish every day, and the fish have been fed silly. Ye Shuo felt that when he was young, fishing for goldfish in the park was more difficult than this. It's really boring. Hearing these words suddenly, and looking at the 5 small fish in his bucket, Prince So couldn't help but take a deep breath. He gave 2 of the buckets to Seeing Yachin and told him to do with them as he pleased. The remaining buckets were given to Ye Shuo and Xiao Lizi, each of whom took them back to kill 2 fish first and eat the rest in the small kitchen. If there is no challenge, there is no fun, so Ye Shuo is naturally not very interested. When passing by Prince So, the disappointment on his face hurt Prince Su's eyes. On the way back to Xiangjingzai, Ye Shuo happened to meet Prince Jin who was out for a walk. Although he had only met King Jin once, the 2 of them got along quite well at the time, so Ye Shuo asked him if he wanted to eat fish. Let's forget it. Prince Zhen had eaten too much fish over the years, and now he felt nauseous at the sight of fish, so he waved his hands repeatedly. Ye Shuo didn't force him. After chatting with him for a few more words, he took Xiao Lizi away. During the whole process, Ye Shuo's attitude was very natural, as if they were good friends who had known each other for many years. After Ye Shuo had left for a long time, King Jin finally realized that he had just met his nephew once. Hey, this guy is really interesting. King Jin knew King Su's preferences, and soon found him at the old place. Seeing his nephew's fishing rod and the 2 buckets of fish he had just carried, King Jin subconsciously asked, "How is it? Is the catch good today?" Prince Jin didn't think so much. In his opinion, if a child could return with a full load, Prince Su, who was an expert in this field, would surely burst all the buckets he brought today. Huh? Why don't you speak? Seeing that his master hadn't received a response for a long time and was still asking questions, the accompanying eunuch couldn't help but reach out and tug at his master's sleeve. Finally receiving some information, King Jin belatedly looked down. When he saw the 5 pitiful little fish in the bucket, King Jin blurted out, "Why have you changed your ways? Why did you let all these fish go?" Upon hearing this, Prince Su, whose already unhappy complexion, turned green. That's not right. King Jin doesn't remember that he had this habit. He always took whatever he caught and never refused anyone. This time he finally reacted, and King Jin couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was so sudden and the noise was so loud that a large number of birds that were temporarily resting on the willow trees flew away in fear. The guards and palace servants passing by could not help but look over. Prince Su, the other side. As it was already evening, the sun was not as scorching as it was at noon, so the ladies from various palaces began to come out to stroll around the gardens. The guards were constantly patrolling around, and the ministers consciously avoided this period of time. Occasionally, 1 or 2 would pass by and avoid them when they saw the concubines. Ye Shuo, carrying 2 buckets of fish, was too conspicuous to hide, so almost everyone knew that he was going fishing in the afternoon. It's okay, as long as my cheap dad doesn't know about it. Ye Shuo couldn't help but pray like this. However, sometimes, the more people fear something, the more likely it is to happen. Emperor Jingwen never imagined that after he had finally finished dealing with state affairs and came out to relax, he would coincidentally run into his son who kept saying that he was almost exhausted to death. Now the little bastard is full of energy, how can he look tired at all? At both ends of the road, under the shade of trees, a father and son stood facing each other, their eyes meeting, and their expressions changed to varying degrees. As for the woman following Emperor Jingwen, she was a little curious. Could it be that this was the legendary 9th prince? The woman who could appear next to Emperor Jingwen was naturally no one else. Although she looked unfamiliar, she was also one of Emperor Jingwen's concubines. It was just that the woman's status was low, so apart from the concubines, few people had seen her. Concubine Song was a newcomer chosen to enter the palace during last year's election. Since Emperor Jingwen did not care much about beauty, Concubine Song was kept in seclusion for nearly a year and was only able to see the emperor's face recently. Because of her outstanding appearance, Concubine Song was discovered by Emperor Jingwen 2 months ago. She was then promoted directly from an ordinary 7th-rank concubine to a 7th-rank lady, and was brought to the garden. She was the only one who made a name for herself among last year's selection of beauties. Miss Song was only 29 years old, just like a flower. With the brilliant sunset behind her, she was so beautiful when seen from afar on the bridge by the lake. Emperor Jingwen happened to pass by and suddenly remembered that he had not summoned her for 2 or 3 months since her last sleepover. With an idea in mind, he summoned her to accompany him. And then, nothing happened. Things turned out like this, and the amorous thoughts that had just arisen in Emperor Jingwen's mind were immediately forced to wake up. Ye Shuo has no time to care about whether a woman is beautiful or not. As a standard ancient emperor, his cheap father should not have too many women around him. Ye Shuo now has a bigger crisis to deal with. If he argued that the fish was presented to my cheap dad would definitely not believe him. In that case, if I don't run now, when will I? What are you still standing there for? Why don't you run? If you delay any longer, the guards will be here soon. After making eye contact with Emperor Jingwen, Ye Shuo picked up the bucket without hesitation, turned around and ran away. Leaving the small path is neither right nor wrong. After all, not everyone has the courage of Ye Shuo, and Xiao Lizi dare not run away in front of the emperor. He knelt down with a plop. Xiao Lizi wanted to cry but had no tears. Emperor Jingwen didn't even look at him, just a little eunuch. He subconsciously took 2 steps forward and chased him. He found that this was really damaging to his image, so he directly ordered the guards who came after hearing the news, go, and bring him back to me. Yes. The guards took orders and performed their usual actions. There was no way. The 9th prince had gotten into trouble too many times, and they had become accustomed to helping His Majesty catch children. But Ye Shuo was no pushover. Being chased once or twice was fine, but this was already the 3rd time. How could it be so easy for him to be caught by them again? Even without using his internal strength, Ye Shuo's 2 legs alone were enough. Ye Shuo moved flexibly, leaving all the guards empty-handed. The fish in his bucket suffered. After a shaking, the surrounding stone roads were covered with water stains. The bucket, which was originally full of water, was now less than half full, and the fish inside were almost shaken unconscious. Father, don't be angry. Wait until tomorrow. I will definitely apologize to you tomorrow. Let's talk about tomorrow. As for now, of course, the best thing to do is run. After Ye Shuo uttered these words, he slipped into the bushes beside him and disappeared in a flash. You bastard, my flowers. Emperor Jingwen's chest heaved violently as he looked at his monkey-like son. Concubine Song, who was standing by, had subconsciously dodged when Ye Shuo ran away. Now she reacted and hurried forward to help Emperor Jingwen calm down. If it were a normal day, with a beauty by his side, leaning on him tenderly, even Emperor Jingwen would have had some feelings floating around, but now, he was not in the mood to do so. In other words, as long as his son appeared, he had no other thoughts. It wouldn't be a good idea to send the guards to rush into the imperial concubine's palace to arrest someone, but he couldn't swallow this humiliation, so Emperor Jingwen set his sights on Xiao Lizi. Xiao Lizi shuddered suddenly. Just when Xiao Lizi was getting extremely nervous, Emperor Jingwen asked Wang Ziquan to come forward and then took away the bucket that Xiao Lizi was carrying. Emperor Jingwen took a look and saw that the box was full of fish. It turned out that the emperor was not looking at himself, but the fish in his hand. Xiao Lizi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but before he could catch his breath, he heard Emperor Jingwen say, "Go back and inform your master that I will order the chef in the imperial kitchen to prepare a fish feast for this bucket of fresh fish tonight." There were at least 5 or 6 fish in this bucket, and he must have worked very hard to catch them this afternoon. When the time came to fry, roast, and deep fry them, Emperor Jingwen didn't believe he wouldn't feel bad. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lizi's expression immediately became hesitant. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should tell the emperor the truth. Emperor Jingwen did not notice the change in expression of a servant and thus successfully missed the truth. After asking Wang Ziquan to take the fish to the imperial kitchen for processing, Emperor Jingwen felt much better. Only then did Concubine Song mustered up the courage to return to Emperor Jingwen's side. Concubine Song is a quiet person by nature and hates noise the most. Ye Shuo is probably the kind of naughty child she hates the most. Moreover, he just made the emperor so angry. Concubine Song thinks that he is really going too far and is a bit ungrateful. What's more important is that the other party was making so much noise that he would bump into her if she wasn't careful. Now she couldn't withstand a bump from the 9th prince. But the other party is a prince after all. Although Concubine Song thought so in her heart, she did not dare to show it on her face. Concubine Song did not mention the 9th prince at all. She seemed a little shy, and her rosy face and rosy cheeks were extremely charming. When Emperor Jingwen saw that Concubine Song had invited him, although most of his initial interest in her had disappeared, at least there was still a little bit left, so he decided to have dinner at Concubine Song's residence, and ask the imperial kitchen to prepare the fish and send it to Concubine Song. Lady Song was overjoyed when she heard this. After about an incense stick of time, the imperial carriage arrived at Xinhezai. Upon hearing the news, the other concubines who also came to the lakeside felt mixed emotions. The queen immediately fell silent. The empress felt that she did not have a beauty as beautiful as the imperial concubine, and she felt that she was no longer young at the age of nearly 30. She was not as young as the young concubine Song Myron. The empress really did not know what she could rely on to keep the emperor. Maybe things will get better after having a child. The queen, who was originally a little hesitant, suddenly made up her mind. After dinner, under the confused and terrified gazes of a group of confidants around her, the queen tightly closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and drank the secretly brewed black medicine in one gulp. The other side. While waiting for dinner, Emperor Jingwen picked up a book and read it. Concubine Song served him. Her long hair brushed against his arm from time to time. The atmosphere around them was somewhat ambiguous and blurry. After a pause, Emperor Jingwen used the book in his hand to lift Concubine Song's chin. "I really can't concentrate if you are like this." Although Emperor Jingwen was over 40 years old, he naturally appeared mysterious and powerful because of his identity as an emperor. In addition, he has been the crown prince for 30 years, so his etiquette and bearing are impeccable. A man who is extraordinary, heroic, and strong is the most attractive to women. When meeting Emperor Jingwen's eyes, Concubine Song's face turned red uncontrollably. After a while, Concubine Song's eyes were blurred. Just when the atmosphere was about to reach its peak, Concubine Song didn't know why, but she thought of the 9th prince and herself now, so she blurted out, "Your Majesty, let me give birth to another well-behaved prince for you, okay?" If it were before, Emperor Jingwen, who always believed in having many children, would have agreed without hesitation. As for sons, which emperor would complain about having too many? But now when he heard this, he immediately thought of Xiaju, and Emperor Jingwen calmed down almost instantly. Having only Xiaju in the palace is enough. A well-behaved prince is good, but if there were another one like Xiaju, Emperor Jingwen would not be able to bear it. Just like that, Emperor Jingwen suddenly lost interest. Lady Song was a little flustered and confused. Did she say something wrong? Why did His Majesty's expression suddenly change? His Majesty. Okay, let's go to the front first. The imperial kitchen should have prepared the fish by now. Emperor Jingwen handed the book in his hand to the young eunuch beside him, and Wang Ziquan helped him put on his shoes. Then he walked forward without looking back. Lady Song bit her lip and followed with tears in her eyes. Although Emperor Jingwen was angry at his son's indulgence in toys, he had to admit that the fish freshly caught from the lake were fresh, especially the carp which had been carefully selected and were extremely plump and delicious. Emperor Jingwen moved his chopsticks, and his brows, which had been unconsciously furrowed, gradually relaxed. Fresh carp is extremely delicious whether it is braised, stewed, or fried. Emperor Jingwen thought it was even more delicious because it was seized from the little bastard. Originally, Emperor Jingwen planned to stay overnight, but after concubine Song said that, he immediately gave up the idea. After dinner, Emperor Jingwen left without even waiting for concubine Song to finish eating. Emperor Jingwen didn't know that after he left, concubine Song immediately had the plates of fish removed from before him. Lady Song thought that there were no outsiders here anyway, so she didn't worry too much. Pour it out, pour it all out. Because of the emperor's silent refusal, concubine Song was a little out of control. She felt annoyed when she saw so many fish on the table. She didn't dare to think about what the emperor meant. Was he saying that he didn't intend to let her have a child? Lady Song covered her belly with her hands, looking extremely frightened. Because concubine Song's attention was not here at all, she did not notice that eunuch Wang Ziquan came back and then left again. After going outside for some fresh air, Emperor Jingwen thought for a while and felt that he seemed to be too harsh on concubine Song. After all, concubine Song knew nothing, so he thought of asking Wang Ziquan to go back and take a look and then reward her with 2 more things. Lady Song had good intentions, but he really had no such plans now. Unexpectedly, Wang Ziquan saw such a scene. She really had all those fish dumped out. Seeing Wang Ziquan nod, Emperor Jingwen didn't know why he felt uncomfortable, and his face turned cold. Wang Ziquan figured it out after a little thought. After all, those fish were caught by the 9th prince himself. It's not necessary to use an incense burner to offer it, but it's not good to be so disrespectful. Emperor Jingwen didn't say anything, but in his heart he felt displeased with this new favorite. Emperor Jingwen took a deep breath, turned around and went to the queen's palace. If there is anyone who is safe now, it must be the queen. Upon hearing the news, the queen was stunned at first, and then overjoyed. I just drank the medicine, and now the emperor is here. Does this mean that all this is actually God's will? The other side. He ran back quickly and closed the door of Xiangjingzai. Seeing that the guards did not chase him anymore, Ye Shuo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, look what I brought back. Hearing the noise outside, concubine Rong slowly walked out of the room. Seeing the bucket of lively fish in her son's hand, concubine Rong was stunned. Still, there really is. My son is really promising. As expected of a royal concubine, in her eyes, even if Ye Shuo only caught a few fish, he was as good as someone who saved the world. Ye Shuo has become accustomed to this. It was getting dark, and after the fish was cleaned in the small kitchen, Ye Shuo took out the grill, lit the charcoal, put the fish on the grill, and sprinkled salt, cumin, chili powder, etc. on it. Soon the aroma wafted far away. I have to say here that chili peppers have actually been around for a long time. It is recorded in Lushi Chun Kaiu Zioxinglan Benway, harmony must be sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty, and Tong Sawen even said, spicy is called spicy. From this, we can know that the spicy here refers to the spicy taste. It's just that the variety of peppers is different. Today's peppers are more like small rice peppers. Although they lack the fragrance, they are very spicy. After all, he often went camping in his previous life, so Ye Shuo had excellent cooking skills. Soon, the grilled fish under his hands began to sizzle with oil. Concubine Rong didn't like this kind of heavy flavored food, and she couldn't get used to eating chili peppers, but because the grilled fish smelled so delicious, she couldn't help but put down the bowl of porridge in her hand. Seeing his mother looking over here from time to time, Ye Shuo wanted to say something but was too embarrassed to do so, so he laughed and motioned Suyu to bring a clean small bowl over. After the small bowl arrived, Ye Shuo took out the belly of the roasted carp, put it in the bowl, and motioned Suyu to give it to his mother. The belly of a fish is the essence of the fish. It is rich in fat, tender, and boneless, making it the most suitable for eating. Upon seeing this, concubine Rong smiled immediately, feeling that this son was not raised in vain. Although he was a little irritating on weekdays, which prince could be as considerate as her own son? The virtuous concubines, and the ladies are not as good as me. Concubine Rong couldn't help but pick up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. The rich salty, fresh, and spicy taste immediately stimulated her eyes and turned red. Hiss. So spicy, so spicy, so spicy? It was the first time for concubine Rong to eat such spicy food, and she felt it was actually quite good. She was greedy for a moment and ended up eating a little more. Ye Shuo thought that there were so many people in the palace, at worst he could just share the remaining ones with Suyu and the others, so he continued to roast with confidence. The food from all 4 fish ended up in concubine Rong's stomach alone. But even without the fish belly, the fish body was still good. In short, everyone in Xiangjingzai had a very happy meal tonight. Only when Xiao Luzi came back, the news he brought back made Ye Shuo silent for a while. I didn't expect that my cheap dad was so naive. He really thought that taking my bucket of fish was revenge. But it's good that he thinks so. God bless, I hope my cheap dad will never find out the truth. The next morning, Emperor Jingwen came out from the Empress's place and arrived at Yuqianzai soon after. He saw that the little bastard had not come to apologize as he had promised yesterday, so he waved his hand and ordered the guards to arrest him. Ye Shuo was almost dug out of his bed by the guards. He had eaten barbecue too late yesterday and went to bed late too. It was only the morning hour now, which could be no more than 6 or 7 at best. Ye Shuo was so sleepy that he could not even open his eyes, and even the guards had to help him put on his clothes. Seeing that the ninth prince refused to get up, and the emperor's order was hard to disobey, the guards weighed the matter for a moment, and finally carried Ye Shuo directly to Yuqianzai. Just wait, I will remember, you, zzzzz. After barely saying these harsh words, Ye Shuo couldn't hold on any longer and closed his eyes and fell asleep. The guards were nervous at first when they heard this, but then they thought it was the emperor's order and the ninth prince was only a prince now, so they didn't take it too seriously. When Emperor Jingwen saw his son's miserable condition, he couldn't help but laughed, and his originally dull and depressed mood was instantly swept away. Even the crown prince next to him suddenly felt a lot more relaxed when reviewing memorials. Ye Shuo was too lazy to even open his eyelids. He always felt that these two people were mentally unbalanced and just couldn't stand seeing others doing well, and would not be satisfied until they made others suffer the same way as themselves. Ye Shuo felt that his cheap father and the prince were clearly jealous. Fortunately, something seemed to have happened this morning and everyone was busy, including the Grand Tutor and Lord Sen. A group of people were making a lot of noise in Yuqianzai, like a vegetable market. Ye Shuo took this opportunity to lie on the table and catch up on his sleep. So the following scene appeared in Yuqianzai. Your Majesty, there has been a sudden torrential rain in Yuzhou. I think the river bank dam may be at risk of bursting. Huff, huff, huff. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of the Yangzhou governor, this old minister has something to report. Whirring. Your Majesty. Huff, huff, huff. Ministers. The ministers paused, and then all looked towards the source of the sound. The veins on Emperor Jingwen's forehead twitched uncontrollably. He had never known before that his son had the habit of snoring when he slept. If the little bastard was not pretending, Emperor Jingwen would dare to eat the inkstone at hand. As if he had noticed his stepfather's gaze, Ye Shuo's snoring became louder. Emperor Jingwen had no choice but to say, go play in the garden first. He really had no time to take care of him today. Okay, thank you, father. Thank you, father and all the adults for your hard work. I will take my leave now. Ye Shuo stood up with one arm, not even showing the slightest sign of sleepiness. He could live such a carefree life now, thanks to his stepfather, the crown prince, and all the adults, so Ye Shuo's attitude was naturally very good. For some reason, everyone felt a little uncomfortable when the ninth prince looked at them like this. Seeing that the other party did not hesitate and fled for his life as if there was a dog chasing him from behind, the ministers could not help but sigh and shake their heads in their hearts. The ninth prince is hopeless. This is the first time I've seen a prince so averse to political affairs. What a great opportunity! It's really a waste of resources. After a long while, all the adults and Emperor Jingwen finally found their voices again. Ye Shuo didn't care what they thought. He took Xing Yuchen and went straight to the garden. Fishing here is really boring. Ye Shuo thought about it and couldn't help but look at the two of them. Do you two want to swim? Xing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi were stunned at first, and then shook their heads. Okay then, I'll go by myself. After saying this, Ye Shuo began to take off his clothes. The heat this year is particularly severe. It is already very hot in June. No wonder my cheap dad made arrangements in advance and brought a large group to the garden to escape the heat. Xing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi were completely stunned as they watched the ninth prince strip off himself until he was left with only his underwear. After confirming once again that he was not exposed, Ye Shuo began to do warm-up exercises. Then he took a deep breath, and with a perfect entry into the water, Ye Shuo dived into the lake like a fish. Finished? The ninth prince fell into the water? Xing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi immediately panicked, and just as they were about to run and shout for help, Ye Shuo floated up. The ninth prince just floated away like that? He was seen lying flat on the water, apparently doing nothing, but showing no intention of sinking. Xing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi were simply stunned. You two are on the shore, do whatever you want. Large patches of scorching sunlight sprinkled on Ye Shuo's face and body. With his head resting on his hands, Ye Shuo could not help but close his eyes. He looked so comfortable. Well, this is what summer vacation is. Staying in Yuqianzai every day is bullshit. It took Xing Yuchen and Xiao Luzi a long time to pick up the chin that had fallen to the ground. Just like that, Ye Shuo began to drift around along the flow of the lake. When passing by the stone bridge, the commander-in-chief happened to be on patrol here. He lowered his head and glanced down inadvertently. He saw the ninth prince floating on the water with his eyes closed. The commander-in-chief was so scared that he almost lost his soul. In just 2 breaths, the commander-in-chief even decided where to bury himself. Until Ye Shuo opened his eyes, waved at him, and said hello, commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief and the guards on the bridge saw the ninth prince drifting away. When passing by the lotus pond, Ye Shuo looked at the blooming lotus and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It is not yet the season for lotus seeds to mature. It looks like we have to wait until next month. As usual, Prince Su arrived at the best fishing spot early in the morning, put down a chair, hung bait, cast the rod. The whole set of actions seemed to have been practiced thousands of times and could not be more familiar. It was almost noon and Prince Su hadn't caught any fish. Just as he couldn't help but tap his knee with his index finger, he saw a streak of white slowly drifting towards him, then drifting away along the current. Prince Su was a little dazed for a moment. Prince Su thought that there was nothing wrong with his eyes. If he was not mistaken, the one in the water should be his nephew. As Ye Shuo moved, Prince Su's gaze also moved. After Emperor Jingwen finally finished dealing with the matter, he summoned the guards and asked where his son was now, and this was the news he received. To be honest, Emperor Jingwen had never seen it, and he really couldn't imagine it. Driven by curiosity, Emperor Jingwen brought people to the lake. Just like that, a large group of people, including the Grand Tutor and his companions, came here to watch the ninth prince swimming. To be honest, this scene is indeed quite magical. Even though his son didn't move, Emperor Jingwen thought he was dead. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jingwen winked at the guard beside him. The guards understood, and two of them who were good at swimming came out. After taking off their outer clothes, they jumped into the water silently. But Ye Shuo was such a perceptive person that he sensed something was wrong before the other party even got close. Ye Shuo suddenly opened his eyes and saw that the two guards were only a dozen meters away from him. Without thinking, he immediately started to move. Everyone saw with their own eyes that the ninth prince was like a duck, not giving the guards any chance to get close to him, and he swam quickly on the water to the other side of the lake. At first the guards were able to keep up, but later on, the ninth prince soon left them behind. Emperor Jingwen watched his son come ashore, make a face at him, and then suddenly dive into the bushes behind him, and the whole person disappeared without a trace. There were only two guards left soaking in the water. It was not right to chase him, nor was it right not to chase him. Emperor Jingwen. Seeing the emperor's chest rising and falling, the ministers looked away tactfully, pretending not to see it. In this way, for a period of time in the future, Ye Shuo would make trouble whenever he got the chance when his chief father was particularly busy. At this time, what could a parent do? He could only let the child go so that he could work with peace of mind. Every time Ye Shuo came out of Yuqianzai, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but even so, he still gritted his teeth and refused to tear down the table. Ye Shuo didn't know what his stepfather was trying to do. Was he just trying to compete with him? Thus, as the father and son tortured each other, Emperor Jingwen soon discovered his son's other skills. In addition to fishing and swimming, he also learned to climb trees. He could climb to the top of a 10-foot tall tree in just a dozen or 20 breaths, and climbing a short willow tree was even easier for him. What's even more terrifying is that he even used ropes to weave a hammock on the treetops. Emperor Jingwen could often see him curled up in the hammock watching the sunset in the evening. Sitting on top of this century-old tree, you can have a panoramic view of most of the lake. The little grandson of the emperor who was watching eagerly below was almost crying with envy. The crown prince had a bad feeling and quickly ordered his son not to follow his uncle and go to such a dangerous place. It was useless even though the little grandson was drooling. While Ye Shuo was looking at the scenery, he was still shouting, "Father, third brother, are you really not going to consider coming up? Go up, go up, go up, shit. Does he think that everyone is born in the year of the monkey like him?" Emperor Jingwen flicked his sleeves and left in anger for who knows how many times. After everyone left, Ye Shuo couldn't help but open his arms and let the wind blow through him. He felt that nothing could be more enjoyable than this moment. This is what freedom is, it's fascinating. The days passed one by one, and throughout the garden, one could often hear the roar of Emperor Jingwen, the escape of the ninth prince, and the reconciliation voice of the crown prince. Everyone felt nervous at first, but later on, everyone became numb. The workload of the guards around Emperor Jingwen was unprecedentedly huge. They just couldn't understand how the ninth prince had so much energy that he didn't feel tired even after climbing trees and swimming in the lake every day. As a result of Ye Shuo's behavior, Emperor Jingwen also had to exercise a lot more. He also had to be prepared for surprises from time to time, so his heart became stronger than before. The days passed one by one like this. After about a month, the queen found that she had not changed her clothes for a month. She was so excited that she hurriedly summoned the imperial physician she trusted. While the imperial physician was taking her pulse, the queen didn't even dare to breathe. About an incense stick of time passed, and finally, under the urgent gaze of the queen, the imperial physician's brows relaxed and he kowtowed. "Congratulations, madam. Congratulations, madam." After realizing what the other party meant, the queen almost cried for joy. "Finally, I have waited for this day. Okay, come here, give me the imperial physician reward." The queen rarely showed such joy, and it was obvious that she was extremely happy this time. Soon, the imperial physician received a big red envelope. Upon seeing this, the imperial physician immediately began to struggle over whether to tell or not to tell the truth. After all, although the queen seemed to have successfully conceived, she had taken medicine after all, and the situation was not as optimistic as it seemed. But in fact, the queens knew what was going on. They had already made preparations when they drank the medicine. The queen was happy to pay a price in exchange for a child. Therefore, the queen said bluntly, "No matter what, we must save this child and ensure that he is born full term." The imperial physician hesitated for a moment, and then met the queen's sharp eyebrows. His heart trembled, so he subconsciously said, "I will do my best to protect the queen and the little prince." Although this baby might not be a boy, the queen clearly wanted a boy, so the imperial physician could only say this. After the words were spoken, the queen was delighted and let the imperial physician leave. After the imperial physician left, it took a long time before he gradually came back to his senses from the afterglow of excitement, with joy in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Carefully touching her belly which was not yet pregnant, the queen let out a long sigh. "The future of your mother depends entirely on you. After all, my son is the one who crawled out of my belly, so I should favor him. The emperor would not allow her to have children, so adoption was out of the question. Although the prince was respectful to her, he had a biological mother after all, and his biological mother was the Empress Yuan, so it was impossible for him to really regard her as his mother. All of the above would be fine, but what the queen could not accept the most was how concubine Rong could bypass her and give birth to a child smoothly. It would be fine if His Majesty really treated the two of them as disposable toys, but the Empress could still tolerate concubine Rong's repeated acts of disobedience that embarrassed her. After all, who would care about such a mere toy? But now that the emperor is obviously concerned, the queen has suddenly become a joke, like the last straw that broke the camel's back. No wonder the queen is mentally unbalanced and takes risky actions. But in fact, this matter really had little to do with Emperor Jingwen. Emperor Jingwen really did not break the contract on purpose. Before concubine Rong became pregnant, Emperor Jingwen had already taken precautions. He had tried to have sex after she became pregnant, and even sent someone to feed pills to the child after he was born. It's just that all these failed. Of course, the imperial concubine cannot be blamed. After all, the reason why the queen is that the mission she received when she was canonized was to compete with imperial concubine Rong and prevent imperial concubine Rong from dominating alone. Not only the queen, but also the maternal family behind the queen, were the mainstays in the fight against the Duke of Zhen for a period of time. How could the imperial concubine not be annoyed when she was faced with someone who was constantly causing trouble for her, not only herself but also bringing her father to cause trouble for her father? Although the imperial concubine has a bad temper, she doesn't get angry at everyone. As for Ye Shuo, you can't say that he was wrong for refusing to take the pills obediently. He has people he wants to protect, and he also wants to live a good life, so everything is just a coincidence. Although the queen had prepared herself mentally in advance, she had never experienced the pain of pregnancy herself. In addition, the child's arrival was caused by the use of medicine, so the queen's reaction was particularly strong in just over a month. The queen was only able to endure it because of the anger in her heart. Every day she comforted herself, thinking that everything would be fine once the baby was born. The queen counted the days and found that the emperor's birthday, which was the Tianchang festival, was approaching. After careful consideration, the queen decided to announce the news of her pregnancy on the day of the Tianchang festival. After all, that day was the emperor's birthday. Even if the emperor was angry, he would not be angry for too long. All monarchs hope to have many sons and be blessed with many children. Moreover, the father and son are connected by heart. How can the emperor not acknowledge this son when the time comes? If the empress knew what Emperor Jingwen had done, she probably wouldn't be so confident. If necessary, the emperor would really take action against his own son. Unfortunately, the queen didn't know. On the other hand, Ye Shuo was also worrying about what he should give his cheap father for his birthday. It was okay in the past, because he was still young and could just give him something random. But this year, Ye Shuo had a feeling that he couldn't fool people anymore. You can't just recite 2 articles to your cheap dad on the spot, can you? Wait, this method does seem to work. After all, when giving a gift, it has to touch the heart of the person. What is the biggest headache for my cheap dad recently? Isn't it his study problem? Seeing that his stepfather's birthday was approaching, Ye Shuo thought about it and decided to be less angry with him and be more restrained during this special period. At worst, he could wait until after his stepfather's birthday and then resume his behavior. Just like that, 2 days before Emperor Jingwen's birthday, he always felt that something was wrong around him. I feel like things are too quiet around me lately. Emperor Jingwen belatedly looked at Ziyaju, who was trapped by the Grand Tutor and the others. Normally, Ziyaju would have been making a fuss at this time, and his teachers would have been changed several times, but today the Grand Tutor and Lord Sen were not angry, nor did they scold him loudly. This should have been a very good phenomenon, but for some reason, Emperor Jingwen felt uncomfortable. His son was so quiet that Emperor Jingwen wondered if he was sick. He picked up and put down the brush in his hand several times. Finally, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but asked, "Shuo, are you feeling unwell?" The prince next to him finally discovered what was missing today. Ye Shuo was stunned at first, and then became speechless. It's over, my cheap dad has turned into a masochist. At first, Emperor Jingwen was on guard, wondering what idea he had come up with and whether he was gathering strength. However, when he heard that this was his birthday gift to him, Emperor Jingwen was stunned at first, and then he was inexplicably moved. Being able to quiet down a son who climbs up and down like a monkey proves that he still has his father in his heart. It's like asking a person to give up his or her favorite thing. Doesn't this prove the other person's sincerity? Ye Shuo thought. It was only 2 days away, so he took out the gift he had prepared in advance. What is this? Emperor Jingwen was stunned when he saw the wooden plagues in the box. He picked up one and saw the words voucher written on it. There are coupons for article purchases, coupons for being obedient, coupons for shoulder and leg massages, etc. There are so many of them, totaling about 10 coupons. What is this? Seeing that his cheap father was puzzled, Ye Shuo immediately explained the purpose of these wooden signs. Coupons are definitely things that can be used for redemption, like an article voucher, which can be used to redeem one article, while an obedient voucher can make Ye Shuo behave himself for a whole day. Emperor Jingwen turned over the back of the wooden sign and found that the date and number of times were indeed written on it, making it look like the real thing. Emperor Jingwen had no idea what was going on in that little head of his, but to be honest, it was quite interesting. It was not until Emperor Jingwen looked through them all that he realized there were only 2 coupons for writing good articles and 3 coupons for being obedient, and the rest were all shoulder kneading and leg beating, that his face immediately turned dark. He has so many eunuchs and servants, do they really need him to massage their shoulders and legs? Dad, what you said is wrong. Ye Shuo immediately became unhappy when he heard this. How can palace maids and eunuchs be compared to your son? He is my biological son, and they are not. Emperor Jingwen sneered, I think the palace servants are much more useful than you. Only the palace servants know how to serve people. How could he, a prince, understand this? Although Emperor Jingwen said this, he still couldn't control his curiosity and threw a voucher out to see what the effect would be. Seeing this, Ye Shuo immediately rubbed his hands together, then walked behind his cheap father and put his 2 paws on his cheap father's shoulders. Emperor Jingwen felt awkward at first. After all, as an emperor, he had never been close to others. But as the little bastard moved, Emperor Jingwen found that it was actually quite comfortable. Although the little bastard is young, he is very strong. Both the strength and the location of the massage are just right. Emperor Jingwen was finally satisfied this time. It's amazing that you have specially learned this. Although he benefited greatly from it, Emperor Jingwen only said this indifferently on his face. After he finished speaking, Ye Shuo paused. But what his cheap dad didn't know was that this was not something he learned specifically. In his previous life, he often waited for his father to come home from get off work and massaged his father's shoulders. He had accumulated so many years of experience that he became so skilled at it. The next moment, Ye Shuo returned to normal. As long as father likes it. Emperor Jingwen was indeed quite happy. After Ye Shuo and others left, he did not ask anyone to take the box away. Instead, he placed it directly on his desk, ready to use these wooden signs to deal with the little bastard when he got angry again. After a while, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help laughing. Zaiju is a child with a lot of clever ideas. Noticing the smile in the emperor's eyes, Wang Ziquan beside him naturally obeyed him and thought to himself that this 9th prince was truly extraordinary. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and finally it was the Tiancheng festival. Ye Shuo soon discovered that his brothers were truly richer than each other. Even the eldest prince who lived far away at the border had sent someone to send birthday gifts back in advance, just in time for his stepfather's birthday, not to mention the 2nd and 3rd princes. Even for the 5th prince, who had not yet started court, the gifts he sent were extremely precious because he had the support of concubine Shu. Ye Shuo was dazzled by all kinds of rare treasures. Antique calligraphy and paintings, authentic works of celebrities were just trivial things. The eldest prince even gave him a treasure tree. The treasure tree was shaped like a pine tree and was inlaid with gems, symbolizing longevity. Even the unknowledgeable Ye Shuo was stunned. Emperor Jingwen himself was not in a good mood. After all, he was the emperor, rich in the world, and had seen all kinds of good things. However, seeing how hard his eldest son was working at the border, Emperor Jingwen still gave him a few more words of encouragement. I really want to dig out a gem. Watching a group of eunuchs carrying the precious tree as they passed by, Ye Shuo couldn't help but feel a little eager. But unfortunately, this precious tree was made with extremely good workmanship, and even though it was shaking like that, nothing fell off. Well, Ye Shuo withdrew his gaze with regret, but when he turned his head, he met the 6th prince's extremely embarrassed and awkward face. Ye Shuo understood after a little thought. Now the 6th prince was just an oligarch prince, he ate and slept with him and his mother, so naturally he didn't have any extra money to buy any birthday gifts, so the gifts he sent inevitably looked shabby among everyone else. What the 6th prince gave was a picture of Guanyin that he had painted himself. Now the 5th prince was laughing at him madly. 6th brother, you are frugal. Although he was frugal, in the palace where people had to speak in a roundabout way, the 5th prince almost pointed at him and said he was poor. Ye Shuo was immediately displeased. That's wrong. Gifts should be to the liking of the emperor father. Seeing him like a cat whose tail was stepped on, the 5th prince wanted to mock him at first. He and the 6th prince were not real brothers. The 6th prince was just picked up by concubine wrong. It was hard for him to protect him so much. Until the attendant next to him secretly leaned over to the 5th prince's ear and whispered something. The 5th prince was startled at first, then he burst into laughter. I wonder what's going on. It turns out that he wasn't protecting old 6. You are not as good as him. Soon, even the 7th and 8th princes knew about their father's birthday and the fact that the 9th brother only sent a few wooden lumps. When the 6th prince heard the news, he was shocked. Vouchers, how did he give them away? When his father gives an order, he has to do whatever he is told to do. Why does he need something like a voucher? Zaiju's gift was probably equivalent to giving nothing. The 6th prince, who had been busy for a month because of the Guanyin painting, could not help but remain silent. Ye Shuo narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of people in front of him, but what he thought in his heart was, they know nothing. Sure enough, after noticing the movement here, Emperor Jingwen first frowned, and then said lightly, Old 5th, you will enter the court next year, you should learn more from your 2nd brother and be more solemn. The wooden sign was quite ingenious, and Emperor Jingwen liked it very much. The 5th prince looked down on it. Didn't it mean that he had no taste? Could Emperor Jingwen be happy? This time it was Ye Shuo's turn to laugh. The 5th prince's laughter stopped abruptly, and he looked at Ye Shuo with eyes that were almost spitting fire. They tried their best but couldn't get a single word of praise from the emperor, but Xiaozhu only made the emperor praise him with a few pieces of rotten wood. How could the fifth prince not be angry? I heard that he just picked it up in the garden, and it's not a precious wood. Is it that serious? The more they thought about it, the more unbalanced they felt. Several people immediately became jealous and had long forgotten about the sixth prince. The prince felt that Xiaozhu's ability to bring trouble was becoming stronger and stronger. Facing the envious, jealous, and hateful looks of the fifth prince and the others, Ye Shuo's expression became more and more annoying. Just when the scolded fifth prince was about to step forward and punch him twice, a voice suddenly came from outside. The queen is here. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. Everyone knelt on the ground. No need to be polite, everyone. Please stand up. In the past, the queen mother always came early. What happened today? Why did she come so late? He was soon allowed to stand up. Just when Ye Shuo was confused, he looked up and saw the face of the queen. Although the queen's face was covered with makeup, her haggardness could not be concealed. Just when Ye Shuo was wondering if the other party was sick, the queen did not ask him to wait any longer and quickly gave an answer. It turned out that she was not sick, but pregnant. After hearing the news, Ye Shuo watched helplessly as his stepfather's face changed from bright and sunny at the beginning to dark in an instant. Queen, you. Emperor Jingwen was stunned at first, then furious. Just as he was about to say something, the sound of a woman retching suddenly came from the bottom of the banquet table again. This time it's Lady Song. Concubine Song had been successful the last time she had sex with the emperor 3 months ago, but she was afraid that someone would harm her, so she kept it a secret for 3 months and didn't dare to say a word. When she said that a month and a half ago, she actually did want to test the emperor, but seeing how repulsive Emperor Jingwen was, and Concubine Song had no experience, she panicked and dragged it on until now. But now, the sweet-scented Osman Thusdak at the banquet might have been not handled well by the imperial chef, so it had a strong fishy smell. Concubine Song had a strong reaction and she couldn't help it. She accidentally retched in front of everyone. It would have been fine if she didn't vomit, but her vomiting actually made Concubine Rong feel a little nauseous. This Song family is really something, so ungentlemanly, they don't even know how to avoid people. Concubine Rong quickly took a handkerchief to cover herself. She felt a sour feeling rising in her throat and felt that she was about to collapse. Quick, 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 Aunt Jing, go get me a clean bowl. Ye Shuo looked at this, then looked at his unaware mother, and suddenly thought of something. He was so surprised that his chopsticks fell to the ground with a click. No, it's not what he thinks. Ye Shuo recalled it bit by bit and carefully. Ye Shuo had an excellent memory and quickly found the details that he had not noticed. For example, recently his mother has been sleeping longer than usual and is more sleepy. She used to get up at the hour of Mao, but recently she has been getting up at the hour of Chen, which is about half an hour later. The change in 1 hour is not big, so Ye Shuo didn't pay much attention to it before. People feel sleepy in spring, tired in autumn, and take naps in summer. It is normal for people to be a little lazy in the hot summer weather. His mother's lunch break time in the afternoon also increased relatively. These are extremely small changes, and no one would pay special attention to them. Only when you look back on them can you feel them. And his mother's appetite has also increased recently. On weekdays, she eats a standard bowl of rice, but recently, it has increased slightly from time to time. When they ate grilled fish more than a month ago, his mother even ate 4 pieces of fish while eating. What's more, the place where his cheap father stayed most of the time in the past 2 years was his mother's. Out of the 10 times he came to the harem, 6 times he was with his mother, so the probability of him becoming a father is actually quite high. Why didn't I think of this before? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he felt. Ye Shuo was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the imperial concubine next to her, she was still unaware. After all, she had injured her body a little at the beginning. Ever since giving birth to Ye Shuo, the imperial concubine's menstruation had been irregular. So even though she had not changed her clothes for the past 2 months, she did not think about anything else. Ye Shuo was already 7 years old, and the imperial concubine had no pregnancy for 7 consecutive years, so even she subconsciously believed that Shuo was her only son in this life. After Ye Shuo was born safely, Emperor Jingwen never used medicine on the imperial concubine again. After all, the imperial concubine had already given birth to a son. Based on the principle that too many lice will not itch, and too many debts will not worry, Emperor Jingwen no longer cared about her. There are only advantages and no disadvantages for the imperial concubine to have more children. If there are too many sons, no matter which one the Duke of Zhen supports, the others will be dissatisfied. If the imperial concubine gives birth to too many sons, it will only deepen their internal conflicts. At the very least, it can divide them and dilute the power in the hands of the Duke of Zhen, so that the Duke of Zhen's mansion is no longer a monolithic entity, so it is a good thing. None of the 3 of them thought about it in this regard, which led to the current situation. When Ye Shuo first heard that the queen was pregnant, he was shocked. Why would the queen choose to get pregnant at this time? Ye Shuo didn't believe that it was his cheap father's idea. His cheap father didn't seem like such a kind person. He wouldn't suddenly become soft-hearted after persisting for so many years. In order to prevent the legitimate sons from fighting with each other, the stepfather must have issued a death order, so this matter can only be decided by the queen herself. The queen mother usually looks cautious and rational, and my stepfather probably didn't expect that the queen would suddenly do such a thing to him, so that he was not prepared enough and got caught in the trap. Ye Shuo could understand the queen's desire to be a mother, but the timing was wrong. It would be fine if the queen gave birth to a princess, but if it was a prince, then it would be really all over. The crown prince is now in his 20s, his position is secure, and the little grandson has been born. The queen's child is more than 20 years younger than the crown prince. By the time the queen's child grows up, it will be too late. Except for the queen's maternal family, which other minister would be so desperate as to abandon the crown prince and turn around to follow a young boy with unknown prospects? Unless my cheap dad lives an extremely long life, there is absolutely no hope for this. Moreover, this child's situation is different from his original one. No matter how favored his mother is, she is only a concubine after all. No matter how prominent his grandfather's family is, it is useless and there is no way to make him a legitimate son. But the child in the queen's belly is a definite legitimate son. When the crown prince succeeds to the throne in the future, the other brothers will not matter, but this legitimate son must be killed. Even if the crown prince has a gentle personality, he will be forced by the situation and have no choice. Otherwise, if he is kept, he will become a source of trouble. Even if the crown prince is extremely unlucky and ultimately misses out on the throne, no matter which other prince ascends the throne, he cannot be left behind. If you kill the son, how can you spare the mother? No one can sleep peacefully with a time bomb around. Unless the queen can finally create a bright future for her son, she won't even be able to keep her position as the queen mother. However, let alone the crown prince or other princes, even Ye Shuo would not allow such a thing to happen. It doesn't matter which other prince comes to the throne, except the queen's son. The relationship between the empress and his mother was extremely antagonistic. It could be said that they were as hostile as fire and water. In fact, the reason why the empress was because her stepfather had asked her to compete with his mother. After years of resentment, Ye Shuo could imagine how the empress's son would treat them after he ascended the throne. So no matter what, Ye Shuo will never let that day come to pass, even if it means his hands are stained with blood. Ye Shuo will not hesitate. However, Ye Shuo felt that it was not his turn to take action. Now that the other princes have begun to show their prowess, each of them is as cunning as honeycomb coal, so how can they accommodate newcomers? If it had happened a few years earlier, when the 7th and 8th princes had not yet entered the upper study and started studying, the empress could have barely caught up with the last train of the competition. But now, the 7th and 8th princes have begun to show their extraordinary abilities in studying, and it is too late for the empress to interfere. Unless he is truly the chosen one, able to overpower his 8 elder brothers on his own, or his adoptive father has been cursed, and his IQ has suddenly dropped to 0, otherwise Ye Shuo even dares to directly assert that after him, no one else will be able to achieve anything. Given the age gap and the fact that there are only so many ministers in the court, there simply aren't enough to go around. When the later one reaches the age to attend court, the ministers in the court have all lined up. His wolf-like brothers will probably not leave any meat dregs for this so-called legitimate son. How can he want to take the throne without any support? By then, even if his stepfather directly passes the throne, his brothers will be able to overturn the throne from under his buttocks. He can turn the tide and win even when facing 8 opponents at the same time. What kind of strong man must he be? Ye Shuo thought he couldn't do it, so he just stayed away from it from the beginning. Taking all factors into consideration, even if the queen gave birth to a son as she wished, the possibility of this legitimate son succeeding to the throne is no less than winning the lottery jackpot. What's more, this unexpected child will inevitably cause his stepfather to hate him, because the prince is now in his 20s, and his stepfather doesn't have to do everything by himself like he did in the past and protect the prince like a baby. So he won't do anything to the queen, but because the queen acted on her own, the result will probably not be good. According to Ye Shuo's observation, his stepfather did not have much affection for the queen herself, and it would be almost harder than ascending to heaven for the queen to make a comeback later. So Ye Shuo couldn't figure out why the other party did this. There are people who think that the peaceful life is too comfortable and want to make things more difficult for themselves. As for his mother, Ye Shuo had a hunch that his mother was most likely the one who got it right. Fortunately, his mother was in her prime when she was pregnant with him or this child. She was a little over 20 years old when she gave birth to him. Although it was not the best childbearing age, she was young and strong, with strong recovery ability. She was not like a young girl whose body had not fully grown yet, so it was not bad. Now his mother is pregnant with a second child at the age of less than 28, which is also within the safety line. As long as you are careful, there is a high probability that the production will be successful. Even though he thought so, Ye Shuo still felt a little uneasy. Regardless of the era, a woman would have to go through the gates of hell when giving birth, even if she had given birth once before. However, Ye Shuo simply could not afford the consequences of losing his mother. What's more, it would be a good thing if his mother gave birth to a prince. Ye Shuo dared to guarantee that as long as he showed a hostile attitude towards the child, it would play into the hands of his cheap father, and the crisis would be resolved. If it was a princess, that would be really fatal. If the princess said so, Ye Shuo would have no choice but to get involved in this mess. As for concubine Song, she was totally out of Ye Shuo's consideration. Whether she gave birth to a prince or a princess would have no impact on the current situation, so it was better not to mention it. There is just one thing. Concubine Song revealed the news of her pregnancy today, which has slightly overshadowed the Empress. Under this circumstance, Ye Shuo always feels that the other party's situation is not optimistic. However, the queen is the queen after all, and her main opponents are not minor concubines like Concubine Song, so she probably would not bother to take action personally. As long as Lady Song is more alert and careful, there is a good chance that she will give birth to a child smoothly. While Ye Shuo was thinking, the sour feeling in Concubine Rong's throat suddenly and miraculously disappeared. As for the mouth bowl, it was naturally forgotten. In addition, everyone's attention was on the queen and Concubine Song at the moment, so no one cared about this episode. They just thought that the concubine was disgusted by Concubine Song. Influenced by the Duke of Zhen and her brothers, Concubine Rong also liked to have a few drinks in her spare time. In addition, the alcohol content of alcohol in ancient times was low, so she just regarded it as a beverage. But this time, Ye Shuo didn't dare to ask his mother to drink in. No matter how low the alcohol content of the wine is, it still contains alcohol. If your guess comes true, you're done for. Seeing that his mother was unaware and was about to put the apricot wine into her mouth, Ye Shuo quickly said, "Mother, Shuo wants to drink too." Concubine Rong frowned upon hearing this. Children cannot drink alcohol. But mother can taste it, but Shuo can't. Shuo also wants to know what apricot wine tastes like. After hearing what he said, the imperial concubine also felt sorry for her son. She could drink, but he couldn't. It was a bit too pitiful. But children really cannot drink alcohol, and the imperial concubine did not dare to feed him, for fear of harming her son. It would be too cruel for her to drink alone under such circumstances. After struggling for a long time, the imperial concubine finally put down the cup and said, "In this case, is it okay for mother to accompany Shuo?" Yeah, this was what Ye Shuo was waiting for, so he nodded vigorously, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. Ye Shuo didn't want to be so tactful, but Concubine Song alone was enough to make the Empress hate him, and Ye Shuo didn't want to implicate his mother as well. So let's wait until the banquet is over and then go back to talk about it. Looking over there, she saw that everyone was looking at her. Concubine Song subconsciously covered her belly with her hands, her eyes full of fear. Seeing Concubine Song's reaction, how could the queen not understand what was going on? The queen had wanted to tell this matter to the emperor on his birthday, as it was a special day and perhaps the emperor would come down. But now, she has been overshadowed by a little beauty. How could the queen not be annoyed? The queen could barely keep her expression. While waiting for the imperial physician to diagnose his pulse, Ye Shuo glanced at his stepfather's face, but what he was thinking in his heart was that this birthday was quite special. Good news came from the sky, triple good news came at the same time. My stepfather took good care of himself and is in good health. In the royal family that believes in having many children, the more blessings one has, the stepfather should be extremely happy. Alas, if it were before, Emperor Jingwen would definitely be happy. Which emperor would dislike having too many children? But he really doesn't have the energy now. Ever since he had Ziju, he had an inexplicable feeling of being exhausted. If there were a few more people like Ziju, Emperor Jingwen didn't even dare to think about it. As a result, just when he was gradually losing interest in having children, the concubines around him became pregnant, especially the queen. This matter has nothing to do with the crown prince. It's mainly because the queen acted on her own. What a monarch hates most is someone being clever and going against his will. The queen's action was a blatant challenge to Emperor Jingwen's authority. Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but glance at the person beside him. Although he had a smile on his face, the chill in his expression was suffocating. For a moment the queen thought she was going to die. The queen was horrified. She just wanted a child, that was all. Why was the emperor so angry? The queen's heart was pounding. Emperor Jingwen didn't even look at her. Just at this moment, the imperial physician's diagnosis finally finished. Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. Concubine Song is pregnant and is now almost 4 months pregnant. 4 months. That is to say, Concubine Song was already pregnant before she came to the palace, and it has been a long time. Counting the days, it should be the first time the emperor favored her. Lady Song is young and beautiful, and now that she has a child, I'm sure she will rise to fame. Even Concubine Shu couldn't help but say something sarcastic after hearing this. Sister is really good at hiding things, and it's amazing that she can keep her composure. The implication is that you are so cautious, but I don't know who you are guarding against. Maybe she is on guard against us. Concubine Song's appearance is only slightly inferior to that of the imperial concubine, but she is younger. If she gives birth to a prince, there will inevitably be another rival in the future. Even Concubine De spoke up at this moment. Where had Concubine Song ever seen such a scene? Now the ones who spoke were all bigwigs in the palace, and 2 of the 3 concubines seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied, which made Concubine Song inevitably panic. If it were before, Emperor Jingwen would probably have felt pity, but now he really wasn't in the mood to do so. No matter who encounters this kind of thing on their birthday, they probably won't be happy. Seeing that His Majesty knew that Concubine Song was pregnant but had no intention of promoting her to a higher position, I thought that His Majesty was quite fond of this newly promoted beauty and even brought her to the garden. But now it seems that this is not the case. Concubine Shu and the others were startled, and gradually stopped talking. Concubine Song looked at Emperor Jingwen with tears in her eyes, hoping that he would make the decision for her. However, she waited for a long time without any further news. She then remembered that she had said before that she wanted to give birth to a prince for the emperor, and the emperor suddenly became cold. Concubine Song turned pale. After all, Concubine Song was pregnant with his own child, and Emperor Jingguan did not implicate her in his dissatisfaction with the empress. After taking a deep breath, Emperor Jingguan waved his hand and said, "Reward." Just like that, rewards like water were sent to Concubine Song's residence. As for the promotion, she had just been promoted 2 months ago, so let's talk about it after the child was born. Emperor Jingguan only rewarded Concubine Song but did not mention the empress at all. Now almost everyone noticed the subtlety between the emperor and the empress. The Tianchang festival, which was supposed to be a good one, ended up with everyone leaving with a lot on their mind. After all, the fact that the empress was pregnant was no less than a bolt from the blue for the other concubines who had sons. It can be said that during this meal, Concubine Rong was the only one who did not notice the undercurrents in it. She actually enjoyed the meal very much. However, when he returned to Xiang Jingzai, the first thing Ye Shuo did was to ask Nanny Jing to call the imperial physician. "What do you want to ask the imperial physician for?" Imperial concubine Rong was startled, thinking that he was not feeling well. However, after hearing her son's explanation, Imperial concubine Rong couldn't help but feel amused. It's not that easy to get pregnant again. Concubine Rong still remembered that when she was pregnant with him, she felt extremely uncomfortable from the beginning. Now, it can be said that she has no reaction at all, so it is impossible. Even an old maid like Madame Jing didn't think it was possible. After all, there really were no symptoms at all. Concubine Rong continued. At that time, mother was just provoked by Concubine Song. However, Ye Shuo refused to give in and would not give up until the imperial physician arrived. Concubine Rong couldn't persuade him, so she had to go along with him. When the imperial physician came, the imperial concubine casually stretched out her wrist, just as if she was asking for her pulse, and didn't take it seriously. After a long while, the imperial physician said hesitantly, "This seems to be a slippery pulse. The pulse is round and smooth like a bead, which is called a slippery pulse. If it is accompanied by symptoms such as amenorrhea and vomiting, it is most likely that you are pregnant. I have seen vomiting before, but the other things." Ye Shuo suddenly looked like his mother. At this time, Concubine Rong was also stunned. Obviously, having had this experience once before, she knew what slippery pulse meant. The imperial physician then continued, "Although your majesty's pulse is not very obvious, based on my humble experience, you are most likely pregnant, but it is still early in the pregnancy, so I was not able to diagnose it when I checked your pulse earlier." The imperial concubine couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Shuo took a deep breath and asked hurriedly, "Do you know whether it's a boy or a girl?" The 9th prince was surprisingly concerned about whether the imperial concubine was giving birth to a prince or a princess. However, the imperial physician thought about it and felt that it was understandable. After all, the 9th prince had been held in the palm of the imperial concubine's hand since he was born. If he was a prince, he would definitely take away half of the 9th prince's love, so the 9th prince would inevitably be anxious. Not to mention the imperial physician, even concubine Rong misunderstood. Seeing her son so excited, concubine Rong quickly came back to her senses and said more seriously than ever before, "Shuo, no matter whether you are a boy or a girl, your mother will treat you the same as before." Concubine Rong is not the kind of person who goes back on her word. She will definitely do what she said. Ye Shuo, he is already in his 30s, would he still compete for favor with an embryo that has not yet formed? Well, there is a little bit. After all, his mother only had him in her previous life, and suddenly he has a younger brother and sister in this life. Ye Shuo is indeed a little jealous. But this kind of thing can be overcome. It's all because this is a backward ancient time, where contraceptive measures were not as advanced as modern ones, and I guess even if there were cheap things like sheep intestines and fish follicles, they wouldn't be used. It's all because of the cheap dad who keeps sowing seeds. He still won't stop even in his old age. If he had been more obedient, wouldn't this have not happened? But think about it, expecting a feudal emperor to awaken himself is as difficult as the sun rising from the west. It is useless to talk about impossible things. Ye Shuo just felt sorry for his mother. His mother was obviously the one who endured it passively. Even his mother had no choice but to turn around and comfort him. But it's all nonsense now. The most important thing is to determine the gender of the baby as soon as possible so that Ye Shuo can make preparations early. However, even the imperial physician cannot guarantee such a thing now. Firstly, whether it is taking the pulse to determine the gender of a baby or looking at the face to determine the gender of a baby, it is actually not very accurate and can only be judged based on experience. Secondly, the pregnancy is still young, and if he really wants to have an answer, he has to wait until the 3rd month. It is most accurate to determine the gender of the baby when the baby is 3 months old. And now, concubine Rong has only been pregnant for 2 months. This means that if Ye Shuo wants to know the answer, he will have to wait at least another month. Things are different now. Ye Shuo is not an impatient person, but now he can't sit still. Concubine Rong suddenly found out that she was pregnant, but she didn't feel anything. In fact, she felt that it didn't matter whether it was a boy or a girl. Concubine Rong had her mother's family to rely on, so no matter what she gave birth to, it would not shake her position. It didn't even matter whether she had a child or not, so she was considered the purest person in the palace. But seeing her son's restless look, concubine Rong suddenly hoped that this baby would be a daughter. If it was a daughter, perhaps Shuo wouldn't be so anxious. Concubine Rong thought in accordance with the ancient people's idea of favoring boys over girls, but the reality was just the opposite. When Ye Shuo heard this, he was immediately shocked. No, I want my brother. Why? But if it was his younger brother, wouldn't that take away his love? Concubine Rong really had no idea what was going on in her son's little head. Is my sister not good enough? As a woman, concubine Rong was quite dissatisfied when she saw this. Ye Shuo couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. If it was my younger brother, he is a prince after all, and the age gap is too big. By the time he consciously wants to fight for that position, everything will probably have been settled. After all, there are only a few people like the sixth prince who are self-taught. Because of his status as a prince, his brother's life couldn't be any worse. But it's different for my younger sister. It was fine when my stepfather was around. With his and his mother's love, her future should not be bad. But he was afraid that something unexpected would happen along the way. Ye Shuo was not the kind of person who would rely on luck. He felt that he could rest easy now that his cheap father was in good health, could still have 3 shots, and looked like he would have no problem living to be 70 or 80 years old. Who knows when an accident might happen? But in today's world, a princess can never endure such twists and turns. If she really was a princess, Ye Shuo would not feel at ease even if his adoptive father was alive and well. Even if his adoptive father was alive, Ye Shuo would have to be on guard against him giving his sister to anyone at any time. The more noble the princess's status, the more careful she should be. If she attracts attention, she will naturally be noticed by others. In this world, women are nothing more than chess pieces and tools in the eyes of men. They are held in their laps when they like them and thrown aside when they don't. The so-called love between father and daughter cannot compare to the family, country, and court. If this is the case with the biological father, what will happen if the brother who is 1 generation older succeeds to the throne? There is no need to think too much about this question, the answer is already there. Ye Shuo was confident that he could protect himself, and even his mother and grandfather's family, but he could not protect his unexpected sister. If she wants to live a worry-free life, relying on the love of her stepfather is not enough. If the situation really comes to a head, even if she acts like a spoiled child and foolishly, she won't be able to change the decision of her stepfather or brothers. Ye Shuo has always been smart, so he naturally has this understanding in his mind and knows where the limits of this pampering are. If it was just a trivial matter, it would be fine, but if it was a real matter, it would be far from enough. The only thing that can protect a princess from harm at all times is tremendous power, which is enough to shake or even change the emperor's decision. However, even Ye Shuo would find it difficult to do this. It would require a lot of effort and careful planning. Since he was born, he had planned to live a happy life and didn't want to get involved in so many things, so after thinking carefully, he decided it would be better to have a younger brother. The other side. After the banquet, Emperor Jingguan returned to his bedroom, still thinking about what to do about the queen. It was exactly as Ye Shuo thought. Even Emperor Jingguan would not kill his own children unless it was absolutely necessary, even if it was not part of his plan. However, due to the queen's self-willed decision, if Emperor Jingguan was asked to just endure it, he would be very angry. Therefore, before the child was born, Emperor Jingguan was already somewhat unhappy. Just as Emperor Jingguan's expression was becoming increasingly gloomy, a figure suddenly flashed in. Not surprised by such scenes, Wang Ziquan beside him was quietly doing his own thing. Soon, the visitor brought a shocking news. Concubine Rong was just diagnosed with pregnancy. Why do all of them come at this time? Wang Ziquan's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously looked at the emperor's expression. As expected, upon learning of this, Emperor Jingguan took a deep breath and felt a severe headache. The harem was a place without secrets, and concubine Rong did not try to cover it up, so the news of her pregnancy spread quickly. In just half a day, the teacups in the queen's residence had been replaced almost 2 or 3 times. The empress had suffered all kinds of discomfort and torture during pregnancy, coupled with the emperor's neglect. When she heard the news that the imperial concubine was pregnant, she felt a splitting headache. No matter how good her temperament was on weekdays, she could not control it at this moment. Why are you all against me? If it was just a show and done on purpose before, then it has become true after so many years. At this moment, the queen hated concubine Rong even more. Never had the empress been so angry before. The palace maids around her were terrified and fell to their knees on the ground. My lady, your health is very important. Yes, I still have a child. I have paid so much and even suffered the disgust of the emperor because of it. Isn't it all for this child? No matter what, nothing must happen to this child. After taking a few quick breaths, she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. The queen panicked and said, "Quick, go find the imperial physician." After a short while, the whole Xiong Jingzai was in chaos. Ever since he found out that concubine Rong was pregnant, Ye Shuo had been on high alert, especially when he learned that the empress had broken several sets of cups and plates when she received the news of his mother's pregnancy, which made Ye Shuo even more alert. The queen mother came from a prominent family and had been well-versed in poetry and literature since childhood. She must have hated him so much that she lost her manners like this. Although Ye Shuo knew in his heart that the queen mother would not be so unwise as to take direct action, he was still afraid of the possibility. If there was a possibility, Ye Shuo would not be able to bear the consequences. So recently, whenever his mother ate any food, Ye Shuo would go to the small kitchen to check it himself. But even so, someone still took advantage of the loophole. A few days later, Ye Shuo discovered that the dishes on the table contained several incompatible ingredients. For example, goose meat and eggs, chicken and mustard greens, etc., are things that will damage your vitality if eaten together, especially goose meat. Even though the kitchen said it was duck meat, Ye Shuo was considered a gourmet back then, so how could he not tell the difference between the two? The skeletons of duck and goose meat, as well as the quality of the meat, are very different. Although from the perspective of modern science, these so-called food incompatibilities are nonsense, the people here don't know this, which proves that someone has indeed reached into the small kitchen. There are already so many things on display, how many more are hidden in the dark? Ye Shuo had no idea whether there were any added ingredients in the foods that could not be seen with the naked eye. The people behind the scenes will not take action openly, but they do a lot of small things behind the scenes. I guess they all wanted to harm her mother's health, and it would be best if they could save both her and her mother. Ye Shuo took a deep breath and stopped his mother from reaching for the chopsticks. Wait a minute. Concubine Rong stopped, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Luzi, go and ask the imperial physician to come over. Now he already knew that the small kitchen was not clean, but he didn't know whether the imperial physician had been bribed. Ye Shuo planned to remain silent, use the opponent's force to attack him, and test the situation. Mom, you don't have to worry or say anything. Just watch from the side. Although concubine Rong was confused and had no idea what her son was up to, she still stopped obediently. Soon, the imperial physician arrived in a hurry. The imperial concubine was just beginning her pregnancy, which was a critical time, so the imperial physician was naturally on call at all times. This old doctor was someone his mother was used to employing, and Ye Shuo was unwilling to doubt him, but in an extraordinary period, it was better to be cautious. So Ye Shuo didn't wait for him to salute, and hurriedly said, "My mother said she has a stomachache. Imperial physician, please come and take a look. Is there something wrong with the food?" How could her own son open his mouth and say that? She was fine, not to mention feeling very safe and secure, so how could he have a stomachache? Concubine Rong frowned subconsciously, and the next moment, she saw Ye Shuo looking at her. After all, they are mother and son, so they have some tacit understanding. Concubine Rong immediately showed a look of pain on her face. The imperial physician's heart tightened, and he quickly looked at the dishes on the table. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. How can chicken and shepherd's purse be paired together? The imperial physician did not realize that the dish of duck meat was disguised as goose meat, so he only mentioned chicken and shepherd's purse. Seeing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the small kitchen is no longer clean, the imperial physician is still safe now. If something went wrong with the imperial physician, then things would be really bad. Thank you, imperial physician. I'm sorry to trouble you for making this trip. After the imperial physician took Ye Shuo's pulse and found that he was fine, Ye Shuo felt guilty and took out a handful of golden melon seeds. This was indeed Ye Shuo's petty intention, but in this special period, he had to be on guard. When the imperial physician left, he was still wondering why he was given so much reward today, but the old doctor didn't think much about it. After all, who would dislike a lot of rewards? The reason why the old doctor followed the imperial concubine was because the imperial concubine had no tricks and no intention to harm others. In addition, she was generous. He only needed to do his job. Who wouldn't want such a master? Concubine Rong was unable to react for a long time. After she came to her senses, she immediately severely punished the people in the small kitchen. Although concubine Rong was a little slow to react, she was definitely not a soft-hearted person. She would never show mercy to the servants who dared to betray her. The reason why she provided them with huge amounts of silver was so that they would remember her kindness and do things for her. Now, they have taken the silver and want to harm her. If she could endure this, she would not be a royal concubine. Concubine Rong didn't even take care of her own body, so blood was seen in the small kitchen that day. If it was any other day, Ye Shuo would not be able to bear to see such a scene, but now his heart was not moved at all. Ye Shuo's kindness and goodwill have always had a bottom line. The man in the small kitchen didn't even know how he was discovered. He just felt that he was unlucky. It just happened that the imperial concubine was not feeling well and was caught by the imperial physician. Incompatible foods will not cause any problems all at once, they will just slowly consume the mother and the fetus. It is not a direct drug, so it should be very safe. How could it be? It's a pity that he will never know this. After the incident in the small kitchen, everything returned to normal quickly, but Ye Shuo still felt uneasy. Maybe it was because his desire to protect his mother was too strong. Ye Shuo knew in his heart that something was wrong with his current state, but he really didn't want to experience the powerlessness of Mr. Gu in his previous life again. It's just that Ye Shuo disguised himself very well and looked no different from usual, so concubine Rong didn't notice it. But in fact, Ye Shuo just felt that concubine Rong didn't notice it. Concubine Rong may often act foolishly in other things, but as a mother, how could she not feel her son's emotional changes? Madam Jing, do you think this child should not be born? Concubine Rong has 6 older brothers, and almost everyone here has brothers and sisters. In the past, concubine Rong never thought that having more children was a bad thing, but seeing her son's current performance, concubine Rong was obviously panicked. Although she didn't know what was wrong, she clearly felt that there must be something wrong, but concubine Rong couldn't find it. Concubine Rong was so anxious that she suddenly blurted out such a sentence. Upon hearing this, Nanny Jing was startled. "My lady, please be careful with your words. The concubine is pregnant with a prince, this must not be done, this is the emperor's child, the emperor's bloodline, and it would be a grave disrespect to damage it lightly." But halfway through the story, Nanny Jing couldn't quite go on. The two of them fell silent at the same time, with nothing to say to each other. The other side. Ye Shuo couldn't let go of his worries no matter what. After thinking it over, he felt that it was better to rely on himself than on others. Even the imperial physician couldn't stay in Xiangjingzai for 24 hours. It would be bad if something went wrong or something happened that they didn't notice. What should we do in this situation? The best solution is to read. No matter what problems you encounter that you can't solve, just read. There will definitely be answers in the books. Just like that, Emperor Jingwen was shocked to find that his son actually started reading the book. Emperor Jingwen even took a special look out the window and saw that the sun was rising from the east today, which was correct. Emperor Jingwen approached almost at the same time as the crown prince, and after taking a closer look, he realized that it was a medical book. There are all kinds of books including Huangdi Niajing, Shening Benkajing, Compendium of Materia Medica, Treatise on Febrile Diseases, Treatise on Febrile and Miscellaneous Diseases, Treatise on Warm and Hot Diseases, etc. I knew this little bastard would never study seriously. Emperor Jingwen could understand other things, but he really couldn't understand this book. Emergency Prescriptions for the Elbow. Isn't this book about first aid? With a casual flip of his hand, the corner of Emperor Jingwen's mouth twitched slightly. There is also this book Acupuncture and Moxibustion Ji Jing. It seems that his son not only prescribes medicine for people, but also gives them acupuncture. Emperor Jingwen finally swallowed back the words. If I had known this would work, I would have asked your mother to give birth to a younger brother for you. The prince at the side couldn't hold it in any longer and asked, Xiaju, what are you doing? Study. Ye Shuo looked up at the other person with a serious expression. I don't feel comfortable leaving my mother to anyone, so I'm going to do it myself. When Emperor Jingwen heard this, his first reaction was that it was not a good thing for a prince to be too close to his mother. However, after hearing this, Emperor Jingwen instantly forgot what he had just said. He suddenly felt that the imperial concubine was too unlucky. It was really unlucky to give birth to such a son. Emperor Jingwen almost gritted his teeth and said, Don't lay a hand on your mother. Do you hear me? I hope he won't get hurt again. Emperor Jingwen, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but feel terrified. Even the prince couldn't help but be silent when he heard such an answer, and suddenly sympathy for concubine Rong flashed through his heart. Come on, can't you just trust me for once? I have to hurry up and finish reading these books. Father, third brother, remember not to let anyone disturb me during this time. After saying this, Ye Shuo ignored them and just watched by himself. Emperor Jingwen and the crown prince were really frightened by him for a moment, but it was just a medical book, at least he was serious this time. Emperor Jingwen and the crown prince had the same thought and accepted it reluctantly. As a result, while they were reviewing memorials, he looked up inadvertently and found that he was not reading a book, but was clearly flipping through it. A page is turned in the blink of an eye, and it only takes a short while to finish a book that is as thick as a little finger. In just a quarter of an hour, he already had a small pile of books at hand. Emperor Jingwen, Prince, it's over, this child is hopeless. He even treats his mother like this, it seems that we can't rely on him. When Ye Shuo left today, Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but tell Wang Ziquan, go, send some people over. He didn't know what his son might do next, and Emperor Jingwen was really worried. When Wang Ziquan looked over, Emperor Jingwen spoke word by word, no matter what, don't let him get close to the imperial concubine, especially with a needle in his hand. Emperor Jingwen didn't know about others, but his own son was really capable of doing such a thing. This is the first time I see His Majesty showing such concern for a pregnant concubine. The last time His Majesty was so nervous was when the late queen was pregnant with the crown prince. Although the purposes are slightly different, they lead to the same destination. Trying hard to suppress his smile, Wang Ziquan quickly replied yes. The other side. While Ye Shuo was catching up on the half-baked theoretical knowledge he had acquired in his previous life, he was secretly thinking about how to put it into practice. Traditional Chinese medicine is something that can only be achieved through a lot of accumulation. It does not mean that you can really cure diseases by reading a few more books. So Ye Shuo turned around and went to the imperial hospital. He did these things without hiding anything from others, and the whole process was very open and above board. Sometimes, the more you cover up, the more suspicious you become. When you put everything out in the open, no one will believe you. When the imperial physicians in the imperial hospital heard that the ninth prince wanted to learn this, and that he was learning it for the imperial concubine, they were stunned. Your Highness, I am here with you. I will do my best to protect you, so please don't use the imperial concubine as a test, okay? When he first heard about this and then saw the serious expression on the ninth prince's face, the old doctor's heart began to tremble. No, I have to do my own things. Silently memorizing the shape, taste, and state of the medicinal materials before and after processing, Ye Shuo searched around with his eyes. After confirming that he had not missed any details that he could learn, he left the old doctor with horror in his eyes and walked out of the Imperial Hospital. Walking on the road, Ye Shuo seemed to be appreciating the scenery along the way, but in fact he was secretly digesting what he had learned today. When Ye Shuo gets serious, his state is completely different from usual. Ye Shuo was very clear in his mind that there were some things he could be lazy about but some things he couldn't. As for his mother's current safety, if he learned more today, he would be more confident tomorrow. Soon, Ye Shuo was awakened by the laughter of a woman not far away. When I looked up, it turned out to be Lady Song. As for the person next to Lady Song, Ye Shuo searched his memory carefully, but did not find any trace of the other party on the day of the banquet. However, the other party's dress did not seem like that of a palace maid, so Ye Shuo understood immediately. At this time, Lady Song was chatting and laughing with the other party, and she looked much more relaxed than before. That's right, no matter who you are, it's bound to be nervous when facing someone in a high position. Just like now, when concubine Song saw Ye Shuo, she immediately stopped smiling, and the two of them greeted Ye Shuo almost in unison. Greetings to the 9th prince. Although the two were the emperor's concubines, they were of low status after all. And because of the emperor's relationship, the prince was half their master if you think about it carefully. Please stand up, ladies. Ye Shuo couldn't help but look at the person next to Lady Song, paused, and then called out. What Ye Shuo didn't understand was why Lady Song was so intimate with someone else even though she was diagnosed as pregnant. Ye Shuo could understand that most people would subconsciously seek help from those around them when they encountered difficulties, as if this would give them strength. After all, humans are emotional animals, and it is understandable that they subconsciously seek companionship. It is just like modern people will instinctively seek comfort and advice from their friends when they encounter any difficulties. It is a subconscious reaction. But Lady Song's situation is special now, so she should be more careful. The more isolated and helpless you are, the more you need to stay steady, especially in the harem, which is a big melting pot of interests. It is not a good thing to trust someone so easily. Because of the word interest, in the palace, sometimes the people close to you may not necessarily be helpful, and may even become the knife that hurts you. Thinking of this, Ye Shuo wanted to give her a reminder, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he noticed the vigilance and suspicion in Lady Song's eyes. She unconsciously placed her hand on her lower abdomen as a subconscious defensive gesture. Ye Shuo suddenly couldn't say anything, because he knew that it would be useless even if he said it in this situation. That's right, who would trust a stranger instead of the people around them? When concubine Song saw the 9th prince here, she instantly became nervous, because in her eyes the 9th prince was a very tactless person. Moreover, the 9th prince is young and favored. He treats the emperor like this, let alone himself. If the 9th prince suddenly went crazy and bumped into her, thus hurting the baby in her belly, concubine Song couldn't guarantee that the emperor would punish the 9th prince for a child he had never met. Therefore, in concubine Song's eyes, Ye Shuo was a completely dangerous person, and she wished to stay as far away from the 9th prince as possible. But in the end, Ye Shuo kindly reminded her, after just a few days of not seeing you, I see that Lady Song seems to be more prosperous than before. It is not a good thing for the mother to be overnourished and the fetus to be too large. It is better in modern times, as caesarean section is still possible, but even so it is still quite dangerous, not to mention the ancient times when caesarean section did not exist. Ye Shuo's original intention was to remind the other party to pay attention to his weight. The fact that he could be noticed after just a few days of not seeing him proved that his weight gain speed was indeed quite rapid. However, this remark was considered a humiliation by concubine Song. The 9th prince was laughing at her for being fat. The woman next to Lady Song felt her heart skip a beat. Lady Song took a deep breath, her smile a little stiff. Your Highness the 9th prince, you don't know, this is what happens to pregnant women. I'm really sorry, I feel a little unwell, so I'll take my leave first. Just like that, Ye Shuo watched the other party leave. The two met briefly on the lakeshore, and parted ways after a few words. Ye Shuo lowered his eyes and finally left. The other side. Seeing the 9th prince's figure gradually disappear, concubine Song breathed a sigh of relief at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's okay, he is finally gone. The woman beside Lady Song also calmed down. Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but joked, you seem to be particularly repulsive to this 9th prince. Why, sister, you don't know. When I first met the 9th prince, he didn't even listen to his majesty. In modern times, a man like Ye Shuo would be a naughty child that everyone would hate to see. Shouldn't Lady Song stay away from him? When concubine Song thought of the chaotic scene when she first met the 9th prince, she was frightened from the bottom of her heart. If my child were born, I would definitely not let him become like this. Concubine Song will definitely educate him and make him into a good prince who observes etiquette and knows manners. Hearing this, the woman next to her froze slightly, but quickly returned to normal before Lady Song looked over. Concubine Song was completely unaware. Come to think of it, I should thank my sister for accompanying me. Ever since the Tianchang festival birthday banquet that day, concubine Song always felt uneasy, especially when the two concubines Shu and De made sarcastic remarks in public, which made her unable to sleep or eat. The high-ranking concubine's arrogant look that day made concubine Song worried and afraid. In the eyes of the second concubine, she seemed like a disposable toy, so concubine Song always felt that they would harm her, so she specially found sisters who were familiar with her in the palace to accompany her and give her courage. But what Lady Song didn't know was that the closer people are to you, the more likely you are to become jealous. It has nothing to do with gender, it's human nature. Unless it is a sincere and close friendship, it is difficult to control jealousy. On the contrary, concubine Shu and concubine Da, whose sons have all grown up, have no direct conflict of interest with concubine Song. At most, they would just say a few sarcastic words to her face. We were both concubines, and I entered the palace a few years earlier than her. Why could she get pregnant successfully while I couldn't? The gloomy look disappeared in an instant, and the woman smiled. Sister, you are too kind. If my sister continues to be so polite to me, I will be angry. When Lady Song saw this, she naturally called her good sister. By the evening, Ye Shuo finally finished his day's study. A few days passed like this, and even the sixth prince was alarmed by his affairs. But when they saw with their own eyes how Zhe was studying, the sixth prince, like Emperor Jingwen and the crown prince, immediately fell silent. Come quickly, let me take your pulse. Ye Shuo had just finished reading Pulse Classic and was now in need of an experimental subject. It happened that the sixth prince came to him, so he pulled the man to his side without thinking. But how could the sixth prince dare to let him touch him? Zhe has always been careless, and how could anything be possible for him if he fell into his hands? So the sixth prince hid while asking, Madame Rong is pregnant for the second time now. Zhe, you don't have to be so nervous. Especially, don't look like you are determined to do it yourself, as it looks scary. Ye Shuo couldn't help but frowned when he heard this. That's wrong. Let me tell you, any woman giving birth, no matter how many babies she has, the risk is extremely high. Having a second child might be smoother, but the risks are still the same, there is no difference. Suddenly remembering that the man in front of him was also a prince and would marry many wives in the future, Ye Shuo couldn't help but give him some science explanation. Especially for women who are too young. The best childbearing age for women is between 23 and 30 years old. Too early or too late is not good. The sixth prince was speechless when he saw this. Why are you telling me this? He doesn't have children. Haha, I knew these people would never take these things to heart. Ye Shuo took a deep breath and said, Of course I want to remind you, I'm afraid you will bring harm to the girl when you get married in the future. Caught off guard, the sixth prince blushed a little. Tisk, even someone like him would feel shy when thinking about his future wife. Ye Shuo seized the opportunity, pushed him down on the chair, and then touched his wrist. The sixth prince has always known that his younger brother is very strong, but what he didn't expect is that after a period of time, his strength would increase again. The sixth prince had no choice but to be forced to be a guinea pig. After a while, Ye Shuo couldn't help but uttered silently, Xiao Ming, you are so weak. The sixth prince. Roll. In the following months, Ye Shuo cured almost everyone around him. Even eunuch Wang Ziquan could not escape his clutches. Even the commander-in-chief was blocked by Ye Shuo on the road. I've never seen anyone insisting on seeing a doctor when they are not sick. But Ye Shuo was a prince after all, so everyone turned a blind eye and let it go. Think about it, if your boss's child wants you to play with him, can you refuse? Emperor Jingwen was so troubled by his son's sudden enthusiasm, but as long as he didn't really touch the pregnant concubine, he would let him be. In this way, we survived the relatively cool June, the scorching July and August, and soon it was September. In mid-September, Ye Shuo heard the news that concubine Song was about to give birth. Concubine Song, who is only 8 months pregnant, is about to give birth. Ye Shuo got the news of concubine Song's delivery in the morning, but by the evening, when it was already dark, there was still no news. It was not until the early morning that Ye Shuo faintly heard a noise outside. Concubine Song had a difficult delivery. Concubine Song suffered hemorrhage. Lady Song is gone. The starry sky outside the window on a summer night seemed to be covered with a layer of coldness. Ye Shuo was in a trance as he stared at the ceiling with his eyes open. You see, the fighting in this palace never stops. Uncover the hypocritical illusion and you will see bloody scars underneath. Song Myron gave birth to a princess, and the princess only identified her adoptive mother 3 days later. Because concubine Song had always been on good terms with a talented lady of the same rank when she was alive, the little princess was given to that talented lady to raise. Now that the queen is pregnant and in poor health, the emperor is also unhappy, so he uses this as an excuse to deprive her of her power over the 6 palaces. In addition, Emperor Jingwen knew the ability of the imperial concubine, so he directly bypassed the imperial concubine Rong and handed over the power of managing the 6 palaces to the 3 concubines Shu, De, and Xian. After all, concubine Song gave birth to only a princess, and the princess's mother was already dead. Under such circumstances, concubines Shu, De, and Xian would naturally not care much. Without having to think too much, the talented person already knew who it was. If you clap your hands in this palace, you will end up taking away other people's flower pots. Lady Song carried the baby for 8 months in fear, but all she did was to make wedding clothes for others. Jo Karen got a child through someone else's belly without any effort. Even though it was just a princess, it would ensure her a safe life for the rest of her life. After listening to Xiao Luzi, Ye Shuo was silent for a long time. After quickly calming down, Ye Shuo turned around and went to look for his mother. What's wrong, Shuo Er? The imperial concubine was taking a walk in the yard at that time. When she saw her son, she keenly noticed his depression, so she squatted down with difficulty and asked. Ye Shuo didn't even think about it, and hugged his mother. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything else. He buried his head in his mother's neck. After a while, he just said in a sullen voice, "I'm fine, mother." Even though Ye Shuo didn't say anything, how could the imperial concubine not feel something unusual? Concubine Rong was shocked by her son's rare fragility. He was like a little bastard and a devil. This was the first time Concubine Rong saw this side of him. This made Concubine Rong even more panicked than Ye Shuo. She raised her head subconsciously and began to ask for help from the people around her. Aunt Jing. However, Nanny Jing had been with the imperial concubine all day, so how could she know what had happened? In the end, it was Xiao Luzi who made the shape of Song Myron with his mouth and reminded them. Concubine Rong quickly came to her senses. It seemed that Concubine Song's matter had upset her son. Without thinking, the concubine hurriedly comforted him softly. "Don't worry, Shuo, mother will be fine." While comforting him, the concubine patted her son on the back. No matter how powerful the imperial concubine is, she can still think through the basics. She naturally knew how difficult it was for a child who had lost his mother to be in this palace. The crown prince was still the crown prince. After losing his mother, didn't he still have to be cautious and tread on thin ice? Not to mention the sixth prince. Therefore, before her son grew up, Concubine Rong would never let anything happen to her. When Emperor Jingguan arrived, what he saw was the mother and son crying in the yard with their heads held together. Emperor Jingguan hesitated for a moment. Firstly, he couldn't go forward or backward in time. Secondly, he was afraid of the tears of women and children. But since he was already there, Emperor Jingguan had no choice but to go in. "Zaiju, imperial concubine, what are you two doing in the yard?" Ye Shuo and the imperial concubine looked in the direction of the sound, and soon, Emperor Jingguan received 2 pairs of rabbit eyes from the mother and son. I really cried. Watching this scene, Emperor Jingguan felt his scalp tingling, especially Zaiju. After hearing the reason, Emperor Jingguan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Don't worry, your mother will be fine. Children are children. They would actually be scared by such things." Reluctantly letting go of the imperial concubine's hand, Ye Shuo wiped his face with his sleeve and said in a faint voice, "Father, how do you know? You can't do anything about this matter." "Humph, since this matter is not put on my stepfather, it will be easy for him to talk about it." Under normal circumstances, Emperor Jingguan would certainly be angry if he was questioned like this. But when he caught a glimpse of his son's cat-like face, Emperor Jingguan thought for a moment and decided not to bother with a child. "I am the emperor, and my words are law." After a moment's silence, Ye Shuo curled his lips and said, "But Dad, you are the emperor, but you are unwilling to give your son even an imperial edict. The emperor is so stingy. Here's what happened. Didn't the old doctor say before that the sex of the fetus could be roughly determined when the baby is 3 months pregnant? Now his mother is 5 months pregnant, and Ye Shuo had checked his mother's pulse 2 months ago. Ye Shuo flipped through ancient books and found a record in them that said, if the left pulse of the fetus is fast, it means it is a boy, and if the right pulse is fast, it means it is a girl. That is to say, if the left pulse beats faster, it is a boy, and vice versa, it is a girl. Men and women have the same pulse, but their wrists are different. Yang is weak and Yin is strong. The left pulse governs the official, and the right pulse governs the government. The left pulse is strong for men, and the right pulse is strong for women. The human pulse is divided into 3 parts, namely Kun, Guan, and Qi. Only Qi is different means that the Qi part is different. Although I don't know if there is any scientific basis, this is ancient times after all. In the absence of scientific and technological support, Ye Shuo can only make judgments based on these. When every aspect of the pulse he took matched the girl's, Ye Shuo felt like he was struck by lightning and his heart sank. Murphy's law really proves to be true. The more you fear something, the more likely it will come to you. Ye Shuo was clearly expecting a younger brother, but ended up having a younger sister. Ye Shuo did not give up and called the old doctor over to examine the patient again. As expected, the old doctor also said it was a princess. Ye Shuo felt as if his whole body was in darkness. It turned out that God couldn't bear to see him live too smoothly. If he did, sooner or later he would create some trouble for him. It was like this in my previous life, and it is like this in this life. Sometimes, being too lucky will indeed lead to being envied by God. But there is no way, the child is already here, we can't just stuff her back in, right? After all, Ye Shuo is not a child anymore. His soul is already that of an adult in his 30s. When he encounters a problem, he always finds a way to solve it. After nearly a quarter of an hour of turmoil in his heart, Ye Shuo had no choice but to start considering the reality. Firstly, although he was jealous of the arrival of the child, he was not too opposed to it. He had grown up and was no longer at the age of competing with a baby for milk. The love that Ye Shuo received from his parents in his previous life was very complete, so complete that as long as he had the memory, this love was enough to support him to keep going. Ye Shuo was a sentimental person, with a strong ability to love. Even though he had never met this suddenly arrived child, he already had a little fondness for him because of his mother. This is what is meant by loving someone and loving his dog. So Ye Shuo's first reaction was, there are a total of 3 countries known today, so does the Great Zhou have a history of marriage alliances? It is known that the queen has no legitimate daughter, and the next child is his mother's. How could this not arouse concern? So there was that scene 2 months ago. Ye Shuo is not a god and cannot control everyone. All he can do is to prevent those around him from getting hurt. When Emperor Jingwen saw his son looking up at him and asking if he could issue an imperial decree not to ask his sister to marry, his first reaction was, is there something wrong with this kid's brain? At that time, Emperor Jingwen was full of confusion. Where did this kid's sister come from? Why is it linked to a marriage alliance? When Emperor Jingwen heard Ye Shuo say that the imperial physician diagnosed that the imperial concubine's baby was a princess, he was speechless. You actually asked me to give a clear order to a fetus that is only 3 months old and whose gender is not yet determined. Emperor Jingwen had never heard of such a request in his life. The child is acting crazy again. This is simply nonsense. This was Emperor Jingwen's response at the time. Then, as expected, Emperor Jingwen was entangled. He scolded and scolded the man, and almost beat him. It's not because Emperor Jingwen was reluctant to do so. When faced with such a tough and annoying child, even Emperor Jingwen would find it difficult to control his hands. But, who could blame this little bastard for saying in the middle, Dad, you can hit me if you want. Dad, just think about how many beatings I have to take to get a word from you. Any number will do. I'll take as many as your son can bear, which made Emperor Jingwen so angry that his teeth itched. Just a few beatings, Ye Shuo thought he could definitely handle it. If he could really succeed, it would be a huge profit. After waiting for a long time, Emperor Jingwen thought that he would finally behave himself. However, 2 months later, he still couldn't forget it, so much so that Emperor Jingwen felt a little tired. Why do you worry so much about these things? Especially the marriage of women. Emperor Jingwen thought that it was outrageous enough for him, a prince, to personally choose a husband for a maid. He didn't expect that when it came to his own sister, it would be even worse. The princess hasn't even been born yet. Isn't it too early for him to think about this now? But his son didn't know that this matter was different from ordinary ones. The marriage was related to state affairs, so Emperor Jingwen naturally would not agree to it easily. If you promise this year and promise that tomorrow, how can this be tolerated? So, just give up on this idea. Sure enough, this matter is not that simple. Ye Shuo also knows in his heart that this is just a matter of trying his luck. What if it works? Who knew that my cheap dad would never give in? Although he had expected it, Ye Shuo still couldn't help feeling disappointed. Seeing his son's ears and head drooping at a speed visible to the naked eye, he felt more dejected than ever before. Could it be that my refusal to agree to this matter really had such a big impact on him? Emperor Jingwen was stunned and almost softened his heart, but then he came to his senses and immediately hardened his heart again. With a sigh, Emperor Jingwen finally said earnestly, Shuo, it is natural for the princess to marry a foreigner. The princess enjoys the support of the world, so she should naturally plead for the people when necessary. Ye Shuo also knew this truth, but truth is truth. When that day really comes, how can Ye Shuo bear it? Let alone a marriage alliance, even if the princess got married, her mother would be sad. Just for this reason, Ye Shuo didn't want to see such a scene. If it can be avoided, why not avoid it? It's too early now, he can obviously do it. It just so happened that today was the day when the imperial physician came to check Ye Shuo's pulse. Ye Shuo did not give up, and after the old imperial physician finished taking his pulse, he asked the same question for the 23rd time. Are you sure it's definitely the princess? Emperor Jingwen. This kid is so annoying. Not to mention Emperor Jingwen, even the old doctor's ears were calloused. The old doctor, who was answering the same question for the 23rd time, was already numb. Based on my experience, it is definitely the princess. It has been 5 months already. The old doctor really wants to advise him, 9th prince, stop harboring illusions. Emperor Jingwen didn't care much about it, and was even relieved when he heard that it was a princess. After all, she was also born to the imperial concubine, so the probability that this time it was the second devil was quite high. If you are a princess, you should always be quiet. Emperor Jingwen didn't feel disappointed, so how come his son was even more patriarchal than he was? Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Emperor Jingwen, who had been the crown prince since the day he was born and had not been very close to his brothers and sisters since childhood, naturally could not understand Ye Shuo's current despair. Ye Shuo couldn't help but reach out and put his hand on his mother's slightly bulging belly. Just at this moment, the little thing in her belly moved. Although I know that fetal movement is completely normal, and the baby is probably healthy, I don't find it strange that he keeps moving around. But when the bulge just poked his palm, Ye Shuo couldn't help but feel uneasy. After his stepfather left, Ye Shuo walked out and watched his mother fall asleep. He took a deep breath and immediately looked towards the small path next to him. Go and help me check something. After calming down, Ye Shuo planned to do a risk survey first. Ye Shuo never makes decisions blindly. He now needs to consider the future risks comprehensively. More than 100 years have passed since the founding of the Great Zhou Dynasty. During this 100 years, there must have been dozens or even hundreds of princesses. However, due to limited writing materials, only about 10 or 20 of them are recorded. Only about 20 or so made a little splash, and the rest disappeared without even leaving a word. But even with these 20 or so princesses, the situation is not optimistic. Princess Mingzhao, daughter of Emperor Jiaozhou, was born in the early days of the Zhou Dynasty, when the situation was unstable and foreign enemies happened to invade, so she had no choice but to be sent to marry. She died at the age of 22. Princess Zhengzi, the daughter of Emperor Jiaozhou, was sent after the death of Princess Mingzhao. She was also married for a foreign mission and died at the age of 31. Princess Anding, the daughter of Emperor Jiaozhou and the youngest daughter of Emperor Jiaozhou, married Marquis Xiao. 3 years later, Marquis Xiao was sentenced to death by Emperor Jiaozhou, and Marquis Xiao was killed for treason. Princess Anding's son was sentenced to death, and Princess Anding died of depression at the age of 30. Princess Jing'an, the daughter of Emperor Taizong, was married to the northern Rongdi tribe in order to win over foreign tribes. She died in the wind on the way. Princess Jingcheng, daughter of Emperor Taizong. Princess Minzong, daughter of Emperor Tizong. The Emperor Jiaozhou and Emperor Taizong, who were extremely wise in the records of the Great Zhou Dynasty, were like this, not to mention the Emperor Jiaozong, who was known for his absurdity. She was the princess of Ye Shuo's step-grandfather. The fate of Ye Shuo's aunts was even worse than that of the previous princesses. Although they did not fall to the point of being forced to marry a foreign prince, they were randomly arranged to marry by the late emperor, who no longer cared about them after the arranged marriages, so they basically did not have a good ending in the end. The late emperor had a total of 17 daughters, but only a few are still alive. There were almost no princesses who lived long lives. The oldest one only lived to be 47 years old. The premature death rate was simply outrageous. As Ye Shuo browsed through them one by one, he became more and more frightened. Unlike modern times, where brothers and sisters can take care of their own affairs and perform their own duties, the princess here will really die without the support of her father and brothers. However, when he came to his stepfather, Ye Shuo found that 2 princesses had been married into the palace before. Because his stepfather was not as absurd as the previous emperor, he was a diligent emperor who would not neglect his children, so the 2 princesses were in a good situation now. According to common sense, there should be no problems while the stepfather is in power. But, it is only a should. The princess born by his mother might live a good life, and might even be favored by her stepfather, but it might not be so. The eldest prince is still at the border and has not returned, proving that the border is not very stable. There are precedents for marriage alliances, so will there be no precedents for them? The princess may live a safe and peaceful life, or she may be pointed out by her stepfather or brother one day in the future like everyone else. The probability is half and half. What Ye Shuo disliked most was gambling. He bet that his cheap father was soft-hearted, that the prince would also be soft-hearted after ascending to the throne, and that he would not be able to develop any feelings with this sister he had never met, and he placed all his hopes on others. Bet, bet, bet. It's all about betting. It's still early now, and everything is still possible. Even if the probability is very small, just in case, Ye Shuo is unwilling to regret in the future because of his powerlessness. There are some things that you can do without, but you can't live without. When that time really comes, you can't act like a spoiled child or a fool like you do now. Personal feelings are nothing but a joke in front of the court and the country. It's just the same old path from my previous life. Now that things have become a foregone conclusion, it is useless to escape. Slowly closing his eyes, Ye Shuo gradually made a decision in his heart. Ye Shuo is an adult after all, and he has understood one thing: never pin your hopes on others, otherwise all you will get is disappointment. This is especially true in the current situation. Only when you hold the sword in your own hands can you attack or defend. Regardless of whether it will be useful in the future, it never hurts to make arrangements early. Well, anyway, let's keep it for now. But this kind of thing cannot be rushed, as rushing can easily lead to chaos. Anyway, it is still early, so there is plenty of time to make arrangements slowly. After making up his mind, Ye Shuo stopped wavering, and the anxiety he had felt since the moment concubine Rong became pregnant also slowly disappeared. Ye Shuo finally regained his former calmness. This made concubine Rong, who had been secretly watching him, feel relieved. Before, imperial concubine Rong had always been worrying about her son's affairs and had no time to care about other things. Now she finally realized that the little princess would be born in a few months. When you grow up, you must protect your brother. Concubine Rong couldn't help but whisper to the baby in her belly, not caring whether the baby could hear her or not. The 2 maids beside her couldn't help laughing when they heard this. Your Highness, I'm afraid you said it the wrong way. In this world, older brothers protect their younger brothers and sisters. There is no reason for younger brothers and sisters to protect their older brothers. What's more, the imperial concubine's baby is a princess. The imperial concubine did not correct them when she heard this, but shook her head slightly. Madam, you don't understand. The imperial concubine used to think so too. She felt that her son was happy every day and heartless. He was the only one who made people angry to death, while she herself was very happy. What could he have worried about under such circumstances? It was not until now that the imperial concubine saw clearly that the child seemed to be particularly afraid of losing, and would become extremely nervous at the slightest disturbance. It was as if he had tried so hard to protect someone before, but the result seemed not to be satisfactory, so he was afraid of repeating the same mistake. He seemed to have hidden all his worries, not willing to let others see them easily, but in fact, he was not as strong and indifferent as he appeared. But Shuo was obviously just a child of a few years old. Concubine Rong didn't know why she had such an idea, but she just had such an intuition. This child's emotions seem rough, but in fact they are sensitive and delicate. However, the imperial concubine did not mention all this to anyone else, not even to Nanny Jing and Nanny Yu who were by her side. Since Shuo was unwilling to show it, he probably didn't want others to know. In this case, the imperial concubine decided to keep this secret for him. After September, the weather gradually became cooler as October arrived, and soon it was time to set off back to Beijing. Because the imperial concubine and the queen were both pregnant, Emperor Jingguan kept them behind to avoid any problems during their journey. Emperor Jingguan originally wanted to take his son with him. After all, the imperial concubine was pregnant, and if he stayed here, it would only cause more trouble. The imperial concubine might have to worry about it, and a child could not help, so how could he really be expected to do anything? Come back to the capital with me, so that your mother won't have to worry about you every day. When concubine Rong heard this, she immediately became nervous. Ye Shuo didn't dare to separate from his mother for too long. Could it be that the imperial concubine dared to separate from her son? Especially since this temporary palace is so far away from Shangjing, if something happens, the imperial concubine won't even have time to cry. So the imperial concubine wanted to refuse Emperor Jingguan's order without thinking twice. But before she could say anything, Ye Shuo started to make a scene. No, I have to wait for my sister? I want to see my sister. In fact, there was no point in seeing a ghost sister. The child hasn't been born yet, so who knows what it will look like. Ye Shuo was really afraid that his mother would be harmed if left alone. Giving birth is like walking through the gates of hell for a woman. It is very easy to do anything during this time. Of course Ye Shuo didn't dare to leave at this time. But he certainly couldn't say it directly, because the prince's excessive dependence on his biological mother was not a good thing in itself, and his stepfather would definitely not agree to it. But it would be fine if he used his sister as an excuse. As expected, Emperor Jingguan not only did not feel anything, but could not help but jokes. I still remember, I don't know who said that. I don't want a sister but a brother. Children change their expressions very quickly. Seeing his son clinging to the pillar and refusing to let go, with an expression of don't even think about taking me away, Emperor Jingguan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Finally, after thinking it over, he decided to keep him. However, in order to prevent his son from causing trouble during the delivery, Emperor Jingguan deliberately left some people on hand, and told them that they could hold the prince down when necessary. Ye Shuo, Tisk. Soon, the large group left leisurely, and the whole garden became deserted. When saying goodbye, Ye Shuo stood beside his mother and saw the empress whom he had not seen for a long time. The empress looked more and more haggard now. The dark circles under her eyes could hardly be concealed. She had lost a lot of weight as well. It seemed that she had been tormented a lot by the child in her belly. It's been less than 5 months, and it will probably be even more painful when the growing fetus presses on the internal organs and spine. This reminded Ye Shuo of what his nanny had said about how his mother looked when she was pregnant with him, and it was said that she was not much better than this. Fortunately, his younger sister was relatively well behaved. Apart from being a little active, she was fine in other aspects. Ye Shuo couldn't help but feel relieved. The gate of the palace slowly closed. The imperial concubine and the queen looked at each other. Finally, the queen and her entourage left first. She's just a princess, nothing to worry about. Fortunately, she won't give birth to another prince. Thinking of this, the queen felt a little comforted. Don't be in a hurry, there is still a lot of time to come. Finally, the queen left with the careful help of her maid. The queen is coming. Farewell, Her Majesty. Seeing that the queen mother didn't even have the strength to compete with his mother, Ye Shuo couldn't help but smack his lips. The queen mother was indeed very ferocious. But Ye Shuo will not relax just because of this. Now, there are only the queen and his mother left in the garden, and at most a newborn little princess who is not suitable to be moved, but is the easiest to be exploited. It would be a bad idea if someone were to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and avert trouble to someone else. Ye Shuo didn't dare to let his guard down even when it came to the queen. Therefore, when concubine Rong went out to visit the garden, Ye Shuo was usually by her side to prevent any accidents. Ye Shuo uses his perception to basically avoid danger before it occurs. Just like now. Noticing the movement in the bushes, Ye Shuo almost subconsciously stood in front of his mother when the other party rushed over. Ye Shuo stretched out his hand to stop him, but even though he reacted quickly enough, he was still nearly scratched by the other party. Ye Shuo only touched a little very soft fur. After being thrown to the ground by Ye Shuo, the other party seemed to be quite frightened, and quickly ran into the bushes and disappeared. Ye Shuo vaguely saw that the cat-sized creature had black and white fur, but before he could see clearly what kind of animal it was, the creature disappeared. After concubine Rong realized what was happening, she was horrified. Shuo, are you okay? Are you injured? Everything just happened so fast that in the imperial concubine's eyes, the only thing left was the scene of her son suddenly rushing in front of her, and then a black shadow crashing into him. Concubine Rong squatted down hurriedly to check on her son, and was relieved when she found that only the clothes on his arm were torn and he was not injured. It's okay, luckily you are not hurt. Ye Shuo was about to open his mouth to comfort her, but he saw the patrolling guards heard the commotion here and hurried over. This subordinate pays respects to the imperial concubine and the 9th prince. Because the garden itself is relatively large, and there are mountains, water, and everything else around it, wild animals often appear there. Now that most of the nobles in the garden have left, the remaining staff are a little insufficient, and it is inevitable that some small animals will accidentally break in and not be cleared out in time. As luck would have it, he bumped into the imperial concubine and the prince, and the patrolling guards broke out in cold sweats. I failed in my duty. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, the 9th prince. Ye Shuo didn't think anything was wrong. After all, he wasn't really injured. However, imperial concubine Rong was terrified and started scolding the guards, making them unable to raise their heads. Usually Ye Shuo didn't dare to interrupt his mother when she lost her temper, otherwise his mother would scold him too, so he really could do nothing to help in such a situation. Please, guards, take care of yourself. I'll forgive you this time. If it happens again, don't blame me for being rude. After a long while, concubine Rong left with her people after saying this harshly. Shuo, let's go. I'm coming. Jogging 2 steps to catch up, Ye Shuo couldn't help but look back. What he was thinking was, did the sable just now really come in by mistake? For safety reasons, Ye Shuo basically took a different route whenever he took his mother to visit the garden. Sure enough, nothing like this happened again afterwards. Autumn goes and winter comes, and in the blink of an eye it is the midwinter season. In the meantime, his cheap father sent letters from time to time. Seeing that his cheap father was giving him so much face, Ye Shuo couldn't just ignore him, right? Of course, Ye Shuo's replies were basically written by Xing Yuchen. He was not used to using a brush, so he usually dictated and Xing Yuchen wrote. Almost every time they would talk about the same 3 things: what we had eaten recently, what we had played, and if it snowed in the garden, they would talk about making a snowman today. There were no cameras in those days, so Ye Shuo thought about it and drew what the snowman looked like himself. But when it comes to studying, Ye Shuo didn't mention a word. Looking at the ink blob on the rice paper, Xing Yuchen was strangely silent for a moment. The snowman is obviously so beautiful, with a nose and eyes, how come it turns out to be so ugly? The 9th prince really had no talent in calligraphy and painting. At the end of the letter, Ye Shuo thought about it, and very thoughtfully added how his mother was doing recently, how the princess in her belly was doing, and whether she was quiet or noisy today. There was no way. As a man, Ye Shuo naturally knew the bad qualities of men. Take the matter of giving birth for example. If the cheap father is not involved, it would be strange for him to have any feelings for the princess in his mother's belly. It's done. It's all done. After handing in the reply, Ye Shuo continued his work of making a snowman. It has to be said that winter in ancient times that had not experienced global warming was different from the modern winter. In modern times, Ye Shuo had rarely seen such heavy snow since he became an adult. The only pity was that the roads were slippery due to the snow, so his mother couldn't enjoy the snowy scenery in the garden with him in winter. She could only stay in Xiangjingzai every day, which was really a pity. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching at this time, Ye Shuo had some fun in the garden. It is definitely impossible to climb trees in winter, but the lake in the garden is frozen. The ice was very thick, and it was no problem for an adult to jump on it, let alone a child like Ye Shuo. He specially asked the manager of the garden to make a few ice skates, and Ye Shuo took Xing Yuchen and Xiao Lizi and went straight to the lake in the middle of the garden. At first Xing Yuchen was a little resistant. After all, he was in the arts, not sports, but it didn't take long for him to discover the fun of skating. Ice skating in winter is quite fun. When Xing Yuchen gradually became able to skate and no longer fell down easily, he felt excited and subconsciously wanted to show off to the 9th prince. Your Highness, look, As a result, Xing Yuchen turned around and found that the 9th prince was having a lot of fun. After Ye Shuo turned 360 degrees in the air and landed steadily, he noticed the gaze of his study partner, so he stopped and asked, "What's wrong? What did you say just now?" "Nothing." In the end, Xing Yuchen swallowed back the words that were not yet spoken. As for Xiao Lizi, well, he is not as good as him. Xing Yuchen finally found some comfort. The days passed one by one, and just when Xing Yuchen felt that he was about to be led astray by the 9th prince, spring arrived quietly. Ye Shuo was still thinking about what to do in the spring, but one day, Xiao Lizi came back and brought back a piece of news. The queen gave birth prematurely. The queen became pregnant in mid-July, and it is only the end of February now, so a total of just over 7 months, which is earlier than concubine Song before. Upon hearing this, Ye Shuo immediately sat up from the couch. At the same time, concubine Rong soon learned about this matter. Originally, imperial concubine Rong didn't think it was a big deal, as she had given birth before. But now that concubine Song and the queen had both given birth prematurely, imperial concubine Rong couldn't help but become nervous. Concubine Rong didn't say anything for a long time. She held her waist and returned to the dressing table. About half an hour later, when she came out again, there was an envelope in her hand. Concubine Rong didn't know if this time would be as smooth as last time, so she could only do her best to arrange everything for her son. "Madam Jing, Madam Yu, if anything unexpected happens to me this time, you two must find a way to deliver this letter to my father and my mother." The only people concubine Rong could trust were her parents and brothers. After realizing what she meant, the 2 maids were horrified and fell to their knees with a plop. "My queen. Madam, don't be nervous. I'm just being cautious." Until now, concubine Rong didn't feel uncomfortable at all, otherwise, with the close care Ye Shuo was taking of her, he would have discovered it long ago. She was just frightened by concubine Song and the queen. However, despite this, the 2 maids were still very nervous. Having served the imperial concubine for so long, and with the favors that the Duke of Zhen's mansion had shown them, the maids had long regarded the imperial concubine as their own master. Moreover, the ninth prince was so likable and they had watched him grow up. The two maids didn't dare to think about what they would do if something unexpected happened to the imperial concubine. Shuo is here, quickly put it away. Looking through the window, the imperial concubine saw the little man walking towards them with his attendants from afar. Fearing that she would be discovered, she hurriedly called out in panic. Nanny Jing stood up and put the letter into her sleeve. Ye Shuo was not much better. After hearing the news that the queen had given birth, he almost subconsciously came to his mother. Seeing that his mother was still standing there quietly, Ye Shuo immediately relaxed. Noticing that the corners of Mammy's eyes were slightly red, as if she had just cried, Ye Shuo paused abruptly. The next moment, he quickly returned to normal, so fast that no one noticed. Although a person in his/her 30s is no longer old enough to act like a spoiled child, as long as his/her mother is still alive, no matter how old he/she is, he/she is still a child in front of his/her mother. Just like Ye Shuo now, he urgently needs to be kissed, hugged, and lifted up. Regarding this point, concubine Rong would never let Ye Shuo down. She let her son nestle in her arms, patting his back and humming a tune softly. That's right, this little thing blocking the way is really an eyesore and seriously hinders him from getting close to his mother. Ye Shuo lowered his head and looked at his mother's round belly with an unfriendly expression. I don't know if it noticed his gaze, but the little thing was not afraid. Instead, it nodded arrogantly. A small bulge quickly appeared on the imperial concubine's belly, as if to show her existence. Seeing this, Ye Shuo couldn't help but sneer. Ha! Be careful or I'll beat you up if you do that again. Considering her doesn't mean everything has to go her way, Ye Shuo can still tell the difference. Seeing that he seemed serious and not joking, maybe she sensed that the atmosphere was not good, or maybe she was simply tired of playing. The little thing quickly quieted down and was as well behaved as it could be. Only then was Ye Shuo satisfied. The imperial concubine next to them looked at the interaction between the two people and couldn't help but feel both amused and sad. Oh, right, mother. Ye Shuo suddenly thought of something, so he opened his big eyes and looked up and said, after my sister is born, can you let me take care of her? It's not that Ye Shuo is so mean. His younger brothers and sisters also have to help raise the child, and it's mainly his mother who raises the child. Ye Shuo is really worried. Thinking back to how his mother raised him, Ye Shuo couldn't help but be silent. The way his mother raises children, any child will be raised astray by her. Ye Shuo believed in his mother's love for her son, but he really didn't believe in his mother's way of education. No, his mother doesn't have any educational methods at all. She just spoils him blindly, and she can't stand it when the child starts to act like a spoiled brat. The more Ye Shuo enjoyed it in the past, the more scared he is now. The imperial concubine hesitated when she heard this. In her opinion, she should raise her own child. Shuo is forced to study by the emperor every day, which is very stressful. If she asks him to take care of the child, the imperial concubine cannot bear it. However, the imperial concubine did have too much to worry about. There were so many palace servants in the palace. How could Ye Shuo take care of things like dressing and eating? At most, it's just a question of the princess's character. Seeing his mother hesitate, Ye Shuo's expression immediately became pitiful. Mom, just obey your son. It is said that what the imperial concubine can't stand the most is children acting coquettishly in front of her. Once they act coquettishly, the imperial concubine's IQ drops rapidly. In addition, the princess has not been born yet, and the imperial concubine's heart is still with Ye Shuo. After being coaxed by him, the imperial concubine got excited and actually agreed to hand over her daughter to her son for training. Nanny Jing and Nanny Yu, who were standing by, were unable to stop it and had to watch helplessly as the poor unborn princess was sold by her mother. Oh my god, what would happen if the princess learned from the ninth prince's lively personality that makes him want to tear down the imperial palace? Just thinking about that scene made the two maids feel dizzy. But in fact, although Ye Shuo had never raised a child, he clearly knew the principle that everything will turn into the opposite extreme and that negatives will turn into positives. It's like a diligent couple, who will most likely raise a lazy child. Because the couple does all the housework, the child has nothing to do, and over time, they will get used to it and naturally become lazy. On the contrary, a lazy couple will most likely give birth to very diligent children, because if the couple does not work, the house will be a mess and it will be unbearable to look at, so the children will naturally help. Although this theory has no scientific basis, it should be correct based on experience, so Ye Shuo thinks it is worth a try. Women in this era already have many constraints. If they don't suffer a little early on, they will suffer all the consequences in the future. So, I'm sorry, sister. The poor little princess, who is still an embryo, is unaware of her brother's sinister intentions and is now having fun in the imperial concubine's belly. Half an hour later, Ye Shuo had had enough of his mother. After returning to the room, he took a deep breath and looked at Xing Yuchen beside him. Here are 5 taels of silver, and please help me write a letter. In less than a year, he had so much silver that he had no place to put it, and it was difficult to hide it. Looking at the brand new 5 taels of silver in front of him, Xing Yuchen almost cried. But now Xing Yuchen was already stuck in the mud, unable to get out even if he wanted to. He had no choice but to succumb to the tyranny of the ninth prince. What Xing Yuchen didn't expect was that this time the ninth prince asked him to write a crying letter. The other side. The queen was still struggling in the delivery room. The further she got into the later stages of her pregnancy, the stronger her body's reactions became, and the more uncomfortable she felt. Recently, the queen has been feeling a bit short of breath. Today was an ordinary day. The queen walked around in the garden as usual, following the advice of the imperial physician that more exercise would help with childbirth. As a result, my water broke just because I walked a little further. And now, she is only 7 months pregnant. Thinking of this, the queen couldn't help but panic. Protect the prince, you must protect my prince. The imperial physician naturally knew how much the queen had paid for this pregnancy and did not dare to take it lightly. Don't worry, your majesty. I will use all my medical skills to ensure the safety of your majesty and the prince. The imperial physician said quickly, sweating profusely. After hearing this, the queen felt relieved, but before she could say anything, the next wave of severe pain came like a tide. Since the queen had used drugs during her pregnancy, the pregnancy and delivery were naturally extremely difficult. It lasted for almost a day and a night and it was still not over. The queen went from struggling to hold on in the beginning to being on the verge of death now. We can't go on like this. If we continue like this, we're going to have big problems. Just as the imperial physician outside was sweating profusely, he suddenly heard someone inside shouting, blood, bleeding. The imperial physician's vision immediately went dark. After all, the queen is the mother of a country, and he cannot afford to bear any consequences if something happens to her. If he delays any further, there will surely be 2 deaths. In this case, he might as well take the risk. Soon, the imperial physician made a decision in his mind. He quickly wrote a prescription and told the palace maids to hurry up and boil it. After it was boiled, the doctor brought it over. Without waiting for it to cool down, he asked someone to bring the bowl of medicine to the empress. After drinking a bowl of strong medicine, the queen finally regained some strength. She had always regarded this child as her only hope, so she held on and made an effort, and finally gave birth to the child. He is indeed a prince. But, why is this child silent? The excitement faded away like the tide, and the midwife panicked when she came to her senses. I don't know if it's because the baby has been holding the food in the stomach for too long, but I saw that the baby's whole body was blue, and his skin was not as warm as that of a normal child, but instead was emitting bursts of coolness. Especially the queen's personal maid, whose eyes were filled with fear. As if she had noticed something, the queen struggled to get up and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong with the prince?" As she moved, the blood from her body increased. "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." The maid gritted her teeth and hurriedly handed the prince to the imperial physician behind the screen. When the imperial physician saw the child's current condition, he was suddenly shocked. After she reacted, she immediately rubbed the prince's back, while the remaining doctors quickly gave the queen acupuncture in the hope of stopping her bleeding. Wake up, wake up. If anything happens to the little prince, given the queen's current persistence, they will probably all be buried with him. The imperial physician's prayers actually worked, and soon the little prince's fingers moved, his body temperature gradually returned to normal, and the bruises on his body were not so severe. The imperial physician saw that the little prince's eyes seemed to open for a moment, but then quickly closed again due to exhaustion. Wow! After hearing this cry, the anxiety that everyone had been holding in their hearts finally let out. Everyone's steps became unsteady, and they were almost exhausted after a day and night of hard work. However, although the prince was saved, the queen's condition was not very good. 5 hours later, the queen learned from the imperial physician that because the medicine was too strong, she might not be able to have children again in this lifetime. What's more, her lifespan would be shortened and she would suffer from various illnesses. She would have to take medicine for the rest of her life. Even the queen couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at her son who was now sleeping soundly beside her, he was obviously much weaker than other healthy princes because he was premature. She didn't know whether he could grow up. If the baby cannot be raised, all my hard work will be in vain. For a moment, the queen's expression seemed to be both happy and sad. On the other side, in Shangjing City, inside the imperial palace, Emperor Jingguan did not express anything after receiving the news that the empress had given birth successfully, and his eyes were unusually cold. As an emperor, he naturally knew the whole process of the empress's childbirth. But this path was chosen by the queen herself, so she has to walk it alone. Following closely behind was Xiaoju's letter. I inadvertently remembered the snowman picture he drew for me last time. What snowman picture? That was not a snowman picture at all. It was clearly just a blob of ink. The corners of Emperor Jingguan's mouth twitched slightly. Judging from the news from the palace reported by the guards, the little bastard had most likely ignored his orders again. He hasn't done a single word of the homework assigned by him and the tutor. After the imperial concubine gives birth, she will bring people back and then we will see what he will do. Despite his disgust, Emperor Jingguan couldn't help but open the letter. I thought my son was showing off to me again what he ate and played in the palace, but when I opened the paper inside, I found that it was not the case at all. This time, the little bastard's letter was full of panic and fear. He was frightened by the queen's childbirth. Compared to other princes who were always stronger and never willing to show it openly no matter how difficult or painful it was, Ye Shuo really said whatever he had in mind. In his opinion, if you don't say some things, the emperor will never think about them at all. You should tell your cheap dad whatever you want to say, otherwise he won't know anything at all. Expecting my cheap dad to guess it himself is harder than climbing to the sky. Emperor Jingguan vaguely remembered that the little bastard was just a child. Even though he was usually heartless, it didn't mean he wouldn't be afraid. When a child is frightened or suffers, won't he subconsciously come to look for his parents? Originally, Emperor Jingwen did not think that it was a big deal for the imperial concubine to give birth to a child, but maybe because his son mentioned it too many times in his letters, he even wrote down whether the little princess kicked today, when she kicked, and what the fetal movement was like. Over time, Emperor Jingwen naturally understood something. After Ye Shuo's reminder, Emperor Jingwen suddenly frowned as he thought that if the imperial concubine was like this when she gave birth to a child, by then, not only Xiaju will be scared, but the imperial concubine and the child will also be in trouble. Dad, it would be great if you were here right now. When Emperor Jingwen saw this sentence in the letter, he felt even more worried. But there was no way, the imperial palace was too far away from the temporary palace, and Emperor Jingwen was powerless. After the emperor read the letter from the 9th prince, although he didn't say anything, he was unable to get into the mood for a long time. Wang Ziquan, who was standing by, couldn't help but smack his lips. Just like that, when Emperor Jingwen received the news that the imperial concubine was about to give birth more than a month later, he subconsciously tightened his hand holding the cup. The other side. The distance between the imperial palace and the temporary palace was long, so Ye Shuo sent someone to send the message out in advance. Almost as soon as he sent the message, his mother followed suit within a few days. Ye Shuo took a deep breath, and his whole body tensed up like a wound-up spring. Ye Shuo stood in front of the door, his eyes hidden in panic were like a hawk, always paying attention to the people coming in and out, and paying attention to their various movements. Everyone was in a panic when his mother was giving birth, and this is the easiest time for someone to take advantage of them, so he has to be careful. If he was more alert at this moment, his mother might be safer. Through the crack in the door, she saw her son standing there, his little face tense. The imperial concubine would probably never forget this scene for the rest of her life. It is a great blessing to have such a son. Therefore, even for the sake of the two children, the imperial concubine must never let anything happen to herself. The next moment, severe pain came like a tide. Afraid that Ye Shuo would worry if he heard it, beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down her temples. The imperial concubine endured it and tried not to cry out. The palace maids around him came and went, but Ye Shuo remained awake the whole time. The more critical the moment, the more clear-headed Ye Shuo becomes. Soon, a palace maid who looked very ordinary came over from the opposite side holding a copper basin of warm water. When she met the 9th prince's eyes, she couldn't help but feel a little flustered for some reason. But then she thought that even though the 9th prince had a noble status, he was just a child, and she quickly calmed down. Just when she couldn't help but want to step inside, she heard the 9th prince suddenly say, "Wait a minute." The maid was startled, and then she heard him say, "What's that thing on your waist? Bring it over to me and let me see it." "It's just a sachet that I sewed myself," the maid said while trying to remain calm. "Your Highness, please forgive me. I am afraid I have to go first. The queen is still waiting for my hot water." The maid thought that the 9th prince would let her go after she said that, but she didn't expect that he didn't even think about it and winked at the eunuchs next to him. The eunuch stepped forward and held her down without hesitation. With a loud bang, the copper basin in the palace maid's hand fell to the ground, and the hot water inside spilled all over the floor. "9th prince, what are you going to do, 9th prince?" Afraid that the palace maid's noise would alarm her mother inside, Ye Shuo directly asked the eunuch to cover her mouth. "It's none of your business, just do what you should do." After being glanced at by the 9th prince, the remaining people who were still a little stunned suddenly started and quickly restored order. When concubine Rong first started the pain, Ye Shuo had people tie up the cuffs and trouser legs of the palace servants tightly, where they could hide things. This was inspired by a small red pill that fell from the midwife's sleeve when he was just born. The rope wasn't tied tightly, but it was tight enough to prevent the things inside from falling out. In this case, if you want to smuggle contraband in, you can only do it out in the open. Ye Shuo took off the sachet from the palace maid, put it to his nose and smelled it, carefully recalling the smells of various Chinese herbal medicines that he had smelled in the imperial hospital. After comparing them, his face changed slightly. Until this moment, the palace maid was still fantasizing that she could get through the danger. She never expected that when the 9th prince studied medicine, it was really no joke, and he actually made some achievements in it. Ye Shuo quickly handed the sachet to the imperial physician. After the physician smelled it, he was basically certain that there was something inside. Even if this is the case, it doesn't matter. After being discovered, as long as I say what I planned, I can still achieve my goal. The palace maid was just about to speak, but the 9th prince didn't even look at her and just had her taken away. The 9th prince actually didn't even bother to ask. The palace maid was completely panicked upon seeing this. But in fact, there is really no need to ask too much, because there are only a few people who are capable of reaching their hands into this. You stay here and I'll go to the kitchen to take a look. After receiving the 9th prince's instructions, Xiao Luzi straightened his back and said, "Yes, your highness." With the example of the palace maid, the people who followed became much more obedient. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ye Shuo came to the small kitchen. The medicinal soup had just been boiled in the small kitchen and was about to be served to the imperial concubine. Ye Shuo took a look at the oil paper bag next to it and saw that the residue of the medicine was still there. He compared it carefully, and then compared it with the prescription written by the imperial physician before. After confirming that it was correct, Ye Shuo personally poured the medicine juice in the medicine bowl into the bowl. Are you sure no one was near you when you were boiling the medicine just now? The eunuch couldn't help swallowing and said, yes, your highness. That's fine. If anything goes wrong, just come to him directly. Ye Shuo did not ask anyone else to help him during the whole process of bringing the medicine. He walked all the way to the door of the delivery room and handed the bowl of medicine directly to Suyu. The whole process is seamless, and it is difficult for others to tamper with it. Ye Shuo couldn't help with childbirth, but apart from that, Ye Shuo would make sure his mother was safe no matter what. The other side. Over the past month, the queen has been worrying about her newborn prince. The prince was already weak and could not withstand the slightest disturbance. The queen was afraid that someone would take advantage of the situation, so she could only drag her broken body to take care of him personally. The queen knew what those people were doing and didn't dare let the prince out of her sight. Even if a wet nurse was feeding the baby, it had to be done under her nose. As for babies, their sleep time is short and fragmented, and they cry from time to time. The queen has been exhausted since giving birth, and staying up all this time is even more harmful to her health. However, despite this, the queen still did not dare to let go. She now had no other way out and could only protect her son. Fortunately, this baby was indeed a prince, which gave the queen some hope. After the emperor learned that she had given birth, he didn't even send anyone to ask about her. But the imperial concubine was fine, but the emperor sent people to express his condolences again and occasionally asked people to bring some good things over, either the fresh fruits that were tribute this year, or some precious medicinal herbs. Even though he is far away in the imperial palace, the emperor is still thinking about the imperial concubine in the temporary palace. No matter how much Emperor Jingguan doted on the imperial concubine in the past, he had never done this before. In the past, Emperor Jingguan only rewarded the imperial concubine within the rules and gave the empress the dignity she deserved. But now Emperor Jingguan would not even consider these things, and he even took away the power to manage the 6 palaces from the queen. His disgusted attitude could be seen by anyone. However, the more this happened, the more the queen refused to turn back, because there was no way back. She had no other choice but to place all her hopes on the little prince alone. As the saying goes, one wrong step leads to all wrong. Therefore, nothing can happen to the little prince under any circumstances. In contrast, the queen's hatred for concubine Rong reached its peak, to the point where she wanted to kill her even though she knew she was pregnant with a princess. Why can she have a baby without paying any price? The 9th prince may seem absurd on weekdays, but he has deep feelings for the imperial concubine and is willing to put danger in front of him when encountering danger. How many princes can do this? So even if the 9th prince is unlearned, others still envy the imperial concubine. When she heard that the sable jumped out of the garden and was stopped in time by the 9th prince so that it did not hurt the imperial concubine, the queen felt a mixture of emotions. A thought even suddenly popped up in her mind: it would be better if the imperial concubine could die. Because there is no logic that a concubine of lower rank can be a concubine of higher rank in Bio. If the imperial concubine dies, her 2 children will definitely fall into her hands. Considering how favored the 9th prince is, his majesty may change his mind. With this in mind, the queen took action. Result: as expected, all her plans fell through. The people she found didn't even have the chance to bring those filthy things into the delivery room, and they were all stopped outside the door. After hearing this, the queen hated the imperial concubine and was jealous of her. Son, when you grow up, you must be upright and avenge your mother. What kind of people are those people? How dare a bunch of lowly things act wildly in front of the dignified queen? The queen's fingers gently slid across the prince's little face. Although she had a smile on her face, there was some madness in her eyes. The other side. 3 hours later, Ye Shuo felt relieved when he heard the baby crying in the delivery room. Soon, Nanny Jing came out holding the little princess. Your Highness, look, she really is a princess. The little princess is healthy and everything is fine. However, Ye Shuo's focus was not on this at all. Where is my mother? How is my mother? Nanny Jing was startled for a moment, then after she came to her senses, she smiled and said, look at me, this old slave. I almost got confused. Replying to the 9th prince, the imperial concubine is also doing well. Ye Shuo almost fainted after hearing this. As long as you are safe, as long as you are safe. If Ye Shuo had that ability now, he would want to kill his adoptive father. After a moment, Ye Shuo finally set his eyes on the little princess in the cradle, and then he was startled. Why is it so ugly? Ye Shuo finally understood why his mother disliked him so much back then. Why is this head flat? It's all over, it's all over. My stepfather and mom are the first to be flat and then flat. What should I do? Seeing that the 9th prince was so disgusted that he didn't even want to touch the princess, he was exactly the same as the empress did back then. Nanny Jing couldn't help laughing and repeated what she said back then. The little princess's head was accidentally pinched when she was born. Your Highness, don't worry. She will gradually grow better. Judging from her facial features alone, the little princess will definitely look good in the future. The head is so pointy, can it really become round at the back? Ye Shuo expressed his disbelief and continued to shake his head like a rattle. No, don't let her get close to me. Wait until she looks good and then show her to me. The imperial concubine, who was feeling a little weak after giving birth, couldn't help but laugh and cry when she heard the noise. Although his sister was a little ugly, she was his mother's biological daughter after all. Just based on the 3 words biological sister, Ye Shuo did not let down his guard in the next few days. The imperial concubine gave birth to a child, but in the end, the 9th prince was exhausted. By the time Ye Shuo began to relax, nearly half a month had passed. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. Slapping his head, Ye Shuo hurriedly called Xing Yuchen over. On the other side, the imperial palace, the Qinzhen Hall. The longer it had passed since Ziyaju's last letter, the longer Emperor Jingwen would be concerned about her. There has been no news for such a long time. Could something have happened? It was fine when he was dealing with government affairs, but once he had free time, Emperor Jingwen would inevitably think so. He waited and waited like this, and more than half a month had passed before Emperor Jingwen received the letter that Ziyaju had asked someone to bring back. When he saw the news that the imperial concubine and her daughter were safe, even Emperor Jingwen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, when he learned that it was not an accident but that Ziyaju had forgotten him, Emperor Jingwen's face suddenly turned dark again. Only he can do such a thing? Just when Emperor Jingwen was extremely angry, he accidentally turned to the last page and was caught off guard by the abstract painting drawn by his son. In order to let his stepfather see the little princess's appearance for the first time and make him feel more involved, Ye Shuo specially changed to charcoal pencil this time, and the pattern he drew was both realistic and clear. However, even in the eyes of Emperor Jingwen, it was still very abstract. After all, which child has a pointy head? After all, the emperor is not present when every child is born, especially when the mother is of low status. As for concubines of high rank like concubine Shu, when they gave birth, the emperor would just take a quick look and that was it. The only ones that Emperor Jingwen really looked at carefully from beginning to end were the children who had died in infancy, as well as the surviving eldest prince, princess, and crown prince. More than 20 years have passed, and the memory of the deceased child is now vague. Emperor Jingwen still remembers the eldest prince, the eldest princess, and the crown prince, but these 3 children were all quite upright when they were born. No matter how ugly a newborn baby is, how can it be this ugly? So when the crown prince arrived, Emperor Jingwen didn't think much about it and just smiled and talked about this with him. Come and take a look at Ziyaju's painting skills. He thought the prince would definitely laugh with him, but when Emperor Jingwen turned his head, he met the prince's slightly strange look. The prince hesitated for a while, not knowing whether he should say it or not, but in the end, he still said it. Well, father, Ziyaju didn't lie this time. A newborn baby is indeed, like this. As for why the prince was so experienced, it was of course because the concubine's son was born recently. The prince took a look and saw that the shape of the child's head was also very irregular, but not as deformed as the little princess's. In other words, the little princess really looks like this. The smile on Emperor Jingwen's face gradually froze. Oh my god, if this is what a princess looks like. Looking down at the painting again, Emperor Jingwen imagined it and felt sick. Seeing Emperor Jingwen's behavior, the crown prince beside him hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry, father. Children's bones are soft and they will grow up in the future. Are you serious? Under normal circumstances, the prince would definitely answer, and of course he would mean it seriously. But unfortunately, the little princess's head was too pointy. If it was really like what was shown in the painting, the prince couldn't be sure. Ziyaju is really something. Why does he have to be so honest? If the little princess in the future remembers things, how embarrassing it will be for a girl. The other concubines would try their best to show the good points of their children and hide their bad points for fear that others would see their shortcomings. This was especially true when it came to their father, the emperor, who would praise them to the utmost. But Ziyaju was different. Not only did he not cover it up, he almost pointed it out to them. The father and son looked at each other and almost held their foreheads at the same time. The other side. After waiting for a long time until the princess was 1 month old, Ye Shuo went to take a look and found that although the princess was not as beautiful as the maids said, she was still pretty enough. So he reluctantly looked at her a few more times. As for the most worrying part, the head, now a month has passed, has recovered a little and is finally not as deformed as it was at the beginning. It's been a month, how come it's only recovered to this point? Can the condition really be completely reversed before the child's skull hardens? Ye Shuo expressed great concern. Ye Shuo used to think that he was not obsessed with looks, until now he realized that it was not that he was not obsessed with looks, but that everyone around him was good looking, so he didn't feel anything. To be honest, Ye Shuo was a little uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of an ugly thing. The nanny at the side saw that the 9th prince was so worried that his facial features were squeezed together, and she was so happy that she couldn't even stand up. She answered the 9th prince for the umpteenth time. The princess has fair skin, small nose wings, a round and full nose bridge, and a pair of almond eyes like the queen. She will definitely have a good future. Okay. The nanny saw beauty in everything, so whatever she said was the truth. Ye Shuo quickly gave up arguing. Now his mother has finished her confinement and is now recovering from childbirth under the guidance of the imperial physician and the nanny. Watching his mother walking back and forth in the room, Ye Shuo sat down. Suddenly remembering something, Ye Shuo asked, by the way, mother, has my sister's name been chosen yet? Except for the eldest princess, few other princesses were given names by the emperor. Most of them were chosen by the ladies themselves, so Ye Shuo asked this question. Speaking of this, concubine Rong became very conflicted. After all, she had not read much, and naming a princess required special care. The name had to sound nice, have a good meaning, and appear cultured, so that people could tell at a glance that this was an extremely noble and beautiful woman. This put the imperial concubine in a difficult position. The imperial concubine has been struggling with this for almost a month now, and still hasn't made up her mind. How about asking your father to pick one for her? It was obvious that the imperial concubine knew that she was favored. It was just a name, and she never thought that the emperor would refuse. The reality is indeed like this. If the imperial concubine asks for it, my stepfather will have to give her some face. However, giving face does not mean doing your best. Giving a princess a random name and choosing one from a dictionary are two completely different concepts. Ye Shuo thought about it and said, okay, leave it to me. Ye Shuo was particularly adept at dealing with his cheap father, and the key was that he could make his cheap father unaware of it. As for the nickname, how about calling you Jianjian as your nickname? Ye Shuo asked with a blink of his eyes. The imperial concubine was stunned. Jianjian. What is this name? It sounds weird. Why is it called Jianjian? Ye Shuo didn't even think twice and said without hesitation, because her head is pointy. The head is pointy, so I'm called Jianjian. Is that wrong? No, it's not wrong. The moment the words fell, almost everyone in the room fell silent. Even the imperial concubine couldn't help sweating. Shuo isn't this too hasty? What's the big deal? In his previous life, a certain emperor was called Little Pig, but it didn't affect his fame at all, didn't it? A cheap name is easier to keep, so let's call her Jianjian. In the end, Ye Shuo made the final decision. Concubine wrong. Concubine wrong couldn't help but look at her daughter with pity, and then she realized that leaving her daughter to be raised by her son was not a good decision. But there was no way, she had already agreed, and it was too late to regret now. I really hope my daughter will never know the origin of her nickname. After Ye Shuo returned, he decisively asked Xing Yuchen to help him write a letter. Xing Yuben thought he had become numb, but after listening to the ninth prince's narration, he still inevitably felt shocked. Really, want to write it like this? Ye Shuo nodded. Write yours, don't worry about the rest. Xing Yuchen no longer dared to imagine the emperor's expression after reading this letter. On the other hand, Emperor Jingguan soon received another letter sent by Zaiju. As he watched, Emperor Jingguan's blood pressure began to rise. This kid is like this, he can make people mad even if they are thousands of miles away. Look at what names he gave the princess. The prince couldn't help but secretly glance at the letter. Just one glance made the prince silent on the spot. Ye Mei, Ye Zhen, Ye Zhu, Ye Baoer, Ye Fugui. These are the names ordinary families give their children. There is absolutely nothing wrong with using names to express good wishes for children, but this is a bit too vulgar. If you hope that the princess will become beautiful in the future, you can call her Mei. If you hope that the princess will be as precious as a pearl, you can call her Zhen, Zhu, Baoer. And this Fugui. The prince couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. Emperor Jingguan. How come his son seems to have never been to school? If he had learned a few words, he wouldn't have been able to come up with such a name. Oh, I suddenly forgot that this son really didn't receive much education. Especially at the end of the letter, the little bastard was still smug and was ready to pick one from here as the princess's name. It would take several days to walk from the temporary palace to the imperial palace. If he didn't hurry up, given his son's temper, he would really call the princess Ye Mei. After taking a deep breath, Emperor Jingguan waved his hand and said, "Come here, bring paper and pen." Emperor Jingguan, who was always casual in naming his children, was unusually serious about it. After pondering for a long time, Emperor Jingguan began to write, and soon, 3 big characters appeared on the rice paper in front of him. Ye Chenhe. The peach tree is young and lush with leaves. The character symbolizes the dawn, which means bright and hot. Zhenshi has the same pronunciation as Zhenshi, which means cherish, so Emperor Jingguan put more effort into choosing this name than most other princes. It seems that the emperor is really disgusted with Zaiju's naming skills. The prince was startled at first, then he burst out laughing. Go and make sure to hand these words to the 9th prince. In this way, the messenger arrived at the palace at full speed. Zhengzi. It's just barely okay. I don't think it sounds as nice as Ye Baoer. Baoer, down to earth and easy to pronounce, what a great name. Fortunately, there were not many examinations in ancient times, otherwise the princess's efficiency would be much lower than others just based on these 2 words. Ye Shuo sighed. Xing Yuchen, who was standing by, was about to speak but stopped talking, full of confusion. How could His Majesty have the nerve to think that the name he chose was better than the one chosen by His Majesty? And, judging from the way the 2 characters Zhenshi were written, His Majesty must have been very angry at the time. Looking at the 2 words that were so powerful that they could be seen through the paper, Xing Yuchen silently wiped the sweat from his forehead. However, Ye Shuo didn't care about that and turned around to announce the news to his sister. From today on, Jianjian, your full name will be Ye Zhen 11. She is treated the same as the eldest prince, the 2nd prince and the crown prince, and is unique among the princesses. Ye Shuo reached out and gently touched the princess's little face, then spoke with a smile. Are you happy? Are you happy? The little baby girl didn't understand any of this, she just felt very uncomfortable that the person in front of her was always fiddling with her, and she kept whining but couldn't resist, it was so suffocating. Before the princess burst into tears, Ye Shuo withdrew his claws contentedly. The wet nurse at the side lowered her head tactfully, angry but not daring to say anything. The queen almost crushed the spoon in her hand when she received the news. The princess was just 1 month old and had not yet returned to the palace, but the emperor had already given her a name and had her sent to him at full speed. In comparison, the prince she had given birth to was already 100 days old, but the emperor had not even asked a single question. The contrast was so stark, how could the queen not hate him? Zhengzi, cherish. These 2 words were like a stab into the queen's heart. But what else could she do? The queen could only watch helplessly. The only thing the queen could do was to return to the palace earlier. She had already been disliked by the emperor. If she didn't return to the palace soon, she would have no place to stand in the palace. As for the imperial concubine, I'm afraid she won't be able to stay here for too long. His Majesty has no intention of coming to the garden again this year, so she will definitely go back early. Thinking of this, the queen suddenly had an idea in her mind. In this way, in July, the queen proposed to leave. Now the little prince is half a year old. If she was careful, he could be moved, not to mention that there were so many imperial doctors accompanying him. Although the little princess was only 100 days old, she was in good health and could already lift her head. The imperial concubine thought about it and did not refuse. However, when the day of departure approached, news suddenly came that the queen was ill, but the imperial concubine had already packed her things several days ago. Now that the house has been emptied, it is really troublesome to go back and forth to clean it up. Forget it, forget it. If the queen doesn't want to leave, let's go first. It's only July now and the weather is not that hot. By August or September, it will be so hot on the road that people will die. The imperial concubine didn't think so much about it at all, she just felt that the queen was really pretentious. She was clearly incapable of taking it, but she still insisted on going back. Now she is feeling better, and she has made herself sick. I don't know why she was so anxious. After the eunuch beside the queen finished delivering the message, Ye Shuo couldn't help but frown as he looked at the other person's back. Something is wrong. It's not that Ye Shuo necessarily wants to throw dirty water on the queen. In the absence of evidence, it's not easy for Ye Shuo to insist that there's something wrong with the queen. He just felt that it was not safe to go back alone. It is known that when my cheap father left last year, he only took 200 people with him, and now there are still 800 guards left in the garden. The number 800 seems like a lot by itself, but it's not the same thing if you break it down. No matter how precious a concubine is, she cannot compare to the queen. No matter how unfavored the queen is, she is still the queen. It is impossible to say that half of the 800 people will be assigned to each position. Most of them will have to stay to protect the queen. The departure date is approaching, and it is too late to temporarily transfer guards from the imperial city. Therefore, the most likely possibility is that his mother took 300 people back to the capital, leaving 500 people to continue guarding the palace. This distribution seems reasonable on the surface. But if there are only 300 people, it is actually not enough. Although we are on the official road, there will basically be no foolish people who will cause trouble, but it is better to be safe than sorry. If they encounter any unexpected situation on the road, such as an assassination, 300 people are too scarce and cannot withstand a wave of attacks. By then, if a dozen skilled fighters were properly ambushed and focused on rushing towards the carriage, there would still be a good chance of success. After the division, the troops were weak, and Ye Shuo suggested that they would rather wait a little longer than take the risk. But he never told his mother about this kind of thing, so Ye Shuo just pulled his mother's sleeve and said, "Since the queen is not leaving, then we won't leave either, okay? Anyway, no matter what, it is imperative to walk with the queen. It is so safe to be with 800 guards. It can also prevent the queen from taking action, thus reducing a level of danger." The little prince was weak and could not stand being tossed around, so even if the empress and his mother did not get along, they would not do it when the little prince was present. The empress could not bear any harm to the little prince. Concubine Rong couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when she heard this, but Shuo everything has been packed. She loved luxury the most, and she had the most things in the palace. It was extremely troublesome to move them back and forth. It took the palace servants 7 or 8 days to finish sorting them out. When the imperial concubine thought of this, she couldn't help but hesitate. Ye Shuo doesn't care about that. Trouble is always better than danger. Ye Shuo immediately used his trump card. "Mom, when I go back this time, my father will definitely force me to study again, so please let me have some fun. It's because the queen is ill, not because they don't want to leave. What a great opportunity to buy time." Thinking of this, concubine Rong couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. After struggling for a moment, she said helplessly, "That's fine. Thank you, mother." Ye Shuo was so excited that he gave the imperial concubine a big hug, then disappeared in a flash. Recently Ye Shuo discovered a new recreational activity, boating. Just get a small boat, cover it with thick straw and a quilt, lie down in it, and let the boat drift in the lake. It's so comfortable. Seeing Yuchen, who was standing by, looked hopeless when he saw this. The 9th prince has been playing for a whole year, why doesn't he feel bored yet? The other companions thought their lives were easy, that all they had to do was play with him every day, but who knew how anxious he was when he couldn't learn anything? Looking at her son's cheerful back until he disappeared, the imperial concubine laughed and shook her head. "This child. There is no other way. What else can I do? I can only move back the things I moved out." When the queen heard the news, she almost broke her teeth. She had already arranged all the things on her side, but unexpectedly, the imperial concubine didn't want to leave. The queen had thought before that if she changed her mind at the last minute, more than half of the 800 guards would have to stay, and the remaining half would not be a concern. After all, most of the black armor guards are guards of commoner origin. They all waited until they were almost adults to start practicing martial arts, so how capable could they be now? It's totally incomparable to the masters who have been trained in the family since childhood. Among the real aristocratic families, which one doesn't have some background? The number 300 sounds like a lot, but that's just the way it is. The queen had even sent out the letter, and now the imperial concubine's behavior was like a wake-up call to her. With the imperial concubine's impatient temper, she would definitely leave once she had made the decision. When she suddenly found out that she was sick and couldn't return, she would inevitably say a few sarcastic words behind her back, mocking her for her weak body, and then leave triumphantly in front of her. How come it changes so suddenly now? The queen looked depressed, so she had to send someone to inquire about her. As it turned out, it was the 9th prince who was clamoring and shouting that he had not had enough fun and insisted on staying. This 9th prince? After hearing the eunuch's description, the queen almost vomited blood. She never expected that her well-planned plan would fail because of her child's love of play. They all forgot that if the 9th prince seized this opportunity, he would definitely not come back. At this time the queen still held out a glimmer of hope, thinking that the imperial concubine should not indulge the 9th prince so unlimitedly. As a result, she waited, and a whole month passed. The 9th prince refused to leave even though she did not mention anything, and the imperial concubine did not care at all. How could there be someone in the world who is a mother like this? There was really no way to delay it any longer, and the queen had no choice but to announce the news of her recovery. Alas, happy times are always so short. It would be better if the queen could stay sick for a little longer. Upon hearing this sad news, Ye Shuo felt terrible. Seeing Chen, who was standing by, heaved a sigh of relief and was extremely grateful to the queen. Finally leaving? On the day of departure, to be on the safe side, Ye Shuo arrived early at the carriage that her mother would be riding in. Check every part of the carriage from beginning to end. Seeing that neither the wheel tracks nor the carriages showed any signs of tampering, Ye Shuo heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, it looks safe. He stretched out his hands and shook a few important parts. Seeing that the upper parts were not shaking as they should be, he felt relieved and crawled out from under the car body. Concubine Rong, who happened to be there, was immediately frightened by her cat-like son. Shuo. Oh my god, hurry up, Xiao Luzi, take him back and change him into clean clothes. It's just a little dirt on my body, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Seeing his mother's face full of disgust, Ye Shuo could only go back and change his clothes reluctantly. When Ye Shuo came out after washing his hands and feet, he looked up and saw the wet nurse holding his younger sister Jianjian. Now, the little princess Jianjian is almost 4 months old and can roll over. Every time she rolls over, she raises her head high. It can be seen that she is a strong-willed child. However, every time when she was about to turn over, Ye Shuo would flip her back, making all the efforts of Princess Jianjian go to waste. The little princess knew nothing now and could only struggle with his hand foolishly. Ye Shuo never got tired of it every time, and would not stop until Princess Jianjian was so tired that she could no longer get up. Only then would Ye Shuo be satisfied and stop. Xiaoluzi, who was standing next to him, could hardly bear to watch it anymore and felt that the 9th prince had a really bad temper and even spared no children. Oh, I forgot, the 9th prince treated the little grandson of the emperor like this too, making him cry in anger every time. Now it seems that he is not any better to his own sister. Poor Princess Jianjian. After 4 months of recovery, the little princess's head finally became normal. She was now white and plump, and no longer had the ugly look before. Only then did Ye Shuo reluctantly reach out and hug her. Jianjian is okay, an angel baby. All she does every day is eat and sleep, and she doesn't make much trouble. Otherwise, Ye Shuo would really run as far away as possible. After Ye Shuo held her in his arms, she didn't react much. She looked dull and stupid, like a little fool. Before, Ye Shuo suspected that there might be something wrong, so he secretly asked the imperial physician. The old doctor was silenced immediately by the question. After the old doctor explained, Ye Shuo finally understood that a child of this age would not make trouble, so she naturally looked stupid. It did not mean that the little princess had any brain problems. Only then did Ye Shuo feel relieved. When the 9th prince stretched out his hand to ask for the child, the wet nurse subconsciously glanced at the imperial concubine next to him. The 9th prince was only a few years old. What if he bumped into the princess? But the imperial concubine nodded, and the nurse let go. Ye Shuo was very strong, and the baby's summer clothes were thin, so he didn't have to exert much effort. Just when Ye Shuo was playing with his sister, the queen, and her entourage finally arrived. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen, may Her Majesty be blessed with good fortune. Well, get up. The queen quickly noticed Ye Shuo and the little princess as her eyes slid around. As expected of a military general, she is in good health, with 2 consecutive children being so strong. If the princess's physique were exchanged with her son's, everything would be fine. Thinking of her frail son, the queen couldn't help but feel heartbroken. The queen had no intention of greeting the imperial concubine and was even afraid that the imperial concubine would laugh at her. She straightened her back and stepped into the carriage with the help of others. But in fact, the imperial concubine was not that careful and would not pay attention to whether her waist was straight. A gust of wind blew by, and Ye Shuo smelled a faint scent of medicine in the air. Looking at the little prince born by the queen, he is now 7 months old and so weak that he cannot even be held upright. His bones are not that hard, and if he is held upright for a long time, he will become limp and can hardly sit still in an adult's arms. It is already midsummer, but he is still wrapped in swaddling clothes, for fear that he will catch a cold in the wind. The imperial concubine had only heard that the little prince was not in good health before, but today was the first time she saw him, and she was inevitably shocked. When they got into the carriage, the imperial concubine couldn't hold back and whispered, "I really don't know what the queen is trying to do. Is it really worth it to ruin your body for the sake of having a child? But the child turns out not to be very healthy?" The queen's family background was not much worse than hers. She was also the legitimate daughter of a prominent family. She was completely different from other concubines who needed children. For them, having children was just icing on the cake and was really not necessary. Even if the queen doesn't give birth to a child, she is still the queen. Even if she doesn't give birth to a child, she is still the imperial concubine. There is really no difference. Therefore, the imperial concubine had not been pregnant and had not used any medicine for many years after entering the palace. Her parents and brother doted on her at home. A favored girl would always be more pampered. If the 2 children had not come on their own, there would really be no other way. Imperial concubine Rong might not have been able to endure this hardship. Although both children are very cute, Gai Fei still felt that pregnancy and childbirth were a nightmare. If possible, she hopes that Shuo'er and Jianjian will be the only children in her life. The absence of a prince did not affect her competition with the queen, and the imperial concubine did not feel that she was weak, so she could not understand why the queen was so obsessed with the issue of offspring. Wouldn't it be better for her to be nicer? Ye Shuo could guess some of it. Most likely she was unwilling to accept it. As the saying goes, those who are involved in the situation are often the most confused. Once people are deeply involved in the situation, it is difficult to see clearly. I just hope that this prince who is finally born can grow up safely. Otherwise, I don't know what the queen who has staked her entire fortune on him will do. As long as the little prince is alive, even if he is not qualified to participate in the competition, he can at least leave a glimmer of hope for the queen. As long as people have hope, they will not go to extremes. But this possibility is really small. The little prince is now the only bargaining chip of the queen. In this case, how can the little prince live comfortably in the future? Based on the relationship between the imperial concubine and the queen, Ye Shuo should be happy, but he really couldn't be happy. After all, children are innocent. In this palace, children are no longer children. The same goes for concubine Rong. If it were before, she would definitely laugh at the queen for paying such a huge price only to give birth to a sickly child. But now that she has children of her own, she doesn't want to use the children as a weapon to attack the queen. Forget it, forget it. Seeing how terrible she is now, I won't bother with her. The imperial concubine suddenly felt a little bored. Out of consideration for the little prince's health, the team took 7 days to reach Shangjing City, which was supposed to be a 3-day journey. Emperor Jingguan was busy at that time and did not show up in person. He just sent someone to pick him up. Ye Shuo didn't care. His stepfather had been like this for a long time. But if he had to speak harshly, he had to let him see it, right? Just like that, Ye Shuo held the little princess in his arms and went straight to the Kinzen Palace. At that time, Emperor Jingguan was discussing state affairs with his ministers. Not long after the meeting ended and everyone had not yet dispersed, he heard a familiar voice coming from outside. "Father, father, are you here? Look what your son has brought you." Emperor Jingguan and all the ministers were stunned for a moment, and soon they watched the 9th prince coming over with something in his hands. Maybe it was a little heavy, so he had to hold his strength to carry the thing in when he crossed the threshold. After seeing clearly what the so-called thing was, Emperor Jingguan stood up with a whoosh.